At the beginning, there was an egg, and all beast tamers relied on hatching. Chu Yun had crossed over to a world where everyone was a beast tamer and awakened a god-level evolution system that could unlock god-level evolution paths for his beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your little polar bear has awakened a god-level bloodline and can choose to evolve into an indestructible thunder. Your tabby cat has awakened a god-level bloodline and can choose to evolve into a Fire Qilin. Your husky has awakened a god-level bloodline and can choose to evolve into an ancient glutton. 10 years later, the dean of the Beast Tamer Academy looked at the 9-clawed golden dragon and the Dao realm Xian Kuan in the sky, then glanced at the Qilin Xian Wu on the ground. That resembled a mountain at 8T that moment. He really wanted to grab Chu Yun by the collar and ask, "You call this group of gods?" Beasts. Chapter 1. The Beast Tamer World. Where is this? Beast Tamer High School, Class 8 of the 3rd year. Chu Yun raised his head, somewhat bewildered, and looked around. Strange people and a strange environment made him feel like questioning life itself. Wasn't I just sleeping at home? How did I suddenly cross over to here? Just as Chu Yun was in shock, his body suddenly trembled. A massive memory surged into his mind. After a moment, Chu Yun finally understood that he had indeed crossed over. Through the memories, Chu Yun learned that this was a world similar to Earth, but not quite Earth. A century ago, countless black holes suddenly appeared in the sky of this world, followed by a large number of magical beasts descending with storms, wreaking havoc around the cities. Humans could only cower behind the cities, trembling in fear to survive. Just when humans thought they were about to be devoured by magical beasts, they were surprised to discover that some people in this world could actually communicate with the beasts. A person could sign a contract with a beast to fight together. Over time, these people were called beast tamers, and it was precisely because of the protection of beast tamers that humans were able to survive to this day. From then on, the people of this world revered the beast tamers regardless of their identity or status. They would be superior to others. As time passed, people began to gradually understand beasts, and now specialized schools for beast taming have been established. Every student in Beast Tamer High School, as they approach graduation, could receive a sealed beast egg to awaken and sign a contract with a beast, and his current identity was that of a student about to graduate and receive a beast egg. So far, the levels of beasts have roughly been developed as follows: D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, SV grade, and Super SV grade. Spiritual power is the capital of beast tamers. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the level of the beast tamer. However, if the spiritual power is too weak, it is very likely that one will be unable to awaken a beast. The full score for spiritual power is 100 points. Only by reaching above 60 points can one awaken a beast. Through his memories, Chu Yun discovered that the original owner of this body had only ever scored 59 points in every spiritual power test, just barely on the passing line. In other words, his chances of awakening a beast were particularly slim. In this world, if one cannot awaken a beast, they can only become an ordinary person, honestly living their life as a worker. According to the memories, Chu Yun knew that his parents were both workers in this world, and they had worked hard to save up a sum of money to send him to beast taming school, hoping that he could awaken a beast and achieve something in life. Yet he, unfortunately, failed every test and even had a very slim chance of awakening a beast. Thinking about how he would only have to accept the blessing of a 996 lifestyle in the future, Chu Yun shook his head. Having a chance to live again, he couldn't just be mediocre like in his past life, right? With this thought, Chu Yun's gaze became incredibly determined. He must awaken a beast no matter what. And in this life, he could not live in mediocrity. At this moment, on the podium ahead, the principal suddenly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, enough of the small talk. Next, students will come up according to the list to receive their beast eggs for awakening and hatching." After the principal finished speaking, the first student on the list excitedly walked to the podium. That he was holding a huge white egg in his arms, and beside him was a large bucket of water. Through his memories, Chu Yun knew that this egg was the beast egg that could hatch a beast. That IT would automatically generate a pet beast according to one's talent. This student, place your pet egg into the hatching liquid, and then slowly inject your spiritual power, the principal said, adjusting his glasses. The student seemed a little nervous. After placing the pet egg in the hatching liquid, he failed to inject successfully twice in a row. Finally, on the third attempt, he successfully injected his spiritual power into the pet egg. Instantly, a burst of white light flashed from within the pet egg. Seeing this, Chu Yun's gaze was fixed on the podium. This was the first time he had witnessed the scene of a beast hatching. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the eggshell breaking was heard, and then a creamy white puppy burst out of the egg, jumping in front of that student and licking his hand. non-stop. Degrade beast, whirlwind dog. Next. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the students in the audience erupted in an uproar that a degrade whirlwind dog already qualified to join an ordinary beast academy, which was certainly much better than being an ordinary worker. As time passed, it soon became Chu Yun's turn to receive the Beast EGGAS. Soon as he stood on the podium, the many students below began to jeer. Chu Yun, your spiritual power is below 60, you might as well not embarrass yourself. Yeah, isn't it better to just work honestly for a lifetime? What beast tamer are you trying to be? Ignoring the taunts from the crowd, Chu Yun took a deep breath and slowly placed the pet egg into the hatching liquid. He also mimicked the actions of the previous student and injected spiritual power into the pet egg. Slowly, the spiritual power began to seep into the same time. Chu Yun prayed in his heart for it to succeed, even if it was just a degrade beast. No matter what, he did not want to become an ordinary person. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the pet egg. Instantly, Chu Yun's expression brightened. Did it succeed? However, something strange happened after that cracking sound. There was no further noise from the eggshell. Was it having a difficult birth? Just as Chu Yun was about to increase his spiritual power, the eggshell suddenly made a crack sound again. Finally, a small white figure crawled out of the eggshell clumsily. It was a white little bear, about 20 centimeters tall, covered in fluffy fur. Seeing this, Chu Yun was overjoyed he had actually awakened a beast. Little polar bear, ordinary wild beast. Next, the principal said impatiently beside him. What the heck? Hearing the principal's evaluation, Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. An ordinary wild beast was even lower than a grade beast, because an ordinary wild beast was just an ordinary wild beast, which meant that this polar bear was truly just an ordinary polar bear. At this moment, the audience was also in an uproar, with many students looking gleeful. Haha, this is hilarious. Chu Yun, this waste, actually hatched an ordinary wild beast. Humph. A waste with spiritual power below 50, being able to hatch successfully is already a huge miracle. What more could he want? It's over. Chu Yun's expression darkened. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably have to live a 996 life for the rest of his days. Just as Chu Yun felt lost, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. God-level evolution system loading completed. Please check, host. Hearing this voice, Chu Yun suddenly froze. Was this his golden finger arriving? He couldn't help but feel a bit moved that, oh, system, I knew that an excellent traveler like me couldn't possibly be without you. Chapter 2, The Divine Evolution System. Ding. Welcome to the Divine Evolution System. This system can provide unique divine evolution for the host beasts, activate the ancient power of the beasts, provide divine bloodlines, and ultimately help the host reach the pinnacle of life. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Chu Yun. Host, Chu Yun, current achievement title, none. Achievement titles can be obtained through achievement tasks. Current achievement points, 0. Achievement points can be used to unlock additional beast skills. Spiritual power, 59. Beast, ordinary polar bear. Beast level, ordinary. Looking at his panel, Chu Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement as he shifted his gaze to the polar bear. Name, polar bear. Attributes, none. Level, ordinary. Skills, none. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed a few lines of small text below. This system provides 3 types of divine bloodlines for this beast. Please choose, host. 1. Fire element. Focused on continuous output evolution. Next evolution stage, flame bear. Final evolution stage, fire war god. 2. Ice element. Focused on control evolution. Next evolution stage, ice bear. Final evolution stage, ice god celestial. 3. Lightning element. Focused on instant explosion evolution. Next evolution stage, lightning bear. Final evolution stage, immortal thunder. Wow. As expected of a golden finger, the evolution methods are so unique. Chu Yun didn't know about the other paths, but he remembered that immortal thunder seemed to be a demigod from ancient mythology. Can the beast really evolve into a divine being? Without hesitation, Chu Yun chose the lightning element for evolution. Instantly, the originally ordinary polar bear panel underwent a huge change again. Name, lightning bear. Attributes, lightning. Level, battle intent value, 0, 100. Battle intent value reaches 100 to release battle intent skills. Experience value, 0. Passive skill, Storm's Choice, can continuously recover from injuries during battle. Talent, the longer the battle, the stronger. The longer the battle time, the higher the combat power. Requires 100 achievement points to unlock. Evolution requirements, 5 lightning crystals. Experience value reaches 100. Battle experience can be increased through continuous combat. With the increase in level, the host and the beast will unlock more functions. Just as Chu Yun wanted to take a closer look, he was suddenly interrupted by the principal's voice. Finish the test quickly and go down. Don't delay others from awakening their beasts. The principal glanced at Chu Yun impatiently, filled with disgust. In 100 years of school founding, he was the only student to awaken an ordinary beast. If this got out, it would definitely damage the school's reputation. Chu Yun didn't care about the ridicule of others. After all, his beast had already evolved into a lightning bear, something others couldn't see. If he wanted to evolve the lightning bear into the thunder bear, it would require at least 250,000 in funds. Moreover, lightning crystals were hard to find in the market. Even if they existed, they would be priced sky high. Thinking of this, Chu Yun felt overwhelmed. This golden finger was too costly, needing 5 lightning crystals for just the first level. What would it be like for the second or third level? Chu Yun didn't dare to think about it. Just then, an exciting voice echoed in the classroom. Level 1 Lonely Wind Wolf. Next. The principal was beaming. After more than 30 years of teaching, it was the first time he had seen a student awaken a level 1 beast in one go. Wow. As expected of Li Baoku, awakening a level 1 beast in one try, he would definitely secure a spot in the Royal Academy. The students below showed envious looks. Looking up, Chu Yun realized that the student who awakened the level 1 beast was Li Baoku, ranked second in the class, who could score around 90 in every spiritual power test, also a genius. Soon after, another girl came up to the podium. This girl was dressed elegantly and was outstanding in both appearance and temperament. From his memory, Chu Yun knew her name was Wu Qingning, the top genius in Beast High School. Not only was she beautiful, but her talent was also the strongest, scoring around 95 in every test. It was said that she had already been selected by one of the strongest academies in the world, the Royal Academy. Wu Qingning placed her pet egg into the hatching liquid, then gently infused spiritual power into the egg with her finger. With a crack, a golden light burst from the broken eggshell. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a small white cat with 9 tails jumped out and landed on Wu Qingning's shoulder. And judging by its quality, it was even better than Li Baoku's Lonely Wind Wolf. Seeing this, the principal, who had been calm, suddenly gasped. Level 1 beast. 9-tailed spirit cat. Hearing this, Wu Qingning's face brightened, and she affectionately stroked the 9-tailed spirit cat. Truly deserving of being the goddess chosen by the Royal Beast Academy. Not only her worth is high, but even her starting beast is level 1. Among the crowd, a classmate said with envy, Level 1 beasts are a realm they may never reach in their lives, yet it's just her starting point. Afterward, a few more students awakened their beasts. And once everyone had finished, the principal took the stage again. 2 months later, all beast academies will have unified admissions. During this period, you can take your beasts to the trial forest to train, but remember not to go too deep. The trial forest? Upon hearing this term, Chu Yun was taken aback. He began to recall his memories. The trial forest was the training ground for Beast High School, where students who had awakened their beasts could go to hone their skills. There were numerous magical beasts inside, most of which were level 1 and level 2. Although dangerous, it offered training resources. So every graduating class would form teams to take their beasts to the trial forest for training. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face lit up. For him, going to the trial forest was undoubtedly the best decision. In his memories, he saw a magical beast called the saber-toothed thunder tiger, which was only level 1. And killing them had a certain chance of dropping lightning crystals. This way, not only could he gather the materials needed for the lightning bear's evolution, but it could also increase the experience points for his little white cat. With this in mind, Chu Yun made his decision. In the following time, the principal said a few more words, and then everyone dispersed. During this time, Chu Yun named the lightning bear Little White. After tidying up, Chu Yun went directly to the trial forest without delay. Just as he was about to enter the trial forest, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Achievement task released. Initial ceremony. Kill 10 magical beasts. Completion reward. 100 achievement points. The task came so quickly, Chu Yun was a bit surprised, then steadied his mind. Ready to enter the trial forest to complete the task and obtain lightning crystals. But just then, not far away, he suddenly heard a quarrel between a man and a woman. Qingning, we are both level 1 beasts. If we team up, won't we be invincible? Li Baoku. Don't call me Qingning. We aren't familiar, and I already have a team member. Chapter 3. Invincible at the same level. Hearing the quarrel, Chu Yun turned around in surprise and was instantly stunned. He recognized both people arguing. The man was Li Baoku, who had previously awakened the level 1 beast Lonely Wind Wolf. The girl was Wu Qingning, who had also awakened a level 1 beast. When Chu Yun noticed them, they clearly saw him as well. Wu Qingning's eyes brightened as she rushed over to Chu Yun's side. He is my teammate. All right, Li Baoku, you can leave now? Wu Qingning said coldly. Just him? Qingning, don't forget, he's just a ways to awakened an ordinary beast. Li Baoku glanced at Chu Yun with disgust, his eyes revealing contempt. Hearing this, Chu Yun frowned, feeling inexplicably used as a shield, and now he was insulted for no reason. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Qingning directly pulled him into the trial forest. The trial forest only allows two to team up. Li Baoku, find someone else as your teammate. Watching the two leave, Li Baoku was instantly furious. Chu Yun, you wait for me. Inside the trial forest, Wu Qingning glanced at Chu Yun with gratitude. Thank you for helping me out. Chu Yun simply replied, it's nothing, and began searching for magical beasts. Seeing this, Wu Qingning's eyes flashed with curiosity. Are you here for the trial? If she remembered correctly, Chu Yun had only awakened an ordinary beast. That's right. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingning's curiosity grew even more. Roar, roar. Just as Wu Qingning was about to ask more questions, two angry roars suddenly came from their side. Turning around, Chu Yun saw two saber-toothed purple tigers appear. These two purple tigers were about 3 times larger than ordinary tigers, and there were occasional crackling sounds of thunder under their feet, with lightning-like markings on their foreheads. Saber-toothed thunder tigers? Wu Qingning frowned. The two magical beasts posed no threat in front of her 9-tailed celestial cat. Just as Wu Qingning was about to make a move, she was stopped by Chu Yun beside her. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Xiaobai, go. As soon as he finished speaking, a small polar bear beside Chu Yun suddenly leaped out, its size slowly increasing. Starting from 20 centimeters, it gradually grew to about 2 meters tall, its aura changing dramatically, and its claws crackling with electricity. Roar. With a furious roar, Xiaobai charged forward, pinning one of the saber-toothed thunder tigers to the ground. The lightning released from its claws instantly paralyzed the saber-toothed thunder tiger, followed by a punch. Bang. After a loud crash, the saber-toothed thunder tiger's head was shattered by Xiaobai. Wow, that's powerful. Even Chu Yun didn't expect Xiaobai to be this strong. The saber-toothed thunder tiger was already considered a top-tier beast, but in front of Xiaobai, it couldn't last a minute. Knowing that Xiaobai was already this strong as a low-tier beast, he was very curious about how strong Xiaobai could become at higher tiers. With the death of the saber-toothed thunder tiger, a crystal stone glowing with purple light dropped. Thunder crystal? Chu Yun was overjoyed, not expecting to find one so easily. Attribute crystals were extremely rare and generally only dropped by magical beasts above a certain tier. For low-tier and mid-tier beasts, it was purely a matter of luck. Seeing this, Wu Qingning was instantly unsettled. He didn't just awaken an ordinary beast, did he? But it seems like this is clearly a high-tier beast. Moreover, even if they were both high-tier, a newly awakened beast shouldn't be able to kill one of the same tier in one hit, right? Sensing Wu Qingning's surprise behind him, Chu Yun couldn't be bothered to explain. At this moment, he was focused on the system panel. Chu Yun saw that Xiaobai's combat intent value had increased by 20, bringing it to 100. Additionally, a combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist, transforms all combat intent into lightning, delivering a punch with the power equivalent to a full-strength attack of a high-tier beast. Appeared. Wow, a full-strength attack of a high-tier beast. Taking a deep breath, surprise flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. This is really powerful. Continuing to observe the panel, Chu Yun noticed that Xiaobai's experience value had increased from 0 to 13. Seeing this, Chu Yun's expression turned satisfied. Killing a high-tier beast granted him 13 experience. This meant that as long as he killed 9 more high-tier magical beasts, he could. It seemed he needed to fight further. Thinking this, Chu Yun took another step into the depths of the trial forest. Seeing Chu Yun walk further away, Wu Qingning, filled with curiosity, immediately followed. Not long after, Chu Yun suddenly stopped. In front of him lay 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers. Judging by their aura, these 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers were definitely stronger than the previous one. These 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers had come out to hunt and were frustrated at not finding prey, only to suddenly encounter 2 humans. Instantly, one of the saber-toothed thunder tigers licked its lips and slowly approached Chu Yun and Wu Qingning. Facing the arrival of these 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers, Wu Qingning remained indifferent, knowing that Chu Yun would definitely act before her. Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Yun summoned Xiaobai. As Xiaobai appeared, lightning surged across the ground, causing even the 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers to take 2 steps back in fear. Has Xiaobai grown stronger? Noticing Xiaobai's aura, Chu Yun was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the experience gained from killing magical beasts not only allowed for evolution, but also enhanced Xiaobai's combat power against beasts of the same tier. Thinking of this, Chu Yun felt even more excited and immediately ordered Xiaobai to engage in battle with the 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers. The battle was about to begin. Xiaobai leaped into the air and directly landed on one saber-toothed thunder tiger's back. Then, with its hands imbued with the power of thunder, struck down on the saber-toothed thunder tiger beneath it. Boom. With a loud crash, the saber-toothed thunder tiger's skull was smashed to pieces. A clean and decisive kill. So terrifying. Not far away, Wu Qingning couldn't help but exclaim. Even Chu Yun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiaobai's combat power to have increased so much again. At the same time, the other saber-toothed thunder tiger, seeing its companion killed, flashed a look of horror in its eyes. It turned and leaped to escape. But it was too late. Before it could get far, Xiaobai had already jumped in front of the saber-toothed thunder tiger. Knowing there was no way out, the saber-toothed thunder tiger roared in anger and lunged forward for a final struggle. But it was all in vain. Xiaobai threw a punch, and before the saber-toothed thunder tiger could react in midair, its skull was crushed by the punch. Another clean kill. 2 kills in quick succession against 2 high-tier saber-toothed thunder tigers. Xiaobai, check if there are any attribute crystals. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yun asked. Xiaobai immediately pried open the saber-toothed thunder tiger's skull, but this time it was disappointing. Neither of the 2 saber-toothed thunder tigers had any attribute crystals. Looks like luck wasn't on our side this time. Chu Yun frowned. It seemed he needed to find more saber-toothed thunder tigers. Next, Chu Yun led Xiaobai to continuously kill 7 or 8 more saber-toothed thunder tigers. However, disappointingly, he only collected 4 thunder attribute crystals, still 1 short for Xiaobai's evolution. After killing the last saber-toothed thunder tiger, the system's voice echoed in Chu Yun's mind again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title, Initial Ceremony, Hunting 10 Magical Beasts. Reward 100 achievement points. Checking Xiaobai's panel again, he found that Xiaobai's experience value had increased from 13 to 98. The combat intent value also increased to 100, meaning he could now unleash the combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist. If only we could find a high-tier magical beast. Chu Yun thought to himself. With Xiaobai's current strength, a mid-tier magical beast was clearly not enough. Only a high-tier could provide a worthy challenge. Moreover, the drop rate for crystals from high-tier magical beasts was significantly higher than that of mid-tier beasts. Just as Chu Yun was thinking this, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Wu Qingning's expression changed. She sensed an incredibly terrifying aura approaching. The next moment, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind them. Looking in the direction of the roar, Wu Qingning was suddenly stunned. A 3-meter-long saber-toothed thunder tiger slowly emerged from the forest. It had 2 pairs of wings on its back, stood over a person's height, with blood-red eyes, a nose that emitted black smoke, and claws crackling with electricity. 3 lightning marks adorned its forehead. At that moment, the saber-toothed thunder tiger was fiercely staring at Chu Yun and Xiaobai. The saber-toothed thunder tiger king, a high-level magical beast, Wu Qingning exclaimed. But she felt no disturbance in her heart. Although high-level magical beasts were powerful, she had awakened a high-level beast tamer and was not afraid at all. Glancing at Chu Yun beside her, Wu Qingning thought to herself, it's my turn to act now, right? But before she could summon the 9-tailed sky cat, she noticed that Chu Yun had a look of surprise on his face. Just as I was thinking about it, Xiaobai go? Chu Yun was very clear that high-level magical beasts surpassed high-level beasts in all aspects and were definitely good training opponents for Xiaobai. Moreover, even if they couldn't win, it didn't matter. He still had a combat skill that could instantly defeat this saber-toothed thunder tiger king, if necessary. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had already taken a step forward, standing right in front of the saber-toothed thunder tiger king. With a roar, Xiaobai unleashed a punch infused with thunderous power, sending the saber-toothed thunder tiger king flying 7 or 8 meters away. As it neared the ground, the saber-toothed thunder tiger king violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. Struggling to stand. Is this real? Wu Qingning stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Am I still dreaming? A high-level saber-toothed thunder tiger king was actually injured by a high-level beast? Such an absurd scene had exceeded Wu Qingning's understanding, just as she was in a daze. The previously downed saber-toothed thunder tiger king suddenly got back up and resumed combat with Xiaobai. The saber-toothed thunder tiger king roared in anger and leaped forward to engage Xiaobai in close combat. Seeing this, Chu Yun remained unperturbed. Xiaobai, use Thunderclaw. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai roared, and in the next moment, purple lightning began to coalesce around his claws, and his aura surged beyond what it was before. With a punch infused with lightning, he struck out. Bang! This punch sent the saber-toothed thunder tiger king flying dozens of meters away. Roar! Struggling to rise. The saber-toothed thunder tiger king let out furious roars, feeling its dignity as the tiger king was being provoked by the continuous beatings. The 3 lightning symbols on its forehead flickered with a dark glow, and then it suddenly roared. Accompanied by this roar, a massive purple lightning ball shot toward Xiaobai. Faced with such a powerful attack, Xiaobai nimbly flipped over and easily dodged it. The saber-toothed thunder tiger king opened its large mouth to bite at Xiaobai's neck. Showing no mercy, if Xiaobai were bitten, it would definitely be severely injured. At that critical moment, Xiaobai swiftly thrust a fist into the saber-toothed thunder tiger king's mouth, grabbing its tongue. Xiaobai's sudden counterattack interrupted the saber-toothed thunder tiger king's assault and turned the tide of the battle. With one hand firmly gripping the saber-toothed thunder tiger king's tongue, Xiaobai's other free hand swung fiercely towards the beast's pair of fangs. In an instant, The saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King's fangs were severed by Xiao Bai's Thunder Claw. And at that moment, the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Xiao Bai to possess such brute strength. Seeing the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King distracted, Chu Yun shouted, "Xiao Bai, pursue the victory and use Thunder Claw." After hearing this, Xiao Bai let out an angry roar, while lightning began to gather continuously around his right hand. First, he used a Thunder Claw to send the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King flying, and then in midair, Xiao Bai roared and decisively unleashed the skill, Thunder Claw. With lightning coursing through him, he swung his right fist. Bang! This punch directly created a gaping wound in the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King's body, with large amounts of black blood flowing from the wound, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King was already on the brink of death, with no strength left to fight back. Watching the barely alive saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King, Xiao Bai stepped forward and killed it directly. The battle was completely over. In the distance, Wu Qingning was at a loss for words. She even began to doubt her life. A high-level beast tamer had actually defeated a high-level magical beast so easily. Chu Yun was equally excited. He hadn't expected that a high-level magical beast was no match for Xiao Bai. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yun ordered Xiao Bai to search for attribute crystals. This time, he was not disappointed. The saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King indeed had an attribute crystal inside it. Seeing this, Chu Yun's expression brightened. With this, he had gathered the 5 thunder crystals needed for Xiao Bai's evolution. Opening the panel, Chu Yun saw that Xiao Bai's experience had reached 100. Next, it was time for evolution. After exchanging a glance with the incredulous Wu Qingning, Chu Yun left the trial forest. Watching Chu Yun's departing figure, Wu Qingning's curiosity intensified. How could a high-level beast tamer kill a high-level magical beast? Chu Yun, who exactly are you? Xiao Bai's experience had now reached 100. And he had also gathered the 5 required thunder attribute crystals for evolution. It was time to evolve. Ding! Detected that the beast tamer meets the evolution conditions. Do you wish to evolve? Evolve. In the next moment, 5 thunder attribute crystals began to slowly converge, ultimately transforming into a purple lightning glow. This purple lightning glow slowly circled around Xiao Bai, and just as the lightning dissipated, Xiao Bai's aura began to soar rapidly. Although his appearance did not change, Chu Yun knew that this was Xiao Bai's unique hidden skill. He looked like an ordinary little bear on the surface, but once in battle, he would immediately transform into a high-level Thunder God Bear to launch surprise attacks on enemies. Opening the system panel, it changed again. Name, Thunder God Bear, Xiao Bai. Attribute, Thunder. Level. Combat will value, 100, 100. Combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist. Experience, 0. Equipment, Armor. Armor made of meteorite iron. Reduces damage when worn by the beast. Requires 200 achievement points to unlock. Active skill, Thunder Flash Strike, an upgraded version of Thunder Claw that gathers lightning throughout the body. Each strike can deal damage equivalent to Thunder Claw. Passive skill, Storm's Choice. Talent. The more you fight, the stronger you become, the longer the battle lasts. The higher the combat power. Requires 100 achievement points to unlock. Evolution requirements. 3 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystals, 30 ordinary Thunder Awakening Crystals, 5,000 Evolution Essence. Experience reaches 100. Chapter 5, Talents and Passives. Looking at the content on the panel, Chu Yun pondered for a moment. The armor required 200 achievement points to unlock, but he only had 100 achievement points, which was clearly insufficient. After thinking it over, Chu Yun ultimately decided to awaken the talent first. He would gradually accumulate achievement points to unlock the armor later. With that thought, Chu Yun decisively said, "System, use 100 achievement points to unlock the talent." Ding! Talent awakening successful. Current achievement points, 0. Looking at the talent on the system panel, Chu Yun felt somewhat satisfied. In a short time, he had evolved Xiao Bai from a high-level beast tamer to a high-level beast. However, Chu Yun was still not completely satisfied. After all, he had only just gained the qualification to join a higher-level beast tamer academy. He was still not qualified to join the Royal Academy. Now, Xiao Bai's evolution required 3 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystals, 30 ordinary Thunder Attribute Crystals, and 5,000 Evolution Essence. 30 ordinary attribute crystals were easy to obtain. He just needed to keep hunting saber-toothed thunder tigers. But 3 high-level thunder attribute crystals and 5,000 evolution essence were not a small number. Evolution essence is a very common energy point, not rare, but can only be exchanged in specific trading posts. In this world, 1 evolution essence is equivalent to 10 yuan. In other words, 5,000 evolution essences would cost at least 50,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Chu Yun currently only has 3,000 at most, which is far from enough to buy the 5,000 evolution essences. What's worse, what really leaves Chu Yun speechless is the 3 high-level lightning attribute crystals. Ordinary lightning attribute crystals are the ones obtained from killing the saber-toothed thunder tiger earlier. High-level attribute crystals can only be acquired by killing veteran-level or higher magical beasts. In other words, Chu Yun must kill 3 veteran-level magical beasts to obtain 3 high-level lightning attribute crystals. Moreover, high-level lightning attribute crystals are only possessed by veteran-level beast masters that are about to be promoted to the next level. Ordinary veteran-level beasts, even if they drop something, will only drop ordinary attribute crystals. Forget it, let us first gather 30 ordinary attribute crystals. After pondering for a while, Chu Yun thought. The next day, Chu Yun arrived at the entrance of the trial forest again. Just as he arrived at the trial forest, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Achievement task released. Kill a veteran-level beast. Complete and receive. Hunter title. Reward. 200 achievement points. Hearing this achievement task, Chu Yun's heart leaped with joy. As long as he kills a veteran-level beast, he can earn 200 achievement points. With 200 achievement points, he can unlock, equip armor. This way, Xiaobai can become even stronger again. Action. Just as Chu Yun was about to step into the trial forest, he suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind him. He turned around sharply and saw Li Baoku not far from him. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you, but didn't he expect you to come to me? Seeing Chu Yun, Li Baoku smiled coldly. You want to pick a fight? What do you think? Today, I will let you know the consequences of ruining my plans. Li Baoku glared at Chu Yun with a gloomy expression, then summoned his beast, Lonely Wind Wolf. In the next moment, a massive black wolf, 3 meters long, slowly emerged from the nearby woods. The Lonely Wind Wolf was drooling, its sharp teeth gleaming, with a bloodthirsty look in its eyes. However, Chu Yun was not worried at all. It was just right that Xiaobai had just unlocked its talent, so he could practice on this stupid dog. If it were a magical beast about to be promoted to the next level, he might not be able to handle it. But facing Li Baoku's newly awakened Lonely Wind Wolf, he truly didn't care. This was a gift you brought to me. In the next moment, Chu Yun summoned Xiaobai. Huh. Upon seeing Xiaobai appear, Li Baoku suddenly froze. Isn't this just an ordinary beast? How did it suddenly become a veteran-level beast? Kid, did you use the attribute crystals provided by Qingning to evolve this beast into a veteran level 1? Li Baoku seemed to have realized something and immediately glared at Chu Yun fiercely. In his impression, only beast families like Wu Qingning could help an ordinary beast evolve into a veteran-level beast. Thinking of this, Li Baoku's hatred for Chu Yun deepened. So what if it did? Chu Yun was too lazy to argue with him and immediately ordered Xiaobai to attack. Receiving the command, Xiaobai roared angrily. In an instant, Xiaobai appeared in front of the Lonely Wind Wolf, and under the influence of the talent, the more battles, the more powerful. Xiaobai was not afraid of the Lonely Wind Wolf, which was an ordinary veteran-level magical beast. Even if you have been promoted to a beastmaster, so what? In the end, you are still a waste-level beastmaster. In front of the Lonely Wind Wolf, you won't last a minute before being torn apart. Lonely Wind Wolf, go, tear them all apart. Roar. With an angry roar, the Lonely Wind Wolf charged at Chu Yun with an unstoppable momentum. During this time, both Chu Yun and Xiaobai remained still, seemingly not reacting. A waste is still a waste, after all. It's just a beastmaster that was forcibly promoted with resources. How can it compare to my Lonely Wind Wolf? Seeing that both Chu Yun and Xiaobai were frozen in place, Li Baoku couldn't help but laugh wildly. A veteran-level beast is enough to deal with you. Glancing at Li Baoku, Chu Yun immediately spoke. Xiaobai, use Thunderstrike. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, in the next moment, Xiaobai gathered lightning all over its body and threw a punch directly at the oncoming Lonely Wind Wolf. With a series of explosive sounds, the Lonely Wind Wolf was instantly hit and flew backward. Seeing this scene, Li Baoku, who initially thought he was sure to win, suddenly froze. What the hell is happening? Li Baoku's mouth even fell open in shock. Am I still dreaming? How could my veteran-level Lonely Wind Wolf be injured? How could a veteran-level beast possibly injure my veteran-level Lonely Wind Wolf? Li Baoku's mind was filled with countless questions. Such an absurd scene had exceeded his understanding. But soon, Li Baoku steadied his mind. My Lonely Wind Wolf is a veteran-level beast. It cannot possibly be unable to defeat another veteran-level beast. I must have just been too careless. I'll take it slow. Taking a deep breath, Li Baoku regained his previous confidence. Lonely Wind Wolf, use Devastating Wind Claw. Li Baoku said fiercely. Following Li Baoku's command, the Lonely Wind Wolf howled and struggled to get up, its claws becoming extremely sharp before suddenly piercing into Xiaobai's body. Roar. With an angry roar, Xiaobai was unable to dodge and was still pierced by the Lonely Wind Wolf. But the next moment, something astonishing happened. Despite being injured by the Lonely Wind Wolf, Xiaobai not only did not retreat, but its fighting spirit soared. Bang. With a loud bang, the Lonely Wind Wolf was actually knocked to the ground by the injured Xiaobai, and at the same time, Xiaobai's previously injured shoulder began to heal slowly, and within a minute, the wound had regenerated flesh. Seeing this, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the talent, Storm's Choice, healing Xiaobai's injuries. Chapter 6, Silver Card. What type of beast is this? Looking at Xiaobai, which had completely recovered, Li Baoku was already dumbfounded. How could a lightning-type beast have a healing effect? Li Baoku couldn't figure it out. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Chu Yun sneer dismissively. What type of beast is enough to deal with your stupid dog? Saying this, Xiaobai suddenly slapped down, directly knocking the lonely wind wolf, which was one level higher, unconscious. Then, Xiaobai, with its massive body, slowly walked toward Li Baoku. What are you going to do? Watching Xiaobai approach him, Li Baoku's legs went weak, and he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Li Baoku, let us consider today as matter settled. If you dare to seek death again next time, don't blame me for making you a worthless person without a beast. Chu Yun's expression turned cold as he said in a cold voice. Hurry up and get lost. Hearing Chu Yun's scolding, Li Baoku didn't know where he got the strength from and quickly picked up the lonely wind wolf and fled. Seeing Li Baoku run away, Chu Yun frowned again. Today, he was not being merciful, but rather because Li Baoku's family background was indeed profound, and with his current strength, he was not yet capable of facing the powerful family behind Li Baoku. After defeating Li Baoku, Chu Yun headed toward the trial forest. However, just as he stepped into the trial forest, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Help! A brief cry for help came from not far away. Are there others here? It sounds like someone is in danger. I should go take a look. Thinking of this, Chu Yun did not dare to delay and hurriedly rushed toward the source of the voice. Upon arriving at the scene, Chu Yun was suddenly stunned. He saw a magical beast glaring hungrily at a male and a female student in front of it. Chu Yun recognized these two students. They were classmates from the Beastmaster High School. The male was named Chenhua, and the female was named Yili. Moreover, according to his memory, he did not have a deep relationship with either of them. Just as Chu Yun was turning to leave, he noticed that both of their beasts had suffered severe injuries and lost their fighting ability. If he left now, these two would surely be killed by the magical beasts. Should he stay or go? Chu Yun fell into deep thought. He wasn't familiar with them, so there was no need to help. However, if he didn't save them, they would undoubtedly die. While he was pondering, the giant magical beast had already approached Chenhua and Yili, ready to bite them to death. Seeing this, Chu Yun no longer hesitated. If he didn't intervene, Chenhua and Yili would definitely die here, and his conscience would not allow that. With this thought, Chu Yun made his move. In the next moment, he suddenly leaped out from the bushes beside him. Chenhua and Yili, who thought they were doomed, were momentarily stunned. Chu Yun? The two exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They never expected that the one who showed up at such a time would be Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun ignored them and focused on the magical beast in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun realized that the beast was a giant bear, towering at 3 to 4 meters high, much taller than even Xiaobai. The giant bear had a large mouth with a pair of fangs, and one of its eyes was blind. Based on his memory, Chu Yun recognized it as a savage giant bear of the earth attribute. The savage giant bear's strength level was not high, only at level 3, but its defense was extremely powerful, and it had a violent temperament. Once it fixed its sights on a prey, it would relentlessly pursue it. While Chu Yun was observing the savage giant bear, it was also sizing him up. The bear was surprised that someone dared to interrupt its hunt, especially a weak human. In an instant, the savage giant bear roared in Chu Yun's direction and charged at him. Be careful, that's a savage giant bear. Even with our beasts combined, we can't match it. Chenhua, who was lying on the ground, warned. But strangely, Chu Yun remained calm and seemed not to hear Chenhua's warning. When the savage giant bear was less than 3 meters away from him, Chu Yun suddenly summoned Xiaobai with a thought. At the same time, the giant bear's massive paw was already swinging down at Chu Yun. That paw was incredibly powerful. If it hit, Chu Yun would instantly be turned into a puddle of mush. Chenhua and Yili turned their heads away, unable to watch. But just as the bear's huge paw was about to reach Chu Yun, Xiaobai appeared. The moment Xiaobai emerged, it braced itself and took the full force of the savage giant bear's strike. The bear's powerful blow landed on Xiaobai, but had no effect whatsoever, not even shaking Xiaobai. Seeing this, both Yili and Chenhua were dumbfounded. Is this a level 3 beast? They looked at each other, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Before they could think further, Xiaobai roared and grabbed the savage giant bear's body. Thanks to its innate ability, Battle Frenzy, it gained powerful boosts with each fight, achieving strength beyond limits. Facing the same level savage giant bear, Xiaobai didn't even need to use skills to defeat it. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiaobai lifted the savage giant bear high and then slammed it down. Bang! With a loud crash, the once imposing savage giant bear was smashed to death by Xiaobai. Silence. After the savage giant bear died, the scene fell into a hush, leaving only silence. Even Chu Yun himself hadn't expected Xiao Bai to end the battle so violently. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Chunhua were so shocked they couldn't speak. They could clearly feel that Chu Yun's beast had effortlessly killed the same level savage giant bear. It was known that the savage giant bear was a standout among level 3 magical beasts. Both of them had level 3 beasts. Yet combined, they were not a match for the savage giant bear. But Chu Yun's beast had easily killed it. What did this indicate? It meant that Chu Yun's beast was not an ordinary beast, but a genuine level 3 beast. Realizing this, Chunhua and Yi Li both took a deep breath. Unsure of what to say, after about half a minute, Chu Yun was the first to recover from his shock. Ignoring Chunhua and Yi Li behind him, he directly ordered Xiao Bai to check if there were any crystals inside the savage giant bear. Although he could only find earth attribute crystals, it was still better than nothing. After searching, Xiao Bai finally pulled out an earth attribute crystal from the bear's heart. Seeing this, Chu Yun's expression brightened, but soon turned to worry. He could use the earth attribute crystal to exchange for money, but he seemed to have no channels to exchange crystals for money. At that moment, he thought of Wu Qingning. If it were her, she should have special channels. But soon, Chu Yun dismissed that thought. After all, they had only met once and were not familiar with each other. Just as Chu Yun was feeling conflicted, Chunhua suddenly walked over to him from a distance. He was holding a silver-white card. What is this? Chu Yun looked at Chunhua in confusion. This is a silver card from the Tianhai City Trading Hall. With it, you can shop and auction in the trading hall of Tianhai City. Consider it a repayment for saving your life. After saying that, Chunhua handed the silver card to Chu Yun. Then thank you very much. Without hesitation, Chu Yun took the silver card. What he needed right now was precisely this kind of card that allowed him to enter the trading hall. Chapter 7. Hero Saves the Beauty? After Yi Li and Chunhua left, Chu Yun tidied up for a moment and then entered the depths of the trial forest again. What a pity. If he had killed a level 4 beast instead, he could have also completed the task and gained 200 achievement points for the title, which could be exchanged for equipment. Chu Yun secretly lamented. He had been longing for equipment in the system for a long time. With armor, Xiao Bai's combat power would enhance further, and at that time, it wouldn't even need to defend, only attack. Just as Chu Yun stepped into the deepest part of the trial forest, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle not far away. There are actually other people here? Chu Yun was taken aback. The depths of the trial forest were incredibly dangerous. It was rumored that there was even a magical beast on the verge of evolving to level 4. Whether true or not, almost all students from the Beastmaster High School would not choose to enter the depths of the beast forest. He had come here because he couldn't find any thunder attribute magical beasts outside, so he wanted to try his luck deeper inside. But he hadn't expected there to be other people here, who would dare to take the risk of coming to the depths of the trial forest. Curiosity sparked in his heart, and the next moment, Chu Yun hurried towards the source of the battle sounds. Arriving at the battlefield and pushing aside the bushes, Chu Yun was suddenly stunned. What? It's her? The one fighting in front of him was none other than Wu Qingning with her 9-tailed celestial cat. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why is it that all the classmates I encounter today are in crisis? Indeed, Wu Qingning was not in a good situation at the moment. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed celestial cat were all stained with blood and at a disadvantage. While Wu Qingning looked very anxious, they were fighting against a giant purple snake that was about 8 to 9 meters long. The snake's eyes emitted a terrifying lightning, and seeing this giant snake made Chu Yun's expression tighten. Level 4 magical beast, purple thunder snake? Sensing its aura, it wouldn't be long before it could advance to a level 4 magical beast. It seemed that the rumor about a beast about to advance to level 4 in the depths of the trial forest was indeed true. Killing it not only grants a high-level thunder attribute crystal stone, but more importantly, it also allows me to complete the system's achievement task. However, Chu Yun stroked his chin in contemplation. Currently, Xiao Bai is not incapable of defeating a level beast, but at most can only win against a newly born beast like the Lone Wind Wolf. The Wisteria Thunder Serpent in front of him is clearly a long-established elite monster that has been around for years. If he rashly intervenes, he would definitely die a miserable death. But if he doesn't act soon, not only will he miss the chance to complete the task, but even Wu Qingning will be killed. Just as Chu Yun was caught in a dilemma, an idea suddenly struck him. How could I forget about the battle intent skill? If I remember correctly, Xiao Bai should have one chance to use the battle intent skill. A single strike can deliver the full power of a level beast. Although it can only be used once, if the ambush is executed properly, it might be able to kill the Wisteria Thunder Serpent. Meanwhile, watching the increasingly disadvantaged 9-tailed celestial cat, Wu Qingning couldn't help but show despair. She originally wanted to spend more time coordinating with the 9-tailed celestial cat in the trial forest, but unexpectedly ran into the Wisteria Thunder Serpent while it was out hunting. It seemed that today would end badly. Wu Qingning sighed deeply. The Wisteria Thunder Serpent was incredibly fierce, and there was absolutely no chance of escape for its chosen prey. In the next moment, The nine-tailed celestial cat was once again swatted away by the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's tail, now on the brink of death, completely losing its fighting capability. Was it really going to die? As the Wisteria Thunder Serpent gradually approached, Wu Qingming had already closed her eyes in despair. But just as Wu Qingming thought she was about to meet her end, she suddenly heard a battle roar not far away. Xiaobai used the battle intent skill. Following the sound, both the Wisteria Thunder Serpent and Wu Qingming saw Chu Yun standing not far away. Wu Qingming covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected Chu Yun to appear at this moment. But in the next moment, her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Chu Yun, run. This is a level beast." However, it was already too late. The moment Wu Qingming spoke, the Wisteria Thunder Serpent had swiftly charged towards Chu Yun. But its speed was too fast, and it didn't notice the small figure lurking nearby. At that moment, all of the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's attention was focused on Chu Yun when suddenly, a massive bear, 2 to 3 meters tall, appeared nearby. This giant bear was Xiaobai. Boom. In an instant, Xiaobai's Thunder Fury fist slammed down on the top of the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's head. The immensely powerful thunder erupted with a crackling sound, equivalent to a full power strike from a level beast. This punch pierced through the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's head, leaving it with almost no chance to fight back in an instant. The Wisteria Thunder Serpent was killed by Xiaobai without even letting out a scream. In its last moments, the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if it couldn't believe it would die so disgracefully. Seeing the Wisteria Thunder Serpent being instantaneously killed, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel delighted. The plan was a great success. He acted as bait to attract the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's attention, and then Xiaobai launched a surprise attack. Although this plan was risky, it had succeeded after all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning the title, Demon Hunter. Reward, 200 achievement points. Would you like to unlock armor? Unlock. Without hesitation, Chu Yun spoke directly. Whoosh. The moment the armor was unlocked, Xiaobai was adorned with a set of dark brown armor that shimmered with light. Checking the panel again, Chu Yun found that Xiaobai's panel had changed once more. Name, Thunder Bear Xiaobai. Attribute, Thunder. Level. Battle Intent Value, 100, 100. Battle Intent Skill, Thunder Fury Fist. Experience Value, 30. Equipment, Armor. Active Skill, Thunder Strike. Passive Skill, Storm's Choice. Talent. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Evolution Requirements. 3 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones. 30 Ordinary Thunder Awakening Crystal Stones. 5,000 Evolution Essence. Experience Value reaching 100. Already collected 1 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystal Stone. Talent not yet unlocked. Bloodthirsty. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy, it can restore the beast's injuries. Can complement Storm's Choice. Requires 200 achievement points to unlock. Skill not yet unlocked. Rock Smash Fist. A wild punch capable of splitting a mountain of rocks. Requires 300 achievement points to unlock. TSK. That's another 500 achievement points. What a heavy burden. After closing the panel, Chu Yun clicked his tongue. At this moment, Wu Qingming had just recovered from her shock, staring incredulously at Xiaobai before her. This is simply too strong. A level beast was actually killed with a single punch? Even though she was born into a family of beastmasters, she had never witnessed such an astonishing scene. After the Wisteria Thunder Serpent died, Chu Yun wasted no time and instructed Xiaobai to search for Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones. As a level beast, it definitely had Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones within its body. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiaobai dug out a crystal stone emitting a purple glow from the Wisteria Thunder Serpent's brain, which was indeed a Thunder Attribute Crystal Stone. However, this Thunder Attribute Crystal Stone far surpassed the one obtained from the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger in terms of aura and color. No wonder it's a level beast. Even the crystal stone is so beautiful. Chu Yun sighed. Ignoring Wu Qingming behind him, he directly stepped deeper into the trial forest. 2 more high-level Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones were needed. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the only level beast in the trial forest. Watching Chu Yun's slowly disappearing figure, Wu Qingming's face was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Chu Yun's sudden appearance today, given her strength, she would have definitely been devoured by the Wisteria Thunder Serpent. After putting away the 9-tailed celestial cat, Wu Qingming turned to leave, taking a deep glance in the direction where Chu Yun had disappeared, thinking to herself that she must thank him properly next time they meet. Here. It was probably around dusk when Chu Yun finally walked out of the trial forest, but his expression was not good. Throughout the day, he had not seen a single Thunder Attribute monster in the trial forest. Forget it, staying here any longer would only waste time. He should go sell the Earth Attribute Crystal Stone at the trading hall first. It's a pity that there were no strong beasts in the trial forest, otherwise, he would have tested the armor strength. As Chu Yun walked, He pondered that he planned to head to the trading hall early the next morning to quickly exchange the attribute crystal stones for money, so he could gather the 5,000 evolution essence needed for Xiao Bai's evolution. Chapter 8. The system's new function. The next morning, Chu Yun arrived early at the trading hall located in the center of Tianhai City. The trading hall is a must-visit place for all beastmasters. From level beastmasters to low-level beastmasters, everyone conducts trades here. The vast majority of beastmasters need to purchase materials required for beast evolution here, and the trading hall occasionally holds auctions for wealthy beastmasters to bid on. Arriving at the front of the trading hall, Chu Yun slightly raised his head, where the ancient plaque was engraved with several imposing characters. Tianhai City Trading Hall. Just as he was about to push the door open to enter, he found himself being stopped by someone. Sir, entry is prohibited for idle people at the Tianhai City Trading Hall. Please state your purpose. A man in a guard uniform stepped forward and said indifferently, I am a beastmaster. I am here to exchange resources. Chu Yun understood the guard's responsibilities and immediately explained. A beastmaster? The guard glanced at Chu Yun suspiciously, seeing his plain attire and impoverished appearance, and the small, seemingly silly polar bear beside him. He looked nothing like a wealthy person or a beastmaster. Are you really a beastmaster? The guard questioned again. He is definitely not a beastmaster. Just look at the poor appearance he has. Can he even afford to raise a beast? Before Chu Yun could speak, a mocking voice suddenly came from not far away. Young Master Su? Upon hearing this voice, the guard immediately changed his tone and displayed an extremely respectful expression. Welcome, young Master Su. He noticed that the speaker was a young man dressed in noble clothing, with a huge golden eagle behind him. Just when he was puzzled, a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Beast name, Golden Armored Hawk. Attribute, Earth. Is this a new feature of the system? Can I see the information of the other party's beast? Suppressing his inner excitement, Chu Yun continued to read. Skill, Golden Armor Form. The Golden Armored Hawk generates a set of golden armor for defense, and the incredibly sturdy armor can also be used as a weapon for terrifying attacks. Weakness. Once the armor is broken, the combat power of the Golden Armored Hawk will be significantly reduced, and it will suffer great damage. Looking at the Golden Armored Hawk, a hint of battle intent emerged in Xiao Bai beside Chu Yun. Just as it was about to grow larger and confront the Golden Armored Hawk, it was firmly pressed down by Chu Yun. Xiao Bai, be obedient, don't act here. Chu Yun knew that this was not the place to cause trouble. Who knows how many experts are in this trading hall? He had already offended Ali Baoku, and he didn't want to offend anyone else. You can tell at a glance that this is an ordinary polar bear found somewhere, and you dare to come to the trading hall to conduct business? After young Master Su finished speaking, he couldn't help but show a smug look, a sense of arrogance clearly evident on him. His beast, the Golden Armored Hawk, has noble blood, making it an elite among high-level beasts. An ordinary little polar bear really doesn't deserve his attention. Guard, hurry up and drive this fraud away. Don't let him ruin the reputation of the trading hall. After young Master Su said this, he took the Golden Armored Hawk into the trading hall. Before leaving, the Golden Armored Hawk even cast a provocative glance at Chu Yun and Xiao Bai, as if saying that the two of them were worthless. Gulp. Xiao Bai couldn't help but let out a dissatisfied sound. How dare a silly bird be so arrogant? If it hadn't been for Chu Yun's order, it would have rushed up and torn that silly bird apart long ago. Rubbing Xiao Bai's fluffy ears, Chu Yun comforted it. The next moment, he took out a silver card. Suddenly, the previously arrogant guard's pupils constricted. The status of a silver card in the trading hall is not actually high. One can obtain it by spending several 100,000, but for the guard stationed at the door, it is far from reach. Of course, I was blind earlier. Please come in, sir. Changing his tone, the guard spoke respectfully. Chu Yun nodded, too lazy to argue with him, and pushed open the trading hall's door with Xiao Bai. TSK, as expected of the trading hall, it's indeed luxurious. As soon as he entered, Chu Yun exclaimed in amazement. The hall of the trading hall was majestic and imposing, with 9 golden pillars standing before him, dividing the hall's area, each pillar engraved with a golden dragon. The eyes of the golden dragons sparkled with light, and a fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. In the hall, Chu Yun saw many of his classmates from the Beastmaster High School. They must have come here to buy the materials needed for promotion after awakening their beasts. Sir, may I ask what you need? A well-dressed woman in a qipao approached Chu Yun and asked, I want to exchange crystal stones for cultivation essence. Chu Yun got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the qipao woman smiled sweetly. Please follow me, sir. The next moment, she led Chu Yun to another passage, which was the trading room for resource exchanges. Upon entering the trading room, Chu Yun found it to be even more luxurious than the hall. Countless beast masters in long robes and masks were bargaining and buying resources. What? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Chu Yun. My Earth attribute crystal stones that I ordered half a month ago still haven't arrived? I, Su Bao Kai, am a loyal customer of your trading hall. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? When he heard this voice, Chu Yun was taken aback. Turning around, he discovered that the speaker was none other than the young Master Su with whom he had a conflict at the door. Behind Su Baokai stood a middle-aged man in a suit with golden glasses. Young Master Su, you know the market situation. Earth attribute crystal stones are currently hard to find. It's not that we don't want to sell them to you, but we are also waiting for the supply to arrive, said the guard as they passed by Chu Yun. At that moment, the Qipao woman immediately stepped forward. Director Wang, this gentleman wants to exchange crystal stones for cultivation resources. It's you? Su Baokai looked at Chu Yun, who was sitting calmly in a chair, with surprise. Aren't you the fraud who was making a scene at the door? How did the guard let you in? He then looked at Director Wang with curiosity. Old Wang, why did your trading hall let in a guy with an ordinary beast? Aren't you embarrassed? Su Baokai's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding beast masters, including many of Chu Yun's classmates. Chu Yun, what are you doing here? Haven't you gone to find a job? What job? Just look at the ordinary beast he awakened. He probably came here to buy cultivation resources to promote his beast. With just him? A poor guy with only 500 living expenses a month. How can he come to the trading hall? Listening to the whispers around him, Wang Bo frowned. He looked carefully at Chu Yun and found that he was indeed dressed poorly, and the polar bear behind him was clearly an ordinary beast. Kid, where did you come from, poor guy? Dare to come to my trading hall to scam? Wang Bo couldn't help but mock. I said, I am a beast master here for resource trading, Chu Yun said with an expressionless face. Hearing this, the crowd around burst into laughter. Haha, do you think Chu Yun is out of his mind? Has he forgotten that his beast is just a little polar bear? Besides, even if Chu Yun really has a beast, does he have the money to trade? Sir, this is a trading hall, not a place for you to play house. Wang Bo's tone was somewhat impatient. If you don't have money or a beast, please leave. With that, Wang Bo made a gesture for him to leave. Su Baokai stepped forward even more. Old Wang, just throw this fraud out. Why bother talking to him? Chapter 9, slapping Su Baokai's face. You all assume I'm a fraud just like that? Looking at Su Baokai and Director Wang in front of him, Chu Yun's expression turned cold. Isn't that obvious? What beast master is as poor as you? Besides, everyone here knows that your beast is just an ordinary polar bear. Su Baokai sneered as he stepped forward. What if I really am a beast master and have the qualifications to spend here? Chu Yun retorted calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Baokai, who originally looked down on Chu Yun, became even more arrogant. With you? If you are really a beast master, then I will give you 100,000. But if you are not a beast master, then I will break all 4 of your legs. Su Baokai placed his hands behind his back, his gaze revealing mockery and disdain, as if he believed he had already won. Wow. Immediately, the students from Beastmaster High School who knew Chu Yun erupted in an uproar. It's over, young Master Su is serious. Chu Yun is in trouble. Deserved it. Who told him to act like a big shot without any ability? Can't he just be a regular office worker? Now he's hit a hard wall. Young Master Su, I think you should break his 5th leg too, so he knows that our trading hall is not a place for beggar frauds to enter. The long silent Director Wang stepped forward and coldly sneered. Not bad, after breaking this kid's 5 legs. Let's skin that polar bear behind him and eat its meat. The two seemed to have decided Chu Yun's fate with their words. I'm not interested in your worthless money. How about this? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, but if I win, you'll break your own legs and crawl out. How about that? Looking at the arrogant duo, Chu Yun's tone remained calm and unhurried. Arrogant, I really don't know where you get your confidence from, but since you said so, I'll play along. Meanwhile, the other beast tamers watching were also intrigued, all eyes turning to Chu Yun. Glancing around, Chu Yun smiled coldly. And the next moment, he pulled out a silver card from his pocket. What? The moment the silver card appeared, the knowledgeable beast tamers around were suddenly astonished. What is this? Why are you all so excited? A newbie in the crowd couldn't help but ask quietly. This is a silver card. Only obtainable by spending hundreds of thousands in the trading hall, which means he is definitely a beast tamer, because ordinary people can't spend that much in the trading hall. An experienced beast tamer said with a tone of admiration. But right after this veteran explained, doubts arose again from the crowd. Impossible. Chu Yun is my classmate. He is a poor guy in class, and his parents even work for others. How could he have a silver card? Maybe Chu Yun is just low-key. I say he looks more and more handsome. Unexpectedly, a hidden rich second generation. A female classmate said with stars in her eyes. Only Chu Yun felt a bit relieved inside. Luckily, I saved Chenhua and Yili yesterday. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to get into this trading hall. At the same time, Su Baokai, who was facing Chu Yun, was also taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. This poor guy actually has a silver card? Although he viewed the silver card as worthless, it still required spending hundreds of thousands to obtain, yet this poor guy in front of him also had one. Even Wang Bo trembled, taking a deep breath, and said with a slightly trembling tone, Do you dare let me test if this silver card is real or fake? Right. This card is very likely fake. This poor guy is deliberately deceiving us. Su Baokai echoed. Test it however you want. After Chu Yun finished speaking, he handed the card to Wang Bo. Taking the card, Wang Bo trembled as he pulled out a small card reader and then glanced at Su Baokai. The next moment, Su Baokai smiled proudly at Chu Yun while pulling out a card that shimmered with emerald green, provocatively saying, "Poor guy, take a good look. This is a platinum card. A status symbol only obtainable by spending 1,000,000 in the trading hall." After saying this, he placed the platinum card into the card reader, and the next moment, the card reader suddenly emitted a green light. Ding! Platinum card swipe successful. A cold voice came from the card reader. Immediately, countless beast tamers in the center of the field looked at Su Baokai with respect. As expected of young Master Su, even a platinum card. Wang Bo flattered. Young Master Su is indeed the chosen one. This platinum card is a rare existence in Tianhai City. It's truly an honor to see it today. When Wang Bo said this, he almost wished to kneel and worship Su Baokai. Su Baokai also enjoyed this flattery, pretending to be dissatisfied. What is a platinum card? One day, I'll put more money in and turn it into a diamond card. Then he glanced at Wang Bo behind him. Old Wang, come see if this card is real or fake. As Su Baokai finished speaking, the crowd echoed again. It must be fake. How could a poor guy like Chu Yun afford to raise a beast? But the next moment, they were all stunned. They saw the card reader flashing with silver white light. Ding! Silver card swipe successful. After the sound, the surroundings fell silent. All eyes were on Chu Yun with disbelief. After a while, someone in the crowd finally spoke up. This is actually a real silver card? Wang Bo's expression turned ugly. Although silver card users don't have a high status, they are still a presence that requires spending hundreds of thousands to obtain. Su Baokai, as a platinum card user, naturally wasn't he afraid, but he was different. He was just a small steward, and in terms of status, he was even inferior to silver card users. Realizing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but glance at Su Baokai with resentment. Now can I exchange for cultivation resources here? Chu Yun slowly asked, raising his head. Of course. No problem, you can do it any time you want. At this moment, Wang Bo had already changed his tone of address. Chu Yun was too lazy to argue with him and got straight to the point. I want to exchange crystal stones for evolution essence. After saying this, Chu Yun took out an earth attribute crystal stone. But the moment he pulled out this earth attribute crystal stone, Wang Bo suddenly froze. Even Su Baokai beside him gasped. Isn't this the earth attribute crystal stone he dreamed of that could make his beast evolve? You actually have an earth attribute crystal stone? Su Baokai said in surprise. Kid, be sensible and give me the earth attribute crystal stone. How about it? Su Baokai asked in a negotiating tone. Why should I? Chu Yun suddenly found it a bit funny. Was this Su Baokai the kind of foolish rich second generation? Not only Chu Yun thought so, but even the surrounding beast tamers looked at Su Baokai with strange expressions. Who in Tianhai City's beast tamers doesn't he know that the trading hall is currently in desperate need of earth attribute crystal stones? Just this seemingly average earth crystal stone could sell for at least 100,000. Give it to you for free? Unless someone is crazy. Chapter 10. The powerful Chu Yun. Kid, are you going to give me the earth crystal stone or not? What do you think? Chu Yun said lightly, looking at Su Baokai as if he were an idiot. What? You're not willing? Kid, my brother is with the Beast Tamer Legion. Don't throw your life away for a piece of earth crystal stone. Su Baokai's words were full of threats, and everyone present could hear it. At this moment, all eyes were on Chu Yun, wanting to see what he would do next. Would he yield and give the crystal stone to Su Baokai? Or would he resist to the end? In fact, when facing a relative of the Beast Tamer Legion like Su Baokai, most people would choose to step back willingly to avoid trouble. But unfortunately, this time he was facing Chu Yun. The bet we made earlier, I won, right? Now, will you break your own legs and crawl out? Or will I break your legs and help you crawl out? Chu Yun looked at Su Baokai with a calm gaze, completely unconcerned about his threats. You want to die? Su Baokai didn't expect Chu Yun would dare to bring up the previous agreement. I initially wanted to spare you for the earth crystal stone, but I didn't expect you to offend me repeatedly. Today, I'll take the earth crystal stone. And I'll take your life too. Su Baokai looked at Chu Yun with rage in his eyes. He then waved his hand. Golden armored falcon, use golden armor form. Kill him and that stupid bear. As soon as Su Baokai finished speaking, the golden armored falcon suddenly spread its wings and let out a cry, soaring into the sky. The golden armored falcon high above looked disdainfully at Chu Yun and the little white bear, its body covered in golden armor, exuding a strong killing intent. An unmatched kingly momentum pressed towards Chu Yun. Truly worthy of young Master Su. His beast has become so powerful. I, Wang Bo, dare to guarantee that in terms of level, no beast can compare to young Master Su's golden armored falcon. Wang Bo immediately flattered, having seen through it. Since he had already offended Chu Yun, it was better to completely stand on Su Baokai's side. He was clear on which was more important, the platinum card or the silver card? Over here. Chu Yun looked disdainfully at the golden-armored falcon above, then smirked at Su Baokai, speaking with contempt. Is this all the strength you have? Seeing Chu Yun so arrogant, Su Baokai was instantly filled with rage. Arrogant. At the same time that Su Baokai was getting angry, the golden-armored falcon, empathizing with him, began to exude a powerful pressure, and a strong killing intent from a high-level beastmaster surged forth, filling the entire trading room with the aura of the golden-armored falcon. Some timid beastmasters were even scared to the ground. Faced with the furious golden-armored falcon and Su Baokai, Chu Yun remained dismissive. Since that's the case, I'll personally break your dog legs and make you crawl out. Xiaobai, go. Show these people what you're made of. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, Xiaobai suddenly grew to 2 or 3 meters tall, draped in a set of brown armor. At the same time, a huge pressure from a high-level beastmaster swept towards the surroundings. How is this possible? Chu Yun's beast is also high-level? I saw him awaken an ordinary beast with my own eyes. This beast is not only high-level, but it also looks no worse than that golden-armored falcon. At this moment, all the students from the Beastmaster High School who knew Chu Yun looked on in disbelief. Even Su Baokai was stunned. After a moment, Su Baokai pointed a trembling finger and said, how could this poor guy afford to upgrade his beast to high level? But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized how foolish his words were. After all, this guy in front of him has a silver card. Spending hundreds of thousands to upgrade a beast to high level is not impossible. However, at this moment, the most shocked was the steward Wang Bo. If Chu Yun only had a silver card before, it would be one thing. Perhaps his beast was only high level. But he never expected that Chu Yun was actually a high-level beastmaster and had hidden it so well, deceiving all of them. Thinking of the bet between Su Baokai and Chu Yun earlier, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel bitter. He knew very well that Su Baokai's golden-armored falcon was mostly built up with medicine. He knew its true strength. At this moment, Wang Bo just hoped that Chu Yun's beast was weaker. Otherwise, if Su Baokai got hurt today, he would probably be in big trouble. However, Su Baokai clearly had not realized the seriousness of the situation. After regaining his composure for a moment, he stepped forward with a smug smile. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over this beast and the earth crystal to me, or I'll have my brother personally cripple you. He is a high-level beastmaster. Idiot. Faced with Su Baokai's inexplicable confidence, Chu Yun couldn't help but curse. You dare to curse me? Su Baokai was taken aback. And the next moment his expression changed drastically. You brought this on yourself. Golden-armored falcon, kill him. Hearing this, the golden-armored falcon circled in the air and then suddenly clawed down at Xiaobai and Chu Yun on the ground. Faced with the attack of the rushing golden-armored falcon, Chu Yun smiled disdainfully. Xiaobai, don't forget to leave him alive. Arrogant. People like you might not even know how you died in the future, Su Baokai sneered. Even if you die, I won't die. Chu Yun shot him a glance and said lightly. Just then, the golden-armored falcon's attack arrived, and its claws suddenly stabbed at Xiaobai. Clang. With a sound of collision, the golden-armored falcon's claws struck Xiaobai's armor head-on, but it couldn't hurt Xiaobai at all. How is this possible? This scene was hard for Su Baokai to accept. His golden-armored falcon couldn't even injure this silly bear? The next moment, Su Baokai's expression suddenly turned fierce. Golden-armored falcon, don't hold back. Kill them all. At the same time, Chu Yun also stepped forward to command. Xiaobai, use Thunder Strike, but be careful not to kill this silly bird. Roar. Xiaobai let out a battle roar, and then its body, accompanied by thunder, punched towards the golden-armored falcon. Boom. With a loud bang, under the power of thunder, Xiaobai's fist directly shattered the armor of the golden-armored falcon. The next moment, the golden-armored falcon let out a miserable cry and was sent flying dozens of meters away, its head drooping, knocked unconscious. How is this possible? How could the golden-armored falcon be defeated? Su Baokai spoke with deep astonishment. His golden-armored falcon had actually lost? I just said, since you won't break your own legs, I'll help you. After receiving Chu Yun's order, Xiaobai immediately walked towards Su Baokai, faced with Xiaobai approaching him. Su Baokai couldn't help but show fear. Why, you better not come here. If you dare to touch me, my brother in the Beastmaster Corps will definitely. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaobai had already forcibly broken Su Baokai's 2 legs. The intense pain caused Su Baokai to faint immediately. Seeing this, everyone who knew Chu Yun fell silent. They all understood that the current Chu Yun was probably no longer the Chu Yun they knew. At least their beasts were far weaker than Chu Yun's. Come, someone, quickly carry young Master Su to the lounge. Wang Bo said in a panicked tone. He was just a high-level beastmaster and had no right to intervene in the fight. Now that he saw Su Baokai injured, he was suddenly alarmed. After taking care of Su Baokai, Wang Bo looked at Chu Yun with a fawning expression. This young master, how much evolution essence would you like to exchange? Looking at the seemingly harmless young man in front of him, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel bitter internally. This guy even dared to hit young Master Su. So how could he still dare to show any disrespect? In the end, Chu Yun exchanged the Earth Attribute Crystal for 5,000 Evolution Essence and an additional 50,000 yuan. Stepping out of the trading hall, Chu Yun's expression was joyful. Chapter 11, Beastmaster Core. After returning to the school dormitory, Chu Yun first sent 30,000 yuan to his parents back home. As for the reason for sending money, Chu Yun casually wrote in the letter that his awakened beast was too good, and the money was a reward from the school. After finishing everything, Chu Yun didn't waste any time. He took Xiaobai once again to the school's trial forest, wanting to see if he could luck out and find some beasts. However, this time, the result was still disappointing. For some reason, since the death of the purple vine thunder serpent, the beasts in the trial forest had begun to decrease collectively. In the trial forest, Chu Yun squatted from morning until noon without seeing a single thunder attribute magical beast. Why did the magical beasts start to decrease after the purple vine thunder serpent died? Normally, shouldn't high-level beasts become more active after one dies? Why is it the opposite? Thinking about this, Chu Yun helplessly walked out of the trial forest. Chu Yun? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yun abruptly stopped. Turning around, he was taken aback and then let out a bitter smile. Wu Qingning, why do I keep running into her every time I come to the trial forest? Chu Yun quietly complained to himself. Are you here to train your beast? Wu Qingning asked softly. That's right, but I can't find many thunder attribute magical beasts here. Chu Yun replied, his tone somewhat helpless. Are you looking for thunder attribute crystals? With a shift in her gaze, the clever Wu Qingning guessed Chu Yun's thoughts. If that's the case, I know a place that might help you obtain thunder attribute crystals. The trading hall? Chu Yun chuckled bitterly. The crystals there were too expensive. When he arrived at the trading hall, he saw that crystals that usually cost 50 to 60,000 had now risen to 80 to 90,000. If it were normal times, he could still hunt other magical beasts to obtain them, but now magical beasts were hard to find. And he had just caused trouble at the trading hall not long ago. Now he couldn't even hide. How could he possibly throw himself into the net? Not the trading hall, but another place. Wu Qingming smiled and said, another place? Chu Yun was taken aback. Aside from the trading hall, he really couldn't think of any other place that could have thunder attribute crystals. It's the Beastmaster Core. They can help you obtain thunder attribute crystals. Beastmaster Core? When Chu Yun heard these 4 words, he suddenly froze. He remembered the guy named Su Baokai from before. It seemed his brother was there, and it sounded quite impressive. What kind of place was that? Filled with doubt, Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. The Beast Tamer Corps is an organization jointly established by the 4 major academies of Tianhai City, composed of students from the 4 academies or beast tamers from other places. They are responsible for solving tasks assigned by the 4 academies, and upon completion, they receive corresponding rewards. Patiently, Wu Qingning continued to explain to Chu Yun. Furthermore, all resources obtained during the tasks executed by the Beast Tamer Corps belong to you, and by hunting magical beasts with them, you might obtain thunder attribute crystals. All belong to me. Instantly, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. What are the requirements to join the Beast Tamer Corps? As long as you have a level beast, you can become a member, and if you have a level beast, you can become a captain. After speaking, Wu Qingning smiled at Chu Yun again. If you want to go, I can take you to the Beast Tamer Corps base. Then I will trouble you. After hearing this, Wu Qingning sweetly smiled at Chu Yun. No trouble at all. Consider it a repayment for the life-saving grace you showed me that day. Then, Chu Yun followed Wu Qingning to the Beast Tamer Corps base. As soon as he stepped in, the sight before him made his heart tremble. The first thing that caught his eye was several armored vehicles, each 7 to 8 meters high and over 10 meters long. The armored vehicles were covered with various powerful weapons. Looking at these weapons, Chu Yun was sure that even Xiao Bai wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of this armored vehicle. Truly, the Beast Tamer Corps is formidable. Just this vehicle could kill an average-level beast. On one of the vehicles, Chu Yun saw a young man sitting on it who looked shifty and seemed like a bad person. Moreover, Chu Yun felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before but couldn't recall where. Continuing to follow Wu Qingning, he saw a towering villa standing tall among the giant mountains, at least 1,000 meters high. This is where the Beast Tamer Corps lives and works, Wu Qingning explained further. The treatment in the Beast Tamer Corps is really good. Chu Yun's tone was somewhat envious. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingning covered her mouth and smiled. You don't need to envy them. As long as you complete tasks with your assigned team captain and perform well enough, you can apply to officially become a member of the Beast Tamer Corps. Besides living here, you can also receive a fixed salary of 500 yuan every month. However, when the Beast Tamer Corps receives a task, you can only take leave 3 times a month at most, of course, excluding the time spent at the Beast Academy. If you exceed 3 times in your spare time without executing tasks, you will be kicked out of the Beast Tamer Corps. So strict? Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the Beast Tamer Corps to be so formal, where exceeding 3 non-executed tasks in a month would lead to forced expulsion. Naturally, if everyone were disorganized and undisciplined, the Beast Tamer Corps would have disbanded long ago, Wu Qingning said seriously. That is true, but you really know a lot. Are you also a member of the Beast Tamer Corps? As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the enrollment office of the Beast Tamer Corps. Knock, knock. Come in. After knocking on the door and hearing a voice inviting them in, Wu Qingning led Chu Yun into the enrollment office. As soon as they entered, Chu Yun saw a man with gray hair sitting on a chair. Upon seeing that it was Wu Qingning, the man suddenly looked delighted. Qingning, do you have time to join the Beast Tamer Corps now? Hearing this, Wu Qingning smiled apologetically. Sorry, Uncle Lin, I'm still busy. And I came today to recommend a friend to join here. A friend? Upon hearing Wu Qingning's words, Lin Bai's smile faded. He focused his gaze on Chu Yun for a while before speaking again. Is it him? Yes, his beast has reached level, and he is already qualified to join the Beast Tamer Corps. Lin Bai looked at Chu Yun in surprise. Show me your beast. Hearing Lin Bai's words, Chu Yun naturally didn't dare to delay. Xiao Bai, come out. In an instant, a 20-centimeter long little polar bear stretched and slowly appeared. Just this? Lin Bai's mouth twitched suddenly, and his expression became quite interesting. Qingning, are you two not trying to have fun at my expense? This little thing can also be a beast? Gurgle. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Xiao Bai became somewhat angry and let out a gurgling sound to express its dissatisfaction. This little thing even knows how to get angry? Lin Bai couldn't help but be surprised. This is truly unprecedented. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded. Anyway, if Xiao Bai doesn't show some strength, he wouldn't be able to join the Beast Tamer Corps today. Chapter 12, Passing the Test. Xiao Bai, show your strength. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, Xiao Bai's body began to undergo drastic changes. A violent aura surrounded its entire body, and a massive pressure instantly swept through the room. Wu Qingning, who was beside Chu Yun, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon witnessing this scene. His beast actually became stronger again. The long-suffering Xiao Bai released all its pressure at this moment, its fur crackling with electricity, and visible currents continuously danced across its body. The next moment, a powerful aura belonging to a level beast surged toward Lin Bai in front of them. So strong. Feeling this aura, Lin Bai, who had previously been indifferent to Chu Yun, also put away his smile at this moment. He could clearly sense that the strength of the beast in front of him was definitely not an ordinary level, if he estimated correctly. Even an average level beast wouldn't be a match for this polar bear. To have such pressure at just a level beast? Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. After regaining his composure, Lin Bai took the initiative to step forward and extend his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Bai, the commander of the Beast Tamer Corps. Chu Yun, level Beast Tamer. After shaking hands, Lin Bai took out a token from his pocket, glanced at it, and tossed it to Chu Yun. Upon receiving the token, Chu Yun noticed that there seemed to be something engraved on the back. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small map, which appeared to be a topographical map of the Beast Tamer Corps. This is a trial token. Follow the map on the back to your assigned team. And after receiving recognition from your team captain, you can execute tasks with him. However, based on your beast's strength, joining the Beast Tamer Corps shouldn't be a difficult task. Lin Bai smiled and said, Thank you, Commander Lin. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Yun chatted a bit more with Wu Qingning before heading to his assigned team. Following the route depicted on the map engraved on the token, Chu Yun quickly found the office of his assigned first team. Just as he was about to push the door open, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind him. Kid, who are you? Why are you in our first team's office? Turning around, Chu Yun discovered that the person who called out to him was that familiar-looking man from earlier on the armored vehicle. I'm Chu Yun, just assigned to the first team. Although somewhat annoyed by the man's attitude, Chu Yun still patiently explained. Just you? The man looked at Chu Yun with suspicion. If you don't believe me, take a look at this token. Saying that, Chu Yun handed over the token Lin Bai had given him. It really is? After receiving the token, the man was somewhat surprised. The captain is not in the office right now. If you want to report to him, just follow me. In the end, Chu Yun followed the man back to the armored vehicle's location. As soon as they arrived, Chu Yun saw a young man wearing a camouflage hat wiping the armored vehicle. When he saw Chu Yun, the young man was first taken aback, then smiled and said, You must be Chu Yun, whom the commander said wanted to join the first team. That's right. Very good. The young man nodded after listening, then began to speak. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Jian, and I am the captain of the first squad of the Beastmaster Corps. The guy next to you is called Su Wuyo, and he is a level Beastmaster. I heard from the commander that you are also a level Beastmaster. Glancing at Chu Yun, Wang Jian asked. Yes, Chu Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's expression became somewhat serious. Being a level Beastmaster only qualifies you to join the Beastmaster Corps. Whether you can stay depends on your own abilities and strength. Now let me test your strength. In the next moment, Wang Jian called out softly, Come out, Thunder Wolf. A woo. As the Thunder Wolf appeared, Chu Yun saw its body radiating a faint purple glow. And at the same time, the system panel popped up automatically. Beast, Thunder Wolf, Level. Attributes, Thunder. Metal, Thunder is a metal attribute. Skill 1, Thunder Strike. Transforms into lightning to deal devastating damage to the enemy instantly. Skill 2, Death Gaze. Releases a powerful killing intent from its eyes to intimidate the opponent. The Thunder Wolf usually uses Death Gaze to intimidate its enemies, followed by Thunder Strike to finish them off. Sure enough, after closing the panel, Chu Yun saw the Thunder Wolf staring at him with cold, merciless eyes. Accompanying this was a vast and terrifying killing intent, as if Chu Yun were its prey. Hiss. Suddenly, Chu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. This powerful killing intent nearly knocked him out. Fortunately, the system's prompt had prepared him mentally. Upon seeing this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Wang Jian's eyes. An ordinary person would definitely faint when stared at by the Thunder Wolf's death gaze, but unexpectedly, this kid could withstand it head-on. Although he thought this in his heart, Wang Jian's expression remained indifferent as usual. Not bad. You can withstand the Thunder Wolf's pressure. As a master, you're qualified. Now let me see if your beast can withstand it. After hearing this, Chu Yun took a deep breath and summoned Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai was summoned, both Wang Jian and the Thunder Wolf were stunned in place. This little thing is your beast? Wang Jian looked at the small polar bear in front of him with a bewildered expression. What is this? I really don't understand what the commander is thinking. Wanting to let someone like this join our first squad. Su Wuyo couldn't help but scoff. Oh woo. The Thunder Wolf also disdainfully glanced at Xiaobai and turned to leave. Competing with such a low-level beast is truly beneath its Wolf King's dignity. Chu Yun felt no ripple in his heart at the disdain from the two people and one beast in front of him. Xiaobai, transform. Without saying much, Chu Yun directly commanded Xiaobai to transform. In an instant, the small polar bear suddenly grew into a giant bear 2 to 3 meters tall. At that moment, both Wang Jian and Su Wuyo were taken aback. It can transform? They exclaimed in unison. At the same time, the Thunder Wolf, which was about to leave, felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Its eyes fixed intently on the giant Xiaobai, not daring to relax. Thunder Wolf, use Death Gaze. You can use a third of your strength. Seeing that the Thunder Wolf was serious, Wang Jian hurriedly instructed. After all, as a level beast, if it used all its strength, it could likely kill Chu Yun's beast in an instant. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, Xiaobai also released a wave of pressure. In an instant, this pressure collided with the killing intent of the Thunder Wolf. The scene immediately erupted into a storm, with thunder roaring. A level beast actually has such a powerful aura? Wang Jian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Su Wuyo beside him was equally shocked. He didn't expect this seemingly shabby-looking guy to have such a powerful contracted beast. While pondering, Wang Jian also recalled the Thunder Wolf. You are qualified. Now just wait to join us on the mission. As long as you perform well during the mission, you can officially join the first squad. Chapter 13, Mad Toad. Very well, now I will briefly introduce the rules of the Beastmaster Corps. Clearing his throat, Wang Jian began. First, the Beastmaster Corps prohibits watching others die without helping. If you encounter ordinary people being attacked by monsters, you must intervene regardless of the circumstances. If the Beastmaster Corps finds out that you stood by and did nothing, you will lose your qualifications in the Corps. Second, the Beastmaster Corps prohibits infighting. During missions, any treasures encountered belong solely to the finder. Mutual theft is not allowed. If someone actively attacks a teammate for treasure, they will be hunted down by the Beastmaster Corps. After saying this, Wang Jian pointed to the armored vehicle behind him. This is a heavy firepower vehicle jointly developed by the 4 major academies. Each shot can cause devastating damage. A typical level beast would be severely injured or even killed by one hit. Moreover, the defenses of this heavy firepower vehicle are extremely strong, and ordinary level beasts cannot destroy it. However, its drawback is that it is too heavy and resource-intensive to produce, which is why even the 4 major academies have only developed 7 of them so far. Generally, this heavy firepower vehicle will not be deployed except for level or above missions. Level missions indicate the presence of level beasts, while above-level missions indicate the presence of above-level beasts. According to Wang Jian, besides him and Su Wuyo, the first squad also includes 2 others named Ku Zhongla and Jiang Lu. At that moment, the walkie-talkie that Wang Jian had kept in his pocket suddenly rang. Hello, I am Captain Wang Jian of the first squad. What are the instructions? Monsters in the ruins of Monster City are beginning to gather. Rush to clear them out, leaving no one alive. Mission level, complete reward, 20,000 cash and 20 attribute crystals per person, which can be selected for attributes. After saying this, the person on the other end of the line hung up. After turning off the walkie-talkie, Wang Jian dialed another number. Hello? Ku Zhongla, we have a mission. Hurry to the armored vehicle for assembly. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jian smiled and said, Newcomer, you're in luck. we have a mission. Be prepared for battle and sacrifice at any time. Just as Wang Jian finished speaking, Chu Yun saw a man with a long, bitter melon face running toward them in small steps. Report, Captain, Ku Zhongla has arrived for assembly. After saying this, Ku Zhongla looked at Chu Yun with curiosity. Captain, is this the newcomer? That's right. His name is Chu Yun, and like you, he is also a level beastmaster. You two can look out for each other. Nodding. Wang Jian continued. Jiang Lu is on another mission and can't make it. Now we are all here, so let's pack up and get ready to set off. I look forward to your performance, Chu Yun. I hope you won't disappoint me. About half an hour later, Chu Yun and the others stopped in front of a deserted city. On the way, through conversation, Chu Yun had learned about the ruins of Monster City. The ruins of Monster City were originally called Tianhai City, which was once a prosperous urban area proud of its industry and technology. However, half a year ago, the entire Tianhai City was suddenly destroyed by a colossal unidentified object. The whole city turned into a hell on earth, and no one knew where those monsters came from. Hiss! Standing in front of the ruins of Monster City, Chu Yun couldn't help but gasp. An unprecedented sense of oppression was approaching him. Looking up, Chu Yun saw a 3-story building in the distance, and the street in front of him had already become a paradise for monsters. Monsters of all shapes and sizes were running about on the ruined streets, with some rats even larger than humans. Their eyes flickered with a human-like intelligence, seemingly lost in thought. Ding! Achievement task released. Clean up the ruins of Warcraft City. Completion reward. Demon Hunter title. Reward. 200 achievement points. Is it here? Chu Yun's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for the system to release a task for days. With 200 achievement points, he could unlock Xiao Bai's bloodthirsty talent. Alright. Although the ruins of Warcraft City look vast, all streets ultimately lead to the Central Avenue. Let's split up and clean up the other small streets. We'll gather in Central Avenue when we're done. Wang Jian instructed as he stepped forward. Roar. Just as he finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from a distance. Chu Yun and the others couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw a saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King glaring at them not far away. Seeing this, Chu Yun's eyes flickered. The saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King might have thunder attribute crystals inside. Just as he was about to act, he noticed that Su Wuyo had already jumped in first. Mad Toad, go? Su Wuyo said with a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, a gigantic toad, 5 to 6 meters tall, suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a foul stench. For a moment, aside from Su Wuyo, the other three, including Chu Yun, couldn't help but cover their noses. At the same time, a panel popped up in front of Chu Yun. Name, Mad Toad. Attributes, gold. Poison, poison belongs to gold. Main skill, toxic mist. Emits a large amount of venom and toxic mist to corrode everything ahead. Sub-skill, devour all. Swallows prey to convert it into energy to strengthen itself. No obvious weaknesses. Usually fights by first using toxic mist and venom to paralyze opponents' nerves. Then devours them to provide itself with nutrients. After reading this, Chu Yun closed the panel. Your toad has gotten stronger? At this moment, Wang Jian looked at the mad toad with some surprise. That's right, it just devoured a high-level monster a few days ago and gained some strength. Meanwhile, upon seeing the mad toad, the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King's eyes suddenly filled with terror. Just as it was about to flee, it found that the mad toad had already jumped next to it. In the next moment, the mad toad suddenly opened its large mouth and violently spewed forth a cloud of black mist and black liquid. The saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King, hit by the toxic mist, didn't even have time to scream before its body was corroded by the toxin, and it died with a tilt of its neck. In the blink of an eye, the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King's corpse began to rot, revealing its eerie white bones. What a powerful toxin. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. This toxin was incredibly terrifying. Even Xiao Bai's armor might not be able to withstand it. Then, under everyone's gaze, the mad toad directly swallowed the corpse of the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King. About 30 seconds later, the mad toad suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a skeleton covered in maggots was spat out. The scene became extremely grotesque. Chapter 14, Mini Titan. Without further ado, everyone, let's split up, Wang Jian said, suppressing his nausea after the saber-toothed Thunder Tiger King was killed. Hearing this, Chu Yun and the others each headed to a different street to clean up. The monsters here were mostly low-level and were no match for them. After parting ways with the others, Chu Yun arrived at an old train. Hiss! As soon as he entered, a hissing sound suddenly came from behind him. Chu Yun felt a massive killing intent coming from behind. Almost instinctively, he dove forward. After getting up, Chu Yun awkwardly raised his head, and his heart skipped a beat. In front of him was a thick white mist. And from the mist emerged a group of monsters with long hair and cobra heads. Name, long-haired snake woman. Attributes, poison gold. Level, skills, ambush. Long-haired snake women like to hide underground. When they sense a target approaching, They will instantly drill up from underground and tear apart the target. They emit a piercing scream and a white mist that obscures vision. When alone, one must be very careful. Weakness, fragile, a strong attack can instantly destroy them all. After closing the panel, Chu Yun saw 5 or 6 poisonous snake women closing in on him. Taking a deep breath, he directly summoned Xiaobai. Boom. The moment Xiaobai appeared, it instantly killed 2 long-haired snake women with a punch, without any hesitation. The remaining long-haired snake women, seeing their companions killed, instantly became furious and rushed to bite Xiaobai. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not break through Xiaobai's armor. In less than a few seconds, all the long-haired snake women were killed by Xiaobai. After killing the long-haired snake women, Chu Yun still felt a lingering fear. He had clearly sensed that he was only a hair's breadth away from death. If he had reacted a moment slower, he would have definitely been killed by the long-haired snake women. It seems that besides strengthening my beast, I also need to train myself. Furrowing his brows, Chu Yun and Xiaobai moved deeper. Passing through the abandoned train, they found themselves in an empty ruin, devoid of any buildings and extremely desolate. A chill wind blew by, causing Chu Yun to shiver. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he hastily quickened his pace through the ruins. After not walking long, Chu Yun suddenly froze. The scene before him made him gasp in horror. The ground was covered in severed limbs and broken arms. Some people had their limbs and facial features brutally bitten off, leaving behind immobile bodies. What was most despairing was that those bodies were still alive, writhing in place. These were ordinary people who had been preyed upon by monsters. Roar! Just as Chu Yun was in a daze, a furious roar suddenly came from not far away. Turning around, Chu Yun's breath caught in his throat. He saw countless blood-red gorillas climbing the stairs and charging towards him. These gorillas had arms several times larger than their bodies, and they opened their massive mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth and bright red tongues. At the moment the gorillas appeared, all the monsters hidden in the buildings around them were frightened and fled in all directions. The only sounds that could be heard were the frenzied howls of the gorillas. At the same time, Chu Yun decisively opened the system panel. Name, Blood Red King Kong. Attributes, Poison Gold. Level, Skills, Toxic Claws. Claws with poison can infect any target. Description, they possess incredible upper body strength and rapid movement speed. Their toxic claws give the Blood Red King Kongs bizarre damage. When they collectively roar, it signifies the start of the hunt. Weakness, although their movement speed is fast, they are not good at aerial combat and have slower reactions. Seeing the Blood Red King Kongs charging at him, Xiaobai, behind Chu Yun, suddenly roared and charged forward. Use Thunder Flash. Without hesitation, Chu Yun decisively commanded. In an instant, crackling electricity surged around Xiaobai. Accompanied by the lightning, Xiaobai fearlessly faced the Blood Red King Kongs. Bang! Countless massive fists of the Blood Red King Kong struck Xiaobai. But under the protection of the armor, they didn't inflict a single point of damage. The next moment, Xiaobai's counterattack followed. Roar! With one punch, a large number of Blood Red King Kongs were turned into fragments by the lightning. In a matter of moments, only 4 or 5 Blood Red King Kongs remained. Even so, these simple-minded, muscle-bound gorillas continued to attack relentlessly. Boom! Another palm struck out, and Xiaobai finally annihilated all the Blood Red King Kongs. It couldn't be easier for a level beast master to kill a level beast. Even Chu Yun felt he had overestimated these magical beasts. After dealing with everything, Xiaobai still looked unsatisfied. Alright, there will be stronger enemies ahead. Knowing that Xiaobai hadn't had enough, Chu Yun couldn't help but comfort him. Thus, the two of them, one person and one bear, dealt with countless blood-red titans and long-haired snake women along the way and finally entered the inner part of the ruins of the Beast City, the Central Avenue. As soon as they entered, Chu Yun found Su Wuyo and Wang Jian already gathered there. Seeing Chu Yun return safely, Wang Jian let out a long sigh. Are you hurt? No. Captain, where's Ku Zhongla? Seeing no sign of Ku Zhongla around, Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Wang Jian smiled helplessly. No, we've been waiting here for about half an hour and haven't seen him. I hope he hasn't been injured. Bang! Just as the two were talking, a sudden loud noise came from the wall beside them. Instantly, the three tensed up. Bang! Another tremor followed. Then, the wall was shattered, and two figures along with a painful scream came crashing down. When the figures landed, Chu Yun and Wang Jian were shocked. Ku Zhongla. The two figures that had been blown away were none other than Ku Zhongla and his beast. At this moment, they were both covered in wounds, lying on the ground, barely alive. Over there, Ku Zhongla's bloodied body weakly pointed towards the front, but before he could say another word, he fainted. Following where Ku Zhongla pointed, the three saw only a field of white mist. Roar! The next moment, a creature's roar came from the white mist. Then, a tall and sturdy monster that Chu Yun had never seen before slowly emerged from the thick fog. The moment he saw this monster, Chu Yun had already opened the system panel. Name, Titan, level, attribute, Earth, skill, Fury of the Earth, fires powerful cannons from the ground, extremely powerful. If hit, a person will immediately self-destruct and die. This guy must be the strongest magical beast in the Beast City. Who among you will take it down? Wang Jin frowned and said lightly. As a captain, he naturally wouldn't take action against a level beast himself. Roar. At that moment, Xiaobai let out a fierce battle cry and used Thunderstrike. Gathering lightning around himself, Xiaobai suddenly jumped in front of the Titan. Bang! With a single punch, the Titan was instantly knocked down by Xiaobai, unable to fight back at all. The Titan, which had previously easily defeated Ku Zhongla, couldn't even get up against Xiaobai. About a minute later, this Titan was completely killed by Xiaobai, even without activating the talent, Battle Frenzy. What a waste. Can't even defeat a magical beast of this level. Su Wuyo glanced disdainfully at the unconscious Ku Zhongla. Chapter 15, Mutation, the surprise attack on the Beast City. Well done, Chu Yun. As a newcomer, your performance is truly impressive. After seeing Chu Yun's beast kill the little Titan, Wang Jin couldn't help but praise him. To be able to kill a magical beast of the same level in just a few minutes is a rare talent. Then, Wang Jin took out a medical kit he carried with him to heal the injured Ku Zhongla. Cough, cough. After a moment, Ku Zhongla coughed lightly and slowly opened his eyes with some effort. Seeing Ku Zhongla wake up, Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. After hearing this, Ku Zhongla couldn't help but give a bitter smile and slowly explained everything. It turned out that after he and his beast dealt with a few blood-red titans and long-haired snake women, they happened to encounter the Titan, but unfortunately were no match for it, and were ultimately severely injured, leading to the scene earlier. After hearing this, Su Wuyo couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, what a waste. Can't even handle a level magical beast. No wonder you can't become a level beast master. At these words, Ku Zhongla's face turned gloomy. He wanted to retort, but ultimately relaxed his clenched fists. Alright, it's all in the past. Wang Jin stepped forward to mediate. Chu Yun, stay here to take care of Ku Zhongla, Su Wuyo, and I will go clear out the remaining magical beasts. But just as Wang Jin finished speaking, the ground of the ruins of the Beast City suddenly began to tremble. Boom. The next moment, with a loud bang, an even larger Titan suddenly burst out from the ground. It held two iron hammers tightly in its hands, radiating a dark, sharp light. This was undoubtedly a level magical beast. Realizing the level of this Titan, Wang Jin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, isn't this a level mission? How could a level magical beast appear? However, despite his curses, Wang Jin's heart was only slightly angry. He wasn't too flustered. After all, this was just a level magical beast, which couldn't really threaten them. Roar. This Titan let out a furious roar and charged towards Chu Yun and the others. Its massive body like an unstoppable mountain, as if everything in its path would be ruthlessly destroyed and trampled. Interesting. Faced with the sudden attack of the Titan, Su Wuyo, on the side, showed a hint of mockery. He stepped forward calmly and instantly summoned the Mad Toad. Facing the Titan's attack, the Mad Toad extended its long tongue to meet it. Bang! In an instant, a loud noise erupted. The Mad Toad stood its ground without moving an inch, while the Titan began to step back repeatedly. With this blow, the Mad Toad gained a significant advantage. Soon, the Mad Toad launched another attack. It puffed up its mouth and suddenly sprayed a mouthful of venom at the Titan. The moment the Titan was corroded by the venom, it let out a scream. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the Mad Toad charged fiercely at the Titan. This time, the impact sent the Titan tumbling. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Mad Toad to be so strong in battle. Meanwhile, the Titan's combat power, already corroded by the toxin, began to decline gradually, and within 10 minutes, it was completely killed by the Mad Toad. After the Titan died, a foul odor immediately spread around. The next moment, the Mad Toad opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire corpse. After consuming the Titan, the Mad Toad's body swelled greatly. Yet even so, it continued to greedily absorb the energy within the Titan to replenish itself. After about 2 to 3 minutes, the Mad Toad finally digested the Titan's corpse completely. Its swollen belly slowly shrank down. Burp. A burp came from the Mad Toad's mouth. Did it get stronger again? Chu Yun frowned. He noticed that after devouring the Titan, the Mad Toad's aura had indeed become significantly stronger. What a pity, just one. If there were 4 or 5 more level magical beasts, my Mad Toad would have a chance to advance to a level beast master. Su Wuyo's tone was somewhat regretful. Level magical beasts are not so easy to encounter. Wang Jin chuckled and shook his head, then continued. Next, we. Before he could finish his sentence, the previously calm surroundings suddenly underwent another change. Did you feel that? A powerful force is approaching us from not far away. Wang Jin's expression changed dramatically. That's right, this aura is definitely stronger than my Mad Toad. Su Wuyo's eyes flashed with alertness. At the same time, Chu Yun's expression also turned serious. He was more sensitive than Wang Jian and Su Wuyo. Through this aura, Chu Yun could clearly sense that this pressure did not come from one magical beast, but from three. Boom. In an instant, smoke rose within the ruins of the beast city. At the same time, three giant shadows suddenly fell from the sky. In that moment, the expressions of Chu Yun and the others darkened, sensing something ominous. Leading the three giants was a tall titan with a greenish-blue body, towering at about 7 to 8 meters. On its left and right sides were a gray-brown titan and a crimson titan carrying a pair of giant cannons. One was smaller in size, while the other was of medium size. Seeing this, Chu Yun thought to himself that the situation was not good, and decisively opened the system panel. He directed his gaze towards the gray-brown titan on the left and saw. Name, Assault Titan. Level. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Swift Maneuver, greatly increases speed. Reminder, although it is a smaller titan, its strength is formidable, capable of repeatedly charging at enemies from a distance. And it is very agile. Please be cautious. Then, Chu Yun shifted his gaze to the other crimson titan. Name, Cannon Titan. Level. Attribute, Metal. Skill, Heavy Cannon Strike. It carries 2 giant cannons on its back to launch relentless attacks on anyone until they are destroyed. Reminder, the Cannon Titan will use its 2 massive cannons to carry out brutal attacks, and any prey it targets will not escape unscathed. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun focused on the greenish-blue titan in the center, which was the most powerful opponent. Name, Frenzied Titan. Level. Skill 1, Swift Maneuver. The same as the Assault Titan. Skill 2, Heavy Cannon Strike. The same as the Cannon Titan. System reminder, the Frenzied Titan is a fusion of the Cannon Titan and Assault Titan, making it difficult to defeat among opponents of the same level. Damn it. The mission information is wrong. This is clearly a high-level mission. Wang Jian cursed angrily, but he knew that this was not the time to complain. I'll handle that big guy in the middle. You two deal with the other two. After saying this, Wang Jian commanded the Thunderwolf to attack. Beside him, Su Wuyo also understood the grave situation and quickly decided to face the Cannon Titan alongside the Frenzied Toad. At the same time, Chu Yun focused on the remaining Assault Titan. Chapter 16, Bloodthirsty. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yun and Xiao Bai had already engaged in battle with the Assault Titan. Both sides held nothing back. Xiao Bai leaped into the air and roared, activating the skill, Thunder Flash. In that instant, countless bolts of lightning surrounded Xiao Bai, and without any unnecessary flair, Xiao Bai delivered a powerful punch towards the Assault Titan. Faced with such a terrifying attack from Xiao Bai, the Assault Titan seemed to know it couldn't take the hit head-on and decisively chose to retreat, moving so quickly that Xiao Bai could barely keep up. Roar! Xiao Bai roared in anger, and the next moment, it accelerated and chased after the fleeing Assault Titan. But just then, the Assault Titan suddenly turned around and, with great force, struck towards Xiao Bai with both fists. Bang! With a loud crash, Xiao Bai was caught off guard and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Chu Yun's heart sank. Since Xiao Bai's evolution, this was the first time it had been hit so badly. Immediately, the Assault Titan pressed the advantage and charged towards Xiao Bai, raining down punches like a storm. In the face of the Assault Titan's onslaught, Xiao Bai could only raise its arms to defend. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun felt anxious because there were others around, making it inconvenient for him to use his battle-intent skills. Otherwise, a single Thunder Fury punch could have easily taken down the Assault Titan. At this moment, the Assault Titan's attacks had reached a fever pitch, and Xiao Bai was accumulating more and more injuries. Yet, despite this, Xiao Bai had not been defeated. Instead, its momentum grew stronger. At this moment, the talent, Battle Intensification, had activated, and Xiao Bai's passive skill, Storm's Choice, was continuously healing its wounds. As time passed, Xiao Bai, who had been on the defensive, began to counterattack actively. With the enhancement of its talent, Xiao Bai's combat power had risen to a new level. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai kicked the Assault Titan away and, ignoring its own injuries, delivered a powerful punch to the Assault Titan's body. Boom. In an instant, the scene was engulfed in a cloud of dust, obscuring Chu Yun's view. Meanwhile, on the ground, the injured Chu Yun couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw Chu Yun's fighting power, followed by a bitter smile. We are all level beast tamers. How can there be such a huge gap in strength? I would be heavily injured facing a beast of the same level. Yet Chu Yun can compete with a high-level beast. So strong. Wang Jian was equally shocked. He knew Chu Yun was only a level beast tamer and couldn't hold out for long, so he wanted to end the battle quickly to help Chu Yun. As a result, the Thunder Wolf even sustained several injuries due to its hasty attacks. However, what surprised him was that Chu Yun's beast could stand toe-to-toe with this high-level beast. It must be noted that the level difference between beasts is like heaven and earth. Seeing that Chu Yun could hold his ground, Wang Jian relaxed and began to slowly look for opportunities to attack. At the same time, Chu Yun, who had previously been unable to see what was happening due to the dust, finally saw that Xiao Bai was covered in wounds. Even the passive skill couldn't quickly heal its injuries, while the Assault Titan remained unscathed. Both being high-level beasts, this Titan was far stronger than Li Baoku's stupid dog. Chu Yun thought to himself. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun understood that he could no longer hesitate and needed to find a secluded place for Xiao Bai to unleash its battle-intent skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat this Titan. With this in mind, Chu Yun suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bai, follow me." After saying this, Chu Yun turned and ran towards a deserted ruin. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, still in battle, frowned upon seeing this. He hadn't expected Chu Yun to draw the Assault Titan away. It should be noted that at least they had each other's backs here. Even if someone got injured, they could look out for one another. But if he left alone and encountered any other mishap, they wouldn't be able to come to his aid. Did he have another strategy? Though curious, Wang Jian couldn't afford to think too much in the current situation. The strength of this frenzied Titan had exceeded his expectations. During this battle, his Thunderwolf was completely no match for it. At the same time, Su Wuyo was also struggling. Every attack from the Cannon Titan severely injured the frenzied toad, while the toad's poison could not penetrate its skin at all. Over here, Chu Yun had gradually created a significant distance from Su Wuyo and Wang Jian. After navigating several turns, Chu Yun finally stopped in a relatively secluded corner of the ruins. At this moment, both Chu Yun and Xiao Bai looked at the Assault Titan in perfect harmony. Roar! The Assault Titan, furious, let out a loud roar and charged towards Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai used the battle-intent skill. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, he saw Xiao Bai's momentum surge once more, standing tall like the god of thunder. The aura around it began to rise continuously. Originally, the Thunder Fury punch could already deal damage equivalent to a full power strike from a high-level beast, but now, with the support of the talent, its power would further increase. Boom. The next moment, a loud bang echoed as Xiao Bai's punch struck the Assault Titan like an arrow piercing through dawn, hitting it with such speed that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. At the moment of being struck, the Assault Titan's body crumbled like tofu, crushed by Xiao Bai. Seeing the Assault Titan's death, Chu Yun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally set down. "Xiao Bai, go get the crystal," he said without hesitation. Chu Yun originally planned to exchange a high-level Earth attribute crystal for a high-level Lightning attribute crystal. However, to his surprise, there were no beast crystals on this Assault Titan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun couldn't help but wonder, isn't the drop rate of crystals from level beasts supposed to be 100? Boom. Bang. At that moment, two loud noises suddenly came from the direction where Wang Jian was. As soon as he arrived on the battlefield, Chu Yun noticed that both Wang Jian and Su Wuyo had achieved victory in succession. At the same time, Wang Jian's face lit up with joy upon seeing Chu Yun return safely. "Impressive, you managed to take down a level beast by yourself?" Just as Chu Yun was about to speak, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Earning the title, Demon Hunter Expert, reward, 200 achievement points." Asking if the host wants to unlock the talent Bloodthirst. Unlock. Without hesitation, Chu Yun decisively responded. Through battle, he realized that relying solely on the recovery effect of Storm's Choice was far from enough. If it weren't for the martial intent skill, Xiao Bai would ultimately fall due to severe injuries, even with the talent boost. Therefore, this Bloodthirst talent was simply perfect for Xiao Bai. After unlocking, Chu Yun immediately opened the system panel. Name, Thunder Bear Xiao Bai. Attribute, Lightning. Level, Martial Intent Value, 50, 100. Martial Intent Skill, Thunder Fury Fist. Experience Value, 75. Equipment, Armor. Active Skill, Thunder Strike. Passive Skill, Storm's Choice. Main Talent, the more you fight, the stronger you get. Sub-Talent, Talent, Bloodthirst. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy, it can restore the beast's injuries and can complement Storm's Choice. Evolution Requirements, 3 high-level Lightning Attribute Crystals. 30 ordinary Lightning Awakening Crystals, 5,000 Evolution Essence, experience reaching 100, currently collected 1 high-level Lightning Attribute Crystal, experience has reached 75. Skills not yet unlocked, Rock Smash Fist. A ferocious punch capable of splitting a mountain of rock, requires 300 achievement points to unlock. Chapter 17. The Secret of the Beast City Ruins. I have contacted the higher-ups, and they told me that the Beast City Ruins have always only had level or level beasts. And there has never been any level beasts. This matter must be suspicious. Perhaps someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. After a long time, Wang Jian pondered. So while we are still in the Beast City, we should quickly search the surroundings to see if we can find any information. After glancing at Chu Yun, Wang Jian continued. Chu Yun, you stay here to take care of Ku Zhongla. so he won't be ambushed by other beasts. Su Wuyo, you come with me. After saying this, Wang Jian and Chu Yun went their separate ways. After the two left, Ku Zhongla, lying on the ground, couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Brother Chu, I really envy you for having such a strong beast. If only I had your strength. Hearing this, Chu Yun was taken aback, then smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the system's help, I would probably just be applying to an ordinary university and become a regular office worker. The two continued to converse back and forth. Just as Chu Yun looked up, he noticed that Wang Jian's expression seemed not very good. Captain, what's wrong? Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. Look at this. Without saying much, Wang Jian handed a map and a tattered envelope to Chu Yun. After taking the envelope, Chu Yun examined the contents carefully, and his body shook, filled with disbelief. It turned out that it detailed how the Beast Legion conducted experiments on humans in the Beast City ruins. The Titans here were personally created by the scientists of the Beast Legion, aiming to create a human weapon that was no less than a natural beast. The process of creation was extremely cruel. First, living people were soaked in sulfuric acid, burning them beyond recognition and driving them insane. After which a beastification liquid that could turn humans into beasts was used for a type of mutation transformation. For example, the Titan he encountered earlier was a monster forged from the fusion of humans and weapons. However, according to what was written on the envelope, the Beast Legion's branch accidentally lost control of the Titans after experimenting in the Beast City ruins, leading to their complete annihilation, leaving only this letter and a map of the Beast City ruins. This is self-inflicted. What does the Beast Legion do? After closing the envelope, Chu Yun curiously asked. As members of the Beast Legion, we must slay the Beast Legion whenever we encounter them, regardless of how many there are. Wang Jian's eyes turned cold as he said this. Back at the Beast Legion, Wang Jian patted Chu Yun's shoulder with some relief. Your performance in this mission has exceeded my expectations, and you can officially join our Beast Legion. Then, Wang Jian handed the emblem of the first squad of the Beast Legion to Chu Yun, saying, I'll send someone to deliver your reward for this mission shortly. Do you have any plans for the future? Are you planning to stay long in the Beast Legion? No, I plan to apply to the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy? Hearing Chu Yun say this, Wang Jian pondered for a moment. The Royal Academy is powerful, but their admission restrictions are too many. The minimum requirement is a level Beastmaster. Although your strength is impressive now, you are still only at level. How about this? I'll send you to the military academy. Once you graduate, you'll definitely become a qualified level Beastmaster, and you will surely become a squad leader in the Beast Legion. What do you think? Wang Jian looked at Chu Yun with high expectations. I appreciate the captain's good intentions, but I don't want to take shortcuts. Moreover, the academy I want to go to the most is the Royal Academy. After a moment of thought, Chu Yun rejected the offer. What a pity. Hearing Chu Yun say this, Wang Jian felt a bit regretful. A talent like Chu Yun would definitely shine the brightest in the military academy. However, since Chu Yun didn't want to, he naturally couldn't say anything more. After all, it was his decision, and he had no right to interfere. Subsequently, Chu Yun successfully received 20 lightning attribute crystals and a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Now he had a total of 40,000 yuan in cash. Just as Chu Yun was about to leave Wang Jian's office, he saw Su Wuyo suddenly walk in, holding some documents. Captain, you were right. The Beast Legion is indeed using a marrow-cleansing liquid to enhance the bodies of the experiment subjects, and then using beastification techniques. As soon as he entered, Su Wuyo threw the documents in his hand to Wang Jian. Marrow-cleansing liquid? What is that? Upon hearing this term, Chu Yun couldn't help but be curious. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Top secret, someone like you, a level Beastmaster, is not qualified to know. Su Wuyo shot a cold glance at Chu Yun, disdainfully saying. For some reason, he always seemed to have a grudge against Chu Yun, as if Chu Yun had offended him in some way. After being rebuked by Su Wuyo, Chu Yun frowned, just about to speak, but saw Wang Jian slowly stand up beside him. All right, Wuyo, Chu Yun is one of us now. It's fine to tell him. Then, Wang Jian took out a small vial of liquid from his drawer. This is the marrow-cleansing liquid. Don't let its small size fool you. As long as you immerse this vial of marrow-cleansing liquid in a bucket filled with water and let it soak for a day and night, you can enhance your physical body. Whether it is strength, agility, or even the flexibility of the mind, it far exceeds that of others. It is precisely because of this cleansing liquid that the Beast Army was able to conduct successful experiments. Otherwise, how could the fragile human body withstand the beastification experiments? Originally intended to benefit humanity, it has now become a tool for those insane people. As he spoke, Wang Jian couldn't help but pound the table. Is this cleansing liquid really that miraculous? Does it have no side effects? Looking at the bottle of cleansing liquid in Wang Jian's hand, Chu Yun felt a bit envious. Back in the Beast City, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have definitely been ambushed by the long-haired snake woman. If he had been enhanced by the cleansing liquid at that time, this situation would not have occurred. This is not the case. The cleansing liquid itself is meant to enhance the host's skeletal genes. Almost all members of the Beast Army have used the cleansing liquid. It was precisely because of its existence that the Day of Suffering was not killed by the Titan. So powerful. Chu Yun took a deep breath. And looking at the bottle of cleansing liquid in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. Seeing the envy in Chu Yun's eyes, Wang Jin couldn't help but smile and quickly put away the cleansing liquid in his hand. In a couple of days, there will be an auction at the trading hall, and there will be cleansing liquid available. If you want it, you can go bid for it. But this small bottle of cleansing liquid will probably cost around 5 to 600,000. Wang Jin smiled and said to Chu Yun, "So expensive?" Upon hearing this price, Chu Yun immediately gave up on the idea. 5 to 600,000 is simply beyond what he as a student can afford. Just as Chu Yun felt regret, he heard Wang Jin speak again. "Don't be discouraged. I can give you this bottle of cleansing liquid, but there is a condition." Wang Jin secretly smiled and said, "What condition?" "Join the military academy. That is the condition." "How about it? Not only can you receive formal military training, but you can also get a free cleansing treatment, which is definitely not a loss for you." Wang Jin tempted him step by step. Just when he thought Chu Yun would compromise, he found that Chu Yun had already walked away, even giving him a goodbye gesture. "Sorry, Captain, but I might not agree to the condition you mentioned. I'll find a way on my own." Chapter 18, The Second Conflict. How can I obtain the cleansing liquid? After leaving the Beast Army, Chu Yun stroked his chin and thought. The cleansing liquid at Wang Jin's place can only be obtained by joining the military academy, which is definitely not the right path for him. It's not that the military academy isn't strong. On the contrary, its strength is almost above that of the Royal Academy. However, despite this, Chu Yun still wants to go to the Royal Academy the most. The reason is simple. In the military academy, he can gain the highest level of combat experience and skills, but the military academy has a fatal flaw. That is a lack of cultivation resources. For him, what he lacks now is not the evolution route. With the help of the divine system, Chu Yun is not too concerned about combat experience or beast taming levels. What he cares about most is the resources needed for evolution. To date, he has only gathered 20 ordinary Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones and 1 Advanced Thunder Attribute Crystal Stone for Little White's evolution to level. He still needs 10 Ordinary Attribute Crystal Stones and 2 Advanced Thunder Attribute Crystal Stones. These may seem simple, but for him, they are very difficult. Because the Royal Academy is the one with the richest resource storage, without a doubt. Over here, after leaving the Beast Army, Chu Yun still chose to go to the trading hall. Although he didn't have enough funds, he still planned to ask when the auction would start. Maybe he could find some treasures at a low price. As for the matter of injuring Su Baochai, before, he was an ordinary person. So he naturally had some apprehension about Su Baochai's brother who joined the Beast Army. But now that he is also a member of the Beast Army, there is nothing to fear. Even if something really happens, he can use Wang Jin, the captain, as a shield. Arriving at the entrance of the trading hall, Chu Yun found that the guard who had stopped him last time was still standing there. This time, it seemed he had learned a lesson. As soon as the guard saw Chu Yun, his expression suddenly changed. "Sir, please come in." The guard approached Chu Yun with a somewhat fawning smile. Ignoring the guard's flattering demeanor, Chu Yun pushed open the door of the trading hall directly. As soon as he entered, he found the Qipao woman from last time was right there. "Sir, what resources do you want to exchange for this time?" As soon as the Qipao woman saw Chu Yun, she stood up respectfully and asked. The identity of a level beast tamer far exceeds that of an ordinary person. "How many days until the auction?" Chu Yun asked straightforwardly. "About 3 days or so." 3 days? Chu Yun pondered for a moment, then turned to leave. In 3 days, he needed to find a way to gather more money. Just as Chu Yun was about to push the door open, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "Chu Yun, I've finally waited for you. I didn't expect you to dare to walk into the trap." Su Baochai? He saw Su Baochai sitting in a wheelchair, glaring at him with hatred. Besides, Su Baochai was a rather chubby person. "I didn't expect you to dare to come here to die." Upon seeing Chu Yun, Su Baochai couldn't help but shout. These days, he was almost suffocated in the trading hall. In the Su family, his status was actually far below that of his brother Su Wuyo, so even though he was injured outside, he didn't dare to tell his family. Because he knew that even if he said it, it would be useless. His family wouldn't take revenge for him. Most of the time, his arrogance was just bluster, and he actually had no real power. Feeling frustrated, Su Baochai could only heal in the trading hall. Today, when a friend came to visit him, Su Baochai planned to go out for some fresh air, but unexpectedly ran into Chu Yun as soon as he stepped out. As the saying goes, enemies meet with red eyes. Su Baochai pointed at Chu Yun while speaking to the chubby guy beside him. "Brother Zhu, this is the guy who injured me. You must take revenge for me." At the same time, the Zhu brother that Su Baochai mentioned looked at Chu Yun with a face full of doubt. "Baochai, are you sure this guy injured you?" The Chu Yun in front of him looked harmless, and he didn't seem like a beast tamer at all. How could he possibly injure Su Baochai? "Brother Zhu, don't underestimate him. This kid is very cunning. He is also a level beast tamer who likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. You must not take it lightly. Su Baochai, sitting in the wheelchair, hurriedly reminded Zhu brother, fearing that he would take it lightly. Oh, level beast tamer? Interesting. Upon hearing what Su Baochai said, Zhu brother's eyes flashed with interest. The next moment, Zhu brother fixed his gaze on Chu Yun and slowly spoke. Kid, since you injured Baochai, you should know what the consequences will be. Kneel down and kowtow to Baochai, otherwise, I will break your legs. In his words, Zhu brother seemed to have decided Chu Yun's fate. This made Su Baochai feel extremely pleased. But to Chu Yun, it was somewhat amusing. Just based on you, this stupid pig? Tapping his ear, Chu Yun sarcastically remarked. Looking for death. Zhu brother's expression changed drastically. The thing he hated most in his life was being called a stupid pig. The next moment, Zhu brother directly summoned his beast. Roar. As the beast appeared, it let out an angry roar at Chu Yun. It was a golden leopard, its body shimmering with golden and white patterns, looking very elegant. However, the killing intent in its eyes was somewhat chilling, as if there was a risk of being hunted at any moment. Seeing this, Chu Yun remained expressionless and opened the system panel. Beast, Cloud Leopard. Attributes, Cloud Water. Level. Skill, Misty Clouds. Creates a smoke screen for assassination. Weakness, Too fragile, afraid of close contact. Roar. The clouded leopard roared. Its eyes filled with killing intent as it glared at Chu Yun. The commotion here was so loud that it attracted people from other areas. Upon seeing the clouded leopard, the beast tamers in the trading hall couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was a level beast, the clouded leopard, which was the exclusive beast of Zhu Min from the second squad of the Beast Tamer Corps, right? It seemed this young man had made an enemy of Zhu Min. Alas, how unfortunate to dare offend Zhu Min, not to mention his identity in the Beast Tamer Corps. Just his strength as a level beast tamer was not something an ordinary person could provoke. Seeing the clouded leopard roaring at him, Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Xiaobai, let this little cat learn a lesson. Boom. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, a polar bear about 2 to 3 meters tall suddenly appeared before everyone. The moment Xiaobai appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became overwhelming, causing everyone to feel a momentary pause in their breathing. Some of the stewards in the trading hall wore bitter smiles, unsure of what to do. They were just a group of level beast tamers and had no right to participate in the battle between the two, hoping only that it wouldn't go too far. Chapter 19. What are you pretending to be rich for without money? Is this your beast? Zhu Min's expression darkened upon seeing Chu Yun's beast. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful beast. Now I believe you have the strength to defeat Bao Kai. With that, Zhu Min eyed Xiaobai with some caution. Although the polar bear in front of him was only a level beast, it felt very dangerous. It was likely that the clouded leopard would find it difficult to defeat it. Realizing this, Zhu Min hesitated. He knew that even if the clouded leopard did defeat the polar bear, he would definitely be seriously injured. As a member of the Beast Tamer Corps, Zhu Min understood that a beast getting injured would cause significant inconvenience in their operations. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Min spoke again. How about this, kid? You apologize to Bao Kai, and we'll let this matter go? Are you afraid? Chu Yun scoffed. This is the first time I've seen someone speak of fear so refreshingly. Bastard. Since you refuse to drink the toast, and instead take the penalty wine, don't blame me. A Bao attack. Tear this stupid bear apart. Zhu Min shouted in anger. Today he had already decided that even if he was seriously injured, he would teach this arrogant guy a harsh lesson. Alas, this kid really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. He dares to go head-to-head with someone from the Beast Tamer Corps. Exactly. Just take the opportunity to back down. It seems this young man is going to learn a hard lesson today. The people around sighed inwardly at Chu Yun's stubbornness. Just as they thought Chu Yun would pay the price for his stubbornness today, the scene on the field suddenly changed. The clouded leopard released a cloud of white smoke that enveloped Xiaobai, while it itself slipped into the mist. The white smoke gradually expanded, beginning to obscure Chu Yun's line of sight, and at that moment, he couldn't see what was happening. However, Chu Yun wasn't worried at all because he knew that with the clouded leopard's level of attack, it couldn't possibly break through Xiaobai's armor. Bang! Sure enough, the next moment, the sound of metal clashing came from within the white mist. Suddenly, a scream burst forth from the fog. Listening closely, everyone realized it sounded like the cry of the clouded leopard. Upon hearing the clouded leopard scream, Zhu Min couldn't help but change his expression. Bang! The next moment, a figure was suddenly thrown out of the white mist at Zhu Min's feet. Looking closely, everyone was shocked. It was Zhu Min's clouded leopard. At this moment, the clouded leopard was already on the brink of death, barely breathing. This was the result of Xiao by showing mercy. Otherwise, with the clouded leopard's strength, it would probably have been torn to shreds within a minute in front of Xiaobai. Now what do you have to say? Taking a step forward, Chu Yun disdainfully looked at Zhu Min and the others. Kid, I'm a member of the Beast Tamer Corps. You dare to injure my beast? Zhu Min stepped back a few paces, swallowing hard as he spoke. Beast Tamer Core? Is that impressive? Chu Yun scoffed, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Su Bao Kai, this is the second time you've provoked me. Are you ready to face the consequences? Chu Yun and Xiao Bai pressed forward together. Why you? Don't come over. My brother is. Enough. I know your brother is a member of the Beast Tamer Corps, but so what? Isn't this guy next to you also? Does that matter? Before Su Bao Kai could finish speaking, Chu Yun stepped forward and grinned maliciously. How about this? Either you sever your own hands today, or you compensate me for some emotional distress. Which one do you choose? Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. This kid not only injured a member of the Beast Tamer Corps, but was now asking for compensation in return? Was he not afraid of retaliation from the Beast Tamer Corps? That was incredibly bold. How much do you want? Su Bao Kai gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Compared to severing his hands, he preferred to pay up to avoid disaster. Not much, just 1 million. Is that okay? After a moment of thought, Chu Yun replied. After all, a bottle of cleansing liquid costs 500,000, and in case of any unexpected increases, it was better to ask for 1 million to be safe. What? Hearing Chu Yun's outrageous demand, Su Bao Kai in the wheelchair nearly fell out. I don't have that much. Without thinking, Su Bao Kai directly refused. He was not valued in the Su family, and his total possessions amounted to only a few 100,000. Even the platinum card was obtained from his brother Su Wuyo. Then are you planning to sever your own hands? Chu Yun's expression turned cold immediately. It seems Su Bao Kai was still being uncooperative. What do you want to do? Seeing Chu Yun closing in, Su Bao Kai instinctively moved his wheelchair backward, and when he realized he was up against a wall, he even began to show signs of tears. Brother Chu, I beg you to spare me. I really don't have that much money. My status in the Su family is no different from that of an outsider, and all my assets add up to only 3,000. I usually spend my brother's money when buying things. 3,000? You might as well keep it for yourself. Seeing Su Bao Kai's miserable state, Chu Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes. And you still pretend to be a rich young master? You probably couldn't even afford baby formula if you had a child, right? Uffed. Hearing Chu Yun's humiliation, Su Bao Kai on the wheelchair immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. I'm poor but still love to show off. You can't humiliate me like this. Gritting his teeth, Su Bao Kai suppressed his anger while forcing a smile. Yes. Brother Chu, you are right. Ignoring the flattering Su Bao Kai, Chu Yun turned his gaze back to Zhu Min. Stinky fat pig, you're so fat. You must have money, right? Your leopard scared my Xiao Bai. Aren't you going to compensate for some losses? You. Zhu Min's eyes filled with anger as he was about to explode, but thinking about Chu Yun's fierce beast, he had to suppress his rage. I can only give you 150,000. I don't have anything more. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Min said slowly. The person in front of him was powerful and unreasonable. If he didn't give him something, it seemed neither he nor Su Bao Kai would be able to leave today. 150,000? Chu Yun's eyes brightened immediately. All right, better than nothing. When will you transfer the emotional distress compensation to me? Now, give me your account number. Clenching his fists, Zhu Min gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Afterward, Chu Yun provided his account number to Zhu Min. Upon seeing the account show a deposit of 150,000, Chu Yun revealed a satisfied expression, not expecting to make such a big profit from visiting the trading hall. By the way, if you all think you have too much money next time, you can come to find me. You are always welcome. With that, Chu Yun took the card and left, completely ignoring the trembling Zhu Min and Su Bao Kai. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Yun directly left with Xiao Bai. Chapter 20 Qingning. Have I been good to you usually? 3 days later is the auction, and I currently only have a little over 100,000 in funds, which probably isn't even enough to buy half a bottle of washing marrow liquid. I must find a way to raise the remaining money within 3 days. After leaving the trading hall, Chu Yun stroked his chin and thought, but it's too difficult to gather 500,000 in just 3 days. Should I borrow some from a rich person? But where can I find a rich person? Chu Yun. Just as he was in a dilemma, a crisp voice suddenly called out to him. Wu Qingning. Turning around, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to run into Wu Qingning here. Isn't she a rich person? According to what Chu Yun knew, her monthly allowance during school was over 1 million. Didn't he expect to see you here? Wu Qingning smiled sweetly. Wu Qingning looked a bit curious. Are you also here to buy resources for your beast? With a bold face, Chu Yun chuckled and rubbed his hands, asking, Not much. We weren't familiar when we were in Beast High, and now you're a busy person. I don't even know what you're busy with every day. Is that so? Chu Yun scratched his head awkwardly, hearing Wu Qingning say this. Even his thick skin felt embarrassed to bring up borrowing money. Just as Chu Yun was about to give up, he saw Wu Qingning roll her eyes and glare at him. All right, just say what you need. Stop being so coy. Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile awkwardly and touched his nose before explaining his money shortage for the auction. So it's just this matter? Wu Qingning smiled and said, As far as I know, The auction is in 3 days. Let us meet at the entrance of the trading hall then. Just tell me what you want to buy." After saying that, Wu Qingming took out a card glowing with a faint blue light. Gasp! Upon seeing the card, Chu Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a diamond card. This is something you can only get after spending tens of millions. It seems Wu Qingming really is a little rich girl, just as he thought. After chatting for a while, the two parted ways. 3 days later, Chu Yun got up early and arrived at the trading hall. After meeting up with Wu Qingming, he followed her to the internal counter of the trading hall. At the counter, Wu Qingming directly took out a diamond card. "Please take us to the diamond box I reserved earlier." Following the staff, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming finally arrived at a box that shone like a diamond. Upon entering the box, Chu Yun was a bit surprised. The interior of the diamond box was incredibly spacious, at least over 100 square meters. The tables and chairs were made of ancient rosewood. And as soon as they entered, a faint herbal fragrance made one feel refreshed. Such a large box, yet it was just the two of them inside. After sitting down, the previous staff brought over a pot of fine tea, asking them to wait a moment as the auction would start soon. But not long after the staff left, a commotion suddenly arose from outside. "What kind of attitude is your trading hall showing? You don't even have a diamond box. Don't you know my brother is from the Beast Legion? Are you trying to disrespect my brother? Or the Beast Legion? That voice sounds so familiar." Inside the box, Chu Yun's expression turned a bit strange. Pushing aside the curtain to see the arguing people outside, Chu Yun's expression suddenly became quite interesting. "Didn't he expect to see you again?" Indeed, the one arguing outside the box was none other than Su Baochai. Beside him were Zhu Min from the second squad and Su Wuyo. "It's you?" Su Wuyo was taken aback upon seeing Chu Yun. "How could a poor guy like you appear in a diamond box?" Su Wuyo looked at Chu Yun in confusion. "If you can be here, why can't I? Brother, it's this guy who injured me. You have to avenge me." Su Baochai, in his wheelchair, immediately became furious upon seeing Chu Yun. "He injured you?" Hearing this, Su Wuyo frowned. What a waste, getting his legs broken by this guy. At the same time, Su Wuyo's gaze sharpened as he looked at Chu Yun. "You did this to him? So what if I did? I didn't expect your brother to be so useless. He doesn't even have the capital to exchange a single move with me. He is too weak," Chu Yun said with an innocent smile. Hearing this, Su Baochai in the wheelchair gripped the armrest tightly, his face filled with rage. Then, Chu Yun pressed on further. "Are you looking to take revenge for him? Kid, are you looking for death?" Su Wuyo clenched his fists, his veins popping. A mere level beast master dared to provoke him like this. It had already crossed Su Wuyo's bottom line. Seeing this, Zhu Min and Su Baochai exchanged glances, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. Actually, they had called Su Wuyo here on purpose, hoping to stir trouble between him and Chu Yun. But they didn't expect that Su Wuyo and Chu Yun already knew each other, and their relationship was not good. "Humph, Chu Yun, today you're dead for sure. My brother is a level beast master from the first squad of the Beast Legion. No one can save you today." Pushing his wheelchair forward, Su Baochai regained his confidence. "Humph, you will definitely die today. No one can save you." Just as Su Wuyo was about to make a move, Zhu Min also added fuel to the fire. "Oh, you are so sure that I will die here today?" Chu Yun remained unfazed, as if he didn't take Su Wuyo seriously at all. As a fellow member of the first squad, Chu Yun knew that Su Wuyo wouldn't dare to act against him, because the rule set by Wang Jianxi was that members of the first squad absolutely could not engage in private fights. So, even if Su Wuyo was furious at this moment, he wouldn't dare to attack Chu Yun. However, Zhu Min and Su Baochai from the second squad were unaware of this rule. Seeing Su Wuyo hesitant to take action, Su Baochai couldn't help but feel anxious. "Brother, why aren't you making a move? This kid is definitely no match for you." "That's right, Su Gu. Hurry up and teach him a lesson." "Shut up." The next moment, Su Wuyo suddenly shouted angrily at the two. Instantly, both Su Baochai and Zhu Min fell silent, not daring to say anything further. Seeing this, Chu Yun secretly nodded. Just as he thought, Su Wuyo really didn't dare to act against him privately. Taking a deep breath, Su Wuyo suppressed his inner anger and asked calmly, "Is this diamond box yours? Can we switch with you? This kid is just a useless person with a silver card. How could he possibly have a diamond box?" "Sorry, no switch." Without even acknowledging Su Baochai, Chu Yun turned and entered the diamond box. Chapter 21, Playing with Su Baochai. Damn it. Seeing Chu Yun not giving him face, Su Wuyo took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his anger. "Since there's no diamond box, then take us to the platinum box." As he was about to leave, Su Wuyo glanced deeply at the number of the diamond box where Chu Yun was, a shadow passing through his eyes. What happened outside? Wu Qingming blinked her eyes, curious. "Nothing much, just some people arguing for no reason." Then, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming exchanged a few more words, and at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Dear Beast Masters, thank you for your patience. The auction at this trading hall officially begins." As soon as the words were finished, the screens in all the boxes lit up. Even the box where Chu Yun was located was no exception. A blonde, blue-eyed man appeared in the center of the auction, surrounded by various items up for auction. The blonde man had a gold tooth sparkling with golden light in his mouth, and he was also wearing gold-rimmed glasses on his right eye. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Jin, the president of the Tianhai City Trading House. Next, I will introduce the first item to be auctioned. The first item up for auction is 10 Thunder Attribute Crystals. As we all know, the number of magical beasts in Tianhai City has significantly decreased for some unknown reason in recent days, making attribute crystals a rare commodity. Considering that some of you beast tamers often cooperate with the trading house, we will lower the starting bid for these 10 attribute crystals. The starting bid for the 10 Thunder Attribute Crystals is 400,000, with each subsequent bid not less than 50,000. The auction starts now, Lu Jin said loudly, flashing his golden teeth. 500,000. Just as Lu Jin finished speaking, Chu Yun decisively called out. He still needed 10 more Thunder Attribute Crystals for Xiaobai's evolution. And he was initially worried about this matter, but he didn't expect to find them at the auction. Besides, with the wealthy Wu Qingming by his side, he didn't need to worry about not having enough money. 500,000 once. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not expecting someone to increase the bid by 100,000 right from the start. 500,000 twice. Seeing that the auction was about to succeed, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit excited. But at that moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly came from a nearby private box. I bid 600,000. The sudden increase caught even Lu Jin off guard, but the next moment, his expression changed to one of joy. 600,000 once. Hearing this, Chu Yun frowned. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Su Baokai. Meanwhile, inside the platinum box, Su Baokai was coldly staring at the 10 Thunder Attribute Crystals on the auction stage. Chu Yun, you want to get these crystals at a low price? I won't let you have your way. At this moment, Chu Yun, who was in the diamond box, hesitated. If he raised the bid, it would have to be at least 650,000. And spending that much on 10 attribute crystals was obviously not worth it. Just as Chu Yun was about to give up on bidding, Wu Qingming beside him suddenly picked up the microphone. I bid 700,000. Qingming. Chu Yun was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wu Qingming to raise the bid for him. Don't worry, if you need these crystals, money is definitely not a problem, Wu Qingming said with a smile, pounding her chest. In that moment, Chu Yun didn't say anything, but his heart felt a bit warmer. Meanwhile, Lu Jin at the auction stage, hearing the price had risen to 700,000, immediately showed his big teeth and became more enthusiastic. 700,000 once. 700,000 twice. At this moment, Su Baokai in the private box slammed his wheelchair hard. How could someone be willing to spend 700,000 on 10 ordinary crystals? Compared to his anger, Su Wuyo had little expression. It doesn't matter. He just spent an extra 200,000. Su Wuyo said sarcastically. No, I refuse. Since he is willing to spend 700,000, it means these attribute crystals are significant to him. Perhaps his beast needs these crystals to evolve. The next moment, Su Baokai suddenly grabbed the microphone and shouted angrily, I bid 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wuyo, sitting in his seat, felt a jolt in his eyelids, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Meanwhile, the various private boxes erupted into an uproar. Did you hear that? Someone actually spent 1 million on 10 ordinary attribute crystals. Who's that stupid? You could buy 10 high-level attribute crystals for 1 million. Who would buy this kind? Could it be that his beast is about to evolve? Various discussions continued to pour in. Yet the instigator of all this, Su Baokai, had no idea how foolish his actions were. Picking up the microphone, Su Baokai said with a smug expression, Chu Yun, how much do you plan to raise the bid? You seem to need Thunder Attribute Crystals quite a bit, right? Hearing this, Wu Qingming in the box couldn't help but frown. What to do? Should we raise the bid? No need. Chu Yun smiled. Since he likes it, let him have it. After all, even if he gathered 30 ordinary Thunder Attribute Crystals now, it would be useless, as he still needed 2 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystals for Xiaobai's evolution. Hearing Chu Yun say this, Wu Qingming nodded obediently. The next moment, Chu Yun took the microphone. Since young Master Su has the money, I will let you have it. However, to spend 1 million on 10 ordinary crystals. Young Master Su is the first one I've seen. How foolish. I said this kid is useless, right? You're not bidding anymore. Upon hearing that Chu Yun was no longer raising the bid, Su Baokai was stunned. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed the microphone and shouted, Chu Yun, don't you need attribute crystals? Don't give up. I won't take it. I'll let you have it. But it was already too late. And the sound of the auction being successful came quickly. 1 million 3 times sold. Someone, take the 10 attribute crystals to the guest in the platinum box. Lu Jin adjusted his golden glasses, his eyes full of smiles. He initially thought that these 10 attribute crystals would sell for at most 6 or 700,000. But he didn't expect that a fool would actually be willing to spend 1 million to buy them. Boom. For a moment, Su Baokai looked as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Clap, clap, clap. In the box, Chu Yun couldn't help but applaud. Then laughed. Young Master Baokai is truly wealthy. He actually spent 1 million to buy 10 ordinary attribute crystals. I admire you really. Uffed. Su Baokai, sitting in the wheelchair, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale as he stared at the 10 attribute crystals that were brought over. Waste. Su Wuyo couldn't help but curse angrily. Even his gaze towards Su Baokai was filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Su Baokai's expression suddenly changed. He knew he had really gotten himself into trouble this time. If his family found out that he spent 1 million entirely on attribute crystals, he would definitely be beaten and thrown out. At this moment, Su Wuyo was also shrinking in the corner, not daring to move. Brother, what should we do? Su Baokai was truly scared this time. Even his tone carried a hint of a sob. Don't panic. Taking a deep breath, Su Wuyo comforted him. After all, this useless person was his younger brother. And he couldn't just watch Su Baokai be kicked out. From now on, no matter what is auctioned, we won tea by anything. After it's over, I'll take you to do something big. As he said this, a hint of madness flashed in Su Wuyo's eyes. As time passed, the auction finally reached its climax. The essence cleansing liquid that Chu Yun had been thinking about was finally brought onto the auction stage. The item up for auction this time is the essence cleansing liquid, which enhances the physical and spiritual power of the host, and also has the effects of rejuvenation and eternal youth. More importantly, ignoring Lu Jin's bragging, Chu Yun was solely focused on that small bottle of liquid, afraid of missing it. The starting bid for the essence cleansing liquid is 500,000. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. The auction starts now. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 3 million. Without much hesitation, Wu Qingning directly spoke for Chu Yun. Wealthy as she was, she couldn't be bothered to compete with others. In the end, the essence cleansing liquid was successfully auctioned off to Chu Yun for 3 million. No wonder you borrowed money from me. It turns out you wanted to buy this. In the box, Wu Qingning blinked her lively eyes at Chu Yun and smiled. Don't you need it? As far as I know, this thing is particularly important for beast tamers. Hearing Chu Yun's question, Wu Qingning couldn't help but roll her eyes. I've been soaking in this stuff since I was a child. I've long since outgrown it. Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle, not saying anything more. After that, neither Chu Yun nor Wu Qingning had any interest in the items that were auctioned. By the time the auction officially ended, it was already nighttime. As they walked out of the trading house, Wu Qingning gently asked. Chapter 22, Pursuit. On the way, Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. At this time, I would usually be preparing to rest, and my family rarely lets me go out alone. This time, I sneaked out. Sticking out her tongue, Wu Qingning said playfully. I see. Chu Yun nodded. In a large family like this, there are usually many rules, so what Wu Qingning said makes sense. Hiss. Just as the two were conversing, they suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from not far behind them. In an instant, Chu Yun and Wu Qingning exchanged glances, both seeing the unease in each other's eyes. Is it your family looking for you? Chu Yun asked first. No, this is not my family's aura. Wu Qingning shook her head affirmatively. Then that means we are being followed? No, this is no longer just following. This is clearly an intention to rob us halfway. Chu Yun quickly analyzed. It is likely that the washing marrow liquid he purchased today has attracted the attention of others, and now they want to kill and rob. What should we do? Hearing Chu Yun's analysis, Wu Qingning's pretty face turned slightly pale. It's fine, it's fine. Chu Yun, however, was unconcerned. He snapped his fingers and directly summoned Xiaobai. Roar. After Xiaobai appeared, upon receiving Chu Yun's command, it transformed into a large size of 2 to 3 meters and then obediently lay down. The next moment, Chu Yun directly mounted it. Your beast has become stronger again. Seeing Xiaobai's imposing manner, Wu Qingning was somewhat surprised. Is Chu Yun a freak? Why does his beast become stronger every few days? Don't worry about that. Hurry up and get on. Seeing Wu Qingning still in a daze, Chu Yun urged. Oh, okay. Wu Qingning replied, her pretty face turning slightly red. For some reason, even though she also had a 9-tailed celestial cat as a mount, she still wanted to be with Chu Yun. Xiaobai was already not big, and now with one more person, it was naturally a bit crowded. This way, it was inevitable that the two would have some physical contact. However, Chu Yun didn't mind at all. It's a joke. There are pursuers behind us, and now is not the time to think about these things. Hold on tight. Then, he also tightly embraced Xiaobai. Xiaobai, sprint with all your might. Gulu. In an instant, Xiaobai's 4 limbs pushed hard, accelerating to the maximum speed. In the darkness, Xiaobai seemed like a sharp arrow swiftly darting forward. The strong speed even made Wu Qingning feel a bit breathless. Just as she sensed she was about to fall off, she couldn't care about being reserved anymore and directly wrapped her jade arms tightly around Chu Yun's waist. At the same time, Wu Qingning was also shocked. The speed of Chu Yun's beast was surprisingly fast, even more than 3 times faster than the 9-tailed celestial cat. Bro, that guy Chu Yun won't run away, right? Behind them, Su Baokai, sitting on the golden armored falcon, asked with a worried expression. In front of him were Su Wuyo and Zhu Min. Impossible, that guy's beast has decent combat power, but if we talk about speed, it definitely can't match our beasts. Keep speeding up. Su Wuyo, standing on the frenzied toad, had a calm expression. Although the first squad outwardly does not allow private fights. As long as he handles it properly, there is no problem. For example, secretly killing Chu Yun without letting others know. Over here, Xiaobai's speed was incredibly fast, even transforming into a white aurora. When Wu Qingning, sitting behind, felt the pressure from behind gradually decrease, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next? Go to a more secluded place. What? Seeming to think of something, Wu Qingning looked at Chu Yun in disbelief. Do you want to? Humph. They have followed us for so long. Don't you want to know who they are? Indeed, from the beginning, Chu Yun never thought about escaping. At the same time, Su Wuyo, standing on the frenzied toad, suddenly had a hint of suspicion. No, why did he suddenly change direction? Moreover, what puzzled Su Wuyo the most was Chu Yun's speed. No matter whether it was the frenzied toad, the golden armored falcon, or even the cloud leopard, all were incredibly fast beasts, yet they still couldn't catch up to Chu Yun. Humph, although I don't know what other trump cards you have. You will never escape from my grasp. The next moment, Su Wuyo gently tapped the frenzied toad. Frenzied toad, accelerate with all your might. Quack. The frenzied toad's eyes began to turn blood red, and scales began to grow all over its body. Not only did its size become enormous, but its speed also increased by about double. This was a talent Su Wuyo had awakened in the frenzied toad not long ago, which could only be used once every half-month. Once used, it would enhance the beast's overall abilities, especially speed. Originally, this was his trump card, but seeing that Chu Yun had already pulled away from him and was getting farther away, Su Wuyo naturally could not hide it anymore and could only use it. Over here, Chu Yun and Wu Qingning had already arrived at a quiet, deserted grove. Chu Yun, are you confident in dealing with them? Wu Qingning asked with some concern. Don't worry, a mere level beast is not worth my attention, Chu Yun said confidently. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly rushed in, accompanied by a foul smell. Oh, really? A black toad 3 to 4 meters tall was coldly staring at Chu Yun and Wu Qingning. Su Wuyo stood on top, with a calm yet disdainful gaze. Why aren't you running? Have you given up and are waiting to die? Chu Yun remained unchanged, as if he didn't take Su Wuyo seriously at all. However, Wu Qingning behind Chu Yun turned a bit pale. She hadn't expected that the beast chasing them would be even stronger than she had imagined. As a level beast, this toad's strength far exceeded her 9-tailed celestial cat. Soon after, 2 more figures arrived one after another. These 2 were Su Baokai and Zhu Min. Everyone is here? At this moment, Chu Yun spoke lightly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Min and Su Baokai. Humph, we're here to take your life, Chu Yun, slowly rolling in his wheelchair. Su Baokai grinned at Chu Yun. Why aren't you running? Weren't you quite capable of running just now? In the face of Su Baocai's mockery, Chu Yun still did not react much, only saying lightly, there's no need to run anymore. Su Wuyo coldly laughed upon hearing this. It seems you are ready to accept death, but before that, may I ask what your relationship is with this beauty? Licking his lips, Su Wuyo stepped forward, his gaze carrying a hint of lewdness. He hadn't expected that the one who had been with Chu Yun all along would be such a beautiful woman. Chapter 23. The battle finally begins. What relationship is it to you? If you dare to act recklessly against us today, beware of having no place to be buried in the future. Wu Qingning's face was frosty, her voice extremely cold. Oh, Su Wuyo did not care about Wu Qingning's threat. I wonder where you get your confidence from. But looking at your aura, you are also a level beast master. But even if we are of the same level, it would still be easy for me to deal with you. At the same time, Su Baokai stepped forward with a cold laugh. Brother, don't be fooled by them. Today we must kill Chu Yun no matter what. Immediately, Wu Qingning rushed forward and stood in front of Chu Yun. Impossible, as long as I am here. None of you can touch him. I really want to know, what do you think gives you the courage to speak to me like this? Su Wuyo's tone was devoid of any emotion, and the frenzied toad beneath him opened its mouth wide, exhaling a foul odor, as if it was about to swallow Chu Yun and Wu Qingning at any moment. What gives me the courage? Just because I am from the Wu family in Tianhai City. Upon hearing this, Su Wuyo suddenly trembled, and although he maintained a calm expression, his heart was already raging. The Wu family in Tianhai City is a first-rate family. In Tianhai City, few can be compared to him, let alone the Su family. Although his identity as a beast master is publicly glorious, compared to the Wu family, it means nothing. If he is a wolf, then the Wu family is like a Qilin or golden dragon in the sky, an existence he could never rival in his lifetime. It is said that the Wu family has a high-level beast master who could wipe out the entire Su family with a single thought. At this moment, Su Wuyo's gaze flickered uncertainly, unable to make a decision. He feared that a single thought could bring disaster to his family, turning him into a sinner. Big brother, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She must be trying to deceive us. Su Baochai said fiercely as he stepped forward. He did not think as far as Su Wuyo. All he wanted at that moment was to see Chu Yun dead at his hands. Oh really? Then what do you think this is? Hearing Su Baochai's doubt, Wu Qingning coldly smiled. The next moment, she took out a light purple token from her bosom, the front engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, and the back inscribed with the character Wu in golden script. Just this single character exuded an incredibly strong pressure, clearly crafted by a master engraver. Something an ordinary person could not possess. Upon seeing this token, Su Wuyo's pupils suddenly constricted. This was indeed the token of the Wu family. He had once crossed paths with someone from the Wu family, who defeated his beast, the frenzied toad, with almost a single strike. Before leaving, Su Wuyo had asked for that person's name, but only saw a token identical to the one before him. The same light purple, the same golden dragon, and the same character Wu on the back. Clearly, this woman was intricately connected to that person. With this thought, Su Wuyo suddenly felt uncertain. At the same time, Wu Qingning noticed the change in Su Wuyo's expression and stepped forward, coldly saying, "Those who know what's good for them should retreat quickly. If you let today's offense against me go, then so be it. Otherwise, my Wu family will definitely annihilate your entire clan in the future." Hearing Wu Qingning's words, Su Wuyo couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face filled with helplessness and a bitter smile. What a guy who can achieve nothing but cause trouble. Turning his head, Su Wuyo glared fiercely at Su Baochai. If it weren't for this useless brother, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Just as he was about to apologize to Wu Qingning, he saw Su Baochai had already come to his side. "Big brother, since we've already offended them, do you think they would let us go even if we retreated today? It's better to take this opportunity to go all out." After saying this, Su Baochai made a gesture across his throat. Hearing this, Su Wuyo began to understand. Indeed, since they had already offended them, they might as well go all the way. Moreover, the appearance of this woman was indeed to his liking. If they left now, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. Soon, Su Wuyo made up his mind, a flicker of killing intent and determination flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yun had been observing Su Wuyo's expression, and upon seeing the killing intent in his eyes, he immediately stepped forward and pulled Wu Qingning behind him. "Be careful, this guy is about to make a move." Wu Qingning's expression changed as she was pulled behind Chu Yun. She did not expect that even after revealing her identity, these people would still dare to act. "Humph. Do you think copying a Wu family token can make me retreat? Naive. Do you think Su Wuyo was raised to be weak?" Indeed, just as Chu Yun finished speaking, Su Wuyo suddenly changed his tune, directly asserting that the token in Wu Qingning's hand was fake. "Frenzied toad, kill Chu Yun. Spare that woman for now. I want to savor her." Licking his lips, Su Wuyo commanded. Quack. After receiving Su Wuyo's command, the frenzied toad decisively launched an attack. In an instant, a high-level beast's oppressive force ruthlessly charged toward Chu Yun and the others. Seeing this, Wu Qingning's heart sank, and she immediately summoned the nine-tailed cat. Meow. As the nine-tailed cat was released, it also unleashed a pressure belonging to a high-level beast. Bang! The two forces collided, and for a moment, the entire scene was filled with howling winds. In the back, Su Baochai and Zhu Min staggered, struggling to maintain their footing. About 30 seconds later, it was clear that Wu Qingming's nine-tailed cat was at a disadvantage, quickly being pushed back. Witnessing this, Wu Qingming's heart tightened. At the same time, Su Wuyo's eyes grew even more frenzied. "Frenzied toad, devour it." Upon hearing this, the frenzied toad decisively extended its long, narrow tongue toward the nine-tailed cat. But at that moment, a white figure suddenly charged toward the frenzied toad's position. Bang! With a loud crash, the frenzied toad was actually knocked over. Quack! After getting back up, the frenzied toad glared viciously at the small white figure. There stood Xiao Bai, looking fierce and ready to fight. At that moment, Xiao Bai had activated Thunder Strike, crackling with electricity, appearing particularly terrifying and oppressive against the backdrop of the night. This scene brought some comfort to Wu Qingning, whose face had been pale. "Looks like you really are seeking death." Su Wuyo cast a deadpan look at Chu Yun, then coldly laughed. "Frenzied toad, use your poison to kill this stupid bear." Quack! Following the command, the frenzied toad puffed up its belly and mouth, preparing to unleash its poison. But just then, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Xiao Bai, use the battle skill, Thunder Fury Punch." Boom! The next moment, a booming thunder erupted, and Xiao Bai was clad in armor made of gathered lightning, resembling a thunder god from the heavens. Xiao Bai's swift figure streaked through the air like a flash of white light. At this moment, Xiao Bai's aura was no less than that of the frenzied toad, and perhaps even stronger. Meanwhile, Wu Qingning, standing behind Chu Yun, suddenly felt a stir in her heart. She remembered that the last time Chu Yun saved her, he had used this move to defeat a high-level purple vine thunder serpent in an instant. However, this opponent was much stronger than the purple vine thunder serpent. Could they win? In an instant, Wu Qingming couldn't help but feel worried. On the opposite side, Su Wuyo's expression changed. This aura. Could it be the move you used to defeat the Titan last time? Chapter 24. The day of Wuyo's death, the time of Chu Yun's empowerment. Now it's your turn. Chu Yun said calmly. Do you think the frenzied toad could be defeated by your high-level bear? Su Wuyo roared angrily, and at the same time, the frenzied toad beneath him had already opened its mouth wide, its belly puffed up, ready to spew poison. But at that moment, Xiaobai had already taken action. Suddenly, in a whirlwind-like movement, Xiaobai smashed down towards Su Wuyo and the frenzied toad. At the same time, in that instant, the frenzied toad's toxins were unleashed, and corrosive black mist and liquid mercilessly sprayed onto Xiaobai. In that moment, Xiaobai let out a painful roar, while the thunder fury punch, filled with rage, struck the frenzied toad hard. Upon being hit, both the frenzied toad and Su Wuyo felt an unmatched power. This was dominance. This was the way of heaven. This was the way of kings. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, and Su Baochai and Zhu Min, who had previously been so arrogant, were left dumbfounded. Under their watchful eyes, Su Wuyo was directly killed on the spot. Xiaobai's thunder fury punch reduced him and the frenzied toad to dust, leaving not a trace behind. As if Su Wuyo had never been there at all. Thud. In an instant, Zhu Min and Su Baochai felt their legs go weak, and the next moment, they uncontrollably fell to the ground. A yellow liquid also flowed out from between their legs. After Su Wuyo died, Chu Yun shifted his gaze to the two of them. Either do nothing, or do it thoroughly. This was his style of doing things. With this thought in mind, Chu Yun slowly approached Su Baochai and his companion with Xiaobai. Chu Yun, don't kill me, Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yun directly ordered Xiaobai to kill them all. After Su Baochai and Zhu Min died, Chu Yun searched them thoroughly. The next moment, Chu Yun's face suddenly lit up with joy. Sure enough, they were here. The 10 ordinary thunder attribute crystals that he failed to auction were indeed still on Su Baochai. This meant that Xiaobai only needed 2 advanced thunder attribute crystals to evolve. After that, Chu Yun had Xiaobai dig a big pit and buried both Su Baochai and his companion in it. After handling everything, Chu Yun took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. As for their beasts, in the Beast Master world, as long as the host dies, the contracted beast will become an ordinary monster, and any memories related to the host will gradually disappear. Therefore, Chu Yun did not let Xiaobai kill them all, but allowed the golden armored hawk and cloud leopard to escape. For Chu Yun, regardless of the circumstances, tonight was still a success, having eliminated a major problem and obtained the attribute crystals he needed. The only person who knew about this was Wu Qingming, but Chu Yun believed she would not betray him. Chu Yun, are you hurt? At that moment, Wu Qingming blinked her beautiful eyes and slowly approached Chu Yun, asking softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Just now, the frenzied toad had sprayed all its venom before dying. Luckily, Xiaobai blocked it all with its body, and the passive skill Storm's Choice had already healed it. Otherwise, with the toxin from the frenzied toad, Xiaobai would definitely have perished along with it, and that would have been a huge loss. The only thing that made Chu Yun feel uncomfortable this time was that Xiaobai's armor had been corroded by the frenzied toad's venom significantly. However, compared to being injured, this was already the best outcome. Just as the two were tidying up and preparing to leave, they did not notice that a pair of eyes in the nearby grass had remembered everything that happened tonight. There were not many people left in the Beastmaster High School now. On the playground, apart from couples, there were no other students to be seen. Most of them were busy with university or training with their beasts. After entering the dormitory, Chu Yun took out the bottle of small washing marrow liquid. Without any delay, he directly filled a large bucket with water and gently poured the washing marrow liquid into it. The next moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The originally clear water suddenly turned into a shade of emerald green. At the same time, it emitted a fragrant aroma, and just by smelling it, Chu Yun felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue of the entire day seemed to ease at that moment. He gently dipped his fingers in and stirred it a few times, feeling a refreshing aura emanating from his fingertips. After that, he took off his clothes and jumped directly into the wooden tub. As soon as he entered, Chu Yun felt a cool sensation all over his body, as if he were in paradise, accompanied by a drowsy feeling. Just as Chu Yun was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a burning sensation deep within his body. Along with that came a feeling of muscle tearing, and in that instant, even Chu Yun's composure couldn't help but let out muffled groans. His hands, gripping the edge of the tub, couldn't help but bulge with veins. Crack, crack. Soon, Chu Yun felt a continuous sound of bones breaking and repairing from deep within his skeleton. He didn't know how long it took, but this pain finally completely dissipated. Perhaps due to the intensity, even the edge of the wooden tub had 2 finger-sized holes squeezed out by Chu Yun, creaking, clenching his fists. Chu Yun found that he was now much stronger than before. Whether it was the muscle definition, skin quality, or bones, they all far exceeded the past. Even his mind was much clearer than before. Is this the power of the washing marrow liquid? Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. If others noticed Chu Yun's changes, they would surely be astonished, because while the washing marrow liquid could strengthen humans, it couldn't enhance them too much. At most, it could provide a boost on the original foundation, and it was impossible for someone to gain such comprehensive enhancement like Chu Yun. After that, Chu Yun couldn't wait to open his panel. As soon as he opened it, he found that the content this time was much more refined than the first time. Host: Chu Yun. Beast level: Beast, Thunder God Bear, Xiaobai. Spiritual power: Unknown. Achievement title: Demon Hunter Expert. Achievement points: 0. Physical strength: 2. Humans start at 1. The highest physical strength for humans can reach 9. Spiritual power changed from failing to unknown. Chu Yun felt a bit strange. But what concerned him the most was the physical strength below. Physical strength 2? Does that mean I've gone from an ordinary person to a slightly stronger ordinary person? Moreover, according to the system, the highest physical strength for humans can reach 9. So does that mean there is still a chance for physical evolution in the future? Just as Chu Yun was pondering, he suddenly noticed his phone ringing. After opening the phone, he found that it was Wang Jian calling. Hey, Chu Yun. Upon answering, Wang Jian's voice came through. It's me, Captain. What's up? Do you know where Su Wuyo is? I can't reach him. Hearing this, Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they've discovered Su Wuyo's death so soon? The next moment, Chu Yun took a deep breath to adjust himself. Report: Captain, I haven't seen him. Damn, where did that good-for-nothing go? Wang Jian on the other end sounded puzzled, but still proceeded to discuss the main matter. Our first team has a new member. Come over, and I'll introduce you. With that, Wang Jian hung up the phone. Chapter 25, New Member? Wu Qingning, is this our new member? In the assembly area of the Beast Master Corps first team, Chu Yun looked at Wu Qingning in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect the new member to be Wu Qingning, who had just parted ways with him not long ago. That's right, don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. I'm telling you, she's a high-level Beast Master, also a student selected from the Royal Academy. Isn't your goal the Royal Academy? It's a perfect opportunity for you to exchange ideas. Wang Jian chuckled a couple of times. Of course, but you didn't call me here just for this, did you? Chu Yun asked, scratching his head. Naturally not. Hearing Chu Yun's question, Wang Jian immediately revealed the true purpose of this meeting. I received a notification earlier saying that we have the specific location of a Beastmaster Corps branch. There is a high-level Beastmaster there, same level as me. And the rest are just Beastmasters, so it won't pose much risk to you. That's why I volunteered to take this task. What level is this mission? Chu Yun asked, resting his chin in confusion. Level C. Although there is only one high-level Beastmaster, this mission is still classified as Level C. And we've been specially approved to use special weapons and drive armored vehicles. We'll set off shortly. Just as Wang Jian finished speaking, a nearby Ku Zhongla suddenly had a question. Aren't we waiting for Su Wuyo? When the name Su Wuyo was mentioned, Chu Yun and Wu Qingning exchanged a glance, both sharing an unspoken understanding. Wang Jian sighed. Originally, Su Wuyo was supposed to join this mission, which would have made it much easier to execute with 2-level Beast Masters and Chu Yun, whose combat power was not inferior to a level Beast Master. However, for some reason, he could not get in touch with Su Wuyo at all, and even his brother Su Baokai had disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the world. After a while, Wang Jian could no longer wait, and immediately stood up from his chair. Forget it, let's set off first. I have sent a message to Su Wuyo's phone. If he sees it, he will come. With that, Wang Jian led everyone onto the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was not only huge, but also difficult to operate, requiring 2 people to work together to start it and get on the road. Chu Yun and Wu Qingning had never operated one before, so the driving task fell to Wang Jian and Ku Zhongla. On the way, Chu Yun learned that the back of the armored vehicle was loaded with special weapons, including a powerful Hell Gatling gun, which was said to have millions of bullets, each with tremendous power. Additionally, there were crossbow hunting nets and special rocket launchers, each capable of inflicting tearing damage on magical beasts. Our main goal this time is to eliminate the members of the magical beast army, ideally leaving them all in the ruined city. Wang Jian tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He then said, according to intelligence from above, the remaining remnants of that magical beast army are hiding deep within the ruined city. They should be conducting some special experiments, and we can just stop them now. The ruined city is located at the northernmost part of Tianhai City, which was originally the most luxurious area of the city. However, with the invasion of the magical beasts and the occupation by the magical beast army, the current ruined city is desolate, with human corpses visible everywhere. The ruined city is divided into an outer area and an inner area. Most of the magical beasts in the outer area are of lower levels and pose little threat, while the inner area is comparatively more dangerous. It is said that there is a powerful old magical beast that has been sleeping for a long time in the inner area, extremely dangerous. The reason the magical beast army chose to establish their second base here is due to the abundant magical beast resources. And what we need to do is stop them at this moment. Before entering the ruined city, Wang Jian explained to everyone. The next moment, Chu Yun and the others quietly entered the outer area of the ruined city. To avoid alarming the enemy, they chose not to drive the armored vehicle and left their weapons in the vehicle. According to Wang Jian, the armored vehicle has a remote control timing device that will automatically seek them out once activated, so everyone was not worried about any accidents. Upon entering the outer area of the ruined city, Chu Yun noticed that the magical beasts and the plants here all exuded an eerie vibe. Even the ants here were over a meter tall, with eyes as big as copper bells. Any random weed emitted a heavy sense of death, and countless flowers had red spots in their centers, as if they were waiting for prey to fall into their traps. Shivering slightly, Chu Yun did not linger and directly followed Wang Jian forward. As they proceeded, they discovered that even though there were magical beasts everywhere, the quality of the spiritual energy here was countless times higher than that of the magical beasts in Tianhai City, giving a refreshing feeling just by breathing it in. Incredibly wonderful. Chu Yun felt much lighter on his feet since absorbing the cleansing liquid. Even his vision had improved significantly, allowing him to see far-off scenery clearly from a distance. Just then, Wang Jian, who was holding a map, suddenly stopped. Sensing the difficulty in Wang Jian's tone, Chu Yun immediately asked, "Is there a problem for us?" Hearing this, Wang Jian sighed deeply. The deepest part has not even been fully explored by the magical beast army. We have no idea what the situation is. If they have set traps inside and we rashly enter, we could be ambushed. How about this? I suggest we split up to gather intelligence on both sides and then regroup to make a decision. There were two entrances to the inner area of the ruined city, east and west. Following Wang Jian's arrangement, Chu Yun and Wu Qingning went to explore the east side, while Wang Jian and Ku Zhongla headed west to search. We're not going to encounter that level magical beast, right? Wu Qingning, holding the nine-tailed sky cat in her arms, glanced at Chu Yun with her beautiful eyes and bit her lip to ask. No, we shouldn't, Chu Yun replied, pointing at the map. According to the map, the area we are in is safe, and that level magical beast has fallen into a deep sleep. Even if we encounter it, we can safely leave. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in Chu Yun's mind. Ding! Achievement task activated. Eliminate the magical beast army. Complete to obtain the achievement title, Punish Evil and Promote Good, and receive a reward of 300 achievement points. Immediately, Chu Yun's face brightened with joy. He didn't expect the system's task to come so quickly. With these 300 achievement points, he could unlock the next skill for Xiaobai, Rock Smash Fist. By then, Xiaobai's strength would definitely increase to a whole new level. Meanwhile, deep within the ruined city, a laboratory stood tall, where, in addition to various modified magical beasts and humans, 5 individuals in lab coats were present, 4 men and 1 woman. Chapter 26, Human Evolution. Each person in the laboratory was permeated with a strong smell of blood and chemicals, as if they had just completed an experiment. Among them, the leader was a woman whose appearance was almost unbearable to look at, with a thick waist, short legs, a round butt, and a chubby face. She had a mouth full of buck teeth and a ring of hair resembling a beard around her mouth. There was also a large black mole at the bottom of her left cheek. At this moment, she was picking her teeth with a twig while complaining, "Damn. The task assigned is too difficult. With just the 5 of us and these broken facilities, how could we possibly succeed in the experiment?" After saying this, the fat woman wiped the twig on her body, making it extremely filthy. This scene made the other 4 people display expressions of disgust. Zhao Jie, don't be angry. As long as we can extract the powerful genes from the magical beasts for our own use, we won't have to live like this anymore, right? By then, even the power behind the magical beast army will have to show us respect, said a fair-skinned man in the back, forcing a smile. After he finished speaking, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Yeah, Zhao Jie, just hang in there. You will definitely succeed. Exactly. Our Zhao Jie is as beautiful as a fairy. She can succeed at anything. Hearing this, the fat woman couldn't continue to be angry, but she still had some grievances. Humph, once I successfully extract the magical beast genes, I will definitely become the leader of the magical beast army. Thinking of this, the fat woman couldn't help but smile coldly. Go bring that living person here. I don't believe the one injected with the magical beast genes can last even 10 minutes. Meanwhile, on the east side, Wu Qingning and Chu Yun were walking toward the inner area of the ruined city. Are we really just going to walk in so openly? Wu Qingning couldn't help but ask. She looked at Chu Yun, who was making no effort to hide, and felt puzzled. At such a time, shouldn't they be stealthy and act slowly? Why did Chu Yun seem eager to be discovered? Just then, as Wu Qingming was puzzled, they suddenly heard a beastly roar not far away. They saw a figure over 2 to 3 meters tall appearing directly in front of them. This person was dripping with green liquid. Their eyes had turned into black holes due to decay, and a large horn had grown in the center of their forehead. Their entire body had a soft, mushy appearance, which looked extremely disgusting. The moment this figure saw Chu Yun, it charged at him with a roar. At this moment, Chu Yun was calm and even had a hint of a smile in his eyes. The reason he deliberately walked with a swagger was to attract a few magical beasts for hunting, so he could earn some crystal stones. To his surprise, he hooked one so quickly. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yun decisively opened the system panel. Magical beast name: Biohuman, artificial magical beast. Attributes: gold, poison, artificial attribute. Level: description: imbued with magical beast genes before death, resulting in mutation into a biohuman after death, has lost its ability to think, leaving only destruction, recommended to kill. Weakness: slow speed, poor attack power, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, poses no threat to the host. What level? But it's better than nothing. Go Xiaobai. As the biohuman approached, Chu Yun immediately began to give commands. Gulu. As Xiaobai grew larger, it shook off the dust on its body, releasing a powerful pressure. Roar. Despite the pressure, the biohuman charged forward without retreating. Having lost its consciousness, it didn't even know what fear was. Bang. Similarly, Xiaobai showed no signs of cowardice and also rushed towards the biohuman. In that instant, its massive body moved as fast as lightning, almost invisible. The next moment, Xiaobai suddenly appeared behind the biohuman, raising its sharp claws as if to tear the surrounding space apart. Roar. With a roar, before the biohuman could react, Xiaobai's claws came crashing down. Pucci. In that instant, the biohuman was killed by Xiaobai, not even letting out a scream. The body of the biohuman that was killed began to soften and ultimately turned into a puddle of liquid that flowed into the ground. As for Xiaobai's combat power, Wu Qingming was not surprised at all. The only thing that puzzled her was the way this magical beast died was different from ordinary magical beasts. No crystal stones dropped? Chu Yun frowned, realizing his luck wasn't great. He had finally encountered a magical beast, but there were no crystal stones to drop. Just as he felt disappointed, he suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. From the place where the biohuman disappeared, a small jade slip had dropped. What is this? After picking up the jade slip, Chu Yun felt a bit curious. He found that there was a letter inside the slip. Without hesitation, the next moment Chu Yun smashed the jade slip and took out the letter. What? Upon opening the letter, Chu Yun's eyelids twitched, and his tone became extremely shocked. What happened? Seeing Chu Yun's expression, Wu Qingming couldn't help but feel curious. Chu Yun didn't say anything, just handed the letter to Wu Qingming. After receiving the letter, Wu Qingming, who was initially puzzled, suddenly changed her expression and then became extremely angry. These people are truly despicable. How could they do such a thing? It turned out that what was recorded in the letter was the entire diary of the biohuman. In life, this biohuman was also a member of the magical beast legion stationed in the Destruction City branch. Because of accidentally leaking secrets, he was used as a test subject. After being injected with magical beast genes, this biohuman began to lose its sanity, and this letter was written by him in his dying moments. Through the records in the letter, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming understood that there were definitely more than one person used for experiments in Destruction City. In general, almost all humans who went missing in Tianhai City were related to the magical beast legion. They were all used as test subjects for testing magical beast genes and had all become mindless biohumans. Moreover, such biohumans were merely the lowest existence in Destruction City. There were various powerful magical creatures hidden within the laboratory. Magical beast genes are extracted using magical beast crystals, resulting in fresh potions birthed from the fusion with magical beast fluids. Once the fusion is successful, the fused human can gain the power and speed of magical beasts, and perhaps even acquire skills. However, if it fails, they will turn into biohumans. For this reason, the Magical Beast Legion has almost captured all magical beasts with crystals in Tianhai City, with only a few escaping their clutches. This is also why the number of magical beasts in the Beastmaster High School's Trial Forest has gradually decreased. Thus, the magical beasts remaining in Destruction City are almost all those without crystals. Even if killed, it would be pointless. It seems this is not a good place. Chu Yun frowned and said. At this moment, Chu Yun just wanted to complete the task and leave quickly. He didn't want to kill magical beasts without getting any crystals. Let us keep moving forward. After saying that, the two quietly made their way into the depths of Destruction City. During this time, Wang Jian also sent Chu Yun a text message, stating that he and Ku Zhongla had arrived inside Destruction City and were now waiting for Chu Yun. Chapter 27, Chu Yun, I can't do it anymore. Be careful. Loud footsteps will attract the attention of other magical beasts here. Along the way, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming didn't dare to make any noise, fearing it would draw the attention of other magical beasts, especially Chu Yun, who became more cautious after learning that the magical beasts here had no attribute crystals in them. After all, no one wanted to get entangled with a magical beast that had no crystals. Roar. But at that moment, a sudden furious roar came from in front of the two, and a shadow leaped out. In an instant, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming instinctively took a big step back, not daring to be careless. Upon closer inspection, they found that standing before them was a giant about 4 to 5 meters tall, tightly gripping a chainsaw in its hand. The chainsaw was spinning continuously while spewing out a greenish liquid, looking extremely disgusting. What is this thing? Wu Qingming frowned tightly, feeling very repulsed by the giant before her. It must also be one of those used as a test subject, right? Chu Yun also frowned and immediately opened the system panel. Magical beast name, Destroyer. Magical beast level. Skill, Infection Chainsaw. Anyone injured by the chainsaw in the hands of the destroyer will be infected and become a magical human like him. Weakness, Extremely slow movement speed. It's actually a level magical beast? Seeing the System S description, Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Their luck was really bad. They had just arrived and encountered a level magical beast. Didn't they say there were only level magical beasts here? Why is the mission information wrong? What to do? Fight or run? Wu Qingming had already summoned her tail celestial cat and was ready for battle. Run. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yun directly grabbed Wu Qingming's hand and dashed down another small path. Chu Yun thought it through. Fighting with such a level creature, even if they won, it would definitely attract the attention of other magical beasts. At that time, their chances of being discovered would only increase, and it would be a fruitless endeavor. More importantly, Xiao Bai's battle intent value had just been reset to 0, making it unable to use battle skills. Not to mention whether they could deal with this big guy. Even if they could, so what? Killing these magical beasts wouldn't yield any spirit stones, making it a pointless effort. Moreover, it would waste a lot of time. What they needed to do now was to quickly shake off the big guy behind and regroup with Wang Jian and the others. After running about 300 to 400 meters, Chu Yun discovered that, indeed, as described in the system, the big guy, the destroyer, was incredibly clumsy. The two had run so far, and it had only just started moving. According to Chu Yun's observations, each step the destroyer took over 10 seconds. At this speed, it couldn't catch up with them, and Chu Yun let out a deep breath. But before they could relax, sudden movements occurred again on either side of them. Two enormous, pitch-black masses were sweeping toward them at an alarming speed, shattering everything in their path. What is that? Wu Qingming couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing. Bugs. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yun's expression changed as he spoke. His vision far surpassed that of Wu Qingming, and he quickly discerned the contents of the two black masses. They were swarms of countless bugs, each no larger than a fingernail. Their speed was astonishing. In just a few seconds, they had reached Chu Yun and Wu Qingming. Not good. With a physical strength of 2, he could run at full speed without feeling fatigued, and within moments, he had already distanced himself from the swarm. However, Wu Qingming beside him was not as fortunate. She did not possess Chu Yun's physical strength and stamina. After running at high speed for 5 or 6 minutes, she finally collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her face pale. I can't go on. Chu Yun, let's rest. We've shaken them off. But Chu Yun's expression remained grave. He had just taken the opportunity to check the swarm behind them using the system, and he discovered that the swarm's level was actually high. Even if Xiao Bai used all her battle intent skills, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. Moreover, the situation was worse. He saw on the system panel that this type of swarm was never independent. This meant that there was a person or a higher level monster commanding them. If it was the former, it would be manageable, but if it was the latter, it indicated that there was at least one monster above level in the City of Destruction lurking in the shadows. Above level? Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. What does a level monster mean? For example, his Xiao Bai could use battle intent skills to instantly kill a level monster. But if they encountered a level monster, those skills would be nearly useless for a simple reason. The attributes of a level monster far exceeded those of a level. And even if Xiao Bai exerted all her strength to use Thunder Fury Fist, it wouldn't inflict any damage on the swarm. However, facing a level monster was different. It couldn't be defeated, but there were still ways to escape. At least Xiao Bai could manage that. But in front of a level monster, escaping was out of the question. Even standing firm was a problem. Level monsters were the third most powerful level today, and if a level monster really existed in the City of Destruction, it was likely that none of them would leave alive. Look ahead. Just as Chu Yun was pondering, Wu Qingming's voice interrupted him. Coming back to his senses, Chu Yun suddenly froze. He discovered that there was an abandoned underground passage ahead. Hiss! At that moment, The sound of the swarm came rushing back from behind them. They are following so quickly? Instantly, Chu Yun frowned. Let's go in and hide. With no other choice, Chu Yun took Wu Qingming and slipped into the abandoned underground passage. As soon as they entered, they were startled again. The underground passage was not as simple as it appeared. There was actually a staircase at the bottom. The walls on both sides of the passage had dim candle flames. These candle flames were a pale blue, giving a dreamlike feel. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming finally stopped at the bottom of the underground passage. Before them was a tightly closed large door, looking somewhat worn but not locked. Creak. With a gentle push, Chu Yun opened the door. Upon seeing the scene inside, both Chu Yun and Wu Qingming couldn't help but exclaim. They saw a person sealed within a massive block of ice. This person had 3 pairs of wings, and the features on their face were so blurred that they were unrecognizable. Their fingers were extraordinarily long, and the fingertips were incredibly sharp. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed a huge tube inserted into their body, seemingly draining something. What is this? Wu Qingming covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Chu Yun, with his brow furrowed, found the bizarre scene before him beyond his comprehension. Chapter 28, Six-Winged Blood Angel. Could this be some ancient weapon? Wu Qingming said with some trepidation. Seeing this unknown creature for the first time, Chu Yun directly opened the system panel to see if he could find out more. Monster, Six-Winged Blood Angel. Level, currently, will be super after full awakening. Attributes, 5 elements. Skills, unknown. The abilities of the Six-Winged Blood Angel have not been displayed. The system cannot detect them. Advantages. The Blood Angel with 5 attributes is not restricted by any attribute, possessing 5 lives, and can use 5 types of attribute spiritual power for attacks. Weakness, none. Can only be defeated by brute strength. Hint. The system detects that the current Blood Angel is being drained of energy, and will not awaken until the giant beast guarding it is killed. The host is advised to evacuate quickly. The appearance of the Blood Angel heralds disaster and rebirth. After closing the panel, Chu Yun's expression darkened. He didn't expect this to be a super-level monster. Fortunately, it hadn't fully awakened. Otherwise, the entire city of destruction would likely be obliterated in an instant. Moreover, according to the system, this Blood Angel was being drained of energy by someone. Thinking of this, Chu Yun felt curious about who had the ability to defeat and seal this super-level monster. Look at this. At that moment, Wu Qingming suddenly discovered something on the ground. Following her gaze, Chu Yun was taken aback. He saw a sign not far from him. It read, Monster Legion Subgroup Private Laboratory. This is actually the Monster Legion's laboratory? Chu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. What a coincidence. They had been running for their lives and accidentally stumbled upon their headquarters. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory above, an alarm suddenly rang out. Alarm, alarm, someone has invaded the private laboratory. What? Hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, the chubby woman Zhao Jimin, who was experimenting on a living person, suddenly changed her expression. The private laboratory has been discovered? Immediately, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Jimin's forehead. The private laboratory was established by a few of them without the organization's approval. If it was discovered, they would definitely be expelled by the organization above. Accompanied by the blaring alarms, 4 individuals dressed in lab coats entered. Sister Zhao, what happened? The pale-faced man asked first. The private laboratory has been invaded. All of you come with me to see who it is. If it's someone from the Monster Legion, we're finished. Zhao Jimin's chubby face couldn't help but sweat a few drops. They quickly put down their work, changed their clothes, and headed toward the private laboratory where Chu Yun was. Inside the underground private laboratory, Chu Yun was astonished to discover that although the Blood Angel sealed in ice had lost consciousness, its body was still trembling slightly, as if trying to break free. Just as Chu Yun was about to leave with Wu Qingming, they suddenly heard a commotion from outside. Who's in there? Immediately, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming furrowed their brows, and before they could act, a beam of flashlight suddenly shone in from outside the door. In the next moment, 5 people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the laboratory, staring straight at them. Who are you? How did you quietly come here? Zhao Jimin first glanced at Chu Yun with some admiration, then asked fiercely. Meanwhile, the 4 men behind her, upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Wu Qingming, all displayed expressions of infatuation. One of the chubby men couldn't help but drool a little. Seeing this, Wu Qingming furrowed her brows and instinctively moved closer to Chu Yun. We are members of the Beastmaster Corps, sent here to investigate. Who are you? Chu Yun said. Beastmaster Corps? Zhao Jimin was taken aback at first, but then a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. However, before she could speak, the pretty boy behind her suddenly stepped forward. What a coincidence. We are also sent by the Beastmaster Corps to investigate. Here is my badge from the 3rd Division. Saying this, the pretty boy took out the badge of the 3rd Division of the Beastmaster Corps. After seeing the badge, Wu Qingming's expression relaxed a bit. Since everyone was a member of the Beastmaster Corps, They could fight against the Monster Legion together later. Just as she was about to let her guard down, Chu Yun suddenly pulled her behind him. Really? But why do I smell blood and chemicals on you? It's like you just finished some experiment? And as far as I know, only our first division was dispatched here. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. After absorbing the cleansing liquid, Chu Yun's sense of smell became increasingly sensitive. Even from a distance, he could detect the scent on the few people. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Monster Legion, right? After being exposed, the pretty boy's expression turned cold. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Yes, we are from the 9th Division of the Monster Legion. Since you have discovered our secret, don't expect to leave here alive. In the next moment, the pretty boy and his companions slowly approached, their eyes filled with killing intent. Qingning, send our location to the captain. I'll hold them off. After giving the instruction, Chu Yun calmly walked forward. At the same time, on the west side of the Destruction City, Wang Jian and Ku Zhula were hiding in an abandoned house waiting for news from Chu Yun. Why is there still no news? Wang Jian's expression was a bit anxious. It had been so long, and logically, Chu Yun and the others should have successfully infiltrated the east side. Just as he was getting worried, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Is it here? After opening the phone, Wang Jian's expression suddenly changed drastically. Oh no, Chu Yun and the others have been discovered in the Monster Legion's lab. We need to hurry and provide support. After hanging up, Wang Jian immediately called for the armored vehicle. In less than 30 seconds, a huge armored vehicle crashed through the wall and arrived in front of Wang Jian and Ku Zhula. Meanwhile, Zhao Jimin and Chu Yun were already on edge, ready to fight at any moment. Same old plan, the women for you, the men for me. Understood. The 4 men behind them chuckled lewdly. At the same time, the chubby man who was drooling earlier shamelessly scanned Wu Qingning. He then glanced at the skinny Chu Yun, sneering dismissively. I'll go first. I'm best at dealing with pretty boys like you. Wu Qingning's expression turned even colder, but Chu Yun remained expressionless, seemingly not taking the chubby man seriously. Come out. Blazing Monkey. The moment the Blazing Monkey appeared, the chubby man revealed his level. Only level 5. Seeing this, both Chu Yun and Wu Qingning breathed a sigh of relief. They truly didn't take a mere level 5 Beastmaster seriously. Chapter 29, Can't You Pretend Anymore? Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiong Tian. Poking out his belly, Xiong Tian confidently smiled and continued, I am a level 5 Beastmaster. Impressive, right? The strength of your Beastmaster core is not even worth comparing to ours. How about considering joining the Monster Legion and being my girlfriend? Xiong Tian said proudly. Sorry, not interested. Don't reject so early, beautiful. Let me tell you the truth. Even at the same level, our Beastmasters from the Monster Legion are much stronger than yours. Watching Xiong Tian, who was full of himself, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel speechless. Chubby, are you that confident in your strength? Chu Yun smiled and stepped forward. Of course, my Blazing Monkey is already a top performer among level 5 Beastmasters. It's definitely not something you, a useless-looking guy, can compare to. Oh really? As Xiong Tian's arrogance grew, Chu Yun could no longer tolerate it. Just as he was about to summon Xiao Bai, the pretty boy suddenly stepped forward. Humph. What is a Blazing Monkey? Let me show you my beast. With a superior look, the pretty boy looked down on Chu Yun, his eyes filled with disdain. Come out. Golden White Yak. A flash of white light appeared, and a pale blue yak, standing 5 to 6 meters tall and 8 to 9 meters long, appeared before Chu Yun and the others. When the golden white yak appeared, a puff of white smoke suddenly released from its nostrils, making it seem extremely imposing. How about it? Are you scared of my golden white yak? The pretty boy coldly glanced at Chu Yun, then smiled faintly. Impressive, impressive, as if dealing with a child. Chu Yun clasped his hands and smiled. Seeing the golden white yak, Chu Yun couldn't even be bothered to check the system, because it was too weak. Even if 10 of this level of Beastmasters came, they wouldn't be able to withstand Xiao Bai's attack. A frog at the bottom of a well. You should broaden your horizons. You probably haven't seen a beast of this strength in your life. After glancing at Chu Yun, the pretty boy shifted his gaze back to Wu Qingning's flawless face, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Seeing the pretty boy's gaze, Wu Qingning felt a chill in her heart. Sure enough, there were no good people from the Monster Legion. Beautiful lady, my name is Bai Lang. I am the strategist of the Monster Legion, much stronger than that big fool from earlier. How about it? Want to join me? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Daydreaming. Upon hearing Bai Lang's words, Wu Qingning immediately became furious. At the same time, Chu Yun's patience was gradually wearing thin. The strength of these two was only level 5, not his opponents. Come out, Xiao Bai. In the next moment, Chu Yun directly summoned Xiao Bai. With a leap, a 20-centimeter tall little polar bear jumped out, its size looking insignificant compared to the golden white yak. Kid, is this your beast? An ordinary polar bear? Upon seeing Xiao Bai, Bai Lang couldn't help but snicker. Even the golden white yak's eyes flashed with disdain. As a level 6 beast, It naturally looked down on such ordinary beasts. Cut the nonsense. We don't have much time to waste here. Quickly tell me your conspiracy. What exactly are you trying to develop? Chu Yun said directly, coldly. Why are you conducting human experiments? And how did you find this frozen guy? You asked too many questions, handsome. Zhao Jimin, with her plump figure, walked up in high heels and said with a cold smile. Bai Lang, you and Xiong Tian quickly take him down. After you finish what you want to do, kill them all, leaving no one behind. We mustn't let anyone else know our secret. A gleam of malice flashed across Zhao Jimin's face. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang and Xiong Tian took a deep breath. They knew the importance of the matter and did not dare to be careless. Blazing Monkey, go! Xiong Tian commanded. Meanwhile, Bai Lang did not act, as dealing with a little polar bear did not require both of them to join forces. At the same time, the blazing monkey's body grew by 2 to 3 meters, surrounded by flames. Kid, remember not to mess with people you shouldn't mess with in your next life. Xiong Tian grinned menacingly. Just as the fire monkey was gradually approaching, a huge change occurred in front of them. Roar. At that moment, the originally small Bai also grew 2 to 3 meters tall, surrounded by a powerful thunderstorm. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure from a powerful beast master descended. The entire laboratory was engulfed by Bai's momentum, and Xiong Tian's fire monkey trembled in fear, not daring to take a step forward. Purple gold white bull, go. Eliminate this stupid bear. Bai Lang's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect this kid to also be a beast master of the same level, and his beast strength was definitely not inferior to his own. However, he was only slightly surprised and not overly panicked. After all, there were 4 beast masters and 1 beast master here. The moment he received the order, the purple gold white bull charged directly towards Chu Yun's direction, its horns erupting with a purple gold light, looking extremely ominous. Bai, use Thunderstrike. Chu Yun commanded immediately. Roar. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, Bai was enveloped in a layer of thunderstorm, forcefully pressing down on the purple gold white bull's horns, then suddenly throwing it away. Boom. After a loud sound, the purple gold white bull was instantly killed by Bai. How is this possible? Bai Lang stared blankly at this scene. How could the purple gold white bull be killed by this stupid bear in one hit? Before he could react, he saw Bai speedily approach the fire monkey. Slap. With another slap, Bai knocked the fire monkey against the wall, unable to get back down. Kid, who exactly are you? Xiong Tian was dumbfounded. As a fellow master, his beast was actually killed in one move, unable to retaliate at all. Stop pretending. Tell me what experiment you were doing, and I might spare your life. Chu Yun fixed his gaze on Zhao Jimin. Sister Zhao, what should we do? Bai Lang was a bit flustered after losing his beast. No need to panic. Zhao Jimin waved her hand lightly. Although Chu Yun was powerful, she only viewed him as a troublemaking kid limited to his level. It seems I need to take action myself. Zhao Jimin sneered coldly. Come out, fire magic lion. Roar. In the next moment, a lion engulfed in black flames appeared in front of Chu Yun. Instantly, a suffocating aura surrounded Chu Yun's nose. Chu Yun couldn't help but frown, then decisively opened the system panel. Beast, fire magic lion. Level. Attribute, fire. Main skill, fireball, conjures a massive fireball to attack and destroy everything in front. Sub-skill, fountain of fire, erupts flames around to surround enemies. This fat woman is indeed not easy to deal with. After closing the panel, Chu Yun's expression slightly darkened. A level beast master was currently not his opponent. Handsome boy, if you know what's good for you, surrender quickly, and maybe I'll give you a quick death, otherwise. Today you will definitely find it hard to live and hard to die. Zhao Jimin stepped forward with a cold smile. Who are you trying to make suffer? At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun. They were Wang Jian and Ku Zhongla. Who are you? How did you know about this place? Zhao Jimin's expression tightened upon seeing Wang Jian. More and more people were becoming aware of the private laboratory. It seemed that after today, she had to evacuate no matter what. You are Zhao Jimin, right? Wang Jian said calmly, hands behind his back. During my journey, the higher-ups have already informed us of everything. You and your group are here not only for the Magic Beast Core's experiments, but also have other conspiracies. What do you mean? Zhao Jimin was taken aback by Wang Jian's words. Do you want me to elaborate? Wang Jian's spiritual energy surged, directly summoning the Thunder Wolf. You plan to extract the energy of the Blood Angel without permission, don't you? How do you know? Zhao Jimin's face changed drastically. This matter was even unknown to the Magic Beast Core. How could it be discovered by the Beastmaster Core? The law has its eyes. Soon the Beastmaster Core will come to take away the ancient Thunder Rhinoceros that is in slumber, and the Blood Angel will be completely destroyed in its sleep. Your plan has already failed. Wang Jian glanced at Zhao Jimin and continued. Honestly tell me where the main base of the Magic Beast Core is, and you might receive a lighter punishment. Otherwise, with your crimes, there is only one way out. Hearing this, Zhao Jimin sneered coldly. I didn't expect that our experiment would be discovered at such a critical moment, but now it's too late. In the next moment, Zhao Jimin pulled out a remote control device, looking coldly around, and emotionlessly pressed the device. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly came from above everyone, followed by a series of trampling sounds. Wang Jian's expression changed, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. What have you done? Zhao Jimin smiled wickedly. Our magic beast core has been stationed in the destruction city for so long. Do you think we have been doing boring experiments every day? Of course not. The magic beasts we have imprisoned have long been infected with a virus. Now their strength has increased several times, and their tempers are extremely volatile. I have just released all the magic beasts imprisoned in the destruction city. If they launch a massive attack on the human world, what do you think will happen? Hearing Zhao Jimin's words, Wang Jian's face suddenly changed. You madwoman. What you're doing will only force yourself into a dead end. Facing Wang Jian's angry rebuke, Zhao Jimin showed no ripple in her eyes. Li Qing, Wang Hai, come with me to kill them, Zhao Jimin said coldly. She had no hope of escaping anymore. But before that, she wanted to teach those who ruined her plan a lesson. I'll deal with them. Chu Yun, you three go up and find a way to stop the rampaging magic beasts. There are weapons you need on the armored vehicle. And soon other reinforcements from the Beastmaster Corps will arrive. I'm counting on you during this time. After giving a reminder, Wang Jian took the Thunderwolf forward. Do you think you'll make it in time? With just these few level Beastmasters, what can they do against magic beasts that have been hiding for years at level, or even above? Zhao Jimin sneered. Already convinced that Chu Yun and the others were seeking death, and did not even stop them from leaving. On one hand, she did not believe Chu Yun and the others could survive in the destruction city, and on the other hand, Zhao Jimin had no confidence in defeating Wang Jian, because the momentum of the Thunder Wolf in front of her was not inferior to her Fire Lion. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and the three had already crawled through the dark passage and finally reached the top. As soon as they emerged, the three were shocked. They saw countless powerful magic beasts fighting each other, and just the swarm that Chu Yun had previously feared now numbered over a dozen. Taking advantage of the time while the magic beasts were fighting, the three climbed onto the armored vehicle. After getting on the armored vehicle, Ku Zhongla handed Chu Yun and Wu Qingning 2 weapons each. This is a high-temperature missile. It can kill level magic beasts in one shot. We can use this to buy some time. After handing the weapons to the two, Ku Zhongla explained. Once all three were ready, Ku Zhongla slammed the accelerator. Boom. The moment the armored vehicle started, all level magic beasts around were crushed to pieces, creating a bloody scene. At the same time, inside the vehicle, Chu Yun kept launching missiles, and all the magic beasts that planned to escape from the destruction city were attracted at this moment by Chu Yun and the others. With that, the three of them began to shuttle constantly through the devastated city in the armored vehicle. At first, it was manageable, but as time passed, more and more magical beasts were attracted, and Chu Yun and the others couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and a large number of magical beasts directly overturned the armored vehicle, causing Ku Zhongla to be flung out due to inertia. Not good. Seeing the armored vehicle start to leak oil, Chu Yun decisively picked up Wu Qingning. Gritting his teeth, he dashed out from the armored vehicle. Boom. Just as the two escaped, the armored vehicle exploded with a loud bang, engulfing a large number of magical beasts in flames. Oh no. Before they could catch their breath, Chu Yun saw a giant elephant charging towards them not far away. The elephant was over 10 meters tall, and its tusks were much taller than the two of them combined. Magical beast name, Savage Earth Elephant. Attribute, Earth. Level. Main skill, Savage Stampede. A stampede while running can instantly kill all beasts of a lower level along the way. Secondary skill, Steel Iron Feet. Hardened feet cause massive damage with one stomp. Description, the most violent existence among ancient magical beasts, having completely lost its sanity due to the experimentation of the magical beast legion. Xiaobai Thunderstrike. After closing the panel, Chu Yun took a deep breath and spoke decisively. Xiaojiu, use the 9-tailed celestial fire cannon. Wu Qingning shouted. Meow. Just as Wu Qingning finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly emitted from the 9-tailed celestial cat, and at the same time, it unleashed a huge ball of light from its mouth. Bang! The light ball shot towards the Savage Earth Elephant at an incredible speed. In an instant, the ground where the Savage Earth Elephant stood shook violently. Even the surrounding ground was blasted into a large pit, and smoke rose everywhere. The Savage Earth Elephant fell directly into the pit and made no further sound. So powerful. Chu Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at the 9-tailed celestial cat and Wu Qingning, filled with shock. This is Xiao Jio's main skill, 9-tailed celestial cannon, which can be used once every 12 hours and can deliver a full force blow equivalent to a level beast. I just developed it the day before yesterday. Wu Qingning patted her chest and said, compared to level and level, the most proud aspect of a level beast is that it can possess both main and secondary skills simultaneously. Chapter 31, Crisis, the flame savage bear appears. Impressive, Qingning. In just one day, you've raised your beast to this level? Chu Yun exclaimed. This nine-tailed celestial cat's attack power is truly enormous. Chu Yun believed that even Xiao Bai couldn't withstand it head-on. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Wu Qingning's face immediately turned red. She thought Chu Yun was teasing her and couldn't help but blush deeply. It's okay, just a bit inferior compared to your beast. Wu Qingning pouted and said, boom. Before Chu Yun could respond, a loud rumble suddenly came from not far away. Accompanying this was a person's scream and a thick cloud of smoke. It's Ku Zhongla. Wu Qingning's pretty face paled, and she couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, the smoke that obscured their view gradually dissipated. Slowly, Ku Zhongla's figure appeared before them. In the next moment, both Wu Qingning and Chu Yun were shocked by the scene before them. A burly, large red bear, covered in scars, suddenly grabbed Ku Zhongla with one hand and his beast with the other. The flame savage bear? Just one glance, and Wu Qingning recognized the magical beast before her. It is a level magical beast, with low intelligence but extremely ferocious temperament. They must be careful. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qingning cautiously reminded Chu Yun. When she was younger, she had witnessed an entire Beastmaster team being wiped out by a flame savage bear. That scene still haunted her. However, compared to Wu Qingning's concern, Chu Yun seemed less worried. After all, this bear was only level, and in the current devastated city, it was merely in the lower mid-tier. A far cry from the previous swarm of insects. Help! Ku Zhongla, being held by the flame savage bear, cried out in pain. Not good, he might not make it. We need to find a way to save him. Wu Qingning's expression turned anxious, and the next moment, she ordered the nine-tailed celestial cat to rescue Ku Zhongla. Nine-tailed celestial cat, use the nine-tailed, shining golden claw. As soon as Wu Qingning finished speaking, the nine-tailed celestial cat curled up, and several strands of faint golden flames began to appear around it. Then, these flames all gathered onto the claws of the nine-tailed celestial cat. Meow? Accompanied by a cat's cry, the nine-tailed celestial cat transformed into a beam of white light and charged forward. Boom. In less than a breath of time, the nine-tailed celestial cat had already reached the side of the flame savage bear. Its claws, now imbued with gold, viciously slashed at the body of the flame savage bear. Pooh! In an instant, the flame savage bear didn't even have time to react before being slashed by the nine-tailed celestial cat, while the golden flames entered its body. In the blink of an eye, the flame savage bear's body was engulfed in golden flames. The intense pain caused the flame savage bear to drop Ku Zhongla and his beast, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames on its body. Seeing the nine-tailed celestial cat's attack succeed, Wu Qingning couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Just as she was about to have the nine-tailed celestial cat finish the fight, she was stopped by Chu Yun. The battle is not over yet. What? I said the battle is not over yet. Chu Yun's expression was somewhat serious. His strength was much higher than Wu Qingning's, so he could see that the flame savage bear in front of them was only slightly burned by the nine-tailed celestial cat's golden fire. At most, it was a bit painful and had not suffered any serious injuries. Sure enough, after a dozen seconds, the golden flames on the flame savage bear completely disappeared, and it only had some burn marks, which did not affect its combat ability at all. Qingning, step back, let me handle it. Xiao Bai, follow me. In an instant, Chu Yun's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, dashing straight toward the flame savage bear. Seeing this, Wu Qingning was stunned for a moment. She didn't quite understand Chu Yun's actions. Isn't the Beastmaster supposed to command their beasts from a distance? Why did Chu Yun personally charge into battle? At the same time, the flame savage bear, seeing that a human dared to approach, immediately became furious. Roar. With an angry roar, the ground around them seemed to sink. Boom. The flame savage bear's large hand condensed a fireball and hurled it directly at Chu Yun's position. Watch out, Chu Yun. Danger is coming. Wu Qingning couldn't help but remind him. Xiao Bai. As the fireball approached, Chu Yun directly commanded Xiao Bai to block this deadly attack. After Xiao Bai intercepted the attack, Chu Yun's body moved so fast it was almost invisible, and in that moment, it seemed as if the surrounding air had frozen. The next moment, Chu Yun appeared right in front of the flame savage bear. Let me test the strength of my physical body on you. Chu Yun shouted, swinging his fist with all his might, and slammed it into the flame savage bear's chest. Bang! With a single punch. The flame savage bear was actually pushed back a step by Chu Yun. What? Seeing Chu Yun push back the flame savage bear with a punch, Wu Qingning was completely stunned. It is well known that the human body is extremely weak. Even a level magical beast can easily crush a human. Not to mention pushing back a level magical beast with a punch. Even using a cleansing liquid would never achieve that. Could it be that Chu Yun's physical strength has reached 2? Thinking of this, Wu Qingning's eyes were filled with astonishment, although she found it hard to believe. In her understanding, only a physical strength of 2 could achieve such a feat. Bang. Before Wu Qingning could be shocked, the scene suddenly changed again. The previously injured flame barbarian bear, after being pushed back by Chu Yun, suddenly became extremely furious. In the next moment, it swung its gigantic paw mercilessly at Chu Yun, sending him flying far away. Chu Yun, seeing him being knocked away, for some reason, Wu Qingming's heart tightened. But before she could rush forward, she found that the previously thrown Chu Yun stood up at this moment, completely unharmed. Not a single injury could be seen on him. What a strong body. Wu Qingming was completely stunned. The flame barbarian bear's attack didn't hurt Chu Yun at all. That hurts. Rubbing his sore body, Chu Yun grinned. As expected, my physical strength is still lacking. He clenched his fist, not too disappointed. Just at the second level, his physical body was so powerful. When he advances to level 3 or 4, wouldn't he be able to fight beasts barehanded? Roar. At the same time, the flame barbarian bear, seeing that its paw did not crush Chu Yun, became furious. It dropped to all fours and charged toward Chu Yun like a mountain. However, Chu Yun showed no signs of panic. Rather, he looked somewhat disdainful. Xiaobai, use Thunder Strike. Swish. Xiaobai clenched its fist, enveloped in lightning, and stared directly at the flame barbarian bear. Although it was a level beast, its momentum was not inferior to the flame barbarian bear. Chapter 32, Reinforcements. The Beast Tamer Legion arrives. In the blink of an eye, the flame barbarian bear reached Xiaobai, raising its fists to attack. But what it didn't expect was that Xiaobai was actually faster. Before the flame barbarian bear could gather strength in its fists, Xiaobai's punch had already struck. Bang! The fist, accompanied by lightning, smashed violently into the flame barbarian bear's body. At that moment, even though the flame barbarian bear was a level monster, it had to take a few steps back. Roar! After stopping, the flame barbarian bear's eyes seemed to spew fire, fixating on Xiaobai. As a level monster, being defeated by a beast tamer of a lower level made it feel utterly humiliated. Just as the flame barbarian bear was about to use its skill, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward. Xiaobai, use the combat skill Thunder Fury Fist to finish it. Hearing this, Xiaobai nodded. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed in the sky. And at that moment, all the previously chaotic monsters in the ruined city froze in place. Some timid monsters even dug into the ground, as if afraid of something. Boom! A thunderclap sounded, and Xiaobai, covered in lightning, walked step by step toward the flame barbarian bear, as if it was going to split the mountain. Seeing this, the flame barbarian bear couldn't help but retreat again, knowing it was no match. Just as the flame barbarian bear turned to escape, it found Xiaobai was even faster. Before it could react, Xiaobai had rapidly arrived in front of it. Roar! Xiaobai, like a descending deity, struck with a punch that seemed to split mountains and crack earth, smashing into the flame barbarian bear's heavy body. Boom! The next moment, a tremendous sound echoed throughout the entire ruined city, accompanied by the loud noise. The flame barbarian bear was killed by Xiaobai in a single blow, unable to even let out a cry. Its body was even reduced to powder by the powerful lightning. The flames scattered on the ground also extinguished with the death of the flame barbarian bear. So strong. Seeing this scene, Wu Qingming took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. After all, this was not the first time she had seen such a scene, and she was already numb to it. But before she could relax her vigilance, Chu Yun suddenly shouted at her anxiously. Qingming, be careful. Hearing Chu Yun's warning, Wu Qingming immediately looked up, and her pretty face turned pale again. Countless massive insects were rushing toward them at high speed. Damn it. The noise from the battle here must have attracted these guys. Chu Yun frowned, constantly thinking of a strategy in his mind. These insects combined were equivalent to more than a dozen level monsters. They couldn't be defeated head-on. In the blink of an eye, these giant insects had already swept to within 100 meters of Chu Yun. Damn it. Chu Yun frowned. Was it too late? Just as he felt helpless, he suddenly noticed the sky turning pitch black, accompanied by a huge noise overhead. What is this? Looking up, Chu Yun was suddenly overjoyed. The sky was filled with helicopters and fighter jets, all marked with the insignia of the Beast Tamer Legion. The Beast Tamer Legion has arrived, Wu Qingming exclaimed in delight. At this moment, a helicopter in the sky suddenly lowered a rope, and then a figure slid down the rope. Captain Lin, Chu Yun exclaimed. The person before him was none other than the commander of the Beast Tamer Legion, Lin Bai. Good job, young man. Thanks to you, we have prevented all the monsters in the ruined city from escaping. Lin Bai patted Chu Yun's shoulder and chuckled. Then, he waved his hand towards the sky. In the next moment, countless helicopters lowered their ropes, followed by a large number of level beast tamers. As soon as they landed, these level beast tamers took control of the situation, while the fighter jets above provided strong fire support. In less than a minute, the previously chaotic ruined city was brought under control. Even the insect swarm that had previously left Chu Yun helpless was wiped out by the arriving level beast tamers. Then, a man wearing a camouflage hat and sunglasses ran up to Lin Bai. After saluting, the man said loudly, "Report, Captain." All the rampaging monsters here have been controlled by us. Good, you can go now. Lin Bai nodded and smiled. He then turned his attention to Wu Qingning. And seeing that she wasn't injured, he felt much more at ease. If it weren't for worrying about Wu Qingning, he wouldn't have come personally. Why haven't I seen Wang Jian? Scanning the surroundings, Lin Bai looked at Chu Yun with some curiosity. He is here. Before Chu Yun could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Captain, I am here. Zhao Jimin and others from the Monster Legion subgroup have been captured by me. Please give your orders. Hearing this, Chu Yun and the others looked over and saw Wang Jian standing next to the tied-up Zhao Jimin. At this moment, Zhao Jimin looked disheveled, completely lacking the arrogance he had before. Good, this time your first squad has done a great job. Lin Bai couldn't help but applaud and smile. Then he sent people to carry the injured Ku Zhongla onto a stretcher. It could be said that he was the only one seriously injured in this mission. Just as Lin Bai finished speaking, Chu Yun's mind suddenly stirred. For him, the greatest reward was undoubtedly the high-level attribute crystal. Other than that, he was not interested in anything else. Just as Chu Yun was about to ask for the attribute crystal, a cold and crisp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and obtaining the title, punishing evil and promoting good. Reward, 300 achievement points. Ding! The host's current achievement points can unlock the Beast Taming skill, Stone Shattering Fist. Would you like to unlock it? Unlock. Chu Yun nodded immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Beast Taming skill has been successfully unlocked. Then, Chu Yun decisively opened Xiaobai's panel. Name, Thunder God Bear Xiaobai. Attributes, Lightning, Gold. Level, Combat Value, 100, 100. Combat Skill, Thunder Fury Fist. Experience, 100. Equipment, Armor, Armor made of meteorite. Can reduce damage when worn by the beast. Currently damaged 40. Main Skill, Thunder Strike. The body is clad in thunder. Each strike can cause massive lightning damage. Secondary Skill, Stone Shattering Fist. A wild punch capable of splitting a rocky mountain. Can be used together with Thunder Strike. First Talent, Battle Intensification. The longer the battle lasts, the higher the combat power. Requires 100 achievement points to unlock. Second Talent, Bloodthirst. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy, it can restore the beast's injuries. Can complement Choice of the Storm. Evolution requirements. 3 high-level lightning attribute crystals, 30 ordinary lightning awakening crystals, 5,000 evolution essence. Experience reaches 100. Currently lacking 2 high-level lightning attribute crystals. Chapter 33, The Mystery of the Blood Angel. Armor damaged 40. Chu Yun frowned. This was due to the venom spat out by Su Wuyo's beast before it died during their last encounter. System, is there any way to repair the armor? Ding. Once the host's beast levels up to level, it can use achievement points to upgrade and modify the equipment. Level? Chu Yun's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. It seems the most important thing right now is to get Xiaobai to level up quickly, as there is only about a month until the Royal Academy enrollment. If Xiaobai cannot reach level within a month, he will lose the qualification to join the Royal Academy. Time is of the essence. After closing the panel, Chu Yun said in his heart, Buzz, but at that moment, a sudden noise from the sky interrupted Chu Yun's thoughts. Then, Chu Yun felt a shadow enveloping the surroundings, as if it had suddenly turned dark. What is this? The next moment, Wu Qingning suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Hearing this, Chu Yun hurriedly looked up and was instantly taken aback. Above the sky, there was actually a gigantic spaceship, which, by the naked eye, seemed to be several thousand meters in size. Even a hill might not be this large. Under Chu Yun's gaze, the spaceship dropped 2 hooks in 4 directions, as if it were lifting something. After about 5 minutes, Chu Yun suddenly felt the ground shaking. What is going on? An earthquake? Wu Qingning said unsteadily beside him. Boom. Accompanied by the shaking of the ground. A massive purple-black rhinoceros was tightly hooked by 8 hooks. As it caught the black rhinoceros, the spaceship suddenly accelerated, and in that moment, it rapidly flew away from the devastated city with the rhinoceros, which was nearly the same size as it. What is this? Swallowing hard, Chu Yun asked. Just now, he sensed a powerful pressure from the rhinoceros. Chu Yun had a premonition that if this rhinoceros were awake, he and Xiaobai would likely be crushed in an instant, with no chance to fight back. This is the ancient thunder rhinoceros, and within it is sealed the heart of the seraph, the blood crystal. Lin Bai beside him retracted his beast and explained. Only by killing the ancient thunder rhinoceros can one obtain the blood crystal, and the moment the blood crystal sees the light of day, the blood angel will awaken. So what kind of power does the awakened blood angel possess? Regaining his composure, Chu Yun asked in return. The current blood angel has had all its energy drained by the beast army and is now in a dormant state at only level. But as long as it obtains the blood crystal, it can instantly restore its peak super level of power. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai continued. Zhao Jimin and the others have been doing nothing but forcibly extracting the beast genes and merging them with humans, spending more time researching the Blood Angel. They want to use the Blood Angel's blood and spiritual energy to create a biological weapon, and if they succeed, that biological weapon would be at least level, and essentially an immortal existence. Fortunately, you stopped them in time. We just discovered that Zhao Jimin and the others have already developed that biological weapon, and they were just a step away from injecting energy into it. Lin Bai said with some lingering fear. If they had succeeded, Tianhai City would definitely have fallen into chaos. Just lucky, we originally intended to capture Zhao Jimin, but unexpectedly resolved a big problem by mistake. Wang Jin smiled. However, what exactly is the origin of this Blood Angel? And who sealed it away? Chu Yun couldn't help but raise his questions. Hearing this, Lin Bai smiled bitterly and then explained the origin of the Blood Angel to Chu Yun. It turns out that the Blood Angel is the first beast ever born on this planet, and its existence made humanity realize its own insignificance. At the same time, the Blood Angel was also the first beast on this planet to reach level. Without any conditions or resources, the Blood Angel can automatically grow stronger just by existing. Besides possessing richer wisdom and language than humans, the Blood Angel's lifespan far exceeds that of other beasts of the same period. Unlike other beasts that only know destruction and killing, the Blood Angel's greatest act was to rule. It almost enslaved humanity for over 100 years, and finally, after 100 years, the 9 strongest super beast masters of the human planet joined forces at the cost of their lives to temporarily seal the Blood Angel in the Jinbing. The so-called Jinbing is the strongest ice that can reach absolute zero. This Jinbing is easy to break from the outside, but once frozen all over, it is impossible to get out. Even the mighty Blood Angel, once frozen in Jinbing, can only be sealed for 200 years, unable to do anything. Just as the Blood Angel was about to be completely sealed in Jinbing, one of the beast masters even extracted its heart, blood crystal, and sealed it within the ancient Thunder Rhinoceros, using lightning to suppress its evil power. However, as time passed, the ancient Thunder Rhinoceros was already corrupted by the power of the blood crystal, turning into the Blood Angel's guardian beast. With no other choice, the old elder had to paralyze the ancient Thunder Rhinoceros as well. Even worse, they actually wanted to use the Blood Angel's energy to create an artificial weapon to unify Tianhai City. Listening to Lin Bai's narration, Chu Yun, who had been silent, couldn't help but frown. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Captain Lin, what do you plan to do with the Blood Angel? Are you going to kill it? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai immediately smiled bitterly. Sigh, if only it were that easy. The Blood Angel is basically immortal. Hundreds of years ago, the 9 top beast masters could do nothing against it. How could we possibly kill it with our limited power? Moreover, the Jinbing that sealed the Blood Angel has been damaged by the beast army from the outside, and it is estimated that in less than a few years, the Blood Angel will regain life. We simply cannot match that kind of combat power. Sigh. With a long sigh, Lin Bai continued. So I have already arranged for the higher-ups to place the Blood Angel in their custody. The Blood Angel is currently only at level power? Why does it sound so difficult to deal with? Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. In his understanding, there are almost as many level beast masters in Tianhai City as there are cows. It's not as simple as you think. Let me ask you, what do you think about the strength of that ancient Thunder Rhinoceros just now? Very strong. Chu Yun nodded. If I say that the Blood Angel's strength when it just awakens is about 10 times stronger than that ancient Thunder Rhinoceros? Lin Bai said with a somewhat bitter expression. What? Chu Yun was a bit shocked. He did not expect Lin Bai to say this. After all, in his understanding, that ancient Thunder Rhinoceros was already the strongest beast at level. Hearing Lin Bai say this now, he couldn't help but lose his composure. Chapter 34, Exposure of the Situation. Chu Yun in crisis. And according to my recent discovery, it seems that the Blood Angel has regained some consciousness. After 100 years of sedimentation, it has become stronger again, Lin Bai said with a bitter smile. So what will happen if the Blood Angel fully awakens one day? Do you have any way to deal with it? Unfortunately, no. It took 9 of the top beast tamers to seal it back then. And it's estimated that it's hard to find 9 top beast tamers in the world now. Moreover, the Blood Angel today is much stronger than it was back then. If the Blood Angel regains all its strength, the first step will likely be to continue ruling humanity. Its intelligence is definitely above ours, whether in conspiracy or open warfare. We are no match for the Blood Angel. Lin Bai sighed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun didn't ask anything further. The atmosphere on site became extremely heavy due to Lin Bai's words. Just then, Chu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that the system had evaluated the Blood Angel as representing disaster and rebirth. He understood disaster, but what did rebirth mean? Did it mean everyone would be killed by the Blood Angel and reincarnated? Thinking of this, Chu Yun tried to communicate with the system in his heart. It seemed to have disappeared. Despite his helplessness, Chu Yun could only suppress it in his heart. You all did well this time. The reward for the mission is a high-level attribute crystal and 5 bottles of cleansing liquid, along with 1 million yuan. In the first team S office, Lin Bai smiled as he handed the rewards to Chu Yun. In the dormitory, Chu Yun's expression was somewhat excited. He didn't expect the reward for this mission to be so generous. Not to mention a high-level thunder attribute crystal. What excited him even more were the 5 bottles of cleansing liquid. 1 bottle of cleansing liquid had already raised his physical body to level 2. So with 5 bottles of cleansing liquid, wouldn't he that be against the heavens? Thinking of this, Chu Yun was immediately filled with excitement. Then, he turned his gaze to the bank card. 1 million yuan. If it were before, he would definitely be very excited. But now, Chu Yun didn't care much about it. After all, his identity and vision were no longer what they used to be. Now, 1 million yuan was even less valuable to him than 2 bottles of cleansing liquid. After keeping 200,000, Chu Yun directly transferred the remaining 800,000 to his parents' card at home. After settling everything, Chu Yun began to prepare to soak in the cleansing liquid. First, he would use 1 bottle to see how effective it was. With this thought in mind, Chu Yun poured the cleansing liquid into the water, and in an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted through the room, still the same refreshing scent as last time. I wonder how much my physical body can be strengthened this time. With excitement on his face, Chu Yun dove right in. After a moment, Chu Yun gradually felt something was off. Strange, why don't I feel anything this time? Chu Yun realized that his body had not undergone any obvious changes. Ding. The host's physical body has reached a level where the cleansing liquid has lost its effect on you. Please find a stronger spiritual liquid to strengthen your physical body. Damn. Hearing the system's response, Chu Yun couldn't help but curse. It seems that the remaining 4 bottles of cleansing liquid can only be sent to the trading hall for auction. After getting dressed, Chu Yun thought. 4 bottles of cleansing liquid could sell for at least 2 million, which is a guaranteed profit for him. Boom. But just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed that his dormitory door had been kicked open by someone, along with a powerful killing intent. Who is it? Chu Yun's eyes narrowed as he suddenly looked up. Upon seeing the visitor, Chu Yun was instantly stunned. It's you guys? Chu Yun frowned. The ones who came to his dormitory were actually Wang Bo, whom he had encountered at the trading hall that day. Beside him was a man he had never seen before. This man was dressed in camouflage and was tall, with an incredibly muscular build. Before Chu Yun could speak, the man stepped forward. He glanced at Wang Bo, then at Chu Yun, and finally said, Wang Bo, this kid should be the one who killed Zhu Min in the video, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's heart sank. He didn't expect that his killing of Zhu Min would be known so quickly. What do you mean? Chu Yun frowned and said lightly, what do we mean? Kid, you have some guts to dare to kill a member of my second team privately. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Jin, the captain of the second team of the Beast Tamer Corps. Song Jin crossed his arms and snorted coldly, standing tall. Do you have evidence? Chu Yun felt somewhat suspicious. Only Wu Qingning knew about what happened that day. Could it be that Wu Qingning sold him out? Impossible. Chu Yun wouldn't believe that the information was leaked by Wu Qingning even if he were killed. But if it wasn't Wu Qingning, then who could it be? Chu Yun, did you think no one knew what you did that night? Let me tell you the truth. I have recorded the video. Saying this, Wang Bo took out his phone and directly opened the video. There was no context or explanation. Wang Bo sneered coldly. At the same time, Song Jin had lost his patience. He strode forward and grabbed Chu Yun by the neck. As Song Jin spoke, he increased his grip slightly. They were the ones who prepared to kill me first. What's wrong with my self-defense? A sense of suffocation was rising in Chu Yun's heart. He realized that he could not break free from this person's grip. His strength was even greater than his. Then, Chu Yun directly opened the system panel. Name, Song Jin. Age, 36. Physical level, 3. Spiritual power, 100. Beast Taming level. Upon seeing the panel in front of him, Chu Yun gave up struggling. This Song Jin was far too strong compared to him in terms of both Beast Taming level and personal strength. He didn't expect that there would be someone in the Beast Tamer Corps with a physical body reaching level 3. After a bitter smile, Chu Yun lost consciousness. Thud. Seeing Chu Yun faint, Song Jin directly threw him to the ground. What a waste. Someone come, take him to the Beast Tamer Corps. After clapping his hands, Song Jin instructed his subordinates outside. Chapter 35. How can one not have evidence when accusing? Where's this? On the way, Chu Yun slowly regained consciousness. When he fully opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, he was instantly shocked. Chu Yun found that he was being carried on the shoulders of several strong men, and in front of him was Song Jin, who had knocked him out. Next to Song Jin was Wang Bo, who had a face full of malice. Damn it! Chu Yun cursed inwardly, and then tried to twist the ropes that bound his hands. But to Chu Yun's surprise, no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free from the ropes. Whenever he used strength, the ropes would tighten, and when he relaxed, they would return to their original looseness. Give it up. This rope was modified from cowhide rope. Not only you, but even I can't break free from it. Just as Chu Yun was about to try again, Song Jin in front suddenly said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Yun also gave up struggling and focused his gaze on Song Jin, saying lightly, where do you plan to take me? To the Beast Tamer Corps to accept punishment. Kid, the Beast Tamer Corps has been established for so many years, and I have never seen someone as bold as you. The front-walking Song Jin said with his hands behind his back. About half an hour later, Chu Yun was brought to the first team of the Beast Tamer Corps while being tightly bound. As soon as they arrived at the first team, Song Jin stepped forward and shouted angrily, Wang Jian, get your ass out here and take a good look at what your subordinate has done. Who is barking here? After Song Jin shouted, within a minute, Wang Jian, Lin Bai, and Wu Qingming came out from the first team's camp. Song Jin. Upon seeing Song Jin, Wang Jian frowned. The first and second teams have always been at odds, and Song Jin's sudden arrival might mean he has caught the first team in a bind. Chu Yun? At that moment, Wu Qingming suddenly noticed Chu Yun, who was tightly bound. What? Hearing Wu Qingming say this, the two immediately turned their eyes to the distance and found that Chu Yun was indeed being carried on the shoulders of two men. Song Jin, what do you mean by this? Are you taking action against my team member on your own? Listening to Wang Jian's questioning, Song Jin suddenly smiled coldly. On my own? Why don't you ask your good team member how he killed my subordinate? Song Jin said without hiding his disdain. What do you mean? Hearing this, Wang Jian and Lin Bai were both taken aback. Unlike them, Wu Qingming's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that these people found out about that day? Thinking of this, Wu Qingming's body trembled. But before she could speak, Song Jin had already stepped forward. At the same time, he was holding a mobile phone. Wang Jian, how should I put this? Weren't you always looking for your subordinate Su Wuyo's whereabouts? To tell you the truth, he was killed by this kid long ago. Pointing to the bound Chu Yun, Song Jin sneered. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian immediately spoke without thinking. After all, Su Wuyo was a top beastmaster, and Wang Jian naturally knew his strength very well. How could he be killed by Chu Yun? Moreover, Chu Yun was not that kind of person. Foolish. Looking at the disbelieving Wang Jian, Song Jin directly threw the phone at him. Take a good look. Is this not your good team member? Hearing Song Jin's sarcasm, Wang Jian frowned. He knew Song Jin well. Although he was big, he was particularly measured in his actions and would never do anything without certainty. After taking the phone, Wang Jian opened the video. What? The moment he opened the video, Wang Jian was stunned. Let me see. Seeing Wang Jian in a daze, Lin Bai immediately took the phone. The moment he saw the content of the video, Lin Bai's body also trembled. In the video, Chu Yun was ordering Xiao Bai to kill Su Wuyo, Zhu Min, and Su Bao Kai in an instant. Beside him was a woman who did not show her face. But just by looking at her clothing, they recognized that it was indeed Wu Qingming. Lin Bai's face turned ugly as he asked, Chu Yun, is this true? Taking a deep breath, Wang Jian coldly looked at Chu Yun and asked in a chilling voice. Yes, but, you bastard. Before Chu Yun could finish, Wang Jian suddenly shouted angrily. How dare you violate the rules privately? According to the rules of the Beastmaster Corps, anyone who murders a teammate in private is to be executed. The next moment, Wang Jian summoned the Beastmaster Thunderwolf. Seeing this, Wu Qingming's eyes flashed with urgency. And then she quickly stepped forward to block Wang Jian. Captain, let me explain. Shut up. If I'm not mistaken, you were with Chu Yun at that time, right? Wang Jian shouted angrily. Wang Jian, let them finish. Looking at Wang Jian's furious demeanor, Lin Bai couldn't help but speak up. He believed that Wu Qingming would never harm her teammates without reason. All right, I'll give you a chance to explain. Tell me, why did you kill Su Wuyo? If I remember correctly, you two should have no grudge against each other, right? Wang Jian coldly looked at Chu Yun. Su Wuyo had grown up with him since childhood, and they had vowed to become top beast masters together. He never expected that one day Su Wuyo would die at Chu Yun's hands. What else is there to explain? Captain, this kid and that bitch killed my subordinates, and there are witnesses and evidence right here. Are you still going to protect them? Song Jin frowned and stepped forward. It's not too late to hear her out, Lin Bai said calmly. He believed that as the sister of that great person, Wu Qingming would not do anything against the rules. Humph. Seeing Lin Bai so insistent, Song Jin gave up on arguing. He glanced at Wu Qingming for a moment and said coldly, little girl, don't make things up. Just say what you have to say. You don't need to teach me. Wu Qingming replied coldly. Then, she recounted how that night, they were intercepted by Su Wuyo and others after leaving the auction and how Chu Yun had counterattacked. Absurd. Just as Wu Qingming finished speaking, Song Jin's expression changed dramatically as he shouted angrily. In this matter, I actually think Qingming is right. Lin Bai stroked his chin and said. At the same time, Wang Jian's face was dark and uncertain. As Su Wuyo's friend, he also did not expect Su Wuyo to do such a thing. Although it was only Wu Qingming's testimony, he believed it to a large extent. Because on the day Su Wuyo disappeared, someone had told him that they saw Su Wuyo arguing with someone at the trading house. That person was undoubtedly Chu Yun. Captain Lin, no matter what, this kid killed Zhu Min. You must uphold justice for our second team. Realizing he had no way out, Song Jin gritted his teeth and stepped forward again. Moreover, everything said earlier was from that woman. Perhaps she and that kid are just making things up. Chapter 36. Forest of Thunder. At this point, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. It was clear that Song Jin was being stubborn, and Wu Qingning's expression immediately turned cold. I don't believe it. Words alone are not enough, unless you can provide evidence that convinces me. Song Jin sneered. All right, everyone stop arguing. I have an idea. After a long silence, Lin Bai suddenly took out a mirror. This is the time-space mirror, which can briefly restore the events that occurred in a certain area, but the downside is that it can only be used once within 10 years. Lin Bai frowned. The time-space mirror in his hand was the treasure of the Beastmaster Core, and he wouldn't have taken it out if it wasn't a matter concerning Wu Qingning today. Great. Hearing Lin Bai say this, Wu Qingning immediately looked pleased. All right, let's do as Captain Lin says and see if it really happened as you said. Song Jin narrowed his eyes in agreement. In that case, take us to the place where the incident occurred. After putting away the time-space mirror, Lin Bai said faintly. Then, under the guidance of Chu Yun and Wu Qingning, they quickly arrived at the place where Su Wuyo was killed that night. It's here. Upon reaching the destination, Wu Qingning confirmed. Since Lin Bai had the time-space mirror, she felt more confident. In the time-space realm, the secrets are infinite. I hope the events of that day can be replayed. Lin Bai said softly as he took out the time-space mirror. Buzz. Just as Lin Bai finished speaking, the image in the time-space mirror suddenly darkened. Then, a scene slowly began to appear before everyone's eyes. Chu Yun, you must die today. Su Wuyo, you violated the rules of the first team. Don't you fear the captain knowing? Humph. As long as my brother kills you completely, isn't that enough? Then, the scene displayed was that Chu Yun killed Su Wuyo in an instant. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was astonished. It really is like this. So, Chu Yun was indeed wronged. After putting away the time-space mirror, Lin Bai's expression finally improved a bit. Fortunately, both Chu Yun and Wu Qingning were forced to fight back. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time making a decision. So, at this point, does Captain Song still have any objections? The bound Chu Yun couldn't help but speak up. Bastard, how dare you use this kind of video to fool me? Feeling embarrassed, Song Jin immediately shouted angrily at Wang Bo beside him. My lord, when I arrived at the scene, I saw this kid kill Su Bao Kai and others. I didn't expect it to. Slap. Before Wang Bo could finish his defense, Song Jin suddenly slapped him. At this moment, Wang Bo felt dizzy, and he even saw stars in front of his eyes. Now, do you all believe I am innocent? Chu Yun glanced coldly at Wang Jian. Just earlier, when he was pointed out by Song Jin, he had sensed a hint of killing intent from Wang Jian. Before clarifying the situation, Wang Jian wanted to kill him. Such behavior truly chilled him. Meanwhile, Wang Jian's expression was dark and uncertain, as if he was contemplating something. According to the rules, Su Wuyo secretly wanted to kill Chu Yun, and it was not surprising that he was killed in return due to his lack of strength. However, deep down, Wang Jian still wanted to take revenge for Su Wuyo. Now that it has been confirmed that Chu Yun is innocent, let us quickly release her. And you, I want you to bow and apologize to Chu Yun. Seeing that Chu Yun had shaken off suspicion, Wu Qingning immediately rushed forward and pointed at Song Jin. You think just saying sorry is enough? You, a little girl, dare to order me around? Song Jin was immediately displeased. In his eyes, Wu Qingning was just a child. Even if he was truly at fault, it was up to Lin Bai to teach him a lesson, not this little girl. All right, since the matter has been clarified, and you were the first to attack Chu Yun, both emotionally and logically, you should apologize to her, Lin Bai said. Unlike others, he was well aware of Wu Qingning's identity and background. If this small matter were to cause a feud between the Beastmaster Core and Wu Qingning, it would be a huge loss. Captain I, seemingly not expecting Lin Bai to speak in favor of Wu Qingning, Song Jin stuttered. What do you mean? You should apologize when asked to. Lin Bai felt anxious. Wasn't he Song Jin usually quick to react? Why was he acting foolish now? No way. Captain, I refuse. Song Jin shouted angrily. Even if I've wronged him, according to the rules, this kid is guilty of a death sentence that can be avoided but not escaped. Either Wang Jian resigns as captain, or Chu Yun must act according to the rules of the Beastmaster Core. After holding back for a long time, Song Jin finally expressed his thoughts. This was Song Jin's true intention. For a long time, the strength of Team 1 had overshadowed his Team 2. Now that he finally had a chance to fight back, he certainly wouldn't miss it. When he learned that Zhu Min was killed by a member of Team 1, Song Jin was almost overjoyed, because he knew the opportunity to turn the tables had come. According to the rules, how should I be dealt with? Chu Yun asked with a furrowed brow. Wang Jian and Su Wuyo were brothers. Having killed Su Wuyo, Wang Jian probably wished he could deal with her. It seemed impossible to make him give up his captain position. Since that is the case, there was only the second option left. according to the rules. You should perform a task for the Beastmaster Corps. Wang Jin said indifferently. Those who commit serious crimes must perform a task that the Beastmaster Corps has not resolved alone. If successful, there is no reward. If failed, they will be kicked out of the Beastmaster Corps. You will go search for Zhang Lu, complete his unfinished task, and find him to consider the task completed. Upon hearing this, Song Jin's expression stiffened, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up. Originally, his plan was to take the opportunity to kick Wang Jin out of his position, but that now seemed impossible. Subsequently, Wang Jin informed Chu Yun of the task he had to undertake. It turned out that a month ago, Zhang Lu had accepted a high-level task to eliminate the ferocious magical beasts in the Thunder Forest. However, just a few days after arriving at the Thunder Forest, he lost all contact. Thunder Forest? When Chu Yun heard these 4 words, her heart skipped a beat. It was filled with thunder attribute magical beasts. And perhaps she would have a chance to obtain the final high-level thunder attribute crystal there. Thinking of this, Chu Yun nodded immediately. Good, let us go with that. I will give you the map. You will set off in 3 days. Wang Jin waved his hand and left. Su Wuyo's death had brought him great trauma. Seeing Wang Jin leave, Song Jin also lost interest in staying and immediately took his people away. Watching Song Jin's disappearing figure, a hint of killing intent flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. If it weren't for Wu Qingning and Lin by today, he would undoubtedly be dead. Even if Song Jin didn't kill him, Wang Jin wouldn't let him go. It seems that I still need to work hard to improve. 3 days later, Chu Yun set off toward the Thunder Forest with the map given to her by Wang Jin. Chapter 37. Ice and Fire. The Thunder Forest is a mysterious forest located on the easternmost side of Tianhai City. It is said that the Thunder Forest has existed for hundreds of years. But so far, no one has been able to uncover its secrets. Several mysterious high-level magical beasts had appeared near the Thunder Forest, often harassing and attacking villagers passing by. For the safety of the surrounding villagers, Wang Jin sent Zhang Lu to carry out this task. But who would have thought that just a few days after arriving at the Thunder Forest, Zhang Lu would go missing without a trace? Neither positioning nor calling could locate Zhang Lu. Standing at the base of the Thunder Forest, Chu Yun took a deep breath. Her expression was serious. In front of this ancient and mysterious forest, she always had a bad feeling. It seemed as if something was waiting for her here. Let us go? Just as Chu Yun was about to step into the forest, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Achievement task released. Solve the invaders in the Thunder Forest. Completion will grant the achievement title, Friend of the Forest, reward, a bottle of advanced spiritual liquid. Advanced spiritual liquid can significantly enhance the host's physique, raising the host's physique level to 3. There is such a reward? Chu Yun's expression brightened. It was with a physique level of 3 that Song Jin had defeated him. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, it would be his turn. Chu Yun was confident. Even if their levels were the same, he could easily defeat Song Jin at the same level. Thinking this, Chu Yun stepped into the forest. Boom. As soon as he entered, he felt the ground around him begin to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. Roar. Immediately after, 2 roars came from not far away. Magical beasts? In an instant, Chu Yun's spirit was lifted. He saw 2 enormous figures less than 100 meters away from him. These 2 figures appeared human-like, but their aura was exactly like that of beasts. Wild men. Chu Yun frowned. The 2 people in front of him had disheveled hair and looked almost human, but strangely. One emitted blue light, while the other emitted red light. This scene seemed somewhat bizarre. The next moment, Chu Yun quickly opened the system panel to check. Magical beast name, Frozen Wildman. Attributes, Ice, Water. Level, about to reach a level. Skills, Frost Punch. Each punch from the Frozen Wildman carries a freezing effect. If a Beastmaster is not careful, they may be frozen. Source, originally a wildman stationed here, infected by a mysterious ice toxin 100 years ago, eventually becoming a frozen wildman. Then, Chu Yun turned his gaze to the other wildman, who was radiating red light. Magical beast name, Fire Wildman. Attributes, Fire. Level, about to reach a level. Skills, Flame Slash. The Fire Wildman's palm erupts with flames reaching temperatures of up to 300 degrees, capable of killing any enemy weaker than itself in an instant. Source, originally a wildman stationed here, infected by a mysterious fire toxin 100 years ago, eventually becoming a fire wildman. Roar. Just as he closed the system panel, the 2 wildmen charged at Chu Yun. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Xiao Bai. Taking this opportunity, let's try out the rock smash fist that Xiao Bai just unlocked. Gulu. As soon as Chu Yun called it out, Xiao Bai suddenly grew larger. Xiao Bai, use rock smash fist combined with thunder strike. Gulu. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, Xiao Bai's body was constantly flickering with thunder. Facing the 2 wild men charging at him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes. In that instant, Xiao Bai's right fist shimmered with a brown light, accompanied by thunder and a single move of Rock Smash Fist directly smashed into the two wild men. Boom. At the moment the fist was swung, dust gathered around, and the sound of rumbling and thunder was incessant. In front of Xiaobai, the forest had already been blasted into a flat ground. Meanwhile, as the smoke cleared, Chu Yun was suddenly shocked. He saw that the two wild men had been turned into powder by Xiaobai's punch. A gentle breeze blew by, and no one could tell that two wild men had existed there before. So strong, Chu Yun said with some surprise on his face. I didn't expect the power of Rock Smash Fist, combined with Thunder Strike, to be so powerful that it could completely obliterate someone with a single punch. What is this? Before Chu Yun could feel happy, he suddenly saw two lights emerging from the place where the wild men had been hit. One light was light blue, and the other was fiery red. Just as Chu Yun was about to step forward to check it out, he suddenly realized that these two lights were rushing directly towards him. Almost without time to react, Chu Yun was hit by these two lights. Oh no! Chu Yun felt a great shock inside. The speed of these two lights was simply impossible to evade. But strangely, when these two lights entered his body, nothing unusual happened. It seemed to just disappear like that. Even when Chu Yun checked with the system panel, he couldn't find anything wrong with his body. Strange. Rubbing his head, Chu Yun mumbled. After staying in place for about an hour, seeing that his body showed no unusual signs, Chu Yun felt relieved. He continued on his way. As he moved forward, Chu Yun suddenly stopped. He saw not far from him, there was a pitch-black cave. The cave was carved with a ghostly face, looking extremely terrifying. Let's go in first. According to the information, Jiang Lu went missing around here. With that thought, Chu Yun quickly jumped inside. Xiao Chui, is there really a ruin here as you said? Don't worry, Muyu, when have I ever lied to you? Just follow me. Inside the dark cave, two whispering female voices could be heard. Who would be here? Chu Yun frowned as he just entered the cave. Crack! Just as Chu Yun was pondering, he didn't notice a small stone underfoot and accidentally stepped on it, crushing it. Who's there? In an instant, Chu Yun felt two strong flashlight beams shining on him. And at the same time, a cold pistol was pressed against his forehead. Thanks to the flashlight's beam, Chu Yun could see the two people in front of him clearly. The one pointing the gun at him was a woman in her early 20s with long coffee-colored hair. Her tall figure paired with a purple-black trench coat made her look exceptionally elegant. At the same time, her eyes were somewhat indifferent, and her expression was particularly cold. At this moment, she was coldly staring at Chu Yun through her eyes. Beside her was another woman who looked rather ordinary, just a simple, common face. Who are you? Why are you following us? After a moment, the coffee-colored haired woman asked. Beastmaster Corps, 1st Division, Chu Yun. I came to carry out a mission. Encountering you was purely coincidental. Beastmaster Corps? Hearing Chu Yun's words, a hint of suspicion flashed in the coffee-colored haired woman's eyes. Do you have proof? The coffee-colored haired woman asked skeptically. Yes. So you really are from the Beastmaster Corps? My name is Zhongli Muyu, and this is my friendly Chui. We are doctors from Thunder Academy, here to investigate the mystery of the missing students from Thunder Academy. After putting away her gun, Zhongli Muyu said, Oh, what a coincidence. Chu Yun pretended to be surprised, but inside, he didn't believe it at all. He had just heard these two talking about ruins. Now they changed their story to investigating missing students? Not a chance. Chapter 38, Zombie Beasts? Since our goals are the same, let's work together. Zhongli Muyu suggested. In such an eerie place, it's better to have more people than fewer. All right, strength in numbers. Chu Yun thought for a moment and agreed. However, he still felt a lot of caution in his heart. Then let's continue moving forward. Li Chui, who had been silent, spoke up. If you listen closely, you can sense a hint of urgency in her tone. But in this eerie cave, neither Chu Yun nor Zhongli Muyu noticed. They had no idea how long they had been walking through the depths of the cave when suddenly, a scream came from ahead. The voice belonged to Li Chui, who had been leading the way. Xiao Chui, what happened? Hearing the scream, Zhongli Muyu quickly took out her gun and rushed forward. Chu Yun followed closely behind. What is this? Using the light from the flashlight, Chu Yun saw everything in front of him. Instantly, his pupils constricted. He saw that the ground ahead was covered in blood. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed that not far from the blood, there were a lot of severed limbs and body parts. It looked as if someone had been dismembered here. Zhongli Muyu frowned tightly, and then quickly took out the map she carried with her. At the moment she pulled out the map, Chu Yun accidentally glanced at it. However, Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He found that Zhongli Muyu's map was actually different from his own. Certain places on Zhongli Muyu's map were completely different from the one Wang Jian had given him. Some routes were even completely opposite. Moreover, Chu Yun saw that on the map in Zhongli Muyu's hand, the cave was clearly marked with the two wild men. These were the two he had taken care of earlier. But strangely, the map of Thunder Forest that Wang Jian had given him had nothing but terrain. Zhongli, is this map your own? With a sudden thought, Chu Yun asked. Of course not. This kind of map is abundant in the Beastmaster Corps. You can buy it for a little money. Zhongli Muyu looked at Chu Yun oddly. Don't you have one too? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun said nothing but felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Sure enough, Wang Jian still wanted him to die in this thunder forest. Even the map was tampered with. You really are something, Wang Jian. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Meanwhile, inside the Beastmaster Corps, Wu Qingning was sitting with Lin Bai at the assembly point of the 1st Division. I hope nothing happens to Chu Yun. One hand stroking the nine-tailed sky cat. Wu Qingning asked with some worry. People have been disappearing in Thunder Forest recently, and the Beastmaster Corps has raised it to a high-level mission. Whether he can make it through depends on his luck. Lin Bai sighed. Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingning's expression grew even more worried. Unlike Wu Qingning, Wang Jian at this moment had a blank expression. Others didn't know, but Wang Jian was very clear in his heart. The map he had given to Chu Yun earlier was something he had personally tampered with. Not only had he changed the routes, but he had also erased the dangerous icons himself. Sorry, Chu Yun, but you killed Wu Yo. In a corner where no one could hear, Wang Jian murmured. Inside the cave, Zhongli Muyu frowned tightly. As they moved further along, they found that there were more and more corpses in front of them. Moreover, all of them were dismembered. There wasn't a single complete skeleton. Strange. Too strange. Although Chu Yun didn't speak, he had already prepared for any eventuality. Roar. At that moment, a sudden roar came from not far away from Chu Yun and the others. The roar was somewhat hoarse, but it had a strong penetrating power. For a moment, the three of them were startled by this shout. Something's wrong. Zhongli Muyu furrowed her brows tightly and decisively pulled out her handgun. Bang! In an instant, Chu Yun felt the ground tremble. Then, in front of the three appeared an extremely disgusting creature. It had a huge body, with its limbs on the ground and a long horn on its head. Thick liquid was flowing all over its body, emitting an odor that made one feel nauseous. Seeing this, Chu Yun didn't hesitate to open the system panel. Corrupted Armored Rhino. Level. Corrupted, only slightly stronger than a level monster. Attributes. None, corrupted and lost attributes. Skills. None, corrupted and lost all skills. Description. Revived from a dead armored rhino. It belongs to the zombie category. And the thick liquid flowing on its body has powerful toxins. There are zombie monsters? Looking at the various descriptions on the panel, Chu Yun clicked his tongue in surprise. At the same time, Zhongli Muyu's expression also changed. They actually encountered a level monster? Xiao Chui. In the next moment, both Zhongli Muyu and Li Chui summoned their beasts. Beast. Ice Spirit Bird. Owner. Zhongli Muyu. Attributes. Ice Water. Level. Main skill. Frozen thousands of miles. Freezes everything within 1,000 miles. Subskill. Ice Barrier. Creates an extremely powerful ice attribute crystal to resist external damage. Talent. Ice Body. If enemies frozen by frozen thousands of miles cannot break free within 1 minute, they will completely turn into ice. And those frozen will die when the ice shatters. After seeing Zhongli Muyu's beast panel, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly ordinary woman to be a level beast master. Moreover, from the aura of her beast, it was not weaker than any level beast Chu Yun had seen. Subsequently, Chu Yun shifted his gaze to Li Chui's beast. Beast, Steel Magic Dog. Owner, Li Chui. Attributes, Poison Metal. Level. Main skill, Frenzied Bite. The Steel Magic Dog metallizes its entire body to deliver terrifying bites to the enemy. Subskill, Frenzied Eruption. The Steel Magic Dog strengthens its meridians and bones to enhance melee capabilities. Talent. Anyone or beast bitten by the Steel Magic Dog will be poisoned. Interesting. Chu Yun stroked his chin. It turned out both of them were level beast masters. Roar. At this moment, the mutated armored rhino became somewhat agitated. Its already poor intellect became even more frantic after being turned into a zombie. Instantly, it charged towards Zhongli Muyu. Ling Air. Use frozen thousands of miles to freeze it. Seeing this, Zhongli Muyu remained calm and directed. As soon as Zhongli Muyu finished speaking, the violently agitated rhino was directly frozen into an ice block. About a minute later, the armored rhino still couldn't escape the binding of frozen thousands of miles and was completely turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Mo, use Frenzied Eruption. Seeing this, Li Chui directly spoke. Woof. In the next moment, the body of the Steel Magic Dog suddenly grew significantly larger. Then, without waiting for Li Chui to speak, the Steel Magic Dog charged forward with its huge body and shattered the ice sculpture of the armored rhino. In just about a minute, this level armored rhino was killed by their seamless cooperation. Chapter 39, The Eerie Outside the Cave. Such strong cooperation, Chu Yun thought to himself. At the same time, he also became more vigilant towards the two women. Woof woof. Just then, Li Chui's Steel Magic Dog suddenly howled twice in place. Found it. Li Chui's expression brightened, and she turned to look at Zhongli Muyu excitedly. Muyu, my Xiao Mo has caught a scent of a clue. Come with me quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Muyu's face lit up. How do you know? Chu Yun frowned and couldn't help but ask. You don't know? My magical beast has a talent for exploration. Just by smelling, it can tell what we are looking for. Li Chui said cheerfully, without realizing she had let something slip. Oh, Chu Yun coldly smiled inwardly. He had just checked the panel and found no exploration talent for Li Chui's beast. What does this imply? It implies she was lying to him. Coupled with the slip of the tongue earlier, Chu Yun couldn't help but sneer. In my view, your real purpose is not to investigate the missing persons, right? You probably have other motives. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, Zhongli Muyu shot a reproachful glance at Li Chui, seemingly blaming her for talking too much. It's all your fault for saying so much. Now look what happened. We've been exposed. I didn't mean to. Li Chui stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the same time, Zhongli Muyu lightly smiled and said, since you've discovered us, we won't hide it anymore. Our original purpose was to investigate the historical ruins of the Thunder Forest, and only secondly to patrol the missing persons. It is said that 100 years ago, the Thunder Forest once displayed a scene of prosperity, but for some unknown reason, this scene disappeared without a trace after just one day. Scene? Chu Yun frowned. He had never heard of any scenery existing in the Thunder Forest. That's right, and the reason I invited you was that you are from the Beastmaster Legion. Being with you is a guarantee for us. But rest assured, I am indeed a PhD from the Thunder Academy. Saying this, Zhongli Muyu even took out her doctoral certificate to show Chu Yun. All right, Muyu, you've said enough. Let us hurry up. Xiao Mo senses a trace of historical bronze artifacts ahead. Li Chui rolled her eyes at Zhongli Muyu and then followed her beast forward. Xiao Chui, wait for me. Seeing Li Chui's figure getting further away, Zhongli Muyu immediately chased after her. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, at the back, became even more vigilant. But he still followed. After all, Zhang Lu went missing only after entering the cave, so he had to go inside and see what was going on. It seems this trip won't be so easy. Sighing inwardly, Chu Yun said. He didn't know how long it had been. But the three of them were still walking inside the cave. Haven't we found the exit yet? The smell in this cave is so terrible, Zhongli Muyu urged. Her brows furrowed tightly. Even Chu Yun couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. The further they went in, the stronger the smell of blood became. But just as Chu Yun finished speaking, the three suddenly felt a brightness in front of them. Then came Li Chui's excited voice. Found the exit, let's hurry. In the next moment, the three rushed out of the cave. They opened their mouths and took a deep breath of air. Inside the cave, with every step they took, the smell of blood would hit them. Now that they had finally come to the outside world, they wanted to savor the air here. But the next moment, all three couldn't help but retch, wishing to expel all the air they had just inhaled. Ugh, why does the air outside smell so bad too? Zhongli Muyu's face turned ugly. Even Chu Yun felt a wave of nausea. He had thought the air inside the cave was bad enough, but he never expected it to be even more disgusting outside. Not only was there a strong smell of blood, but the scenery was also extremely eerie. Everywhere were decaying trees, and more terrifyingly, several long-dead corpses lay on these decaying trees. The maggots on them were even thicker than an adult's arm. Chu Yun's brows furrowed tightly, an ominous premonition slowly rising in his heart. Walk forward and see what the situation is ahead. Immediately, Zhongli Muyu made a decision. Chu Yun had no objections to this, but neither he nor Zhongli Muyu noticed the change in Li Chui's expression beside them. After walking for about 30 minutes, the three of them discovered that the scene ahead was even more terrifying than that in front of the cave. The ground was littered with the corpses of humans and animals, resembling a hell on earth. What on earth happened here? Could it be that all the missing people died here? Zhongli Muyu covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Look ahead. At that moment, Chu Yun suddenly fixed his gaze. He saw that not far from them, there was a graveyard in a patch of forest. The tombstones in this graveyard had no names. Not even dates. They were simply plain stone slabs standing there. Let's go take a look. After summoning her beast, Zhongli Muyu boldly stepped forward. Her intuition told her that this place was definitely not simple. At this moment, the sky was overcast and countless cold winds swept through. Not to mention Zhongli Muyu, even Chu Yun himself felt a chill down his spine. Upon reaching the graveyard, Chu Yun frowned. The resentment and death energy here were overwhelming. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he took 2 steps back. Could there be some ancient relics here? Should we go in and take a look? Li Chui urged anxiously from the side. However, Zhongli Muyu hesitated. This graveyard looked extremely strange, and no one knew if there were any monsters hidden inside. But we have already come this far. Wouldn't it be a pity if we didn't go in and take a look? Li Chui's expression was even more anxious at this moment, and she directly grabbed Zhongli Muyu's arm, without saying a word, and headed inside. Wait. At this moment, Chu Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Who are you really? In an instant, Chu Yun grabbed Li Chui's shoulder fiercely. From the moment we were in the cave, you were deceiving us. Your beast actually has no exploratory ability, am I right? A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes as he asked sternly. Moreover, I just noticed that the smell on you seems to be exactly the same as the death energy coming from this graveyard. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Li Chui's eyes, but she still feigned calmness and retorted, "What are you talking about? I think you are the one with the problem. Your whole family are the dead. Is that so?" A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. The next moment, he rushed forward and directly kicked Li Chui in the face. This kick was merciless. In an instant, Li Chui was kicked dozens of meters away, crashing into countless tombstones in the air. Chapter 40, Rebellion. Chu Yun, what do you mean by this? Seeing her good friend kicked away by Chu Yun, Zhong Li Mu Yu was instantly furious. She immediately drew her gun and aimed it at Chu Yun's forehead, her finger lightly pressing the trigger, seemingly ready to kill Chu Yun at any moment. Take a good look at what your so-called friend is. Chu Yun crossed his arms and gently pointed towards Li Chui. Hearing this, Zhong Li Mu Yu turned her head to look at Li Chui. What? In that instant, Zhong Li Mu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She saw that Li Chui had completely changed. Her eyes bulged out, and her body became incredibly bloated. At this moment, Li Chui stood with her large body, glaring at Chu Yun with anger. "You bastard, it's all your fault for ruining my plan." Li Chui, whose eyes flashed with fury, decisively summoned her beast. "Little demon, go for it, kill this guy." The next moment, the steel demon dog charged furiously towards Chu Yun. "Little White," Chu Yun calmly spoke. Gulu, a giant bear, 2 to 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of him. A level beast? Seeing that Little White was just a level beast, Li Chui immediately sneered. "A level beast thinks it can defeat my steel demon dog? Whether it can or not is not up to you to decide." A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. "Little White, use Thunder Strike and Rock Smash." Gulu. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, he saw Little White covered in lightning, charging towards the steel demon dog at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Little White's punch had already landed on the steel demon dog. Boom, one-hit kill. One move to kill a level steel demon dog. How is this possible? Li Chui's eyes were wide with disbelief. Why can this stupid bear defeat my steel demon dog? It has been enhanced by the master. Li Chui's eyes flickered with incredulity and anger. Zhong Li Mu Yu, who was watching, could no longer hold back and immediately questioned Li Chui. Li Chui stuck out her green tongue and licked her lips. At the same time, a voice slowly came from a tomb nearby Chu Yun. "Valued guests from afar, I apologize for my neglect. Please forgive me." The next moment, under the gaze of Chu Yun and Zhong Li Mu Yu, a hand suddenly stretched out from the tomb. Soon, the arm, along with the rest of the body, crawled out of the grave, and a chilling wind blew through the sky. In an instant, the scene became incredibly eerie and terrifying. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Chu Yun finally saw the appearance of the person in the grave. It was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s, with a face full of wrinkles and murky old eyes that were now fixed on Zhong Li Mu Yu beside him. As soon as this old man appeared, Chu Yun also noticed that there was a figure beside him. This person was as thin as a stick, as if they would be blown over by the wind, even while standing still. Jiang Lu. Just one glance, and Chu Yun recognized that this person was Jiang Lu, who had been missing for a long time. "Welcome everyone to my world." The old figure spoke in a hoarse voice. The next moment, the sky became overcast, and a sinister wind blew over Chu Yun and Zhong Li Mu Yu. "Who are you? What have you done to little Chui?" After summoning her beast, Zhong Li Mu Yu fixed her gaze on the old man. "Hee, Mu Yu, I don't like to hear that. I have always been a subordinate of the master." Every time Li Chui spoke, disgusting green juice would spew from her mouth. "You probably don't know, right? Actually, my purpose in being friends with you is to bring you here and hand you over to the master, making you the master's slave," Li Chui said with an evil smile. "What? Little Chui you?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Li Mu Yu's body trembled. A feeling of betrayal surged through her heart. "Don't be so sad." At that moment, the old figure took a step forward and coldly smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Lu Chu Kai, the former scientist of the Monster Legion. Being my slave will only bring you benefits, not harm. You will never succeed. Even if I die today, I won't let you succeed." Zhong Li Mu Yu's face turned cold, and she was already prepared for battle. "This is not something you can decide." Yi Lu Chu Kai sneered and said, "Come out." Gulu. The ground began to emit a series of cries, and then a ghostly figure appeared beside Yi Lu Chu Kai. This ghostly figure had dense yellow fur, and its eyes had turned into 2 black holes. Its entire body was hunched over, and there was a lot of black blood on it. Chu Yun's heart immediately sank, and he dared not be careless as he stared at the ghostly figure in front of him. Beast, grave-robbing ghost. Attribute, ghost type. Level. Main skill, mourning for the dead, revives the deceased to fight for them. The revived person has 1/3 of their previous combat power. Subskill, ghost soul song. Use the soul song to invade the human brain, confusing the living for one's own use. Talent, spirit body curse, whether living or dead. As long as they are controlled, all their memories can be viewed. Introduction: a rare ghost-type beastmaster, extremely eerie. Able to absorb resentful spirits for battle as long as in a gloomy place. Ghost-type, huh? Closing the panel, Chu Yun's expression turned heavy. He had never fought against a ghost-type enemy and was unsure if Xiaobai could defeat it. He then glanced at Zhongli Muyu beside him and softly said, "Get ready for battle, or none of us will get out today." Hearing this, Zhongli Muyu took a deep breath. She understood the seriousness of the situation. Even if her heart was heavy, she had to suppress it. "How confident are you in defeating him?" "Not sure." After saying this, Chu Yun frowned as he looked at the dazed Zhonglu. The next moment, he opened his panel. Name: Zhonglu. Spirit power: 95. Status: controlled by the soul song of the grave-robbing ghost. Physical condition: on the verge of death, long-term life force absorption. If he does not leave here within 7 days, he will be in life-threatening danger. System: what should I do to bring him back to normal? Chu Yun asked inwardly. Ding. Defeating the grave-robbing ghost is required to awaken those it has confused or controlled. Linger use frozen 1,000 miles. While Chu Yun was conversing with the system, Zhongli Muyu had already seized the initiative. Use frozen 1,000 miles. As soon as Zhongli Muyu spoke, the area within 1,000 miles suddenly became covered in frost. And even the temperature in the air dropped sharply. "Do you think you can defeat me with a bit of ice?" Yi Lichukai sneered coldly, then began to form hand seals as if performing some gesture. The next moment, the ground suddenly started to tremble, and even the frost was shattered by the powerful shockwave. Boom. At the same time, a grave was violently shattered. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened as he saw a person covered in black blood, with hollow eyes, slowly crawling out of the grave. Its appearance was extremely eerie. Soon after, the other graves began to crack, and what crawled out were not humans, but monsters. All looking like zombies. "What do you think of my zombie army?" Yi Lichukai sneered. "Did you do all this?" Zhongli Muyu's eyes flashed with caution. With so many zombies, it was impossible to control them all. "Of course, I stole an ancient martial arts book from the high ranks of the beast army. And then I was discovered and fled all the way here." As he spoke, Yi Lichukai licked his lips. "Since then, I have hidden here, strengthening my physical body with ancient martial arts while hunting down villagers passing through the thunder forest with my beasts, turning them all into zombies." After that, Yi Lichukai greedily glanced at Zhongli Muyu. "I didn't expect Li Chui to bring me a high-level beastmaster today. With you, plus 2 beast army members as my subordinates. Even if the monster army finds me in the future, they won't be able to do anything to me." Thinking about having a doctoral student from the Thunder Academy as a subordinate in the future excited Yi Lichukai immensely. Moreover, Zhongli Muyu was also an exceptional beauty. Her figure and appearance were almost flawless. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for that high-level beastmaster, Yi Lichukai didn't take it seriously. To put it bluntly, he believed that with just 1/10 of his strength, he could eliminate this kid. "Charge at me, kill this kid." With that thought, Yi Lichukai directly commanded his zombie army. Roar. After Yi Lichukai finished speaking, countless zombies rushed toward Chu Yun's position like a swarm, looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. "Xiaobai, use Thunder Flash Strike and Rock Smash Fist. Let's make it a good fight today." After Chu Yun finished speaking, Xiaobai was enveloped in thunder, and the next moment, he punched and shattered the rushing zombie monsters. While Xiaobai was fighting, Chu Yun was not idle either. As a level 2 beast master, his melee ability was not inferior to some monsters. Initially, both Chu Yun and Zhongli Muyu could maintain the upper hand against the numerous zombie monsters, but as time passed, Chu Yun felt his stamina depleting. Seeing that these monsters were gathering and could not be finished off, Chu Yun's expression hardened, and a plan arose in his mind. "You find a way to hold off these zombies, I'll go kill that guy." Seeing the number of zombie monsters increasing, Chu Yun decisively spoke. "Okay." Zhongli Muyu also understood the seriousness of the situation and worked harder to freeze batch after batch of monsters. Soon, she cleared a path for Chu Yun. And seeing this, Chu Yun decisively charged out with Xiaobai. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Yi Lichukai sneered, then pointed at Jiang Lu beside him. "You go and block this kid." Hearing this, Jiang Lu moved forward. Bang! Chu Yun's gaze was deep as he directly met Jiang Lu's punch head-on. This punch sent Jiang Lu flying far away, and before he could summon a beast, Chu Yun's powerful speed brought him back in front of him. Bang! Another kick. And Jiang Lu was instantly knocked unconscious by Chu Yun. That's it. After defeating Jiang Lu, Chu Yun coldly looked at Yi Lichukai in front of him. "Kid, do you think you can defeat me? Let me show you the power of the grave-robbing ghost." Then, Yi Lichukai shouted angrily, "Grave-robbing ghost, go, kill this kid." Moan. The grave-robbing ghost let out a moan, and a face that was already blurry became even more twisted. Its body became semi-transparent, and it took out a bell, shaking it incessantly. At this moment, both Chu Yun and Xiaobai suddenly felt their consciousness blur, and a sense of fatigue quickly spread throughout their bodies. Seeing this, Yi Chukai immediately laughed coldly. Once caught by the grave-robbing ghost's soul song, no one can escape. You will obediently become my subordinate in the future. Just as Chu Yun felt his eyelids growing heavier and was about to fall asleep, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to be hypnotized. Please awaken. Instantly, this cold voice awakened Chu Yun, who was about to fall unconscious. After Chu Yun regained consciousness, Xiaobai also shook his head, revealing a look of fatigue in his eyes. Sneaky thing, Xiaobai, go. Used Thunder Fury Fist. With killing intent in his eyes, Chu Yun suddenly charged towards Yi Chukai. What? How is it possible for someone to break free from the grave-robbing ghost's hypnosis? Seeing Chu Yun attacking him, Yi Chukai immediately took 2 steps back. Grave-robbing ghost. Continue the hypnosis. Moan. Just as the grave-robbing ghost was about to shake the bell in its hand, it suddenly sensed a flash of white light in front of it. The next moment, Xiaobai's figure charged towards it. At this moment, its extreme speed turned into a flash of white light. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai was already in front of the grave-robbing ghost. Thunder Fury Fist. Xiaobai's right hand gathered countless thick bolts of lightning, accompanied by the aura of Rock Smash Fist, and smashed fiercely toward the grave-robbing ghost. Moan. In an instant, the massive thunder illuminated the entire sky, shattering all the dark clouds with its powerful lightning. The grave-robbing ghost was crushed to powder by Xiaobai, having no ability to fight back at all. How is this possible? In the distance, Zhongli Muyu gasped for breath, staring blankly at Chu Yun. His beast actually possessed such powerful combat power? This absurd scene had far exceeded her understanding. At the same time, just as the corpse-digging ghost died, all the zombies on the scene turned into a pool of liquid flowing into the ground. It's your turn. Chu Yun cast a sharp glance at Yi Chukai, and in the next moment, he moved and launched an attack. He kicked mercilessly towards Yi Chukai's face. Bang! But just as Chu Yun confidently thought he could defeat Yi Chukai, he suddenly froze. Yi Chukai gently extended 2 fingers and blocked his attack. Seeing the shocked expression on Chu Yun's face, Yi Chukai couldn't help but sneer coldly. Kid, have you forgotten that I am also an ancient martial artist? Chapter 42, Gathering the Crystals. Ancient martial arts? Interesting. After Yi Chukai blocked his attack, Chu Yun was not too surprised. Once his shock passed, Chu Yun took 2 steps back. The Yi Chukai in front of him was indeed an ancient martial artist, but don't forget, he himself was also a level 2 beastmaster. Although Yi Chukai had enhanced himself through ancient martial arts, Chu Yun noticed from the previous panel that his physical level was still at 1. If it came to a direct confrontation, Chu Yun was confident he wouldn't lose. Let me see how strong you, an ancient martial artist, can be. Chu Yun focused his gaze, and a punch suddenly carried a fierce wind towards Yi Chukai. The punch was as fast as the wind, and Yi Chukai couldn't react in time and was hit head-on. Bang! After the punch, Chu Yun immediately felt a sharp pain in his fist. At the same time, Yi Chukai, who had been knocked back by his punch, slowly stood up. Kid, you are indeed strong. You can match me with your physical strength. But this is where it ends. Yi Chukai's gaze turned cold, and then he stepped forward. His punch was fast, and he moved even faster. Although Yi Chukai's strike was extremely quick, Chu Yun felt it was still slightly slower. In an instant, Chu Yun dodged Yi Chukai's attack. Step, step, step. Chu Yun used almost all his strength in this kick, but he could only force Yi Chukai back 3 steps. As expected of an ancient martial artist, formidable. Chu Yun took a deep breath, his gaze not daring to be careless. Then, Chu Yun moved forward again to engage Yi Chukai. In fact, if Chu Yun wanted, he could have Little White eliminate Yi Chukai in an instant. But he didn't want to do that. The reason was simple. He wanted to see how strong his physical body could become. Thus, the two fought for a full half an hour without a clear winner. This scene left Zhongli Muyu astonished. Is he really from the Beastmaster Legion? Why haven't I heard of such a figure in the Beastmaster Legion? Bang! Just as Zhongli Muyu was astonished, the battle was nearing its end. With a fatal kick from Chu Yun, Yi Chukai was finally defeated. Who are you? Yi Chukai, lying on the ground, looked at Chu Yun with narrowed pupils. He was someone who had practiced ancient martial arts. Why couldn't he even defeat this young man? The one who will kill you. Chu Yun smiled coldly, his gaze revealing no hint of mercy. In the next moment, he kicked towards Yi Chukai's throat. A scream came, and Yi Chukai was instantly killed by Chu Yun. After killing Yi Chukai, Chu Yun took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he was surprised to find that Yi Chukai's body turned into a pool of liquid after death, slowly flowing into the ground. This bizarre scene gave Chu Yun a bad premonition. What is this? But in the next moment, Chu Yun suddenly froze. He saw a book falling from the spot where Yi Chukai had died. It was inscribed with the words, Ancient Martial Arts. Recalling what Yi Chukai had said earlier, Chu Yun couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Could this be the Ancient Martial Arts Manual? His heart stirred slightly, and he picked up the manual. After opening the first page, Chu Yun was immediately astonished. He discovered that this was a manual that could simultaneously condense spiritual power and cultivate martial power to enhance the physical body. Instantly, Chu Yun was overjoyed. What he needed most now was something like this. Once he completed this task, he could obtain the spiritual liquid to evolve his physical body to level 3. By then, with the combination of this ancient martial arts technique, Chu Yun was confident he could defeat Song Jin within 3 moves. What did you just pick up? At this moment, Zhongli Muyu curiously walked over. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she stared at Chu Yun. She had watched the entire process of Chu Yun killing Yel Chu Kai, and at this moment, Zhongli Muyu was completely astonished by him. It's nothing, just a book that the Beastmaster Legion has been looking for. Chu Yun replied dismissively. He wasn't familiar with Zhongli Muyu and didn't think it necessary to tell her everything. Oh, Zhongli Muyu also knew that Chu Yun was brushing her off, so she didn't ask further. After the corpse-digging ghost of Yel Chu Kai died, Li Chui's body also slowly disappeared. This made Zhongli Muyu feel somewhat sad. After all, they had once been friends. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer in case anything unexpected happens. Taking a deep breath, Zhongli Muyu looked around cautiously and said. Hearing this, Chu Yun nodded. He didn't want to stay in such a ghostly place for a moment longer. Roar. But just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the ground, followed by a strong tremor that even cracked the surrounding ground. Towering ancient trees fell into the crevices, and it took a long time for the sound of them hitting the ground to be heard. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately frowned, feeling an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Buzz. In the next moment, a gigantic shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. What is that? Zhongli Muyu's expression turned cold, but before she could say another word, she saw a strange bird appear in the sky. What kind of bird is this? Chu Yun frowned. Just as he was about to open the panel, he saw the strange bird flying towards his position. This isn't a bird. As the strange bird approached them, Zhongli Muyu exclaimed. What was rushing towards them was clearly a gigantic mantis. Its entire body was even slightly larger than Little White. Monster name, Thunder Mantis. Attribute, Thunder. Level. Skill, Crying Claws. The massive scythe-like claws can inflict tearing pain on anyone. Description, awakened from years of slumber in the thunder forest by the corpse liquid of Yel Chu Kai. Good. After seeing this, Chu Yun's heart filled with joy. This was a level monster. As long as he killed it, he could gather the 3 high-level attribute crystals needed for Little White's evolution. This way, he could directly evolve Little White to level. But at this moment, Chu Yun felt a bit troubled because Little White's Thunder Fury Fist had just been used up, and the current battle intent value was insufficient to trigger it a second time. Linger used Frozen 1,000 Miles to freeze it. Just as Chu Yun felt troubled, Zhongli Muyu immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face lit up with joy. How could he forget about Zhongli Muyu? This woman was also a level beastmaster. With the two of them working together, they would definitely be able to easily defeat this Thunder Mantis. With a cry, the ice spirit bird unleashed frost, freezing the surrounding ground and the Thunder Mantis solidly. Crack! But in less than a second, the Thunder Mantis broke free from the ice. However, even so, it still had a large amount of frost on its body, causing its speed to decrease significantly. Now's the time. Little White, use Thunder Fury Claw and Shattering Fist. Chu Yun's eyes sharpened as he spoke. Roar. Little White let out a roar, its body enveloped in thunder, and a strong killing intent condensed on its right fist. Bang. In an instant, Little White appeared in front of the Thunder Mantis and landed a heavy punch on it. Roar. In an instant, the Thunder Mantis let out a cry and uncontrollably spewed green liquid from its mouth. The next moment, its entire body fell heavily to the ground. Xiaobai. Press the attack. As the saying goes, take advantage of the illness to take the life. Chu Yun ordered Xiaobai to move in for the kill without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiaobai suddenly leaped onto the Thunder Mantis, gripping its head tightly with its massive claws, and then forcefully twisted. With a crack, the Thunder Mantis was instantly killed. Xiaobai, dig out the crystal. After the Thunder Mantis died, Chu Yun excitedly instructed. The Thunder Mantis had been sleeping underground for many years, and it definitely hadn't had its crystal taken by the Beast Army. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiaobai dug out a shining purple crystal from the Thunder Mantis's head. Got it. Chu Yun's face lit up. He had finally gathered all the crystals needed for Xiaobai's evolution. Seeing that Chu Yun had collected the crystals, Zhongli Muyu had no complaints. If it weren't for Chu Yun being there today, she would probably have been captured by Yela Chukai. Speaking of which, she also had to thank Chu Yun for saving her life. Chapter 43, Level Achieved. Finally, it's over. I've already notified the Beast Army personnel. We just need to wait for them here. Outside the cave, Zhongli Muyu said to Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded and said nothing. Brother Chu, I really owe you this time. Otherwise, I might have died in this thunder forest. Jiang Lu, lying on a large rock, said with some lingering fear while covering his chest. After about 2 hours, the Beast Army personnel finally arrived, and Zhang Lu was sent to the hospital in Tianhai City. Standing at the entrance of the Beast Army, Chu Yun's eyes flashed with determination. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the assembly point of the first squad. At this time, Wang Jian, Lin Bai, Ku Zhonglu, and Wu Qingning were all present. Upon seeing Chu Yun return safely, Wu Qingning's face instantly brightened. She stood up and walked over, exclaiming in surprise. Not at all, Chu Yun replied with a smile. At the same time, Lin Bai's expression was somewhat relieved. Wang Jian, sitting in a chair, approached and patted Chu Yun's shoulder with a smile. But upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were filled with insincerity. This naturally didn't fool Chu Yun. Gently pushing Wang Jian's hand away, he threw the Beast Army badge he had in his hand onto the table. I want to withdraw from the Beast Army, Chu Yun said flatly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian, Lin Bai, and even Ku Zhonglu all looked confused. Chu Yun, why would you have such thoughts? Haven't you already cleared your name regarding that incident? Wu Qingning thought Chu Yun was sulking over killing Su Wuyo. Exactly, Brother Chu. I've already come to terms with it. Wuyo acted against you without permission. How could you be blamed? If I did anything wrong last time, please forgive me. Wang Jian said, putting on a heartbroken expression. Chu Yun, don't be impulsive. Ku Zhonglu also tried to persuade him. Only Lin Bai remained silent. But there was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and he focused his gaze on Chu Yun, as if wanting to hear his explanation. It's nothing else. I need to participate in the Beast Academy's enrollment assessment soon, and I don't have time. Sorry, everyone. After saying this, Chu Yun shot a cold glance at Wang Jian and turned to leave. Just as Chu Yun was leaving, Wu Qingning hurriedly chased after him. But she was still a step behind. Chu Yun had already disappeared into an unknown place. After entering the dormitory, Chu Yun locked the door and then pulled out a bottle of light blue liquid from somewhere unknown. This was the advanced elixir given to him by the task system. With it, he could elevate his physical body to level 3. Chu Yun licked his lips, feeling a bit excited. System, how do I use this? Do I just soak it in water? Shaking the elixir in his hand, Chu Yun inwardly asked. Ding. The advanced elixir is the top-tier version of the marrow-cleansing liquid. Taking it orally will yield the maximum effect. Orally? Chu Yun was taken aback upon hearing this, but still prepared to follow through. After opening the bottle, Chu Yun swallowed it all without a second thought. Immediately, a burning sensation spread through his throat. The moment the elixir entered his abdomen, a tearing pain followed. At that moment, he felt as if he were in a sea of fire, with all his internal organs being roasted by the flames, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Accompanying this was the sound of cracking bones. He didn't know how long it had been when Chu Yun slowly regained consciousness. Finally over. Clenching his fists and feeling the power surging through his body, Chu Yun exclaimed with joy. The next moment, he opened his status panel. Host, Chu Yun. Gender, male. Spirit power level, unknown. Physical level, 3. He had finally elevated his physical body to level 3. Excitement flickered in Chu Yun's eyes. At the same time, he took out the ancient martial arts he received from Yi Lichikai. After carefully flipping through it several times, Chu Yun's heart raced even more. He discovered that the greatest benefit of this ancient martial arts was that it allowed a human's physical level to continuously break through. Additionally, there were many martial arts techniques. And Chu Yun was confident that with the ancient martial arts, his strength could definitely improve another notch. It could be said that it was a great help to him. Next, he would help Xiao Bai level up. After putting away the ancient martial arts, Chu Yun summoned Xiao Bai. As soon as Xiao Bai appeared, a notification from the system suddenly rang in Chu Yun's mind. Ding. Detected that the current beast can evolve to level. Do you wish to evolve? Evolve. Without hesitation. Chu Yun nodded and spoke. The moment he finished speaking, countless purple lights surrounded Xiao Bai. Boom. The next moment, the purple light exploded. And Xiao Bai's aura soared once again. Now, it had become a level beast. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face lit up, and he quickly opened the system panel. Name, Thunder Roar Xiao Bai. Attribute, Thunder. Level. Experience, 0. Main skill, Thunder Fury Claws, an upgraded version of Thunder Strike. Channeling the energy of the storm to damage several nearby enemies. The power of the storm will cause its attacks to create chain lightning on the target, dealing ricochet damage to other surrounding enemies. Secondary skill, Stone Crushing Fist. Passive, Storm's Choice. Talent, Fiercer with each battle. Talent, Bloodthirsty. Equipment, Armor, not yet upgraded. Battle Intent Value, 100. Battle Intent Skill, Thunder Fury Punch, a full power strike that consumes battle intent value and can deal damage equivalent to a level beast's full power strike. Unlock Talent, Vigor, when the beast is in battle, rapidly increases stamina. Unlock Requirement, 200 achievement points. Unlocked Skill, Rapid Advance, greatly increases the beast's agility and speed. Unlock Requirement, 100 achievement points. Equipment, Armor upgrade requirements. 1 molten heart, 10 meteorite pieces, 5 red crystal gems. Gathering all costs 500 achievement points to upgrade to Sunfire armor. Molten heart, a burning crystal refined from the flames of the sun's core. Sunfire armor. In battle, it continuously raises high-temperature burns against the opponent, reaching up to 1,000 degrees. Looking at the many unlocked items and martial skills on the panel, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It seems there would be a lot to do in the future. Turning off the panel, Chu Yun sighed deeply. At this moment, there was only about half a month left until the Beast Academy started. Chapter 44, Assessment begins. A cool breeze passed by, and time flew by. In a blink, half a month had passed, and today was the day of the enrollment assessment for all academies. Now, the novice has completely mastered his own power. After careful preparation, Chu Yun pushed open the dormitory door and walked out. Chu Yun? As soon as he opened the door, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hearing this voice, Chu Yun was momentarily stunned. Chenhua? The one calling him was Chunhua, whom he had rescued in the trial forest. He remembered that the silver card in his hand was a gift from Chenhua. What academy are you planning to apply to? Chenhua asked curiously. Me? I plan to apply to the Royal Academy. How about you? Upon hearing this, Chunhua's expression dimmed a bit. I plan to apply to an ordinary Beastmaster Academy. Chu Yun did not say anything in response, just patted Chunhua on the shoulder and encouraged him a few times before leaving. When he arrived at the admission square, it was already crowded. Looking around, Chu Yun noticed that almost all the people here were students, and their faces showed a range of emotions. Some were excited, some were dejected, and others were extremely anxious, with trembling legs. Sigh, I don't know if I can get into the Beastmaster Academy, said one student from another school with a hint of melancholy on his face. Take it slow. If it doesn't work out, apply to a few more. Just don't let me become an ordinary person, another student replied. What academy are you planning to apply to? The 4 major academies are out of the question. I plan to apply to a few simpler Beastmaster academies. Groups of students gathered together, discussing incessantly. It's no wonder they were so nervous. After all, today was the day that would determine their fate. As long as they crossed this hurdle, their future would be limitless. But if they couldn't, they would have to live their lives as ordinary people. The Beastmaster they had just awakened might also be released. The difference between an ordinary person and a Beastmaster seems to be only 2 words, but in reality, they are worlds apart. Sighing, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion as he looked at the anxious students ahead. He remembered how he had trembled with nervousness during his own college entrance exams in his past life. In this life, if he didn't have the system, would he also be as nervous as they were? Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Without the system, he probably wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here. He might have graduated from a regular university after finishing Beastmaster High School and become an ordinary office worker. But there are no ifs. In reality, he is now a genuine level Beastmaster. Given his strength, joining the Royal Academy should be more than sufficient. After organizing his thoughts, Chu Yun headed toward the Royal Academy's admissions area, while the other students went to the admissions offices for other Beastmaster academies. The Royal Academy is one of the top 4 academies in Tianhai City. The 4 major academies are Thunder Academy, Fire Academy, North Qing Academy, and the Royal Academy that Chu Yun chose. These academies cannot be ranked as superior or inferior. Rather, they are equally matched, each excelling in different fields. Just as Chu Yun was about to step forward to register, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder from behind. Brother Chu, I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was momentarily stunned. Turning around, he was surprised to see Ku Zhongla. Brother Chu, are you planning to apply to the Royal Academy? Ku Zhongla looked at Chu Yun with a somewhat complex expression. After all, he was present when Chu Yun left the Beastmaster Corps. That's right, what about you? It seems like you also plan to come to the Royal Academy? Chu Yun asked curiously. That's right, since we ran into each other, let's register together. Ku Zhongla said with a smile, scratching his head. Sounds good. Chu Yun didn't object, but just as the two were about to head to the registration area, an inappropriate voice suddenly came from beside them. Chu Yun, a waste of a level Beastmaster like you dares to apply to the Royal Academy? Upon hearing this, both Chu Yun and Ku Zhongla stopped in their tracks. It's you? Turning around, Chu Yun discovered that the one who had spoken disrespectfully was none other than Li Baoku, whom he hadn't seen for 2 months. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, a waste of a level Beastmaster, Li Baoku said with a cold smile. Arms crossed. Since that day, he had been diligently training, and now he had achieved a significant level of synergy with his lone wolf. Clown. Chu Yun said with a cold smile, ignoring Li Baoku. In his eyes, Li Baoku was just a clown, and it wasn't worth his time to deal with someone like him. You better pray that we don't meet alone. I'll make you regret coming into this world. Li Baoku's eyes flashed with murderous intent before he left. After Li Baoku left, Ku Zhongla beside Chu Yun frowned and asked, Brother Chu, who is that person? Why is he so rude? Just a clown, don't mind him. After about half an hour, the two finally registered smoothly and stood quietly waiting for the assessment. At this moment, Chu Yun and Ku Zhongla were at the end of the line, and the students in front were all undergoing tests. Wu Qingning. Just then, Chu Yun was suddenly surprised to see one of the people in front was Wu Qingning. Wasn't she selected by the Royal Academy? Why is she still participating in the assessment? While he was puzzled, Chu Yun turned his gaze. He saw a table at the assessment area with a stone tablet on it. The stone tablet had numbers from 1 to 100 carved on it. Chu Yun knew that this was the test stone tablet for measuring spiritual power levels. After awakening their beast masters, everyone's spiritual power undergoes a qualitative change, and at this time, the test stone tablet is needed to assess a person's talent. Only those with spiritual power exceeding 90 are eligible to join the Royal Academy. Therefore, after awakening their beast masters, many students wanted to try their luck to see if they could enter the Royal Academy. Although there was only one stone tablet, the testing speed was very fast. Each student could get their spiritual power results in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Chu Yun noticed that about 80% of the students present had been eliminated, leaving only the group of high-achieving classmates from Beastmaster High School. The students who passed the assessment were all delighted, while those who failed left with dejected expressions to choose other Beastmaster academies. At this moment, a sudden gasp came from the crowd ahead. Wow, which genius is this? So impressive. Full marks, it's actually full marks. So strong, who is this girl? This is the first person to reach full marks on the spiritual power test, right? What is her name again? The commotion in the crowd caught Chu Yun's attention. Looking up, he was both surprised and astonished. Wu Qingning, the one who got full marks is her. At the same time, someone in the crowd had already recognized Wu Qingning. You don't know her? She's the top genius of Beastmaster High School, Wu Qingning. No wonder, I thought I had seen her somewhere. Wow, she's amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but her Beastmaster talent is also so strong. At this moment, almost everyone turned their attention to Wu Qingning, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Indeed, I didn't expect your talent to be so good. Go over there and wait for the next round of tests, said Teacher Zhou, who was in charge of the assessment with a smile. This is a genius with a spiritual power level of 100. The Royal Academy hasn't encountered such talent in decades. Although 199 differ by only 1 point, they are worlds apart. With a full marks disciple emerging from the test, she would also receive rewards from the Royal Academy. Thank you, Teacher, Wu Qingning replied with a smile. Although she already knew she would pass, hearing the test score of 100 still made her heart flutter with excitement. Soon after, Wu Qingning walked towards the next round of the examination venue. As time passed, the commotion quickly calmed down. Next, it was the turn of another student. 89 points, failing. Teacher Zhou, who was administering the test, looked at the stone tablet with regret. At the same time, the student's face also fell. A point short of the Royal Academy. It was disappointing, but he knew he could only apply to other schools. What a pity, just one step away from success. Sigh. 1 point, I would probably regret it for a lifetime. Many people in the crowd felt sorry for that student. Chu Yun, witnessing this scene, didn't he have much thought? He had experienced this kind of situation many times. In his past life, he had also missed his undergraduate degree by just 1 point. So at this moment, he was already used to such matters. Soon, the testing resumed, and it was Li Baoku's turn. His spirit power test result was 95 points. When he heard this result, almost everyone around gasped in amazement. Generally, students tested usually have spirit power around 90 or 92, and rarely does one reach about 95. This scene once again excited Teacher Zhou, who was overseeing the assessment. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed that when Li Baoku learned his test result, he deliberately cast a provocative glance at him and even made a gesture implying trash. Chu Yun didn't pay much attention to this. To him, Li Baoku was nothing more than a clown now, and it was unnecessary to care about him. Next, after Li Baoku exited, it quickly turned to other students. About 30 minutes later, after one student after another finished testing, it was finally Chu Yun's turn. Place your hand on the stone tablet and inject your spirit power. 90 is passing, 95 is excellent, Teacher Zhou patiently explained to Chu Yun. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun stood in front of the stone tablet, a hint of nervousness flashing in his eyes. Although he had a top-tier beast master, whether his spirit power could reach 90 was still unknown. Name, Chu Yun. Gender, male. Spirit power, unknown. Physical level, 3. Sure enough, it was still like this. Looking at the system panel, Chu Yun found that his spirit power was still marked as unknown. Gritting his teeth, he closed the panel and then extended his right hand to touch the testing stone. As soon as he made contact, a cold sensation came from his hand. Following that, Chu Yun injected his spirit power into it. Buzz. In the next moment, the previously dark testing stone tablet suddenly began to glow. The numbers engraved on it started to rise step by step. Meanwhile, Wu Qingning in the crowd also noticed Chu Yun. Instantly, surprise flashed in her eyes. Ever since Chu Yun left the Beastmaster Corps, She had lost contact with him. She didn't expect to encounter him during the Royal Academy's admission assessment. Clenching her fists, Wu Qingning thought to herself. Not far from her, Li Baoku was also watching this scene, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. In Beastmaster High, you are a failure with insufficient spirit power. How much could you have improved in just 2 months? Chu Yun, you and I are ultimately not on the same level. With a long sigh, Li Baoku sneered. Chu brother, good luck, he said with a hint of sarcasm. He was curious about how powerful Chu Yun, such a strong beastmaster, would be in terms of spirit power. Soon, as Chu Yun injected his spirit power, the numbers on the testing stone began to rise rapidly. From 20 to 30, 50, 70, 80, 85, 90. In just a breath, the number surprisingly reached 90. Spirit power has reached 90. He has passed. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. No, look. The number is still rising. With the crowd's exclamations, the number on the testing stone suddenly reached 95. 95 points, passing. Teacher Zhou said excitedly again. I didn't expect another student to score 95. It seems this year the Royal Academy will be outstanding. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun finally felt a weight lifted off his heart. However, how much spirit power could he ultimately reach? Curious, Chu Yun injected more spirit power. Then, the testing stone unexpectedly shook. Following that, the number jumped from 95 directly to 98. Is this really 98 points? A student in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Qingning, witnessing this scene, was also excited, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Indeed, he has become stronger again. Wu Qingning thought to herself. Knowing that just 2 months ago, Chu Yun had barely passed the school tests. How could he score 98? Teacher Zhou looked at Chu Yun with shock in her eyes. A student with 98 points would definitely be a standout among beast masters in the future. But just as she thought this, she suddenly noticed that the number on the testing stone was rising again. Suddenly, the testing stone emitted a dazzling white light. 100. In the next moment, the score directly reached 100. Is this real? No way, another student scored 100? Everyone rubbed their eyes, astonished that 2 students scored full marks on the same day. Such a situation had never happened in Tianhai City. It was indeed 100. Teacher Zhou, responsible for the exam, couldn't hide her smile. This has never happened before. Truly a miracle, she couldn't help but exclaim. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed that the testing stone was still glowing. Crack. Just as Teacher Zhou was puzzled, she suddenly discovered a crack appeared on the testing stone. Following that, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the stone. Before Teacher Zhou could react, a loud bang suddenly rang in her ears. Boom. The testing stone actually exploded. What is going on? Wow, did this guy just break the testing stone? At that moment, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at Chu Yun in shock. Chapter 46, Wu Qiui's Test. Looking at everyone's gaze, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. I didn't want this either. I just didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. I only used a little spirit power in it. This was indeed true. Up until now, Chu Yun had used less than 1/10 of his spirit power. He didn't expect to shatter the testing stone directly. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Damn. We've worked our butts off just to reach 90 points, and you smashed it to pieces, yet you're not satisfied? But they could only keep these thoughts to themselves, as everyone knew that at this moment, Chu Yun was already on a completely different level from them. Haha. This young man is really humorous. May I ask your name? Chu brother, I offended you at school before. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. Young hero, could you honor me with a meal later? Looking at the people in front of him trying to curry favor, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. After casually waving his hand, he signaled Teacher Zhou that he would go to the next training ground. Meanwhile, not far from Chu Yun, Wu Qingning was staring at him. She didn't expect that in less than a month, Chu Yun had become so much stronger. Wu Qingning's eyes sparkled with amazement. She knew she had been completely left behind by Chu Yun. This is what a genius is, compared to Chu Yun. Any so-called genius would have to take a step back. At the same time, not far from where Wu Qingning was, Li Baoku was staring at Chu Yun with a face full of rage. Damn it, what kind of freak is this kid? How can he blow up the testing stone tablet? At this moment, Li Baoku's heart already knew that it would be incredibly difficult to deal with Chu Yun in the future. After all, the Royal Academy would definitely protect a disciple with such high talent. According to his original plan, he intended to humiliate Chu Yun thoroughly, but unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face instead. Congratulations, Chu Yun. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for a month. Turns out you were busy training? When Chu Yun arrived at the second testing site, Wu Qingning couldn't wait to step forward and smiled. However, there was a hint of complaint in her tone. Hearing this, Chu Yun forced a smile. Qingning, why do you sound like you have something to say? How could I dare to complain about our genius Chu? Also, why did you withdraw from the Beastmaster Corps? You finally cleared your name. Listening to Chu Yun's explanation, Wu Qingning couldn't help but pout. Humph, you left so carefree. Do you know that I also withdrew from the Beastmaster Corps later? What? Chu Yun was taken aback and then smiled bitterly. You withdrew from the Beastmaster Corps too? Yes, after you left, it was boring for me to stay alone. So I left, Wu Qingming said casually. Brother Chu, you don't know, but during the days you were missing, Wu Qingming was so anxious she was about to explode. Just as the two were talking, Ku Zhongla suddenly stepped forward with a smile. Ku Zhongla, if you dare to say more. Wu Qingming's gaze turned cold as she spoke in a chilling tone. Seeing this, Ku Zhongla couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He had experienced Wu Qingming's strength. And now seeing her a bit angry, he dared not speak again and could only smile awkwardly. After about another 10 minutes, almost all the students participating in the assessment had completed their tests. However, very few passed. Most of them were just relying on luck. There were very few geniuses like Wu Qingming. Once all the students finished their tests, Teacher Zhou, who had been watching, strolled over to Chu Yun and the others. Clearing his throat, Teacher Zhou's melodious voice rang out. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of the Royal Academy's assessment, but don't be complacent, as the first round is only the simplest level. Teacher Zhou looked at the youthful faces in front of him and continued with a smile. If you fail the second round, your results from the first round will be void. What? Upon hearing this, all the students gasped in shock. What do you mean there's another round? Didn't you say there was only one round? Damn, if the first round is this hard, then the next one must be even tougher. Ignoring the students' cries of despair, Teacher Zhou continued. Alright, the next round will be assessed by Teacher Wu, and I hope you won't disappoint her. Just as Teacher Zhou finished speaking, a woman slowly walked over from a distance. She had shoulder-length hair, a classically beautiful face, and long legs and high heels, walking slowly to Teacher Zhou's side. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Qiui, and I am your examiner for this round. Only by passing my round can you officially join the Royal Academy. After saying this, Wu Qiui waved her jade hand and summoned her beast. It was a white fox over a meter long. This fox had 9 tails. And although it was a fox, it gave off a refined feeling. After staring for a while, even Chu Yun felt a bit uncomfortable. Have I been single for too long to find even a fox charming? He shivered and muttered to himself. Then, Chu Yun directly opened the system panel. Name, 9-tailed celestial fox. Level. Main skill, 3 pure great formation. Centered on itself, it summons 3 ancient deities to form a powerful formation. In the formation, the 9-tailed celestial fox's combat power will continuously increase. Secondary skill, spiritual pressure formation. Uses spiritual pressure of its level to exert a strong sense of oppression on enemies. Those who cannot withstand it will be crushed to dust. Spiritual skill, phantom demon walk. For a short time, the 9-tailed celestial fox's speed increases dozens of times. Weapon skill, celestial claws. The claws of the 9-tailed celestial fox become incredibly hard, and wounds inflicted will worsen over time. Main talent, deception. Those who gaze at the 9-tailed celestial fox for a long time will be unconsciously charmed. Secondary talent, thunder. Enemies of the 9-tailed celestial fox will continuously suffer from the torment of Thunder's punishment. Beasts of the level possess additional spiritual skills and weapon skills. Hiss. After closing the panel, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This fox is actually a level beast? Are all the instructors at the Royal Academy this powerful? While Chu Yun was amazed at Wu Qiui's beast, he didn't notice that Wu Qingming's expression was a bit unnatural. Just as Chu Yun was pondering, Wu Qiui stepped forward, glancing at the students in front of her. She said coldly, "This round will be assessed by me personally. Even if you are geniuses with spiritual powers above 90, it won't matter. I only care about your combat ability." After saying this, the 9-tailed celestial fox beside her suddenly released a murderous aura. Hiss. At this moment, all the students who passed the first round turned pale, as they felt a chill spreading in their hearts. Chapter 47. The powerful pressure of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Is this actually a level beast? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. One student, clutching his chest and sweating profusely, murmured in shock. The appearance of the 9-tailed celestial fox made everyone present panic. Don't be nervous. Everyone listen to me and step forward together. Wu Qiui scanned all the attendees and spoke calmly. Hearing this, many students exchanged glances and stepped forward. Even though they were scared, they didn't dare to argue against Wu Qiui now that she had spoken, so they followed her instructions. At this moment, everyone was trembling inside, except for Chu Yun and Wu Qingming, who remained calm and unaffected. The two were standing close together. At the same time, Wu Qiui deliberately glanced in the direction of Wu Qingming. When she saw Wu Qingming standing next to Chu Yun, she couldn't help but frown. Although she was curious, Wu Qiui didn't ask anything. Then, Wu Qiui swept her cold gaze over everyone. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, and a bad premonition slowly rose in their hearts. But before they could react, they suddenly felt their legs go weak. An invisible pressure suddenly hit them, causing nearly everyone to almost kneel on the ground, except for Chu Yun, Wu Qingning, Li Baoku, and Ku Zhongla, who showed little reaction. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Wu Qiui's eyes. Then she spoke. In this round, you must withstand the pressure of my nine-tailed celestial fox together with your beasts. The longer you hold out, the greater your chances of passing. Those who last till the end will receive special rewards. But don't worry, I will only let the nine-tailed celestial fox use 1% of its strength. After all, you are still too weak, pitifully weak. After saying this, Wu Qiui deliberately glanced at Chu Yun. Whether it was a coincidence or not, at this moment, Chu Yun felt that the teacher in front of him seemed to be looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Whoosh. Soon, a massive pressure surged toward everyone. Snowy Domain Sky Wolf, Black Rock Red Dog, Fire Dragon Cat. Feeling this pressure, everyone summoned their beasts without hesitation to withstand it. Even Chu Yun was no exception, as he directly summoned Xiaobai. But just as Xiaobai appeared, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, all looking at Chu Yun and Xiaobai with bewildered expressions. Even Wu Qiui couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of astonishment and surprise. Is this his beast? A little polar bear? How could a talent with such spiritual power possibly sign a contract with an ordinary beast? Could it be that the spiritual power test stone was broken? Listening to the discussions around her, Chu Yun remained unmoved. He didn't choose to let Xiaobai transform because, after all, this level of pressure was nothing for Xiaobai and him. Although Xiaobai was only a level beast, its combat power was no less than that of a level beast, and it might even be stronger. As for Chu Yun, there was no need to mention it. After reaching level 3 in physical strength, this level of spiritual pressure felt like a mere tickle to him. Beside Chu Yun, Wu Qingming's expression remained unchanged because she knew that although Chu Yun's beast looked harmless, it was actually incredibly powerful. Almost everyone who looked down on Chu Yun and his beast had suffered significant losses. However, what Wu Qingming didn't know was that every move she made was being watched by her elder sister, Wu Qiui, from above. Strange. When did my sister become so close to a boy? Although she was curious, Wu Qiui did not approach to ask more. She casually picked up a stool and sat down beside Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou, who do you think is more promising? When Wu Qiui asked this, Teacher Zhou was momentarily stunned before pointing in the direction of Wu Qingming. That girl who scored 100 points is pretty good. I have high hopes for her. Hearing this, Wu Qiui couldn't help but feel delighted. At the same time, she thought to herself, of course, just look at whose sister she is. But before she could finish her thought, she heard Teacher Zhou continue. However, the one with the highest potential among them is that boy next to her. Oh. Upon hearing this, curiosity flashed in Wu Qiui's eyes. What do you mean? Then, Teacher Zhou informed Wu Qiui about how Chu Yun had caused the spiritual power test stone to explode. Instantly, Wu Qiui's expression changed slightly. Such a strange occurrence. Looking at the little polar bear in front of Chu Yun and recalling his closeness with Wu Qingming, Wu Qiui couldn't help but become curious about Chu Yun. Teacher, if this little guy can pass, let him join my class. Meanwhile, the many students below were still struggling against this immense pressure. At first, they could hold on. But as time passed, the pressure released by the nine-tailed celestial fox grew stronger and stronger, to the point where they didn't even dare to speak. What a bunch of useless worms. With your level of strength, do you even deserve to join the Royal Academy? You aren't even worthy to stand at the door of the Royal Academy. Wu Qiui's words were not without merit. At the Royal Academy, even a doorman was a level beastmaster. Listening to Wu Qiui's taunts, the students all turned red, not knowing if they were more angry or more pressured. At this moment, only Chu Yun, Wu Qingming, Li Baoku, and Ku Zhongla were relatively unaffected. Even Chu Yun's Xiaobai was still in the form of a polar bear. Soon after, about half an hour later, sweat began to bead on Ku Zhongla's face. Wiping the sweat off, he continued to hold on. Turning his head, Ku Zhongla looked at Chu Yun and Wu Qingming in front of him, and he was suddenly astonished. Such immense pressure made it hard for him to hold on. Yet he didn't expect that Chu Yun and Wu Qingming were still standing there as if nothing was wrong. Especially Chu Yun, at this moment. He seemed to be casually looking around, as if this spiritual pressure didn't exist at all. Another 20 minutes passed, and Wu Qingming began to feel a bit of difficulty in breathing, while Ku Zhongla was half kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth to hold on. Unlike the two of them, Chu Yun still looked indifferent. Although this pressure was terrifying, it was still far from threatening compared to his physical strength. 10 minutes later, the number of people left in the arena was dwindling, with only Chu Yun, Wu Qingming, Li Baoku, and Ku Zhongla remaining. Suddenly, Ku Zhongla spat out a mouthful of blood and had no choice but to announce his withdrawal. Not long after Ku Zhongla left, Li Baoku also stated that he couldn't hold on any longer. As he was leaving, Li Baoku shot a fierce glare at Chu Yun, but more of his gaze was filled with unwillingness. After a moment, Wu Qingming wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Chu Yun, saying, "You're really impressive." After saying that, Wu Qingming put away her beast and left the arena. Chapter 48, The battle. I didn't expect him to last until the end. Truly worthy of someone who could explode the test stone, impressive indeed. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Chu Yun smiled. Finally qualified. Just when Chu Yun thought the trial was about to end, he suddenly realized that the earlier pressure not only hadn't disappeared, but had become even more intense. At this moment, Chu Yun felt as if he were being pressed down by a mountain, unable to move at all. Your potential should be more than this, right? Wu Qiui asked expressionlessly from her seat. Since learning that Chu Yun had caused the test stone to explode, she had become very curious about him. Then she ordered the nine-tailed celestial fox to increase the pressure. As expected of a level beast, I can't hold out like this. It seems I need to let Xiaobai transform. A serious look flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Gurgle. Sensing Chu Yun's thoughts, Xiaobai immediately understood. Roar. The next moment, Xiaobai transformed into a giant bear, several meters tall, appearing before everyone. Is this really his beast? Such strong pressure. I have a feeling that, being a level beast myself, I wouldn't be able to last 10 minutes against it. His beast is indeed powerful. It can withstand the pressure of a level beast. After witnessing this scene, the onlooking students immediately lost any sense of defiance. Meanwhile, Wu Qingning and Li Baoku exchanged glances filled with surprise. I didn't expect Chu Yun to have elevated his beast to this level. Truly worthy of being Brother Chu, in such a short time. He has strengthened his beast to such an extent. As a level beast myself, I might not be his match. While the two were marveling, they didn't notice that Li Baoku not far away was staring at Chu Yun with a look of resentment, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Why? Why has your beast become a level beast? Chu Yun, one day, I will defeat you. Unlike Li Baoku, Wu Qiui above had a hint of a smile in her eyes. To be able to withstand the pressure of the nine-tailed celestial fox, kid, your beast is quite interesting. Then, Wu Qiui slowly stood up from her chair. She looked curiously at Chu Yun and said lightly, I want to know how long your beast can hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yun suddenly felt a pressure even stronger than before bearing down on him. However, even so, Chu Yun's eyes remained calm and unperturbed. Xiaobai was different from other beasts. This level of suppression couldn't pose a threat to him. After about a minute, Wu Qiui discovered that Chu Yun indeed wasn't affected by the spiritual pressure of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The next moment, Wu Qiui ordered the nine-tailed celestial fox to retract its pressure, then looked at the students below and said lightly, Next, I will temporarily add a second item to the second round. I want to see the strength of all your beasts. All of your beasts must put forth their full strength to battle my nine-tailed celestial fox and see whose performance can satisfy me. As soon as Wu Qiui finished speaking, the students below erupted into an uproar. How is this possible? The teacher's beast is a level beast. How can we possibly be its opponent? Hearing the voices of the students below, Wu Qingning smiled again and said, Classmates, there's no need to panic. To be fair, the nine-tailed celestial fox will only use 1% of its strength. Now I declare, the trial begins. As soon as Wu Qiui finished speaking, the nine-tailed celestial fox transformed into a white light and charged directly towards the beasts in the arena. In the blink of an eye, a student and his summoned beast were sent flying several meters by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Fortunately, the nine-tailed celestial fox did not use its full strength, and the student only suffered minor injuries. Look, it's over there. In the next moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox moved again. Its incredibly fast movements quickly defeating more than half of the summoned beast students present. In no more than 10 minutes. All the participating students except for Chu Yun had been knocked down by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Chu Yun was able to hold on because he knew in advance the abilities of the nine-tailed celestial fox, which allowed him and Xiaobai to withstand several rounds of attacks. Seeing that Chu Yun was still standing, Wu Qiui's eyes finally flashed with a hint of shock. This was a level beast, and even with only 1% of its power, it was still a crushing existence. But for some reason, Chu Yun was able to continuously withstand the nine-tailed celestial fox's attacks. Celestial fox, continue. Let me see how long this little guy can hold on. With curiosity in her heart, Wu Qiui commanded again. Soon, the nine-tailed celestial fox, having received the order, charged towards Xiaobai. And its incredible speed put Xiaobai at a disadvantage from the start. Watching the nine-tailed celestial fox's attacks rain down like bullets, Chu Yun remained completely unperturbed. Although the nine-tailed celestial fox's attack power was formidable, it was still not enough compared to Xiaobai's talent, Storm's choice, for recovery. Thus, the nine-tailed celestial fox attacked for over 10 minutes without being able to defeat Xiaobai, and instead, it began to show signs of fatigue, its attack speed slowing down. Noticing this scene, Chu Yun's eyes suddenly focused. He had been waiting for this moment. Xiaobai used Stone Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai roared and swiftly flew to the back of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Bang! Immediately after, Xiaobai ruthlessly punched the nine-tailed celestial fox's back, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Unfortunately, such a powerful blow still did not injure the nine-tailed celestial fox. However, even so, Chu Yun's performance was enough to shock everyone. After all, this was a battle that spanned 3 levels. All of them combined could only be instantaneously defeated by the nine-tailed celestial fox releasing 1% of its strength. Yet Chu Yun not only withstood it completely, but even found an opportunity to counterattack. Such strength was enough to enter the Royal Academy. Roar. But at that moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox, which had been knocked away by Xiao Bai, suddenly roared in anger and slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, a massive killing intent instantly locked onto Chu Yun. Under this killing intent, Chu Yun felt as if his body had lost control, unable to move at all. Seeing this scene, Wu Qiuyi's heart skipped a beat, and she decisively recalled the nine-tailed celestial fox. Phew. After the nine-tailed celestial fox disappeared, Chu Yun felt his legs go weak and uncontrollably sat down on the ground. Just now, he almost thought he was going to die. Was this the power of a level beast? Just a breath was so powerful. He patted his chest and sighed. The assessment is over. You all did well. Clapping her hands, Wu Qiuyi looked at Chu Yun again. Especially you. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Chapter 49. The 3 major organizations. Congratulations to all students for passing Teacher Wu's assessment and officially joining the Royal Academy. Teacher Zhou clapped and smiled at everyone. Hearing this, the tired faces of the many candidates flashed with joy. After 3 years of hard work, they finally reaped the rewards. Now please follow me. With that, Teacher Zhou led Chu Yun and the other candidates to one of the top summoned beast academies in Tianhai City, the Royal Academy. Is this the Royal Academy? It's really magnificent. Standing at the entrance of the Royal Academy, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The area of the Royal Academy was almost equivalent to that of 2 or 3 counties, and in the center of the academy stood a towering golden dragon. The dragon's eyes emitted a faint blue light, looking incredibly sacred. Once inside the academy, Teacher Zhou began to explain the rules of the Royal Academy to all the students. The Royal Academy is divided into the outer court, inner court, and core courtyard. Your strength is at level. So you are all students of the outer court of the Royal Academy. Only those whose strength reaches level can qualify for the inner court, and those who reach level can become core disciples. Teacher Zhou glanced around at everyone and smiled faintly. Do you all remember? Remember. Very good. Listening to the responses of the surrounding students, Teacher Zhou continued, the Royal Academy does not allow private battles. If conflicts arise, go to the arena to compete. Remember, do not cause fatalities. If you have any questions, you can refer to the library for information. The Royal Academy will regularly arrange tasks and assign suitable tasks based on your strength. Completing tasks can earn you points as rewards. Generally, they won't be too difficult. Of course, if you are absolutely confident in your strength, you can choose higher level tasks. The more points you earn, the greater the rewards you will receive at the end of the term. However, each student has only 10 opportunities to refuse tasks per semester. Exceeding 10 times will result in expulsion. Then, Teacher Zhou handed a list to everyone. This is your dormitory location and room number. Go and move your luggage in. For the next few days, just get acclimated. School will officially start in a few days. After saying this, Teacher Zhou specifically looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, you performed best in this trial and can receive a separate courtyard. Follow me. When Teacher Zhou finished speaking, all the students present looked astonished. A separate courtyard? That's so unfair. Sigh, why don't I have such high strength? Listening to the whispers of some people, Teacher Zhou immediately frowned. Everyone be quiet. Coldly scanning the crowd, Teacher Zhou said sternly, the law of the jungle has always been the way of heaven. The Royal Academy is not a place for you to live comfortably. If your strength is lacking, then train hard and do not complain about fate. If any of you can defeat Chu Yun, then you can obtain his independent courtyard. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads. They all understood Chu Yun's performance. With their strength, they were definitely no match for him. Subsequently, the students dispersed. And on their first visit to the Royal Academy, they wanted to have a good look around. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly came from Li Baoku, who glared fiercely at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, wait for it. I will defeat you sooner or later and take your courtyard. With that, Li Baoku hurriedly left. Chu Yun had no thoughts on this and didn't even regard Li Baoku as a threat. Others might not know, but Chu Yun understood that as time passed, the gap between him and Li Baoku would only widen. There was no possibility of being surpassed. After Li Baoku left, Wu Qingming and Ku Zhongli greeted him before leaving as well. Then, under Teacher Zhou's guidance, Chu Yun arrived at his residence. It was a house of about 100 square meters, looking incredibly luxurious. Chu Yun, if you feel uncomfortable living here, just let the teacher know in time. And we will make adjustments immediately, Teacher Zhou said with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Yun nodded. After that, Teacher Zhou left, and Chu Yun moved in with his luggage. In a few days, it's probably going to be chaotic again, Chu Yun thought while lying on the sofa. According to what teacher Zhou had said earlier, if someone could defeat him, they could obtain his courtyard. This meant that in a couple of days, a group of reckless challengers would probably come to find him trouble. And this was not even the most troubling part for Chu Yun. What troubled him the most were the three major forces in the outer court of the Royal Academy. From what he knew, there were three organizations in the outer court of the Royal Academy. These three organizations were similar to student unions in regular universities. The top-ranked organization is called Tiandahui, created by Lu Jin, who holds the first position in the outer academy's strength ranking. The second largest organization is Longmen Hall, led by a woman named Zhao Shi. Although she is a girl, her strength ranks second on the outer list. The third major force is known as the Jiandao Group, led by a man named Yi Fan, whose strength ranks third on the outer list. The strengths of these three individuals are quite similar, and each organization has its own advantages and disadvantages. Tiandahui, while the strongest, has only 5 or 6 members. Longmen Hall suffers from a lack of resources, but has the advantage of unity. Jiandao Group has abundant resources, but is known for internal strife, often fighting over resources. Recently, it is the recruitment season for the Royal Academy, and these three major organizations will surely take significant action to attract new members. As a well-known newcomer in this trial, Chu Yun will undoubtedly attract the attention of these three organizations. Sure enough, early the next morning, there was a loud knocking on Chu Yun's door. Struggling to shake off his sleepiness, Chu Yun reluctantly went to open the door. However, as soon as he pushed the door open and saw the person outside, he was momentarily stunned. "It's you?" The one knocking was none other than Li Baoku, but this time he was followed by 2 men, one dressed in black and the other in white. Upon seeing Chu Yun, Li Baoku couldn't help but snort coldly. "Humph, Chu Yun, you really have some clout. The leader sent me personally to come here." With that, Li Baoku arrogantly stepped into Chu Yun's room, surveying it from top to bottom. TSK, what a nice place." Meanwhile, the other 2 men also stepped in without Chu Yun's permission. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately frowned. "What exactly do you want? And did I give you permission to barge into my room?" In response, Li Baoku, sitting on the sofa, sneered dismissively. "Permission? Chu Yun, do you know who you are talking to?" Li Baoku's gaze hardened as he said sternly, "Let me tell you, I am now the deputy leader of the Jiandao Group. Do you know what the Jiandao Group is? It is the third-ranked organization in the Royal Academy." Chapter 50, Refusal to Join. How does that feel? Li Baoku lay back on the sofa, crossing his legs with a cold smile. He had already used connections to become the deputy leader of the Jiandao Group yesterday, and today he came here specifically to show off to Chu Yun. In addition, the leader of the Jiandao Group, Yi Fan, had also instructed him to bring Chu Yun to join the organization. "Chu Yun, if you are wise, you should hurry and report to the Jiandao Group. Or don't blame the leader for getting angry." Li Baoku looked down at Chu Yun with disdain. This was the first time he felt so bold in front of Chu Yun. "Are you done?" Chu Yun remained unchanged, glancing at Li Baoku and the other 2. "I'm not interested in joining the Jiandao Group. You can leave." Hold. Hearing this, a shadow flickered across Li Baoku's face. "Do you know what happens when you refuse our Jiandao Group?" "I don't know, but you can leave." With that, Chu Yun instantly appeared in front of Li Baoku. Such swift movement left Li Baoku unable to react. In less than a breath, Li Baoku felt himself being lifted by Chu Yun. Without even blinking, Chu Yun directly threw Li Baoku out. The action was extremely swift, not giving Li Baoku any chance to respond. After doing all this, Chu Yun turned his head to look at the other 2 men. He cast a cold gaze and said, "Will you leave on your own, or should I take action?" Faced with such a strong-willed Chu Yun, the 2 men looked embarrassed. But thinking of their mission this time, they still steeled themselves to step forward. "Brother Chu, I'm Zheng Hao, a member of Tiandahui. I'm here to invite you to join Tiandahui. Could you consider it?" The man in black said with a smile. After Zheng Hao spoke, the man in white beside him also stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone. "Brother Chu, I'm Wu Tian, a member of Longmen Hall. Our leader Zhao Shi specifically invited you to join Longmen Hall. Would you consider it?" Hearing this, Chu Yun looked up at the 2 and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in your organizations. You can leave." Upon hearing this, both Wu Tian and Zheng Hao looked embarrassed. "All right, since Brother Chu isn't interested, I'll take my leave, but Longmen Hall welcomes you anytime." With that, Wu Tian hurriedly left. He didn't want to end up like Li Baoku. After Wu Tian left, Zheng Hao also dared not linger, quickly saying a few flattering words before leaving Chu Yun's house. Watching the 2 leave, Chu Yun's expression remained calm. To him, no organization was as reliable as the system. Instead of playing this pointless game, it was better to focus on cultivation. "You just rejected them like that?" Just as Chu Yun was about to close the door, he found Wu Qingming approaching from somewhere. "You can't force someone to join if they don't want to, right?" Chu Yun smiled, appearing nonchalant. "You really are something. You do whatever you want. Aren't you afraid that these 3 organizations will hold a grudge against you?" They are the three strongest forces in the Outer Academy of the Royal Academy. Wu Qingming asked curiously. Grudge? Chu Yun scoffed. If these guys aren't afraid of death, then let them come. Moreover, more importantly, his physical level was already at 3, which meant he could fight against beasts of the same level with his bare hands. Hearing Chu Yun say this, Wu Qingming smiled helplessly. You really are Chu Yun, that is your style. Chu Yun curiously asked, me? Wu Qingming pointed at herself and then chuckled. I'm like you. I haven't joined any organization. Aren't you afraid they hold a grudge? Listening to Chu Yun's question, Wu Qingming laughed again. Of course not. Do you know who my sister is? Who? Wu Qiui. Wu Qiui? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, was she one of the examiners during the previous assessment? Chu Yun looked up, shock in his eyes as he stared at Wu Qingming. That's right. I just told my sister that she was too harsh, and I was really worried she would hurt you. But now I see I was overthinking it. My sister said your strength is even stronger than she expected. Wu Qingming said with a faint smile. Cough cough, that's good to hear. Chu Yun smiled brightly and said nothing more. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw Wu Qiui. Moreover, during the trial, Wu Qiui was obviously harsher on him than on others. It was probably because he was too close to Wu Qingming at that time, so Wu Qiui misunderstood. May I ask what you are here for? You didn't come just to tell me this, did you? Of course not. Wu Qingming rolled her eyes at Chu Yun and said, I'm here to tell you that school starts officially in 3 days. And these days are designated for us students to rest. Meanwhile, within the Jiandao group, Brother Fan, you must help me get revenge. That Chu Yun guy is so arrogant that he doesn't take your Jiandao group seriously at all. Li Baoku said angrily, covering his bruised backside. Did you not mention my name, Yi Fan? Sitting in his seat, Yi Fan rested his chin on his hand and said, I did. But that guy didn't give you any face at all, saying the Jiandao group is too weak and not worth his attention. What? A flicker of shadow passed through Yi Fan's eyes. Is there anyone in the Outer Academy who dares to ignore him? Did that guy really say that? Absolutely. Strange. Could it be that he joined Longmen Hall or Tiandahui? If that's the case, we really have a problem. Yi Fan frowned. Tiandahui and Longmen Hall are forces that the Jiandao group currently cannot touch. If Chu Yun really joins those two organizations, then this matter will have to be dropped. But what Yi Fan didn't expect was that Li Baoku's next sentence left him utterly shocked. No, according to the intelligence I've received, that kid hasn't joined any faction at all. He has rejected both the Tiandi Society and the Longmen Hall. This kid is so arrogant? Yi Fan's eye showed some surprise. If Chu Yun had been recruited by either the Tiandi Society or the Longmen Hall, that would be acceptable, but Yi Fan never imagined that a newcomer like Chu Yun, with no faction background, would dare to continuously refuse the 3 major factions of the Outer Academy. It seems that today's young people are quite arrogant. This Chu Yun was like this back in Beastmaster High School, always thinking he was invincible. It looks like Brother Yi needs to teach this guy a good lesson. Alright, I understand. You can go now. In a few days, I will personally meet this guy named Chu Yun and see what gives him the audacity to be so arrogant. Yi Fan said with a grim expression. Okay, Brother Yi, you rest first. I'll take my leave. After saying that, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Li Baoku's eyes. Chapter 51, The Provoking Fat Woman. By the way, Chu Yun, are you free later? How about accompanying me to the merchandise street? After finishing her task, Wu Qingming suddenly spoke up. The merchandise street is managed by the Royal Academy, where students can enjoy special discounts. Therefore, many students from the Royal Academy choose to visit the merchandise street during their free time to see if there are any items they like. Additionally, there are many herbs and other items that are helpful for beast tamers on the merchandise street. Of course, I'm quite curious about the merchandise street, Chu Yun replied. Seeing that he had not declined, Wu Qingming's expression immediately brightened. After the two of them tidied up, they gathered at the center of the merchandise street. On both sides of the street were various hairpins that girls love, and these hairpins looked very novel. Many girls were attracted to the hairpins and other small accessories, unable to put them down. However, Wu Qingming was not particularly interested in these. Along the way, the two were chatting. Do you know about the outer ranking? Wu Qingming suddenly asked while walking. Outer ranking? Upon hearing this term, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. I know. Isn't it just a shorthand for the Outer Academy strength ranking? Then do you know the benefits of getting on the outer ranking? Wu Qingming said with a twinkle in her eyes. Benefits? Chu Yun was taken aback again, thinking that it was just a ranking list. What benefits could there possibly be? Of course, Wu Qingming smiled sweetly and continued. As far as I know, anyone who makes it onto the outer ranking can receive mysterious rewards from the Royal Academy. Mysterious rewards? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun became curious. He had never heard of this before. That's right, mysterious rewards. No one knows exactly what they are. Depending on the ranking, everyone receives different rewards. Among them, the top 3, Lu Jin, Zhao Shi, and Yi Fan, receive the most rewards from the Royal Academy. Their prestige in the Royal Academy's Outer Academy has almost reached a certain level. and nearly all students who make it onto the outer ranking can earn the respect of others. However, there is one person who is universally disliked by all the students of the Royal Academy's outer academy. When she said this, Wu Qingming's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly unwilling to mention that person. Who? Unlike Wu Qingming, Chu Yun was curious. Who could be so despised by the students of the Royal Academy's outer academy? His name is Wu Tao. He ranks 7th on the outer ranking and has a nasty personality, being ruthless and fond of picking on new students. Many disciples from the Royal Academy's outer academy have been extorted by him. Wu Qingming then looked at Chu Yun with a worried expression. If you run into that guy in the future, be careful not to be schemed against. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. Who could scheme against me? You know my cleverness well. Just good at sweet talking. Wu Qingming rolled her eyes and ignored him. Just as the two were strolling around the street for another 10 minutes, Wu Qingming suddenly had a gleam in her eye and pulled Chu Yun to a stall. The stall was filled with bracelets, hairpins, and rings of various colors, and the seller was a small man with a mustache. He squinted his eyes and kept stroking his 2 little mustaches, looking quite sly. Boss, how much is this? Wu Qingming asked the small mustache man while holding a colorful hairpin. This? Not a problem, 70,000. This hairpin was dug up from the imperial tomb and is at least several thousand years old, worth a fortune. If it weren't for my old mother being sick, I wouldn't sell this hairpin. After saying this, the small man made a heartbroken expression, seemingly very reluctant to part with the hairpin. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but sneer coldly. He took the hairpin from Wu Qingming's hand and said, "That's not right, boss." Looking at the freshness of the hairpin, it shouldn't have come from a tomb that's been buried for thousands of years, right? Also, if I remember correctly, selling cultural relics without permission is against the law, isn't it? Cough, cough. The small man didn't expect Chu Yun to see through his scheme at a glance. Usually, he would hype up the items he was selling and then use psychological tactics to trick some unsuspecting girls into buying his stuff. How about this? This thing is at most worth 7 or 8,000. Since we are students of the Royal Academy, let us make it cheaper. How about 700? Chu Yun took out his student ID from the Royal Academy and raised his eyebrows, saying, "You are a student of the Royal Academy?" Upon seeing Chu Yun take out his student ID, the small man's eyelids twitched. He also felt a bit scared. He actually dared to swindle in front of a student from the Royal Academy. If the teachers or the principal found out, he wouldn't even be able to keep his little stall. Moreover, a student from the Royal Academy was not someone he could associate with. Therefore, the small man now had a bitter smile on his face. Cough, cough. What are you talking about, young hero? Since this young lady likes it, I'll just give it to her. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, the small man directly began to negotiate. That won't do. We don't want outsiders to spread rumors that we from the Royal Academy bully people. How about this? Let's sell this hairpin, which is worth 7 or 8,000. For 3,000, at 50% off the original price? Upon hearing this, the small man immediately nodded, overwhelmed with gratitude. Although he was losing half of the price, it was much better than losing everything. Thinking of this, the small man couldn't help but feel delighted. If he could make a connection with someone particularly impressive in the Royal Academy through this, his status on the merchandise street would surely rise. And what he invested would be far less than what he gained. Just as Wu Qingming finished paying and was about to put the colorful hairpin in her hair, they suddenly heard a coarse female voice not far away. "How dare you, little cheap girl, wear the hairpin that I have my eyes on." Upon hearing this, whether it was Chu Yun, Wu Qingming, the small mustached man, or other passersby, they all turned their attention to the owner of that voice. It was a very fat woman, dressed in a particularly tight-fitting outfit. Although the outfit looked quite beautiful, it seemed out of place on this woman, as her excess flesh was spilling out from all the gaps in the tight clothing, making her appear quite ugly and comical. "Who are you?" Although the woman's words were very rude, the well-educated Wu Qingming still didn't lose her temper and chose to ask calmly, "Who do you think I am? You little cheap girl? Who allowed you to take the hairpin that I have my eyes on? Put it down immediately." Chapter 52, Unarmed Combat with Beast Tamers. How can you be so unreasonable? I clearly saw this jade hairpin first, and I was the one who paid for it. Why should I give it to you? Wu Qingming said angrily, not expecting to encounter such an unreasonable person. Upon hearing Wu Qingming's words, the fat woman, instead of yielding, became even more aggressive. "What did you say? You think you saw it first? You little brat, stop talking nonsense to me." The fat woman placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward angrily, saying, "You little brat, do you know who I am? Dare to challenge me? Let me tell you the truth. My name is Zhu Shan, and there's nothing in this marketplace that I can't take." Zhu Shan sneered coldly, her eyes filled with contempt, saying, "If you know what's good for you, come over here and apologize, or you'll regret it." At the same time, the onlookers were also drawn to the scene, all looking in Zhu Shan's direction. TSK, it's over for this little girl. How did she clash with Zhu Shan? The crowd, upon realizing it was Zhu Shan, looked at Wu Qingming and Chu Yun with sympathy. Indeed. Who in this marketplace doesn't he know that Zhu Shan is a big deal? Hearing the crowd's comments, Zhu Shan was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she felt a sense of pride. Little brat, how about it? Have you heard of my reputation? Hearing this, Wu Qingning remained unfazed. So what? Is the Zhu family really that impressive? Although the Zhu family is powerful, they are still slightly inferior compared to her Wu family. So Wu Qingning didn't care about Zhu Shan's background at this moment. What? You little brat, you dare to look down on my Zhu family? Hearing this, Zhu Shan's anger soared, and she raised her thick wrist to slap Wu Qingning's face. But at that moment, Chu Yun, feeling the heat, moved. In the next moment, he grabbed Zhu Shan's fat hand tightly, and Wu Ti let go. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Seeing her wrist caught by an unfamiliar man and unable to break free, Zhu Shan turned pale. Help! Someone is molesting me. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shan shamelessly shouted this. The onlookers found it quite ridiculous, as they saw Zhu Shan as no different from a middle-aged fat pig. Who would be interested in her? Seeing that the crowd was indifferent to her outburst, Zhu Shan became furious. Wu Tao, are you dead? Don't you see I'm being bullied? Just as Zhu Shan called out Wu Tao's name, the crowd's expressions changed. And even the small bearded shopkeeper who had sold the jade hairpin to Wu Qingning quickly packed up in a panic. Suddenly, a fair-skinned young man rushed to Zhu Shan's side. This young man had exceptionally pale skin and delicate features, but he appeared sickly thin. He was Wu Tao, ranked 7th in the Royal Academy's external list, as previously mentioned by Wu Qingning. Wu Tao was connected to Zhu Shan because he was attracted to her family's background. Therefore, every night he was willing to sacrifice his dignity to please Zhu Shan, hoping that he could serve the Zhu family after graduation. When Wu Tao saw Zhu Shan's arm being held by an unfamiliar man, he was somewhat taken aback. But out of responsibility, he stepped forward angrily and said, Kid, who are you? How dare you touch my little darling? She is your little darling? Upon hearing Wu Tao's words, not only Wu Qingning and Chu Yun, but even the onlookers almost spat. Dude, you have a really heavy taste. Giving Wu Tao a thumbs up, Chu Yun let go of his arm. Just as Chu Yun released his grip, the previously angry Zhu Shan seemed to transform, leaning her entire body against Wu Tao. She put on a delicate pose. But with her figure, she looked more like a fat pig leaning against a person. Darling, that little brat just now was bullying me with this guy. You have to take revenge for me, Zhu Shan said flirtatiously while leaning against Wu Tao. This scene made all the onlookers feel a wave of nausea. Even Wu Tao himself felt disgusted, but for the sake of his future, he could only endure it. Kid, quickly apologize to my dear. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. You should know my reputation at the Royal Academy, right? Wu Tao, pulling out his arms that were wrapped by Zhu Shan, said coldly. The Royal Academy? You are Wu Tao, ranked 7th in the external list? Chu Yun frowned and asked, while also feeling a bit curious about how his current strength compared to this so-called 7th in the external list. Darling, stop wasting time with this person. Let him taste our power. With that, Zhu Shan summoned her beast. Heavyweight strong pig, go for it. In the next moment, a white fat pig weighing several hundred kilograms suddenly appeared out of thin air. A level beast? Upon seeing the fat pig, Chu Yun immediately became interested. This pig really resembles you. Compared to it, you could be considered slim. Chu Yun's mockery caused Zhu Shan's expression to change dramatically, a deep-seated anger rising in her heart. Piggy, bite this kid's legs off, Zhu Shan ordered viciously. Humph! The fat pig charged towards Chu Yun after receiving Zhu Shan's command. Seeing this, Wu Qingning's expression suddenly changed, and she was about to summon her beast, but was stopped by Chu Yun. Let me handle this fat pig. With that, Chu Yun moved and charged forward. Be careful. Seeing Chu Yun not even summon his beast, Wu Qingning felt a tightness in her chest. But in the next moment, Chu Yun's performance shocked her. Chu Yun firmly grasped the head of the heavyweight strong pig and then directly threw it into the air. Following that, Chu Yun moved again, reaching the location where the pig landed at an incredibly fast speed, gathering all his strength and delivering a powerful punch to its body. Bang! This scene stunned all the spectators. Did you see that? This young man actually sent the heavyweight strong pig flying with just his bare hands? So strong. Is he also from the Royal Academy? Why haven't I heard of him? The discussions around them did not affect Chu Yun. At this moment, he even felt a bit unsatisfied. A level beast was clearly no match for his level 3 physical body. Chapter 53. Abusing beasts is against the law. This kid has a really strong body. Seeing this, Wu Tao couldn't help but frown. With his strength, he could tell at a glance that this kid's physical strength was probably at level 2. Realizing this, a hint of vigilance flashed in Wu Tao's eyes, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, watching Chu Yun with a wary expression. Seeing this, Chu Yun coldly smiled. I'm in a good mood today. If you know what's good for you, just get lost. It'll be too late if you hesitate. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Wu Tao's eyes. Ever since he joined the Royal Academy's external department and ranked on the external list, very few people dared to speak to him like this. Except for a few students above him. This kid is just physically strong. His actual combat power might not be above mine since the strength of beast tamers is tested by their beast's combat. Encouraging himself, Wu Tao's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. If I don't deal with this kid now, he might become a big trouble in the future. Come out, purple phantom sky wolf. In the next moment, Wu Tao summoned his beast. Howl. Immediately, a wolf howl echoed. And what appeared before Chu Yun was a pure black giant wolf. Seeing this, the surrounding onlookers fled in panic. They definitely don't want to be innocently caught up in the war. Kid, it doesn't matter who comes today, I will definitely kill you. Faced with Wu Tao's threat, Chu Yun didn't care at all. Chu Yun, be careful, this guy is quite strong. Worried that Chu Yun might get hurt, Wu Qingming immediately reminded him. Don't worry. After saying that, Chu Yun directly opened the system to observe the beast in front of him. Beast, purple phantom wolf. Level. Main skill, bloodthirsty wolf. The purple phantom wolf activates its ancient bloodline, gaining powerful strength and speed for a short time. Secondary skill, wolf soul thousand shadows. The purple phantom wolf uses spiritual power to create a powerful wolf soul to deal strong attacks on enemies. Passive skill, blood hunt. Any enemy severely injured by the purple phantom wolf will be marked, and the purple phantom wolf can find the marked enemy at any time. Talent, fury. Once the purple phantom wolf is attacked, its fury will continuously increase, significantly enhancing its strength when the fury reaches a certain level. So that's how it is. After closing the panel, Chu Yun also understood the purple phantom wolf. After informing Xiaobai of the information, Chu Yun directly summoned it. Gulu. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall white polar bear appeared in front of the purple phantom wolf. The polar bear was wearing somewhat tattered armor, with a fierce fighting spirit in its eyes. It seemed to have been seeking a long-desired battle. Xiaobai, try to finish this guy in 3 moves. Glancing at the purple phantom wolf, Chu Yun said calmly. Gulu. After receiving Chu Yun's command, Xiaobai nodded. Then, with a fierce expression, it charged toward the purple phantom wolf. Seeing this, Wu Tao's eyes flashed with disdain. 3 moves? With this stupid bear? To be honest, the purple phantom wolf can kill it in 1 move. But just as Wu Tao finished speaking, he saw the purple phantom wolf being knocked back by Xiaobai's punch, flying dozens of meters away. Damn it, purple phantom wolf, use bloodthirsty wolf. The next moment, the purple phantom wolf's body began to swell with muscles, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun decisively spoke up. Xiaobai, use rock smash fist. Then, Xiaobai's right hand suddenly gathered a powerful force, charging fiercely toward the purple phantom wolf. The purple phantom wolf was equally unwilling to back down, drooling as it pounced on Xiaobai. Bang! The bear and the wolf instantly engaged in combat, and in that instant, Xiaobai's speed was surprisingly faster. A rock smash fist ruthlessly struck the purple phantom wolf. In an instant, the purple phantom wolf let out a howl and fainted on the spot. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. This scene astonished everyone watching. Did you see that? Someone actually killed Wu Tao's purple phantom wolf in 1 move? This is the 7th-ranked existence of the Royal Academy's outer court. Who exactly is this young man? Wu Tao was also puzzled. After retracting the purple phantom wolf, he looked at Chu Yun with a hint of fear. Kid, what's your name? Who exactly are you? In the Royal Academy, Wu Tao had never encountered such a powerful beast master like Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Chu Yun said Ly. Chu Yun? Wu Tao was taken aback, then silently repeated a few words, and the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. You are the new student who exploded the test monument? Hearing Wu Tao say this, Chu Yun shrugged and said nothing more, turning around to leave with Wu Qingming, leaving behind a stunned Wu Tao and Zhu Shan. At the same time, some onlookers also dispersed as they saw Chu Yun leaving. But this scene had already been etched in their hearts. The usually arrogant Wu Tao was actually schooled by such an unknown young man. By the way, what was this young man's name again? It seemed to be Chu Yun. Thus, the name Chu Yun began to spread throughout the market street. However, neither Chu Yun nor Wu Qingming expected that there was another person present at this farce today, but neither of them noticed. This person was none other than Wu Qingming's sister, Wu Qiui. At this moment, Wu Qiui was standing not far away with a pair of black sunglasses. Watching Chu Yun and Wu Qingming leave slowly, for some reason, a smile flashed across her lips. It seems this kid is quite impressive, with him around. I'm not worried about Qingming being bullied by others. After saying this, Wu Qiui hurriedly left. On the other side, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming were still walking on the market street. After the earlier commotion, everyone in the market looked at Chu Yun with a bit of respect. The strength that Chu Yun displayed today had completely convinced them. However, Chu Yun was indifferent to this. After glancing lightly at Wu Qingming, he asked, Qingming, where do you plan to go next? To the beast store. I want to buy some beast cookies for the 9-tailed spirit cat. Beast cookies? What are they for? Hearing these 4 words, Chu Yun was immediately puzzled. He had been a beast master for so long and had never heard of beast cookies. You don't even know this. Wu Qingming rolled her eyes at Chu Yun, then explained, the so-called beast cookies are a type of dry food that can improve a beast's physique. In addition, they can also fill the beast's stomach, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fill the stomach? Do beasts get hungry? Chu Yun said with some surprise. Of course. Do you not usually feed your beasts? Hearing Chu Yun's question, Wu Qingming looked at him with some curiosity. Chu Yun, I'm telling you, abusing beasts is against the law. Chapter 54. Xiaobai doesn't need to eat. But Xiaobai has never expressed to me that he is hungry. Chu Yun explained with a puzzled look. So strange. After hearing this, Wu Qingming also felt surprised. She had never heard of any beast that could go a long time without eating. After chatting for a while, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming arrived at the beast store. Wu Qingming bought 2 pounds of beast cookies, while Chu Yun bought 1 pound. He wanted to see if Xiaobai really needed to eat. After browsing for a while, the 2 parted ways. Without any hesitation, Chu Yun directly summoned Xiaobai. Looking at the fluffy little polar bear in front of him, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit amused. After rubbing Xiaobai's little head, Chu Yun took out the purchased beast cookies to feed Xiaobai. But strangely, Xiaobai seemed completely uninterested and instead started to play by itself. Strange. Why doesn't Xiaobai like this? They were both male and female, and at this moment, they were all staring at a photo in the center of the table, seemingly discussing something. If Chu Yun were here, he would be very surprised, because the person in the photo was none other than himself. This is Chu Yun. What are your thoughts on him? In the room, a girl sitting in the center spoke up. She had twin ponytails, was of medium height, and had a small tiger tooth that made her look quite quirky. But this is just the surface. Those who truly know her understand that it's all a facade. This girl is named Zhao Shi, the leader of the Dragon Gate Hall, nicknamed the Thousand-Faced Witch. The reason is that her family background is very strong, and she enjoys teasing people, with almost all students at the Royal Academy having suffered losses at her hands. They all fear her background and dare not refute her. In addition, Zhao Shi is the second-ranked expert in the Royal Academy's outer court, second only to the first-ranked Lu Jin. At this moment, Zhao Shi looked somewhat angry. It's this kid who rejected our Dragon Gate Hall's invitation. It really infuriates me. Sitting in her chair, Zhao Shi puffed her cheeks in frustration and muttered, boldly, you dare not give face to the Hall Master? Let me teach him a lesson. In the crowd, a man who wanted to please Zhao Shi volunteered. Zhao Shi merely glanced at him indifferently. According to the information, he had defeated Wu Tao, ranked 7th on the external list, and it was a quick kill. Upon hearing this, the previously volunteering boy awkwardly withdrew his raised arm. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence again. Although Wu Tao's strength was far from that of several people among them, he was still ranked 7th on the external list. To be defeated so easily, everyone fell silent. After a moment, a boy with a crew cut slowly spoke up. Wu Tao was defeated by him. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the crew cut boy, named Sun Hui, who was ranked 5th on the external list of the Royal Academy. Sun Hui coldly smiled, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Let me meet him and see what this kid's strength is like. A day later. Time really flies. There's only one more day until the official start of school. In the room, Chu Yun lay on the sofa and thought. Ding dong. Just then, a doorbell rang from outside. Chu Yun went to the door and, looking through the peephole, found an unfamiliar man standing outside. Who are you? After opening the door, Chu Yun asked softly. My name is Li Jinbo, and I'm here to ask you to hand over this independent villa. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I help you? Li Jinbo said confidently, with a blade of grass in his mouth. You say I should hand it over just like that? Get lost. Chu Yun glared at Li Jinbo and prepared to close the door. But at that moment, Li Jinbo suddenly reached out to stop Chu Yun's action. Wait, do you know what my true identity is? What? Li Jinbo coldly glanced at Chu Yun and then proudly said, my true identity is a student ranked 98th on the external list of the Royal Academy, known as the Cold-Faced Genius. So are you scared, kid? Looking at the overly confident Li Jinbo, Chu Yun felt a bit speechless. And then, Chu Yun said flatly, then you can hand over the room. My patience is limited, Li Jinbo said in surprise. He couldn't understand why this kid in front of him wasn't afraid of him. Doesn't he know his own strength? In Li Jinbo's view, he should easily defeat Chu Yun. But he couldn't figure out why this kid remained unfazed even after knowing his true identity. Has he been scared silly? Yes, it must be that way. Newcomers who haven't seen much of the world often get intimidated by external list experts. With this thought, Li Jinbo felt a bit proud. Seeing the inexplicable pride on Li Jinbo's face, Chu Yun felt a wave of speechlessness. He didn't have time to waste with such a small fry. But just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly noticed that Li Jinbo had summoned his beast. Come out, fire ostrich. In the next moment, a massive firebird appeared right in front of Chu Yun. The crest of this ostrich was burning with a colorful flame, looking extremely dazzling. Kid. I'll say it one last time. Either you roll out yourself, or I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a surge of anger. In that case, I'll accompany you for a fight. After saying that, Chu Yun summoned Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai appeared, a strong pressure surged toward Li Jinbo and his fire ostrich. Instantly, Li Jinbo's face turned pale. He stammered, pointing at Chu Yun. Is this your beast? Why is its pressure so strong? At this moment, Li Jinbo had countless questions in his heart. This guy is clearly a newcomer. How could he have such a powerful beast? Regarding Li Jinbo's doubts, Chu Yun couldn't even be bothered to explain. Xiaobai, finish this quickly, Chu Yun instructed. The next moment, Xiaobai roared and punched the fire ostrich, facing Xiaobai's immense pressure. The fire ostrich was stunned and couldn't even resist before being knocked away by Xiaobai. After doing all this, Chu Yun didn't even bother to look at Li Jinbo and prepared to leave. At that moment, Chu Yun suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw a crew-cut man had somehow come to his side. Who are you? Almost instinctively, Chu Yun pulled away from him. At the same time, he felt a bit shocked. With his strength, he actually couldn't detect when this crew-cut guy appeared. You are Chu Yun? Not bad. Your speed is quite good. Sun Hui clapped his hands in praise. Chapter 55, Official Start of School. Why you are Sun Hui? Before Chu Yun could speak, Li Jinbo beside him suddenly said in horror. Sun Hui, may I ask if I know you? If I remember correctly, I have never allowed strangers to appear in my room. Hearing this, Sun Hui smiled faintly. No worries, not knowing each other now, we will be familiar soon. Then, he looked at Li Jinbo with some disgust. In that instant, Li Jinbo felt as if he was in hell, a sense of invisible fear surrounding him. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Jinbo turned and ran. Seeing this, Sun Hui scoffed. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention to Chu Yun. Can you let me in to sit for a while? Suddenly, Chu Yun's expression became somewhat unpleasant. No. My house doesn't welcome strangers. Can I ask you to leave? Seemingly not expecting Chu Yun to be so ungracious, Sun Hui's expression became somewhat unsightly for a moment. But soon, it turned natural again. And Sun Hui glanced at Chu Yun with indifference and chuckled. Then may I ask what kind of person is not a stranger to you? Is it that girl who appeared with you on the merchandise street a few days ago? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's brows furrowed, and a hint of anger rose in his heart. Are you stalking me? Sun Hui smiled calmly. Stalking? Don't say it so harshly. I'm just concerned about the future member of the Longmen Hall. You are from Longmen Hall? Chu Yun frowned. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your Longmen Hall. Please leave. If you dare to stalk me again in the future, don't blame me for personally destroying your Longmen Hall. Listening to these words, Sun Hui showed no concern, still maintaining his previous calm demeanor. You're quite good. You are the first to directly refuse the Longmen Hall's invitation, Chu Yun. But soon, Sun Hui's original smile slowly disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. He looked at Chu Yun with the eyes of someone observing an ant. After saying that, Sun Hui directly summoned his beast. It was a giant golden ape, with two fangs protruding from its mouth and eyes bulging like a pair of copper bells. Looks like you've really done your homework on me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun's anger could no longer be suppressed. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Then, Chu Yun also summoned Xiaobai. At the same time, he used the system to check the information on the beast in front of him. Beast, Diamond Fierce Ape. Level. Main skill, Diamond Palm. The Diamond Fierce Ape unleashes all its power to smash a palm to defeat its enemy. Secondary skill, Hardened Bones. The Diamond Fierce Ape hardens its body's bones to reduce the damage taken. Passive skill, Retaliation Armor. Damage taken is partially returned to the opponent. Talent. Hunting. Enemies targeted by the Diamond Fierce Ape are regarded as prey, with double damage dealt to them and reduced attacks from the prey. After seeing this, Chu Yun conveyed the information to Xiaobai in his heart. Diamond Giant Ape. Use Diamond Palm. Seeing that Chu Yun stood still, Sun Hui couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and immediately decided to take the initiative. In response, Chu Yun remained completely unperturbed. Xiaobai, use Rock Smash Fist. Boom. A bear and an ape, one punch and one palm. They instantly collided at the spot, creating a violent storm. Under the pressure of this storm, Chu Yun remained steadfast, but Sun Hui let out a scream and was blown away. At the same time, his summoned beast, the Diamond Giant Ape, was also pushed back 3 feet by Xiaobai's punch, and its right hand that had just struck out was completely numb. In the next moment, Chu Yun appeared directly in front of Sun Hui in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a kick, Chu Yun ruthlessly stared at Sun Hui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Sun Hui, who was underfoot, couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling an indescribable sense of disparity in his heart. What are you going to do? The Royal Academy doesn't allow killing. Sun Hui was scared and regretted it. If he had known how terrifying Chu Yun's combat power was, he would never have acted rashly. Roar. Seeing its master being stepped on by a stranger, the Diamond Giant Ape erupted with a roar. However, no matter what, it couldn't break through Xiaobai's defense. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to pass on a message. Tell your hall master to be careful in the future and not to touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I will definitely ruin your Dragon Gate Hall personally. After that, Chu Yun slowly lifted his right foot. Still not leaving? Upon hearing this, Sun Hui hurriedly ran towards the Dragon Gate Hall, just like Li Jinbo did earlier. Watching Sun Hui leave, Chu Yun sneered. It seems that even if he wanted to keep a low profile in the Royal Academy, it would be somewhat difficult. Time flies, and before he knew it, the school opening day had arrived. Chu Yun and Wu Qingning went directly to their assigned class together. Although the Royal Academy is divided into 3 courtyards, each courtyard has 7 classes, consisting of 6 regular classes and 1 special class. The special class is the most powerful among the 7 classes. Moreover, the class that Wu Qingning and Chu Yun were in was class 6 of the 6 regular classes. Just as Chu Yun and Wu Qingning were about to enter the classroom by pushing open the door, they suddenly saw a figure emerge from somewhere. Qingning, I'm here to carry your backpack. The moment Wu Qingning saw this figure, her brows furrowed and her eyes were filled with annoyance. Li Baoku, you're also in class 6? Li Baoku hadn't contacted her for days, and Wu Qingning thought he had given up on pursuing her. Unexpectedly, this guy was blocking the classroom door. Hearing Wu Qingning's irritated tone, Li Baoku not only didn't feel embarrassed, but responded in a self-assured manner. Of course, Qingning. I've been waiting here for you since early morning. I didn't expect to be in the same class with you again. Chu Yun crossed his arms and said coldly. What a nuisance. Li Baoku, equally unwilling to back down, thought that soon his team leader Yi Fan would personally deal with Chu Yun. So Chu Yun's good days were coming to an end. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Li Baoku, we're going into the classroom. Please leave. After saying this, Wu Qingning pulled Chu Yun into the classroom. Li Baoku, however, shamelessly followed them inside. Given his family background, he could have easily joined the special class managed by his cousin Bai Yuntao, but to pursue Wu Qingning, he willingly went to the ordinary class 6. Meanwhile, Chu Yun was pleasantly surprised to find that Ku Chonla was also in class 6. Just as Li Baoku was about to approach again to curry favor, their homeroom teacher, Wu Qiui, had already arrived in the classroom. Chapter 56, Terrifying Physical Level. Please keep quiet, everyone. As soon as she arrived in the classroom, Wu Qiui called out. Out of respect for this beautiful teacher, the originally noisy classroom quieted down at that moment. Seeing this, Wu Qiui felt a sense of satisfaction. Ahem. After clearing her throat a couple of times, Wu Qiui picked up a piece of chalk and wrote super on the blackboard. It is well known that the highest level of summoned beasts is super, but this is only the case for now. The teacher believes that as technology advances, humanity will have a deeper exploration of summoned beasts. After that, Wu Qiui explained the attributes of summoned beasts. Through her explanation, Chu Yun learned that the attributes of summoned beasts, in addition to the basic 5 elements, also include other rare attributes. For example, the summoning attribute allows one to summon creatures from another world to fight. It is said that when the summoning attribute is developed to its extreme, one can summon thousands of troops from another world with a thought. In addition, there is the healing attribute, which, once developed to the highest level, can heal tens of thousands of people almost instantly. No matter what difficult ailments, as long as there is a healing summoned beast, they can be overcome. Unfortunately, the so-called healing summoned beasts only existed decades ago, and so far, there has not been a summoner who has awakened a healing summoned beast in a long time. Besides the summoning and healing attributes, there is another attribute that is also very frightening. In fact, this type of summoned beast has been classified as a forbidden beast by other countries. Once a summoner awakens this attribute, they are stripped of their qualification to summon beasts. What is this attribute? Answer: cursing attribute. The so-called cursing attribute allows one to cast spells on a person to bring them misfortune, such as causing someone to have bad luck, etc. However, if that were the extent of it, the cursing attribute wouldn't be so terrifying. The true horror of the cursing summoned beast lies in the attribute being developed to its extreme. Once the cursing summoned beast's attribute reaches its highest realm, it will kill its own master and wreak havoc. Anyone who is looked at by a fully developed cursing summoned beast will fall into endless misfortune for the rest of their life, with no way to avoid it. Even more terrifying is that, to date, cursing summoned beasts have not been eradicated. This is the horror of cursing summoned beasts. So if you encounter a cursing summoned beast in the future, you must contact the academy immediately and never handle it on your own. Wu Qiui looked sternly at the students. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, not daring to take it lightly. After discussing the cursing attribute, Wu Qiui introduced another type of rare attribute summoned beast, the spirit weapon attribute. The spirit weapon summoned beast can transform itself into a weapon to enhance its master's abilities. The last appearance of this type of summoned beast was 50 years ago, and it has now been considered extinct, just like the healing attribute summoned beast. After introducing the attributes of summoned beasts, Wu Qiui began to explain the skills of summoned beasts. It is well known that the skills of summoned beasts are divided into main skills, secondary skills, spirit skills, and martial skills. The main skill is the skill that the summoned beast uses at the beginning and is usually the skill it excels at. The secondary skill is used as a supportive move, although there are very few summoned beasts that use secondary skills as their main offensive move. As for spirit skills and martial skills, at this point, Wu Qiui smiled at the students below. These are skills that can only be activated when the summoned beast reaches a certain level. Unlike other skills, spirit skills are triggered using the summoner's spiritual power as a medium, and even if the summoned beast's level reaches a certain point, a large amount of money is needed to obtain the spirit skill crystal. After discussing spirit skills, Wu Qiui also explained what martial skills are. When your beast reaches this level, a new offensive skill will emerge, which is the martial skill. For the beast, martial skills are also powerful offensive techniques. After explaining the skills and attributes of the beasts, Wu Qiui's expression suddenly became serious. Next, I will talk about the beast masters. Seeing Wu Qiui's serious demeanor, the students below couldn't help but perk up their ears and listen patiently. For beast masters, in addition to enhancing the strength of their beasts, it is even more important to strengthen their own development. At this point, Wu Qiui proudly pointed to herself. Don't look at me as a girl. My physical strength is at level 3. Hearing this, Chu Yun was taken aback. Not expecting that the seemingly frail Wu Qiui would actually be a beast master with a physical strength of level 3. Unlike Chu Yun, many students below did not have a complete concept of physical strength levels, and at this moment, they felt even more confused after hearing Wu Qiui's explanation. Excuse me, teacher. What does physical strength level mean? Upon hearing this, Wu Qiui smiled lightly and patiently began to explain to the students. The so-called physical strength level refers to your physical strength. For example, level 1 is your current initial strength, but at this level, your physical body can only deal with ordinary people. If any accidents occur, you won't have time to protect yourself. After Wu Qiui's explanation, everyone finally had a clear concept of physical strength levels. Level 1 is the initial standard for beast masters, while level 2 requires continuous use of cleansing liquid and other mysterious herbs to achieve. At this level, physical strength is already among the best of humanity. Among 1,000 beast masters, there may only be 10 with a physical strength of level 2. As for level 3, it can no longer be improved solely through medicine. More depends on one's innate talent development. A beast master at this level can defeat the world's strongest fighting champion with a single move, even without using their beast. After level 3 comes level 4. This level is even more unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to say that for an ordinary person to reach level 4 in physical strength, they must spend at least several decades. During this time, in addition to persistent daily training, it is even more important to rely on ancient martial arts manuals. For beast masters, the most important thing is to keep training their beasts, so most beast masters get stuck at this level, because they simply do not have extra time to strengthen their own bodies. However, although level 4 is difficult, it pales in comparison to the next realm. Wu Qiui chuckled. That is level 5. This level is currently the strongest realm for humanity. So far, only the 4 deans of the 4 academies in Tianhai City have reached this level. It is said that a level 5 physical strength can even kill a high-level magical beast with a single punch. The remaining 4 realms are levels 6, 7, 8, and the strongest, level 9. To start with level 6, those who reach this level can even fight high-level beasts barehanded without losing ground. Level 7 is even more powerful. When a beast master's strength reaches level 7, they can project their spiritual power outward. Even some simple qigong can be released freely. However, all of the above, compared to level 8, doesn't even count as child's play, because those at level 8 can completely abandon their beasts. This physical strength can easily shatter mountains and reverse the world with a single punch, and whether the beast is a regular or a super beast, they can easily kill it. As for the final level 9, at this point, infinite reverence flashed across Wu Qiui's face. This is the legendary Immortal Realm. It has only been recorded in the human world for 100 years. After Wu Qiui finished speaking, the classroom suddenly fell into an infinite silence, and even Chu Yun was greatly shocked. Originally, Chu Yun only knew the 9 levels of physical strength, but had never imagined such a huge gap in levels. Chapter 57. The Reverse Scale. Alright. Seeing your expressions, are you scared by what I said? Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Wu Qiui suddenly smiled and said, You really don't need to worry. After all, you are just a bunch of freshmen, merely level 1 beast masters. Your primary task now is to work hard and then participate in the Royal Academy's Disciple Competition. After taking a sip of water, Wu Qiui continued explaining to the class what the Disciple Competition is. The so-called Disciple Competition is a match where disciples of the Royal Academy spar with each other. Excluding the disciples of the core courtyard, as there are very few of them, and they are all hidden powers of the Academy. Therefore, Only the inner and outer courtyards participate in the competition. The participating students are divided into two groups, Group A for the inner courtyard and Group B for the outer courtyard. The champion of Group A will face off against the champion of Group B, and the final winner will receive the Royal Academy's reward, the Heart of Molten Fire. After finishing, Wu Qiui smiled and said, "In recent years, Group A has been winning. Almost every student who joins the Royal Academy will be schooled by the students of the inner courtyard of Group A. After all, they are one level above you." However, one student raised a question, "But, teacher, won't this be unfair?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qiui couldn't help but respond, "There has never been fairness in this world. If you don't want to be bullied for a lifetime, then work hard to cultivate, become stronger, and use your strength to bully the next batch of freshmen. This is the law of the jungle." Hearing this, all the students were greatly encouraged and determined to become stronger. But Chu Yun was different at this moment. He had a new idea. He wanted to become the champion of Group B, defeat the champion of Group A, and obtain the Heart of Molten Fire, thus getting closer to upgrading Xiaobai's equipment. Meanwhile, in the Longmen Hall, Zhao Shi was sitting in a chair listening to Sun Hui report on his defeat. When she heard that Chu Yun had taken down Sun Hui with one move, a look of surprise flashed across Zhao Shi's face. She didn't expect Sun Hui to not be Chu Yun's opponent. A mere freshman dared to be so strong, used to being arrogant. Zhao Shi couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Is it possible that as the leader of the Longmen Hall, she couldn't even handle a freshman? No. If I can't make this Chu Yun submit, won't I lose face as the leader of Longmen Hall? Thinking of this, a determined look flashed in Zhao Shi's eyes. She glanced at the cold-faced man beside her and said lightly, "Suju, you will go meet this Chu Yun later." Upon hearing this, Suju couldn't help but snort coldly. "Humph, to deal with an ant, do I really have to go myself? It seems our Longmen Hall really has too many useless people." Hearing this, Sun Hui, sitting in the chair, felt a bit awkward. But thinking that he had indeed been defeated by Chu Yun, he couldn't say anything. He could only secretly pray that Suju would take revenge for him. As a member of Longmen Hall, Sun Hui knew well how terrifying Suju was. As the vice leader of Longmen Hall, only Zhao Shi could defeat him. Although Sun Hui's strength was ranked 6th on the outer list, he wouldn't last a single round against Suju. Moreover, it is said that Suju's beast will soon reach level 5. Afterward, Zhao Shi glanced at Suju again and reminded him, "You just need to teach that guy a lesson, don't injure him. I want him to become a member of Longmen Hall." Over here, Class 6, where Chu Yun is, has already finished class. Although today is the first day of school, the actual content discussed is not much. Most of what is learned in the Royal Academy are theoretical courses. To become stronger, one still relies on practical courses from executing tasks. Moreover, the advantage of the Royal Academy is its wealth. Every time a task is completed, students of the Royal Academy can obtain various resources within the task level. "Chu Yun, I just saw a task. How about you join me to complete it in a few days?" On the road, Wu Qingming spoke as she walked side by side with Chu Yun. "What level?" The task levels at the Royal Academy are the same as those of the Beastmaster Legion, ranging from low to high. It involves rescuing a village surrounded by magical beasts, and the rewards seem quite good. Just as Chu Yun was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly frowned. He sensed a strong killing intent around him, and it was clear that this killing intent was directed specifically at him. "Who is it?" A cold-looking man sneered at him disdainfully. "Is this level even worthy of being called a master by Sun Hui?" His reaction is too slow. This was Suju, who had been waiting here after receiving Zhao Shi's orders. He didn't expect Chu Yun to be so weak. "Zhao Shi sent you here?" Chu Yun protected Wu Qingming behind him and looked coldly at Suju in front of him. "Are you going to join the Dragon Gate Hall or not? I'll warn you once, my patience is limited." Upon hearing this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. However, he suppressed this killing intent and pulled Wu Qingming away, turning to leave. Seeing this, Suju was immediately furious. As the 5th on the external ranking, he had never been so disdained by anyone. Even Lu Jin, the 1st on the external ranking, spoke kindly when trying to recruit him. Chu Yun's arrogance today has already crossed his bottom line, seeking death. In the next moment, Suju moved quickly and appeared behind Chu Yun in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to kick Chu Yun's shoulder, he suddenly realized that Chu Yun, who had been standing still, had already launched an attack before him. Chu Yun punched back with a fist, hitting Suju directly before he could react. Bang! This punch was delivered with only 10% of Chu Yun's strength, because he feared that using his full power would kill Suju with one blow. Even so, Suju still suffered considerable internal injuries. How could you be so strong? Blood trickled from the corner of Suju's mouth as he clutched his chest, looking at Chu Yun in disbelief. As a level 2 existence, he was actually injured by this seemingly inconspicuous Chu Yun? Could he be level 3? No, impossible. Among peers, there can't be anyone stronger than me. I've already said that I'm not interested in the Dragon Gate Hall. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me. This time, Chu Yun had lost his patience. But Su Zhu clearly did not understand the seriousness of the situation. That is not up to you. With that, Su Zhu struck again. But this time, he charged directly at Wu Qingning, seeking death. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun's anger could no longer be contained. If Su Zhu had come at him, that would be fine, and he could have let him go. But Su Zhu actually dared to attack Wu Qingning. So he shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Chapter 58, Greedy Wolf Spider. Seeking death. Chu Yun's eyes flashed with anger, and he immediately kicked towards Su Zhu. Bang! This kick fortuitously landed directly on Su Zhu's solar plexus. Poof! The next moment, Su Zhu was kicked far away by Chu Yun, blood gushing from his mouth. The sounds of battle here immediately reached the ears of others. Almost in the next second, everyone arrived at the scene, staring blankly at Chu Yun. Isn't this the Chu Yun who exploded the testing stone tablet? Why did he clash with Su Zhu? Who knows? And it looks like he even injured Su Zhu, who is ranked 5th in the external rankings. Don't be fooled. They're just fighting physically and Haven T used their beasts. Maybe this Chu Yun is just physically strong. The discussions around him did not affect Chu Yun. He silently glanced at Su Zhu, who was lying on the ground, clutching his chest in immense pain. Since you came to the Dragon Gate Hall seeking death, don't blame me. I'll give you a chance. Go up to the arena, and let me see what your true strength is. Almost in the next moment, Chu Yun grabbed Su Zhu by his collar and swiftly threw him onto the arena. Chu Yun. Seeing this, Wu Qingning's expression turned worried, and she hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, the crowd around began to buzz with excitement again. Everyone was saying that Chu Yun and Su Zhu had fought because of Wu Qingning, and the rumors grew more outrageous. Almost all the students in the outer courtyard rushed to the arena, including Li Baoku. Li Baoku, hiding in the crowd, had a wicked smile in his eyes. Chu Yun, you have today? Daring to challenge the 5th-ranked Su Zhu? You really don't know how to write the word death. Meanwhile, another person curiously arrived at the vicinity of the arena, wearing sunglasses and a long coat. This person was none other than Wu Qingning's sister and Chu Yun's homeroom teacher, Wu Qiui. Unlike others, Wu Qiui looked at Chu Yun and Wu Qingning below with some amusement. I didn't expect my sister to be quite charming, almost overshadowing me. When I came to the Royal Academy, I didn't cause such a stir. Just as Wu Qiui thought this, Su Zhu on the arena had slowly recovered. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Although the Royal Academy does not allow killing, it's no problem for me to cripple your beast and sever your limbs. Then, Su Zhu shouted loudly, "Come out, greedy wolf spider." As soon as Su Zhu finished shouting, a huge, hairy spider appeared out of thin air, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in height. This spider had a wolf's head, with massive eyes glowing green and black liquid dripping from its teeth, capable of corroding the arena. Just a glance was enough to shock the crowd. They only knew Su Zhu's name, but had no idea how powerful his beast was. Now, feeling the pressure emanating from the greedy wolf spider, they were instantly alarmed. Is this Su Zhu's beast? It's too oppressive. A student in the crowd swallowed hard, stepping back in fear. Chu Yun. Wu Qingning's heart tightened at this sight. Although Chu Yun had previously defeated Wu Tao, who was ranked 7th, that was only 7th. Although the difference is just 2 ranks, their strengths are worlds apart. Interesting. I wonder if this kid has a way to counter this beast? A glint of cleverness flickered in Wu Qiui's eyes behind her sunglasses as she focused her attention on Chu Yun. Over here. The moment Chu Yun saw the greedy wolf spider, he couldn't help but feel disdain. Beast, greedy wolf spider. Level. Attributes, gold, poison. Main skill, silk binding. The greedy wolf spider fully infuses its venom into its silk, causing severe nerve paralysis to any enemy bound by it. Secondary skill, wolf head toxin. The greedy wolf spider spews out a strong toxin to attack enemies, with effects similar to the venom of silk binding. Talent skill, incurable cancer. Anyone hit by the greedy wolf spider's toxin will develop an incurable disease and ultimately face death. Although the greedy wolf spider's toxin is terrifying, Chu Yun believes it won't pose a significant threat in front of Little White. Little White. In the next moment, Chu Yun directly summoned Little White. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a cute, adorable little polar bear appeared on the arena. This is his beast? A little polar bear can become a beast? I don't sense any threat from it at all. The comments from the crowd were exactly the same as Su Zhu's thoughts. He looked at Chu Yun with confusion. Kid, is this your beast? An ordinary polar bear? Just as Su Zhu was puzzled, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Suddenly, the originally ordinary Xiaobai grew 3 to 4 meters tall in an instant, and its body, surrounded by thunder and lightning, was continuously flashing with purple-blue light. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped by Xiaobai's lightning. The crackling sounds kept coming, quite astonishing. Can it transform? Seeing this scene, Su Zhu couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. In Sun Hui's intelligence report, it seemed that there was no mention of Chu Yun's beast being able to transform. It doesn't matter, no matter how strange this guy's beast is. it will ultimately be defeated by the greedy wolf spider. Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but curl his lips. In the next moment, Chu Yun stepped forward, glanced coldly at Su Zhu, and immediately shouted, Xiaobai, use Thunder Fury Claw Stone Crushing Fist. Take this guy down with one move. Gulp. Hearing Chu Yun's command, Xiaobai quickly stepped forward, clenched its fists tightly, and was enveloped in lightning, suddenly throwing a merciless punch at the greedy wolf spider. Greedy wolf spider. Use poison to paralyze it. Seeing Xiaobai's speed was too fast, Su Zhu immediately spoke up. But it was too late. Xiaobai had already appeared beside the greedy wolf spider. Boom. The thunder-filled fist ruthlessly slammed into the greedy wolf spider. This was caused by Xiaobai. At this moment, some spectators from the Royal Academy couldn't even see what had happened. Only Wu Qiuyi pushed up her sunglasses, smiled, and turned to leave. This little guy really knows how to surprise people. I didn't expect his beast to be this strong. She had known from the beginning that Chu Yun would win, but she never expected such a result. Instant kill. One should know that it is rare for beasts of the same level to achieve an instant kill. Moreover, the greedy wolf spider is a well-established beast, but unexpectedly, it was so weak and powerless in front of this polar bear. Chapter 59. Your beast is as useless as you are. Is this your beast? Just as useless as you are, Chu Yun said disdainfully, with his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, the students below reacted, all staring blankly at Chu Yun on the arena. Gulp. Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. Did you see that? Chu Yun actually took Su Zhu down with one move. It seems we all underestimated him. The 5th place on the external rankings will be Chu Yun's from now on. Too strong. If only I had half of his combat power. Regarding the discussions in the crowd, Chu Yun had no thoughts. At this moment, he looked at Su Zhu with a face full of disdain, seemingly waiting for his response. How is this possible? How could my greedy wolf spider be defeated by you so easily? Su Zhu sat half on the ground, his eyes vacant, unable to believe that his proud beast would be so easily taken down by Chu Yun. But before Su Zhu could say anything further, Chu Yun directly grabbed him by the neck. Aren't you from Longmen Hall looking for me? Then I'll take the initiative to meet your hall master and see what she really wants with me. Wu Qiuyi watched all of this from the side, but did not stop it. Thinking of this, Wu Qiuyi couldn't help but smile. Although Zhao Shi, this student, has talent, she often misbehaves at school, relying on her background. If it weren't for her identity, she would have wanted to take action herself, but luckily, Chu Yun was there to step in for her. Subsequently, under Su Zhu's lead, Chu Yun successfully arrived at Longmen Hall. Inside Longmen Hall, Zhao Shi was unaware of what was happening outside. She was still sitting in her chair playing with her phone, not realizing that her crisis was approaching. Just as Zhao Shi was thinking this, she suddenly heard a loud noise from outside. Then, a figure was thrown in. Regaining her composure, Zhao Shi was stunned. Su Zhu? The figure thrown in was none other than Su Zhu, whom she had sent. At this moment, Su Zhu was lying on the ground, covered in wounds. And the one who threw him in was none other than Chu Yun. Just as Zhao Shi was surprised, she suddenly noticed a figure slowly walking in. Who is it? Instantly, Zhao Shi's expression changed, and the other members of Longmen Hall around her also prepared for battle. Once the dust settled, Zhao Shi could see clearly who the figure was. It was exactly the person she had been wanting to meet. Chu Yun. Chu Yun? Zhao Shi frowned, her ominous premonition growing stronger. Didn't you always want to see me? Now that I'm here, why don't you have anything to say? Chu Yun crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Are you saying you injured Su Zhu? Zhao Shi's eyes flashed with cold light. Who else could it be? This guy dared to sneak attack me. Not crippling him is already showing mercy. Hearing this, Zhao Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Every student in Longmen Hall was like a younger brother or sister to her. Seeing Chu Yun being so arrogant, Zhao Shi became furious. You're asking for death. Almost instantly, Zhao Shi summoned her beast. The moment Zhao Shi's beast appeared, Chu Yun seemed to hear a phoenix cry in his ears. In the next moment, a magnificent peacock soared before Chu Yun's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Yun did not dare to be careless and immediately opened the system panel. Beast name, Chueshing Huangyu. Level. Attribute, Fire. Main skill, Heavenly Feather Descend. Chueshing Huangyu will split all the feathers on its body into countless arrows and shoot them at the enemy. Secondary skill, Fire Feather Sky. The feathers of Chueshing Huangyu can cause a strong burning effect on attacked enemies, with immense power. Talent, Fire Poison. Enemies harmed by Chueshing Huangyu will not only suffer surface damage, but will also be continuously eroded by powerful fire attribute poison internally. After seeing all this, Chu Yun still smiled disdainfully. Then, he summoned Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai appeared, Zhao Shi's brow tightened. She had a premonition that the combat power of this polar bear would definitely not be inferior to her Chueshing Huangyu. Chueshing Huangyu, go, give him a good beating. Zhao Shi cautiously commanded. Xiaobai, pull out all this silly bird's feathers. Gulp. After receiving Chu Yun's command, Xiaobai, fully clad in lightning, charged towards Chueshing Huangyu. In an instant, Xiaobai and Chu Huangyu began to battle, destroying more than half of Longmen Hall. During this time, Chu Yun did not remain idle. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. Chu Yun directly used a teleportation step to arrive beside Zhao Shi, extending his tiger claw directly towards her. A mere trick. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he actually took the hit with his body. He could tell that Zhao Shi's level was only 2. Far inferior to him. Sure enough, after 2 more moves, Zhao Shi was directly pressed to the ground by Chu Yun, unable to resist. Meanwhile, Chu Huangyu was also defeated by Xiaobai, lying on the ground covered in blood. Wang Xian, Li He Lu Shi, come here. Zhao Shi, pinned beneath Chu Yun, shouted angrily towards the outside. Hearing this, the 3 boys hiding not far away fell into hesitation, but in the end, the 3 gritted their teeth and stood up. Chu Yun, let our hall master go quickly, otherwise you will. Lu Shi's last words were cut off by a glance from Chu Yun that terrified him into silence. The other 2 fled in panic, leaving only Chu Yun and Zhao Shi in Longmen Hall. Seeing that the situation was turning against her, Zhao Shi was filled with rage. Traitors, all of you are traitors. I warn you, get off me now, or I guarantee you will find it impossible to live or die in the future. Upon hearing this, a flash of dissatisfaction crossed Chu Yun's eyes. Originally, he didn't have any specific plans to target Zhao Shi, intending to teach her a lesson and then leave. However, he didn't expect Zhao Shi to be so unreasonable. In this situation, she still dared to threaten him? You say you can leave whenever you want. I won't leave. What can you do to me? Hearing Chu Yun say this, Zhao Shi instantly became furious and slapped the floor. Then she lifted her head, looking at the messy Longmen Hall, and her heart couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Thinking about how hard she had worked to manage Longmen Hall, only to see it destroyed like this, an unnamed sorrow surged in Zhao Shi's heart. Woo woo. In the next moment, Zhao Shi actually started to cry. What the hell? Why are you crying? Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was taken aback and quickly got up from Zhao Shi's side. At the same time, after getting up, Zhao Shi held back her sadness and glared fiercely at Chu Yun. Slap. In the next moment, a slap landed directly on Chu Yun's face. Wait for me. After leaving this sentence, Zhao Shi ran out of Longmen Hall, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 60, Choosing a Task. Look, Chu Yun actually made Zhao Shi cry. After Zhao Shi left, many students appeared in Longmen Hall. Looking at the wreckage of Longmen Hall, everyone felt a hint of fear. At this point, Chu Yun officially replaced Zhao Shi as the second in the outer rankings. In the following days, Chu Yun rarely enjoyed peace, as almost no one dared to trouble him anymore. Some even took the initiative to greet him, which made Chu Yun feel a bit amused. In addition, Chu Yun learned another piece of news. Zhao Shi had not been to school for several days. Since that day when she was taught a lesson by Chu Yun, Zhao Shi seemed to have disappeared from everyone's sight. Moreover, with Zhao Shi's disappearance, Longmen Hall also began to disband. To date, the Royal Academy's outer courtyard only had the Blade Group and the Heavenly Earth Society left. Previously, all the members of Longmen Hall had joined these 2 major organizations in batches. Chu Yun didn't care about this at all. After all, it was Zhao Shi who had always provoked him first. He had been very merciful. Are you Chu Yun? Just as Chu Yun was enjoying this rare tranquility, he was suddenly called out by someone. Who are you? A hint of doubt flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. He seemed not to know this person. The person cleared his throat and then said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, and I am here to sincerely invite you to join the Blade Group." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but frown. I should have said that I have no interest in your organizations. After saying that, Chu Yun turned to leave. Want to leave? Yi Fan suddenly smiled coldly and directly blocked Chu Yun's way. Is there something else? Chu Yun's gaze turned unfriendly, thinking, why are these people like a sticky plaster? Can't shake them off? I heard you defeated Zhao Shi and became the second in the outer rankings. I'm not convinced. I want to challenge you, Yi Fan said loudly, drawing the attention of others around. Look, Chu Yun is arguing with Yi Fan again. What is it this time? It seems that Yi Fan wants to become the second in the outer rankings, so he specifically came to challenge Chu Yun. Meanwhile, Chu Yun frowned at Yi Fan, then suddenly smiled. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you that. Chu Yun thought clearly. Since this group of people had been looking for him, he might as well stop hiding and directly suppress all of them with his strength. On the arena, Chu Yun looked at Yi Fan with a calm expression. Yi Fan's eyes showed no waves, but he was ecstatic inside. The reason he hadn't appeared in these days was that he had been working hard in seclusion, finally raising his beast taming ability to a new level. Now, Yi Fan was very confident that even if Zhao Shi were in front of him, she wouldn't last 50 moves. Although this guy named Chu Yun defeated Zhao Shi, no one saw the battle. So Yi Fan was certain that Chu Yun had succeeded through schemes and tricks. Come out, Tengshi Tulong. On the arena, Yi Fan suddenly shouted angrily. Then, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Following that, a snake about 8 to 9 meters long suddenly drilled out from the ground. This snake had an inverted triangle-shaped head, and it sported a pair of horn-like appendages, looking extremely bizarre. Seeing this, Chu Yun frowned slightly, and then opened the system panel. Beast name, Tungshe Tulong. Attribute, Earth. Level. Main skill, Tulong Strangle. Tungshe Tulong enlarges its body, tightly constricting the enemy and grinding them into powder. Secondary skill, Earth Lord Cannon. Tungshe Tulong condenses a huge amount of spiritual power mixed with soil to launch a fierce cannonball. Passive skill, Strongest Mobile. Beasts killed by Tungshe Tulong will donate a portion of their power to Tungshe Tulong. Talent, Living Beings in Ashes. The more beasts Tungshe Tulong kills, the stronger its own power becomes. Is it a killing type beast? But it doesn't matter, Xiaobai, go for it. Chu Yun's eyes remained calm. Looking for death, Tungshe Tulong. Destroy him. Thus, a snake and a bear directly engaged in a head-on confrontation. Tungshe Tulong. Use Tulong Strangle. After Yifan finished speaking, Tungshe Tulong's body began to gradually grow larger, finally reaching over 10 meters, and its scales began to emit a dark glow, appearing extremely oppressive. Xiaobai, Thunderclap, Fury Claw. Chu Yun remained unfazed. Gulu. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai directly activated its spiritual power, and in the next moment, the sky suddenly lit up with flashes of lightning. At the same time, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky onto Xiaobai. Covered in thunder, Xiaobai roared like a war god and suddenly pounced toward Tungshe Tulong. Hiss! In that instant, Tungshe Tulong let out a painful scream, and large patches of its scales were torn off by Xiaobai, creating a horrifying scene. How is this possible? How could your beast be stronger than my Tungshe Tulong? Yifan's face showed fear, but before he could think further, Chu Yun spoke again. Xiaobai, use Rock Smash to end the battle. Gulu. Xiaobai's right fist instantly glowed with a gray-brown light, and then it smashed heavily onto Tungshe Tulong. Bang! With this punch, Xiaobai used almost all its strength, directly inflicting severe injuries on Tungshe Tulong, which curled up in a corner, completely losing all combat power. Is this real? Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. Although it was rumored that Chu Yun had defeated Zhao Shi, rumors are always rumors, and none of us had witnessed it ourselves. However, today, Chu Yun's beast instantly killed Yifan's Tungshe Tulong, and that was real. He is so strong. Ignoring Yifan's shock and the surrounding people's astonishment, Chu Yun simply left quietly. On the way out, everyone unconsciously made way for Chu Yun. This was out of respect for a strong person. Among the crowd, there was another person whose eyes were filled with shock and fear. It was none other than Li Baoku. Chu Yun, I didn't expect you to be this strong. It seems I really underestimated you. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Baoku's eyes, as if he was contemplating another plan to deal with Chu Yun. Over here. After Chu Yun defeated Yifan, there was not much joy on his face. Yifan's strength was still too weak to raise his interest. Just then, a crisp and loud voice suddenly called out to him. Chu Yun. Immediately, Chu Yun was taken aback and turned around to find that it was Wu Qingming who had called him. You went to the arena again? Wu Qingming hesitated for a moment and asked. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun sighed. Don't mention it. Why are these organization people like sticky plasters? You can't shake them off. You are too excellent. Wu Qingming smiled playfully and then took out a token. What is this? Chu Yun asked curiously as he took the token. This is a task I selected. Take a look, and if it's acceptable, I want to go out and execute it tomorrow. Hearing Wu Qingming say this, Chu Yun remembered that some time ago, she had told him that she had chosen a task. However, he hadn't had the chance to ask for details as he was interrupted by someone from Longmen Hall. Then let's go tomorrow. I'll pack my things now. After saying this, Chu Yun parted ways with Wu Qingming. Chapter 61, Skeleton Soldier. The next morning, Chu Yun woke up early to prepare to set out with Wu Qingming to execute the task. Their destination was a village called Spirit Chi Village. This task was simply to help Spirit Chi Village clear out low-level magical beasts. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but it wasn't entirely safe either. As long as they were a bit careful, they could complete it, and the reward for this task looked quite good. It was a martial art technique called Dragon Subduing Fist. On the way, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming carefully followed the directions on the map, not daring to be careless. Magical beasts? Wu Qingming frowned and pointed to some bushes not far away. Sure enough, the next moment, a rabbit with sharp fangs jumped out from the bushes. Its blood-red eyes coldly staring at Chu Yun and Wu Qingming. It seemed to have targeted them, but before it could act, it was eliminated by the nine-tailed celestial cat. Fortunately, it was just a low-level magical beast. Wu Qingming patted her chest, but the next moment, Chu Yun suddenly held her back. There's a powerful fluctuation ahead. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, Wu Qingming's expression turned serious. She also felt it, and the source of this fluctuation was an extremely powerful existence. At least not weaker than her. What should we do? Wu Qingming glanced at Chu Yun, seemingly asking for his opinion. Let's go take a look. With curiosity in their hearts, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming headed straight toward the source of the fluctuation. Upon arrival, they immediately stopped in their tracks. The place where the fluctuation had just occurred turned out to be a cave, and at this moment, powerful fluctuations were occasionally emanating from within. It seemed as though there were countless magical beasts inside. We should leave quickly. There seemed to be quite a few magical beasts in there. Wu Qingming cautiously stared at the cave, not daring to be careless, fearing that the beasts inside would come out and eat her. Just as Chu Yun was about to retreat, he suddenly heard a cold voice in his mind. Ding! Achievement task triggered. Explore the cave. Completion rewards the title, Bane of the Undead. Reward, Amplification Card. Hearing this voice, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. This task really came at the right time. With that thought, Chu Yun sighed, and then looked at Wu Qingming. Qingming, wait for me at a distance. I'll go in and take a look. After saying this, Chu Yun moved and slipped into the cave. Seeing this, Wu Qingming's expression flashed with anxiety. She really wanted to go in with Chu Yun, but considering her strength, if she encountered a powerful opponent, she would only be a burden to him. With that in mind, Wu Qingming could only stay in place and pray for Chu Yun's safe return. What on earth stimulated Chu Yun to want to go to such a dangerous place? At this moment, Chu Yun had already arrived deep inside the cave alone. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold aura. This aura spread from his heart and lingered for a long time. The next moment, Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. He actually smelled a nauseating smell of blood in this cave. This smell was exactly the same as the one he encountered in the Thunder Forest. The scent of dead people's blood. Although he felt somewhat disgusted, he knew he had to follow through with the system's task. Holding back his nausea, Chu Yun stepped cautiously deeper into the cave. Crack! At that moment, he suddenly heard a cracking sound beside his ear, like the sound of bones breaking. Instantly, Chu Yun's hair stood on end, and he quickly lit a torch. As the firelight illuminated the area, the surrounding temperature rose, and Chu Yun saw that the ground was covered with countless white bones. The sound he heard earlier was from him accidentally stepping on a bone. Roar! Just as Chu Yun felt a bit relieved, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. Almost instinctively, he spun around to evade an attack. Turning his head, Chu Yun was shocked by what he saw. It was a skeleton. If it were just a single skeleton, Chu Yun wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The terrifying part was that this skeleton seemed to be alive. It was holding a sword and was slowly approaching Chu Yun. Raising its arm, the skeleton thrust its sword directly at Chu Yun without mercy, clearly aiming for his life. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Chu Yun's eyes, and as the sword came piercing toward him, he kicked out fiercely. Bang! In an instant, one of the skeleton's arms was kicked off by Chu Yun. Following that, he gathered all his strength and leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick. Bang! Another loud noise erupted as the skeleton's head was shattered by Chu Yun's kick. After the head broke, Chu Yun saw the skeleton's entire body lose power and fall to the ground. Just when Chu Yun thought it was over, he heard that cracking sound again. Moreover, this time, the sound was continuously coming from all around him. The next moment, several skeleton soldiers began to emerge from the nearby openings. At the same time, the powerful fluctuation that Chu Yun had felt earlier became even stronger. These skeletons began to attack Chu Yun's position bit by bit. Each of them wielded weapons and emitted a strange black aura, which was much stronger than the previous skeleton. Xiaobai. Seeing this, Chu Yun knew he couldn't hold back any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. Gulp. As Xiaobai appeared, it waved its hand and destroyed most of the skeletons in front of them. Thunder Fury Claw. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed as he ordered Xiaobai to use its skill. Roar. Xiaobai roared, its body crackling with electricity, and charged mercilessly at the armed skeleton soldiers. Clang. The attacks from these skeleton soldiers all landed on Xiaobai. But unfortunately, no matter what, they could not inflict any damage on Xiaobai. With a wave of its hand, the Thunder Fury Claw erupted, and the chain damage hit all the skeleton soldiers. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel emotional. Damn, area skills are great. In just a moment, all the skeleton soldiers were defeated by Xiaobai. Phew, that was dangerous. Chu Yun patted his chest and let out a long sigh. But just as he was feeling a bit relaxed, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The intense tremor from before returned. And this time it was even more intense. Not good. Chu Yun's expression turned serious as he mounted Xiaobai. Xiaobai, run. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, more skeletons surged into the cave. Charge out. Following the command, Xiaobai roared and quickly increased its speed, rushing toward an opening. It was there that Chu Yun felt the fluctuation again. Along the way, almost all the skeletons blocking their path were destroyed by Xiaobai. We're almost there. Upon seeing the light ahead, Chu Yun shouted. The next moment, Xiaobai's speed increased again, and in an instant, they reached the location where the light was shining. But just as they stopped, a gigantic axe suddenly swung toward Chu Yun's head. Chapter 62, The Undead and Summoning Systems. Clang. In an instant, Xiaobai directly withstood the attack of the giant axe with its body. At the same time, Chu Yun also saw the attacker. No, to be precise, it should be a skeleton. Unlike the previous skeleton soldiers, this skeleton was equipped with powerful chest armor, wearing a steel helmet, holding a shield in one hand and a giant axe in the other. Additionally, the skeleton general was engulfed in a faint blue flame, making it appear extremely eerie and terrifying in the cave. However, to Chu Yun, all of this seemed ordinary because he saw an even more horrifying scene. Behind this skeleton general, there was actually a person, or rather, he couldn't tell if this could be considered a person. It was draped in an incredibly strange black robe, with bizarre scenes etched onto it. It looked as despairing as hell, and it held a staff made of skulls in its hand. This figure pointed the staff at the defensive line where Chu Yun was located, and in the next moment, countless skeletons suddenly charged towards Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun's brow furrowed, and in that instant, he opened the system panel. Beast name, Undead Master. Attributes, combination of summoning and undead systems. Level. Main skill, Undead Army. The Undead Master summons all the skeletons it has killed to fight. Secondary skill, Undead Chant, under the Undead Master's chant. All summoned skeletons will receive an unprecedented significant enhancement. Passive skill, Path of the Underworld. Any person or thing killed by the Undead Master will turn into a skeleton and follow the Undead Master to the death. First talent, Surge. The longer the Undead Master fights, the stronger the summoned skeletons will become. Second talent, Silence. The Undead Master can render all summoned beasts unable to use skills. After seeing this, Chu Yun's expression changed instantly, and in the next moment, he shouted loudly, Xiao Bai, use Thunderclaw. Instantly, Xiao Bai's body was surrounded by lightning. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the Undead Master would use silence to prevent Xiao Bai from using skills. If that happened, it would be a huge loss. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Bai engaged in battle with the skeleton general. This skeleton was evidently a powerful opponent in life, and Xiao Bai actually showed a slight disadvantage against it. However, Chu Yun was not worried about this because he knew that Xiao Bai would increase in combat power over time. Sure enough, after a dozen minutes, the originally disadvantaged Xiao Bai turned the situation around, and with a roar, Xiao Bai smashed the skeleton general with a rock smash. After the skeleton general died, Xiao Bai turned its gaze towards the Undead Master, but at that moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from behind the Undead Master. TSK, kid. You actually managed to crush the Undead Master's skeleton soldier. You are quite impressive. Accompanied by a cloud of smoke, Chu Yun suddenly found a stranger he had never seen before appearing behind the Undead Master. Before he could speak, another familiar voice came. Humph, Brother Zhu. This guy bullied me. You have to kill him for me. Exactly, Brother Zhu. This kid is cunning. It's better to just get rid of him. With these two voices, Chu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that the speakers were none other than Zhu Shan and Wu Tao, whom he had encountered earlier in the shopping street. At this moment, the two were standing behind this unfamiliar man, their gazes filled with hatred. Are you sure this kid is the one who bullied you? The handsome man asked curiously. Yes, it's him. Brother Zhu, you must avenge me. Zhu Shan glared fiercely at Chu Yun. Humph, what a pity, kid. I was going to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to be the one who bullied my sister Zhu. Since that's the case, I can only send you to hell. The handsome man widened his eyes and laughed angrily. Remember my name. I am Zhu Jun, the one who will end your life. After Zhu Jun finished speaking, the Undead Master suddenly began to sway, and an invisible killing intent began to waft through the air. Do you think you can kill me? Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and his gaze towards Zhu Jun showed no change either. Seeing this, Zhu Jun felt a bit strange. Oh, kid, where does your confidence come from? Don't you know the gap between us? Hearing Zhu Jun say this, Chu Yun smiled again. What gives you the confidence to think you have the strength to kill me? After saying that, Chu Yun pointed at the Undead Master. Is it because of it? Oh, if not, do you think you have the strength to get past my Undead Master? Zhu Jun showed a cruel expression. Kid, do you know the strength of the Zhu family? In Tianhai City, there are 4 major families: Wu, Zhao, Li, and Zhu. These 4 families are the most powerful Beastmaster families today and hold a significant position in Tianhai City. A single word from them can shake Tianhai City. And Zhu Jun is a member of the Zhu family and the future head of the Zhu family. At just 25 years old, he has become a level Beastmaster, with a promising future. But what no one knows is that the reason Zhu Jun is so powerful is that his beast is a combination of summoning and undead systems. By killing living people and then enhancing himself, this method is usually not allowed, but the Zhu family turns a blind eye to secretly strengthen their family. Today, Zhu Jun originally planned to wait for prey in the cave, but unexpectedly, his only sister and brother-in-law came to him to complain because they had been bullied. Zhu Jun, who usually protects his sister fiercely, was furious upon hearing this. and just as he was about to stand up for his sister, he found that the barrier he had set up in advance was triggered by someone. Then, through the skeletons, Chu Yun saw Chu Yun. Initially, he planned to take Chu Yun as a subordinate, but after learning that he was the one who bullied his sister, Chu Yun changed his mind. Today you must die? Anyone who bullies the Zhu family will not have a good end. At this moment, Chu Yun seemed to go mad, his eyes bulging and veins popping. Seeing this, Chu Yun once again showed a hint of disdain. It seems you have become obsessed after dealing with the dead for too long. Then, Chu Yun gently patted Xiao Bai a few times, and in the next moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Xiao Bai go. With a whoosh, Xiao Bai dashed towards the undead master at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately shouted, "Undead army." Then, countless wailing skeletons crawled out from the ground, surrounding Xiao Bai in an instant. Chapter 63, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Damn it. A hint of annoyance flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. With so many skeletons, even Xiao Bai couldn't break through forcefully. Moreover, surrounded by so many skeletons, even if his physical level was high, he would be suppressed. For a moment, both Chu Yun and Xiao Bai found themselves in a difficult situation. Even under the assault of the skeleton army, Xiao Bai was already covered in wounds. Is this what a level beastmaster is like? Chu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking particularly disheveled. Seeing this, Zhu Shan and Wu Tao both looked overjoyed. Kid, weren't you very strong? Why aren't you showing that momentum from the other day? Can't you do it anymore? Exactly. Weren't you quite good at showing off back then? Why are you mute now? Chu Yun basically ignored Zhu Shan and Wu Tao's taunts. And then he kicked out again. Boom. Another skeleton was kicked to pieces. Just a dying struggle. Zhu Shan sneered. You can only blame your poor background and the lack of protection from others. Wu Tao pretended to sigh with sympathy. Unlike Zhu Shan and Wu Tao, Zhu Jun's expression was serious at this moment. He had a premonition that Chu Yun's strength was definitely more than this. Anyone who could break through his barrier. If they only had this level of ability, Zhu Jun would never believe it. Xiao Bai, use Rock Fist and Thunderclaw. Sure enough, just as Zhu Jun was puzzled, Chu Yun, who had been somewhat embarrassed before, spoke calmly. Boom. After receiving the command, Xiao Bai clenched his right fist. A strong storm roared, accompanied by the destructive aura of Rock Fist, continuously swirling around Xiao Bai's fist. With just one punch, Xiao Bai shattered all the surrounding skeleton army. And even several skeleton generals were not spared. How is this possible? Zhu Shan was suddenly shocked, as if the flesh on his body was out of control. Clap. The next moment, Zhu Shan was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Wu Tao was even more dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He had a premonition that if Chu Yun had used this move that day, his beast would not even be able to withstand a single strike. Don't panic. Zhu Jun glanced at the two of them lightly, then turned to Chu Yun and smiled. Not bad. You haven't disappointed me. But you can say goodbye to this world next. Being able to make me use this move means you have died for a worthy cause. After saying that, Zhu Jun snapped his fingers in the air. Then, the necromancer suddenly raised his staff, and his body emitted a strange sound. This noise made Chu Yun and Xiao Bai feel extremely anxious, immediately covering their ears. At the same time, Chu Yun saw that the newly resurrected skeletons began to emit faint blue flames. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun's expression turned ugly. He knew that this was the strengthening spell of the necromancer. Attack. With a command, the necromancer pointed his staff in the direction of Chu Yun. Roar. The next moment, countless skeletons, their bodies ablaze with flames, rushed towards Chu Yun's position like a swarm. It seemed he could only use that move. Chu Yun's expression was somewhat grave. Using the combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist, in such a small space might cause unnecessary collapses. But at this moment, there was no other way to survive. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun's gaze turned serious. Xiao Bai, use Thunder Fury Fist. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Even Wu Qingming, who was outside, felt a powerful force continuously gathering towards the cave's interior. Chu Yun, Wu Qingming muttered with concern. At the same time, inside the cave, Zhu Shan and Wu Tao were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Xiao Bai, who looked like a thunder god, both sitting there, not knowing what to say. Unlike the two of them, Zhu Jun could still barely maintain some rationality. This pressure is a level beast, but how could your beast, which is only at level, emit such terrifying power? Zhu Jun did not say the latter part, but everyone knew what he meant. Level. Wu Tao and Zhu Shan were even more dazed. They finally understood what kind of killing god they had provoked. Boom. The next moment, Xiao Bai's Thunder Fury Fist struck the necromancer. A punch unleashed, a full-force strike from a level beast was enough to destroy the entire hill. Almost instantly, the entire cave began to collapse violently. Zhu Jun and the others, along with the necromancer, were turned to dust, bidding farewell to the world. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Wu Qingming's expression began to grow increasingly anxious. She noticed that since that intense aura emerged, The cave where Chu Yun had entered suddenly started to collapse. Chu Yun. Just as she was about to enter herself, she found Chu Yun lying on Xiaobai. The man and beast emerged from such a fierce explosion and collapse, surprisingly unscathed. Chu Yun, are you okay? Wu Qingming stepped forward, her expression filled with concern. Seeing the worry in Wu Qingming's eyes, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. I'm fine. That's good. Wu Qingming patted her chest. Just as Chu Yun was about to say something, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement and gaining the title, Nemesis of the Undead. Reward, Talent Amplification Card, which can enhance a specified talent for super evolution. Then, Chu Yun directly opened Xiaobai's panel. Xiaobai had 2 talents. One was Battle Frenzy, which could autonomously increase combat power over time during battles. The other was Bloodthirst, which restored health by injuring enemies. After careful comparison, Chu Yun decided to amplify Bloodthirst. After all, this talent had a more significant effect on Xiaobai than Battle Frenzy. System, use the amplification card to enhance the Bloodthirst talent. Ding. Talent has been enhanced. Please check. Host. Hearing this, Chu Yun's expression brightened. He could clearly feel that Xiaobai's momentum had significantly increased. Name, Thunder Roar Xiaobai. Attributes, Thunder Gold. Level. Experience 97. Main skill, Thunder Fury Claw, an upgraded version of Thunder Strike, channeling the energy of the storm to damage several nearby enemies. The power of the storm allows his attacks to cause chain lightning on the target, dealing ricochet damage to surrounding enemies. Secondary skill, Rock Fist, deals an incredibly terrifying blow to the enemy. Passive, Storm's Choice, automatically restores injuries on the body. Talent, Battle Frenzy, continuously enhances combat power over time during battle. Talent, Bloodthirst Berserker, an upgraded version of Bloodthirst, dealing damage to enemies while recovering health and inflicting continuous damage on them. Equipment, Armor, not upgraded yet. Combat will value, 100. Combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist, a full-force strike that consumes combat will value and can deal damage equivalent to a full-force strike from a level beast. Chapter 64. Encountering the Beast Army again. We are almost at Spirit Chi Village. Holding the map, Wu Qingming said to Chu Yun. After about 10 minutes, the two stopped not far from Spirit Chi Village, and the scene before them shocked them. Countless monster corpses lay on the ground, all with mutilated limbs, as if someone had cut them off while they were alive. I have a feeling something is off. Is this really just a simple monster invasion? Looking at the eerie scene before him, Chu Yun furrowed his brows, and a bad premonition slowly rose in his heart. Let's go forward and take a look. Wu Qingming pinched her nose and said. After a moment, the two continued towards Spirit Chi Village. What is that smell? Suddenly, as they passed a small grove, Chu Yun smelled a stench of death. This odor was extremely unpleasant, even more pungent than the smell in the cave. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes, and he reached out to stop Wu Qingming. What's wrong? Wu Qingming was taken aback, clearly still not reacting. Before she could speak, Chu Yun pointed to a large tree in front of him. Do you come out on your own, or do you want me to help you? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingming's expression suddenly tightened, and then she fixed her gaze on the large tree in front of her. She deeply trusted what Chu Yun said. Sure enough, the next moment, the large tree in front of them suddenly shook, and a man in black jumped down from it. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp that you could find me hiding in the tree. The man in black clapped his hands, his eyes full of admiration for Chu Yun. Who are you? Why are you here? There was no sign of relaxation in Chu Yun's eyes. Hiding in the trees in such a desolate place could only mean trouble. Anyway, you're about to die. So I'll tell you. I'm a member of the Beastman Legion, and I'm here for an experiment. What? Upon hearing this, both Chu Yun and Wu Qingming's expressions changed. In broad daylight, you dare to conduct experiments here? At that moment, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Since these people dared to be so arrogant, it meant they definitely had a backup plan. At this moment, neither of them dared to act rashly. Are you conducting the kind of experiments that destroy cities? Chu Yun asked cautiously. Destroy cities? You must be referring to the experiments of extracting beast genes to coexist with humans, right? But unfortunately, we have given up on that. Now we have a greater experiment. As he spoke, a hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the man in black. Unfortunately, you two will never see that day because soon you will become test subjects for our Beastman Legion. Hearing this, Chu Yun frowned, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes as he summoned Xiaobai. Upon seeing Xiaobai appear, the man in black was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. Indeed, having such a powerful beast tamer is just perfect for our experiments. Then, the man in black slowly clapped his hands. Soon, Chu Yun saw countless shadows appearing around them, all of them grotesque figures. Some had wolf heads and human bodies, while others had tiger bodies and human heads. After these mutants appeared, The man in black couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Haha, what do you think? These are the latest masterpieces of our Beastman Legion, combining the brains of humans with the strength of beasts to develop the most powerful fighting machines. Shameless. Anger surged in Wu Qingning's eyes, and she immediately took action with her nine-tailed sky cat. At the same time, Chu Yun remained calm, looking at the man in black. You deserve to die. The man in black, however, was unfazed. Die? Do you really think you can kill me? In the future, our Beastman Legion will develop immortality. The only ones who will truly die are you ordinary people. After saying this, the man in black suddenly underwent a transformation. A tail slowly grew from his back. His eyes became incredibly elongated, and, most importantly, a pair of wings appeared behind him. You've transformed yourself into a Beastman? Hearing Chu Yun's words, the Beastman's face showed a trace of pride. That's right. Isn't it a wonderful thing to dedicate oneself to great science? War Bear. The Beastman roared, and a powerful roar swept toward the two. Hearing this roar, Wu Qingning's face turned pale. She had a premonition that this giant bear was definitely stronger than her. Unlike Wu Qingning, Chu Yun remained calm. Don't be afraid. Everything will be over soon. After saying this, Xiao Bai, clad in thunder, charged forward to engage the Beastman. Just then, a gigantic figure suddenly descended from the sky and, without a word, pinned Xiao Bai down. When the dust settled, Chu Yun was taken aback. This enormous figure was also a bear. Its claws were like solid iron, and its eyes glinted with terrifying black light. At first glance, it was hard to tell it was a bear. What is this thing? Chu Yun was stunned but quickly commanded, Xiao Bai, use Thunder Fury Claw. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai roared and, using its immense strength, managed to throw off the giant bear that was pinning it down. Then, a powerful thunderstorm struck the giant bear fiercely. Roar! The giant bear howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai pounced, delivering a merciless stone smash fist to the giant bear. Bang! This punch, gathering all of Xiao Bai's strength, created a blood hole in the giant bear's chest, but even so, it could not kill it completely. This showed just how resilient the giant bear's life force was. However, despite this, it lost its fighting ability and collapsed to the ground, glaring angrily at Xiao Bai, who had severely injured it. Such strength. A hint of greed flashed in the Beastman's eyes. If I could use your beast to enhance myself, wouldn't that be? Just then, Chu Yun took the initiative to attack. Dream on. Saying this, Chu Yun and Xiao Bai charged forward together, attacking the Beastman from both sides. Bang! A punch was thrown, and even though Chu Yun had used all his strength, he still couldn't defeat the Beastman, who instead pushed him back several steps. But this gave Xiao Bai the chance to attack. Xiao Bai roared and landed a heavy punch on the Beastman. Boom! Accompanied by crackling thunder. This punch knocked the Beastman down. After hitting the ground, the Beastman's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness, as if he couldn't believe he would die like this. After killing this Beastman, Chu Yun did not feel much joy. This guy should have just been a guard. Even so, he had such strength? Just how powerful are those people? At this moment, Chu Yun felt heavy-hearted, not expecting that just a few days of absence would allow the Beastman Legion to evolve their technology to such an extent. If this continues, it won't be long before they can develop even more terrifying monsters. Let us head to Spirit Village first and see. Wu Qingning said, holding the map. The best course of action now is to personally go to Spirit Village and see how far their experiments have progressed. Chapter 65, Lu Jin, the Troublemaker. Someone. Just as Chu Yun and Wu Qingning were about to set off, they suddenly noticed movement in the grass ahead. Immediately after, a trembling figure suddenly emerged from the grass. Don't kill me. This person had a lewd appearance, looking disheveled as he stared at Chu Yun and Wu Qingning. Who are you? Chu Yun furrowed his brow in anger and directly grabbed this person by the neck. Cough cough, don't kill me. My name is Li Xian. Just a small fry in the Beastman Legion. Feeling the suffocation, Li Xian cried out in pain. Do you know how far along the Beastman Legion's experiments are? The experiments have progressed to the final stage. Humans and beasts can now merge at any time. The purpose of the Beastman Legion's visit this time is to use ordinary people for experiments to see how much they can enhance ordinary people. Hearing this, Chu Yun's anger surged. Damn it. The next moment, Chu Yun twisted hard and directly broke Li Xian's neck. Almost instantly, Chu Yun and Wu Qingning rushed with all their might towards Spirit Village. But when they arrived at Spirit Village, it was already a scene of devastation. With corpses of beasts and humans scattered everywhere, the scene was extremely tragic. In addition, there were a large number of beasts devouring human flesh, showing no signs of any survivors. Damn it, we're too late. Chu Yun angrily punched the ground, realizing that the members of the Beastman Legion had escaped. Let us clear out the beasts here first, then report the rest to the Royal Academy. Wu Qingning whispered beside Chu Yun. Along the way, both of them felt an immense weight in their hearts. It seems the ambitions of the Beastman Legion are growing. Wu Qingming couldn't help but sigh deeply. Having experienced the battlefield in the City of Destruction, she naturally understood what this meant. If we can't find the base of the Beastman Legion, they will likely take the initiative to attack next. By then, Tianhai City may not be safe either. We'll take it one step at a time. Chu Yun sighed. And then the two reported the results of their mission to the Royal Academy. They immediately received the rewards for this task. Wu Qingming chose a crystal that could enhance the quality of beast taming, while Chu Yun opted for a martial arts manual called Dragon Subduing Fist. Since Xiao Bai's current quality already far exceeded that of other beasts, Chu Yun knew that even if he received the quality enhancement crystal, it wouldn't be of much use. In that case, it was better to take a martial arts manual to at least have some means of self-defense. Are you Chu Yun? A person blocked Chu Yun's path and sneered coldly. I am Wang Ba, ranked 4th on the external list. Wang Ba introduced himself first, then reached out an arm and directly grabbed Chu Yun by the collar. The leader of the Heavenly Earth Society, Lu Jin, has summoned you. Come with me. With that, he attempted to drag Chu Yun forcibly toward the direction of the Heavenly Earth Society. This scene caught the attention of others around. Look, isn't that Wang Ba? Is he planning to take Chu Yun to the Heavenly Earth Society? This is bad. Chu Yun doesn't even dare to resist, probably scared by Lu Jin's reputation. It's no wonder. Lu Jin is ranked 1st on the external list. Not to mention Chu Yun. Even the other 9 on the external list together might not be his match. Hearing the discussions, Wu Qingming suddenly looked worried. Chu Yun. Before she could finish, Chu Yun waved his hand. He then stopped in his tracks, gently pushed Wang Ba away, and in a flash, kicked Wang Ba in the chest. Before Wang Ba could scream, Chu Yun kicked him in the mouth, shattering his teeth. In the next moment, he stomped on Wang Ba's chest, staring coldly at him, and sneered. You said you would take me to the Heavenly Earth Society? Who do you think you are to teach me what to do? Meanwhile, Wu Qiui, hiding in the distance, noticed this scene but had no intention of stopping it. Instead, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. She had long been dissatisfied with these private organizations and had always wanted to disband them, but couldn't find an excuse. With Chu Yun's recent antics, she could take the opportunity to have these people disband the remaining 2 major organizations. Chu Yun, you dare to hit me? Wang Ba took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Aren't you afraid of Lu Jin's revenge? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun sneered again. Although I don't know who Lu Jin is. You're the one being his dog, not me. Why should I be afraid? You're looking for death. As soon as Chu Yun said this, Wang Ba's face turned furious. But just as he was about to summon his beast, he suddenly heard a voice not far away. You don't even want to give me, Lu Jin, face? Truly worthy of being Brother Chu. A man slowly walked toward him. It was Lu Jin. At this moment, Lu Jin wore sunglasses and a gold chain around his neck, with 2 women on his arms, looking every bit the nouveau riche. Chu Yun, I'm very curious. Who gave you the courage to keep refusing my recruitment? Don't you know I have friends in the inner court too? Lu Jin asked as he approached Chu Yun. What's that to do with me? Chu Yun remained expressionless. The events at Lingqi village had already made him very sad, and now the people from the Heavenly Earth Society were being unreasonable. At this moment, Chu Yun really wanted to teach them all a lesson. Humph, so arrogant. Adjusting his sunglasses, Lu Jin sneered again. Do you think defeating that waste, you fan, gives you the right to challenge me? To be honest, even if the other 9 on the external list teamed up, they wouldn't be my match. Let alone just you alone. Lu Jin proudly declared, I'll give you one last chance to join the Heavenly Earth Society. Otherwise, you won't leave here unscathed today. Lu Jin's domineering voice echoed throughout the outer court of the Royal Academy, and everyone looked at Chu Yun with curiosity. They were all waiting for Chu Yun to make a decision. After a long moment, Chu Yun smiled faintly and slowly uttered one word, get lost. With that, Chu Yun turned to leave. What courage! You're the first to dare to insult me, Lu Jin, in this outer court. Lu Jin's expression didn't change, but he waved his hand. In the next moment, dozens of students appeared beside Lu Jin, glaring at Chu Yun's retreating figure, all eager to fight. Brothers, give this ignorant kid a good welcome. Chapter 66, Battle of the One-Eyed Earth Dragon. In the Royal Academy, although summoning beasts for battle in private was not allowed, there was no rule against battles between beast tamers. At this moment, a dozen people had surrounded Chu Yun, all ready to attack, their fists clenched. Looking at the people around him, Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged. With his strength, he was not afraid of them. After all, his physical level was 3. While these students were merely ordinary people, so no matter how many there were, they were not worth his attention. Then, Chu Yun took the initiative to attack first. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he had knocked one of the students out with a single punch. Scatter! Seeing this, Lu Jin's eyes were filled with shock. He was at level 2 in physical strength, but he hadn't even seen how Chu Yun had made his move. What did this signify? It indicated that Chu Yun's strength was certainly not inferior to his, and at least was not something he and his group could handle. Chu Yun, Don't act rashly. This is the Royal Academy, not a place for you to run wild. Seeing Chu Yun approaching, Lu Jin couldn't help but swallow hard. If Chu Yun chose to attack, he had no way to stop him. Fortunately, Chu Yun didn't take any action, but merely shot Lu Jin a disdainful glance. Since this is the Royal Academy, let's settle this with our beasts. If I win, you Heavenly Earth Society will never bother me again. Not giving Lu Jin a chance to explain, Chu Yun stepped toward the direction of the arena. Seeing this, a shadow crossed Lu Jin's eyes. You're asking for death in a battle between beast tamers. He was not Chu Yun's opponent, but if it was a beast fight, Lu Jin was confident that no one in the outer court of the Royal Academy could defeat him. At the same time, the spectators' eyes were all focused on Chu Yun. After seeing the two standing on the arena, people couldn't help but start discussing. Look, that guy named Chu Yun is fighting with Lu Jin again. Someone in the crowd said, can he win? Lu Jin is ranked first on the external list. It's likely Lu Jin will take him out with one move. Why provoke Lu Jin instead of someone else? Hearing the discussions around her, Wu Qingming showed no expression and even thought they were somewhat foolish. Others might not know, but she was fully aware of Chu Yun's strength. Not to mention Lu Jin, even if it were someone else, they wouldn't be Chu Yun's match. So she had no worries about this battle, because she knew that Chu Yun's strength was far above everyone else. Chu Yun, remember your arrogance today. I will make you regret it. Looking at Chu Yun, who had a blank expression, Lu Jin said viciously, One-eyed Earth Dragon, come out. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly emanated from the arena. Accompanied by countless shrill cries, a very peculiar long snake appeared before everyone. It had only one eye located in the center of its forehead, and it had two pairs of horns on its head. This was Lu Jin's beast, the One-eyed Earth Dragon. As soon as the One-eyed Earth Dragon appeared, everyone felt a wave of pressure. A sense of indescribable despair rose in their hearts. Below, someone looked at Lu Jin with some trepidation and said softly. The crowd's discussions did not affect Chu Yun's mood on the arena. Xiaobai. In the next moment, Chu Yun had already summoned his beast. As soon as the words fell, a small polar bear suddenly appeared on the stage. Looking at this little polar bear, Lu Jin's heart was secretly on guard. He knew that many students had been defeated by this little polar bear, and he absolutely could not be careless. With this thought, Lu Jin sneered. My beast is the strongest in the outer court. No one is stronger than me. Do you think you can defeat me? Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but shake his head and then sighed deeply. A frog at the bottom of a well, in your eyes. It seems there is only the outer court. Suddenly, a flash of anger crossed Lu Jin's face. Arrogant, today you will know the consequences of offending me, Lu Jin. As if sensing Lu Jin's rage, the one-eyed dragon let out a roar and charged directly at the little polar bear. Gulu. Facing the one-eyed dragon rushing towards him, the little polar bear decisively transformed. In an instant, a giant bear about 3 to 4 meters tall stood beside Chu Yun, charging towards the one-eyed dragon without hesitation. Bang! The two sides collided first, and the little polar bear took 3 steps back. The one-eyed dragon was not feeling well either. Its entire serpentine body was trembling. So strong, it can actually hold its ground against the one-eyed dragon? Seeing this scene, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. Little White, be a little weaker, fight slowly with him. Chu Yun advised himself inwardly. That's right. From the beginning, Chu Yun planned to let Little White hold back. He wanted to see how strong Little White's talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, was, and whether it could defeat a beast of the same level without using skills. One-eyed dragon. Use corruption venom. Lu Jin roared. Hiss. The one-eyed dragon's body began to swell dramatically, and the next moment, it spat out a mouthful of black liquid. Accompanying the black water was an unpleasant and pungent odor. Almost without time to react, the venom sprayed directly onto Little White. Seeing this, a smug smile flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. Chu Yun, you are definitely going to lose. The corruption venom not only damages the beast's skin but also poisons its nerves, which means your beast will suffer irreparable damage next. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyelids blinked, but he remained unfazed. In his view, this toxin did not pose much of a threat. It was even far inferior to Su Wuyo's madness toad. Sure enough, the next moment, Little White simply shook its shoulders and cleared all the toxins. The toxins in its body were completely swept away by the talent, Storm's Choice. Seeing the one-eyed dragon's attack fail, Lu Jin couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Facing Lu Jin's confusion, Chu Yun did not respond. Instead, he commanded Little White to continue the attack. Roar. Little White roared and then charged at the one-eyed dragon at an extremely fast speed. Bang! At a speed almost imperceptible, Little White landed a powerful punch on the one-eyed dragon. Hiss! The one-eyed dragon let out a mournful cry, being knocked down by Little White, its entire body shaking incessantly. A trickle of black blood flowed from its serpent mouth. Clearly, it was wounded in a vital spot by Little White's strike. However, in the recent battle, Little White also sustained a bit of injury. Its shoulder had been bitten hard by the one-eyed dragon, and black bubbles were spreading from the wound, looking very strange. This scene made Lu Jin overjoyed. Chu Yun, your beast is doomed. Chapter 67, I want to fight 10. The toxin from the one-eyed dragon will continuously attack its cells. And what awaits you next is the expulsion letter for losing your beast. Lu Jin looked at Chu Yun with a repugnant expression. His eyes filled with the pleasure of a successful scheme. It's over. Chu Yun is in big trouble this time. A senior was just killed by Lu Jin like this last time. If only he could have agreed to Lu Jin's words. It wouldn't have turned into such a dire situation. He really lacked insight. Just as the surrounding students began to express their sympathy for Chu Yun, Lu Jin noticed something unusual. Why does your beast look like it hasn't changed? Lu Jin stared at Little White in surprise, and under his gaze, he found that the wound that had been gnawed at was beginning to heal slowly, showing no signs of injury. The one-eyed dragon's corrosive toxin seemed to have disappeared, having no effect on Little White at all. Is this what you call poison? Chu Yun couldn't help but sneer. Long before, he had noticed something strange in Little White's body, but in less than a minute, the toxin left by the one-eyed dragon had been completely cleared. That's why Chu Yun looked so confident. Although I don't know what method you used to avoid my toxin, you will still be defeated next. Lu Jin roared angrily. One-eyed dragon, use dragon transformation strike. In this battle. Hiss. Just as Lu Jin finished speaking, the one-eyed dragon's body began to swell continuously, its muscles becoming more pronounced. Even the two horns on its head grew immensely, transforming its appearance drastically compared to before. At the same time, Chu Yun could clearly feel that the one-eyed dragon's aura far surpassed that of before. Interesting, let Little White play with it. After saying that, Little White let out an angry roar and charged directly at the one-eyed dragon. Bang! In a collision this time, Little White suffered, being knocked back a few steps. Seeing this, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. Did you see that? This is the gap in strength between you and me. At this moment, Lu Jin was completely unaware that Chu Yun hadn't even let Little White use any skills. Roar! Little White roared in anger again, and then charged fiercely at the one-eyed dragon. This time, unlike before, with the support of the talent, the more battle, the more fierce. Little White was only pushed back 2 steps. It even had time to launch an attack in between. This scene made Lu Jin's eyelids jump. He couldn't see through Chu Yun's beast. One-eyed dragon, give it your all, hold nothing back. But no matter how Lu Jin commanded, the one-eyed dragon's attacks remained ineffective against Little White, and as time passed, the one-eyed dragon actually began to fall into a disadvantage. Under everyone's gaze, Little White transformed from a passive role at the beginning to an active one. Such a strange scene astonished everyone present. Although their strength was not strong, they at least had the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Chu Yun's beast, without using skills, had forced Lu Jin's one-eyed dragon to this extent. It was already very clear who was strong and who was weak. Even knowing the truth, Lu Jin still couldn't accept this fact. One-eyed dragon, use. Just as Lu Jin was about to speak again, he suddenly noticed the one-eyed dragon's entire body began to twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, the one-eyed dragon spat out a mouthful of black blood and then collapsed to the ground, its body covered in numerous wounds. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. He knew this was the effect of the one-eyed dragon's talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker. It could heal Little White's injuries while causing hidden damage that continuously stacked on other beasts. How is this possible? Why did the one-eyed dragon suddenly turn into this? On the stage, Lu Jin was stunned by this scene. Not only Lu Jin, but even Wu Qiui was somewhat surprised. Strange, I was focused on the stage just now. How exactly did Chu Yun win? The outcome was settled. Is this really the number 1 in the outer rankings? Too weak. Chu Yun said lightly with his hands behind his back. What did you say? Lu Jin was furious upon hearing this, but thinking of the one-eyed dragon's miserable state, he didn't dare to say more. He could only clench his fists and stand helplessly on the stage, accepting the fact that he had already lost. But Lu Jin's thoughts did not mean that others admitted defeat. Some members of the Tiandi Society, led by Lu Jin, were furious to see Chu Yun so arrogant. Chu Yun, you must have used some underhanded tactics to defeat Lu Gu. That's right. How could Lu Gu be so easily beaten by you? Hearing the remarks from the members of the Tiandi Society and others, Chu Yun's eyes remained calm. The next moment, he focused his gaze on the person who had spoken earlier. Since you all are unconvinced, then let's take you on together, Chu Yun said slowly. What did you say? The students below clearly did not expect Chu Yun to say this, and for a moment, they were taken aback. I said, if the Sharp Blade Group, the Tiandi Society, or anyone else has a problem with me, then come up together and let you know how useless you really are. After a long time, seeing that no one moved, a hint of disdain flickered in Chu Yun's eyes. So it turns out, you can only make noise with your mouths? Just as Chu Yun was feeling disappointed and preparing to leave the arena, he suddenly heard a roar from below. Chu Yun, don't be arrogant. Today, I, Li Baoku, will accompany you to the end. In the next moment, Li Baoku had already stepped onto the arena. As soon as Li Baoku stepped onto the stage, countless students followed him up. In an instant, the arena was filled with 30 to 40 people. Everyone looked at Chu Yun with unfriendly eyes. In recent days, Chu Yun had made them all lose face. Now that Chu Yun was so arrogant, they naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Oh no, this kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Seeing this scene, Wu Qiuyi's eyes flashed with concern, thinking of Chu Yun's usual behavior. She was afraid these students might go too far and injure him. A good tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. Just as Wu Qiuyi was about to step forward to stop them, she was suddenly blocked by a hand. Sister, don't worry, they can't beat Chu Yun, said Wu Qingning confidently, having approached at some point. But, just as Wu Qiuyi was about to argue, she found that the battle on the stage had already begun. The first to strike was Chu Yun, and in the blink of an eye, he had knocked down several classmates. These people didn't even have time to summon their beasts before being defeated by Chu Yun. How is his hand-to-hand combat ability so strong? Wu Qiuyi covered her mouth in surprise for a moment. Just watch, Chu Yun is much stronger than you think. Wu Qingning had already gotten used to Chu Yun's strength. Chapter 68, All Defeated. Damn, how is this kid so strong? On the stage, all the students were holding their shoulders and wailing. They had thought that with so many of them together, they would be able to teach Chu Yun a lesson. But they never expected that even so, they were still defeated by him alone. What's more humiliating is that with so many of them combined, they didn't manage to inflict any significant damage on Chu Yun. It could be said that Chu Yun single-handedly crushed all of them. As for the previously arrogant Li Baoku, at this moment, he lay on the ground unconscious. He was knocked out by a single punch from Chu Yun. However, the only consolation for these students was that their beasts were all at an advantage. More than a dozen beasts combined could only slightly overpower Chu Yun's one beast. It could be said that regardless of the outcome today, they had completely lost face. And from now on, they would have no face to continue their organizations. Roar. On the stage, Xiao Bai roared and angrily charged at the dozens of beasts in front of him. The powerful thunder wrapped around him, and now he was not afraid of any enemy. Instead, those beasts fighting Xiao Bai began to struggle. Under the attack of Xiao Bai's thunderclaw fury, these beasts started to retreat. And the injuries on Xiao Bai's body were gradually healed by his talent. The more battle, the more fierce. At this moment, Xiao Bai was unharmed, while the beasts opposite him appeared somewhat fatigued. This scene greatly shocked the hearts of many students. Did you see that? After such a long fight, how come his beast doesn't seem to have any injuries at all? Exactly. How could there be such a strange beast? Could it be that all of us together are no match for his beast? Just as many students were pondering, a reversal occurred on the field. The beasts that had previously been at a disadvantage suddenly all collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. It was as if they had suffered some heavy blow, which was incredibly strange. What's going on? Why did my beast suddenly get defeated? I remember that Lu Jin's beast was also defeated like this. Are we losing? More than a dozen people were defeated by Chu Yun alone? Everyone looked unwillingly at the scene before them. The fall of their beasts signified their defeat. In other words, at this moment, everyone had lost. Moreover, the defeat was thorough, as Chu Yun single-handedly destroyed their long-standing confidence. You all have lost. At this time, Chu Yun stood with his hands behind his back and calmly said, if anyone wants to deal with me from now on, then come at me. But if I find out that you dare to use any underhanded tricks, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Chu Yun didn't even look back and slowly walked off the stage. This kid really knows how to put on a show. Below, Wu Qiuyi rolled her eyes at the scene. So how is it, sister? I told you Chu Yun is powerful, right? Wu Qingning clapped her hands, her tone filled with awe. Her expression seemed even happier than if she had won. Seeing Wu Qingning like this, Wu Qiuyi couldn't help but smile inwardly and couldn't help but ask, Qingning, what is your relationship with him? I see you two are always together. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingning suddenly looked a bit flustered but quickly concealed it. No, we're just good friends. Oh, is that so? Wu Qiuyi looked at Wu Qingning with confusion, and just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, Chu Yun decisively moved, leaving his original spot. Bang! Just as he had just left, a figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel angry. If he hadn't been fast enough, he might have been seriously injured by this person's sneak attack. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and clearly saw the person's appearance. He had a buzz cut, wore a pair of blue glasses, and looked extremely sleazy. Before Chu Yun could speak, Wu Qiuyi had already stepped forward and said lightly, Bai Yuntao? What are you doing here? Haha, Qiuyi, long time no see. Bai Yuntao stepped forward to make small talk. In response, Wu Qiuyi frowned and said coldly, Don't call me Qiuyi, we're not that close. Haha, and this is? Bai Yuntao, who had been reprimanded by Wu Qiuyi, didn't feel awkward at all. He pointed at Wu Qingning and asked curiously, She's a student from my class. I just asked you, what are you doing here? Wu Qiuyi coldly questioned again. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao didn't want to make things awkward for himself anymore and turned his gaze to Chu Yun. Humph. This kid is suspected of gathering a crowd to fight. I want to expel him. The Royal Academy can't keep such a violent element. Bai Yuntao said with a hint of smugness in his eyes. On the surface, he claimed it was for the school's sake, but in reality, Bai Yuntao's true motive was to vent his anger for Li Baoku. The reason was simple. He was Li Baoku's family-in-law. He was also Li Baoku's brother-in-law. So he naturally couldn't let his brother-in-law be bullied. Even his position as the head teacher of the special class was manipulated by the Li family. When he heard that Li Baoku had been beaten, Bai Yuntao rushed over without a second thought. At this moment, Wu Qiuyi also stepped forward and said lightly, "Fighting? Which rule of the Royal Academy prohibits fighting in the arena? And if it weren't for the others being too weak, how could they be defeated by him alone?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's face turned somewhat awkward. He knew that Wu Qiuyi was right, and he indeed had no justification in this matter. Just when Li Baoku was in a dilemma, Wu Qiuyi stepped forward with interest and said, "If you really want to teach him a lesson, then you have to get past me first. How about we have a contest?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's expression changed instantly, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. He was well aware of Wu Qiuyi's strength, which was definitely not something he, relying on resources, could compare to. Realizing this, Bai Yuntao sighed and helplessly helped Li Baoku up, leading him away from the arena. Useless. Looking at Bai Yuntao's hunched figure, Wu Qiuyi's eyes flashed with disdain. She looked down on this kind of man who only relied on others. Then, she turned her gaze to Chu Yun. Seeing Chu Yun, who had no injuries at all, Wu Qiuyi couldn't help but feel curious. Plus, since Chu Yun single-handedly eradicated the 3 major organizations of the Royal Academy, the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he seemed. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Teacher Wu." Chapter 69, Dragon Subduing Fist. By the way, I heard you offended Xiaoxi before. This girl has a strong sense of revenge, so you should be careful. As Chu Yun was leaving, Wu Qiuyi seemed to remember something and reminded him. "I heard she is from one of the 4 major families of beast tamers?" Chu Yun scratched his head, curious. "That's right." Wu Qiuyi nodded and continued. "Not only that, but she is also the apple of the Zhao family's eye. Almost everyone in the Zhao family dotes on her. You destroyed her Longmen Hall a few days ago, so you might face retaliation in these days. I suggest you stay at the Royal Academy to avoid the storm. We can guarantee your safety there." After saying that, Wu Qiuyi let Chu Yun leave. After returning to his room, Chu Yun organized his thoughts. He didn't take Xiaoxi to heart, just as Wu Qiuyi said. As long as he stayed at the Royal Academy, the Zhao family would not be able to deal with him. What intrigued Chu Yun the most was still the reward he received earlier, the Dragon Subduing Fist. Holding the manual, a glimmer of curiosity appeared in Chu Yun's eyes. After carefully flipping through it several times, he discovered that it was not a martial arts manual. Instead, it was an internal skill method that described a technique to condense internal power around the body. It required a physical level of 3 to use. For the next period, Chu Yun didn't even step out of his room and kept studying the Dragon Subduing Fist. After about a day, Chu Yun finally grasped the basics of this technique. At this moment, he was confident that with one punch, even if he couldn't defeat a beast master of that level, he could at least take on one at a lower level. Coming to the door and looking at the large tree in front of him, Chu Yun took a deep breath. Then, his gaze sharpened, and his spiritual power began to gather continuously, with countless waves swirling around his body. Under the night sky, this scene appeared particularly poetic. But in the next moment, with Chu Yun's punch, the previously gathered spiritual power vanished completely. Bang! With one punch, the large locust tree, which was over a person's width, was directly penetrated by Chu Yun, creating a large hole. The hole was perfectly neat, making it impossible to tell it was made by a fist. Looking at the locust tree in front of him, Chu Yun was extremely excited. This technique, combined with ancient martial arts, would surely elevate his physical abilities to a new level. Just as Chu Yun was pleased with his progress, he suddenly heard his phone in his pocket ring. "This is Wu Qiuyi. Come to my office immediately. There is something urgent." As soon as he answered the call, Wu Qiuyi spoke first. "What happened?" Hearing the serious tone on the other end, Chu Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow, and an ominous premonition gradually arose in his heart. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Yun found that both Wu Qiuyi and Wu Qingning were there, and their expressions were tense, as if they were troubled by something. "What happened?" Chu Yun asked curiously. His curiosity piqued, he opened the envelope. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The envelope stated that a force suspected to be a beast army had suddenly appeared in Chu Yun's hometown, Guyun village. According to the investigation, all these people were level beast tamers, but it was unclear whether they were truly a beast army. After putting the envelope away, Chu Yun said solemnly, "I hate those beast armies. If I get the chance, I won't let any of them escape. Do you need me to call the beast tamer army?" After a moment of silence, Wu Qiuyi asked, "Just a few minions, there's no need to bother." Chu Yun politely declined. But only he knew that the real reason he didn't want the Beast Tamer army was that he didn't want to interact with Wang Jian and the others anymore. Then let me accompany you. Wu Qingming suddenly spoke. You want to go too? Wu Qiuyi looked at Wu Qingming with surprise, then smiled wickedly. All right, consider it training. After some discussion, Wu Qiuyi decided to grant permission and use the Royal Academy's unique aircraft to send Chu Yun to Guyun Village. Usually, it would take at least a month to travel from Tianhai City to Guyun Village, but by taking the Royal Academy's plane, it only took 3 hours. 3 hours later, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming landed near Guyun Village on time. My home is just ahead. After the plane left, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming headed towards the home where Chu Yun's parents lived. Chu Yun's home was deep in Guyun Village. If they took the main road, it would take at least half an hour even with Xiaobai. But just as he was about to ride Xiaobai and set off, he suddenly heard a cry for help nearby, accompanied by a familiar and disgusting smell entering his nostrils. What is this? In an instant, a flash of anger crossed Chu Yun's eyes. He recognized this smell. It was the same as what he smelled in the ruined city, gene liquid, something that mutated living beings. Realizing this, a wave of fury ignited within Chu Yun. Xiaobai accelerate. At Xiaobai's incredible speed, Chu Yun and Wu Qingming quickly reached the location of the earlier cry for help. Instantly, Chu Yun's eyes widened in rage. He saw an old man with white hair being pinned to the ground by a group of men in black robes. With just one glance, Chu Yun recognized him as Uncle Wang, who lived not far from his home when he was a child. You people will eventually get your comeuppance. Knowing he was doomed, Uncle Wang no longer feared. Instead, he stared intently at the black-robed men. Old man, you should worry about yourself first. How dare you follow us? I'll tell you the truth. Soon, the entire Tianhai city will be occupied by our beast army. The black-robed man sneered coldly, then injected a syringe into Uncle Wang's arm. Stop. This scene made Chu Yun feel a chill run down his spine. Almost instantly, he rushed towards the black-robed men with all his might. But even so, he was still a step too late. The liquid in the syringe had already been injected into Uncle Wang's body. At that moment, Uncle Wang's body suddenly began to change. In less than 3 seconds, he transformed into one of those mutants from the ruined city. You're looking for death. Chu Yun's anger had reached its peak. Almost instantly, he killed one of the black-robed men. Kid, who are you? Seeing their companion being killed, the remaining black-robed men became somewhat flustered. I'm the one who will kill you. Chu Yun's voice was chilling, as if he were a killer sent from hell. Chapter 70, Going Home. Xiaobai, kill them all. Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged as he coldly commanded. Roar. Receiving the command, the little white rushed forward and killed all the black-robed people before they could summon their beasts. These black-robed individuals didn't even have time to scream before they died. After killing all the members of the beast army, Chu Yun intended to check on Uncle Wang's situation. However, it was too late. After mutating, Uncle Wang had only taken a few steps before turning into a puddle of blood and disappearing into the ground. Seeing this scene, Wu Qingming's eyes flashed with compassion. After a long while, Wu Qingming sighed. But Chu Yun had already decided that after today, he would do everything in his power to have his parents move out. They could no longer stay in this village. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what would happen if something went wrong. Looking at the familiar village and scenery in front of him, Chu Yun stood at the door for a long time, hesitating. In this life, he didn't know how to face his parents. Finally, after a long while, Chu Yun took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar voice came from inside the house. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of caution in the voice. Likely due to the beast army causing havoc in the village. Dad, Mom, it's me. Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, a wave of confusion came from inside the house. The next moment, the door opened. Just one glance made Chu Yun feel a pang in his heart. His parents in this life had already turned gray at the temples and looked somewhat worn. This sight made Chu Yun feel the wave of heartache. The academy told me there was an incident at home and specifically asked me to come and resolve it. After entering the house, Chu Yun told his parents everything. Upon hearing Chu Yun's explanation, his parents immediately sighed. Alas, Xiao Yun, you can't handle this matter. Listen to your parents and quickly go to the academy for some backup. Chu Yun's father, Chu Zhan, sighed. Meanwhile, Chu Yun's mother, Lu Feng, echoed, yes, in recent days. The villagers have been disappearing one by one. Those who claim to be from the beast army not only cut off communication here, but even the electricity is gone. Just now, your Uncle Wang risked his life trying to send out a distress signal. We don't know what happened to him. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a pang of guilt, but still told his parents that Uncle Wang had already died. Those damn demons. Chu Zhan angrily pounded on the door frame. And then the two of them informed Chu Yun about the beast army occupying Hengji Mountain. Upon learning that the beast army was experimenting on the villagers at Hengji Mountain, Chu Yun was instantly enraged. A group of scoundrels. The reason I was able to get in just now must be that Uncle Wang attracted their attention. By the way, son, you brought a girl with you? Seeing Wu Qingming standing at the door, Lu Fang couldn't help but be curious. Oh, right, this is my classmate, Wu Qingming. I forgot to introduce her to you. Chu Yun knocked on his head and then pulled Wu Qingming into the house. These are my parents. After a round of introductions, Wu Qingming suddenly felt a bit shy. Hello, uncle and aunt. Seeing this, both Chu Zhan and Lu Fang looked pleasantly surprised, especially Lu Fang, who directly grabbed Wu Qingming, her eyes full of satisfaction. Such enthusiasm made Chu Yun feel a bit at a loss. Fortunately, Chu Zhan stepped in to ease the situation. Wife, hurry up and prepare some good dishes to welcome our son. After dinner, Chu Yun revealed his plan. He intended to head to Hengji Mountain early the next morning to capture all the members of the Beast Army. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhan couldn't help but look worried. Son, they are the Beast Army, those ruthless big villains. Can you handle them alone? Don't worry, Dad. Your son's strength is more than enough to deal with a group of Beast Army members now. Chu Yun said confidently. This was the truth. With Chu Yun's current abilities, a few low-level beast tamers were indeed no match for him. By the way, once we take care of them, you guys should hurry up and buy a house in the city. Even if something happens here, I want to be able to come in time. If it weren't for the academy this time, I might not have known at all. For this suggestion from Chu Yun, this time both of them didn't refute. Just as Chu Yun was about to say something else, he suddenly heard a violent shaking outside the door. Then came a cry for help. Help! Instantly, Chu Yun's expression changed. The source of the voice seemed to be from Grandpa Qin's house. Grandpa Qin lived next door to Chu Yun, and when he was young, while his parents were busy planting rice, he often stayed at Grandpa Qin's house for meals. At this moment, hearing the cry for help from Grandpa Qin's house, Chu Yun naturally couldn't sit still. In the next moment, Chu Yun dashed out the door at lightning speed. This scene left his parents utterly shocked. Old lady, did you see that clearly? Chu Zhan swallowed hard. Of course. At that speed, how could I see it? Lu Fang shot him a glance, but her eyes were filled with endless pride. Such strength belonged to their child. Meanwhile, at Grandpa Qin's house, Qin Shoxing lay in a pool of blood, his arm tightly gripping the foot of a black-robed man, seemingly trying to stop him from moving. But soon, his arm was hacked off by the black-robed man. Humph, old fool, daring to eavesdrop on our Beast Army's conversation? This is your punishment. The black-robed man sneered, then turned his gaze to the little girl beside Qin Shoxing. This was Qin Shoxing's only granddaughter, named Qin Qingwu, who was only 5 years old this year. At this moment, Qin Qingwu was glaring at the black-robed man with an angry face. Bad guy, you killed my grandpa. Hearing this, several black-robed men burst into laughter. Haha, your grandpa brought this upon himself. What does it have to do with us? Little girl, don't think you're safe. Wait until we turn you into a mutant. Just as they were about to inject the gene fluid into Qin Qingwu's body, Chu Yun had already rushed over. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Yun was instantly furious. Bastards, stop right there. Chapter 71, Qin Qingwu. Kid, who are you? The several black-robed men were startled by the sudden appearance of Chu Yun and immediately turned their attention to him. Meanwhile, the previously crying Qin Qingwu beamed with joy upon seeing Chu Yun. Brother Yun, they killed Grandpa. Quickly avenge him. What? Upon hearing Qin Qingwu's words, Chu Yun immediately turned his gaze to Qin Shoxing. Sure enough, Qin Shoxing had already lost his breath. He couldn't sense any life signs from him at all. You bastards. The anger in Chu Yun's heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately summoned Little White, charging forward to engage them in battle. Seeking death. The members of the Beast Army saw Chu Yun's audacity, and their eyes turned menacing. Clap, clap, clap. Several black-robed men clapped their hands, and in the next moment, countless beasts surged around them. All these beasts were bizarre in shape, some with wolf bodies and snake heads, others with 3 heads and 6 pairs of claws, each one more strange than the last. Roar. With a roar, these beasts rushed directly toward Chu Yun. Little White. Eliminate them all. Chu Yun didn't even glance at these modified beasts, leaving them to Little White. He rushed with great speed to where Qin Qingwu was, and in the blink of an eye, he had carried Qin Qingwu to a safe place far away. Listen to Brother Yun. Close your eyes. Everything will be over soon. Chu Yun whispered, not wanting Qin Qingwu to witness the brutal scene that was about to unfold. Okay. Qin Qingwu, who was naturally intelligent, understood what Chu Yun meant and immediately shut her eyes tightly. Very good. Chu Yun smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and turned around to coldly look at the members of the Beastmaster Legion in front of him. You are very good. It seems you are looking for death yourselves, so don't blame me. In an instant, Chu Yun quickly moved to the front of these members of the Beastmaster Legion, and almost without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! With a punch accompanied by a dragon's roar, one of the black-robed people had their heart pierced directly, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The body, having lost its heart, collapsed due to inertia. In less than a second, Chu Yun killed the surrounding other members of the Beastmaster Legion. Now, only one remained alive. It was not that Chu Yun was merciful. He wanted to know why the Beastmaster Legion targeted Guyun village. Grabbing the member of the Beastmaster Legion in front of him, coldness flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Don't kill me. The member of the Beastmaster Legion was filled with fear and terror, unable to control his body. A foul liquid flowing from between his legs. Useless. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun felt some disdain. Is the Beastmaster Legion filled with such useless people? The next moment, Chu Yun gradually increased the strength in his hand. Tell me, why are you destroying this village? After being intimidated by Chu Yun, the member of the Beastmaster Legion finally completely broke down inside. He told Chu Yun everything he knew. It turned out that a few days ago, the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Legion suddenly discovered a powerful mysterious force here. This mysterious force was enough to revitalize all their plans. And even the military strength of the Beastmaster Legion could be upgraded by 3 or 4 levels. After a discussion, the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Legion decided to have the Legion establish a laboratory here, using the villagers for experiments while also searching for the location of the energy source. After a search, they finally locked onto the target, and they were expected to take action soon. Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled. What kind of energy could make the members of the Beastmaster Legion so excited? Having lived near Hengji Mountain for so many years, he hadn't noticed anything different. Brother Yin, he's going to escape. Just as Chu Yun was pondering, Qin Qingwu suddenly shouted from the side. Trying to run? Coming back to his senses, Chu Yun noticed that the previous member of the Beastmaster Legion had already run out the door and was about to go further. But it was too late. The stone in Chu Yun's hand had already been thrown. Almost instantaneously, the small stone pierced through his head. After killing the members of the Beastmaster Legion, Chu Yun looked at Qin Qingwu with a softer gaze. Xiaowu, do you think I'm a bad person? No. Qin Qingwu shook her head vigorously. If it weren't for Brother Yun, I would have been killed by those people. They are the bad guys. As she spoke, tears suddenly welled up in the corners of Qin Qingwu's eyes. I want to learn from Brother Yun to become a Beastmaster. Sure, Xiaowu, you're so smart. You will definitely succeed. Saying this, Chu Yun ruffled Qin Qingwu's hair. This 5-year-old girl lost her parents early, and her only relative, Grandpa Qin, also died at the hands of the Beastmaster Legion. Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fate is cruel. Chu Yun, are you okay? I just cleared out all the members of the Beastmaster Legion hiding around. At that moment, Wu Qingning suddenly walked over from not far away. Who is this little girl? Seeing Qin Qingwu, Wu Qingning was somewhat curious. This is Grandpa Qin's granddaughter. Grandpa Qin saying this, Chu Yun glanced in the direction where Qin Shoxing was. His eyes filled with guilt. He was late again. Feeling pity for her, she directly embraced Qin Qingwu. Just as Chu Yun was about to retreat, he suddenly heard an angry shout from not far away. How dare you harm my subordinates? The next moment, a man over 2 meters tall, muscular all over, quickly approached. Looking at the numerous corpses of the Beastmaster Legion on the ground, the muscular man couldn't help but look furious. Did you kill them? Yes, and what of it? Who are you? Seeing Chu Yun admit it, the muscular man's veins bulged. I am the captain of the 7th team of the Beastmaster Legion. Today I will kill you to avenge my fallen subordinates. Hearing the muscular man's words, frost suddenly spread across Chu Yun's face. You say you are their captain? So, it was you who captured the villagers here for experiments? Yes, and what of it? The muscular man sneered coldly. A group of lowly people being used as experimental lab rats for the great Beastmaster Legion is their honor. Immediately afterward, the muscular man clapped his hands. The next moment, countless villagers from Guyun village appeared before Chu Yun. However, they all had strange shapes, with everyone exhibiting beast-like features. Some had horns on their heads, while others had tails behind them, looking extremely bizarre. Take a good look. This is the most successful masterpiece of my Beastmaster Legion throughout the ages. Soon, you will become just like them. The muscular man's eyes sparkled with madness. Unlike him, Chu Yun only smiled coldly at that moment. Is that so? Chapter 72. The Black Bull Demon. Although you are very capable, you are bound to die today. Qilian looked at Chu Yun with the eyes of a dead man. Killing so many of my brothers, even turning you into one of them would not quell my anger. Slaves, go and kill this kid. Roar. Accompanied by Qilian's command, the transformed villagers charged directly at Chu Yun. Looking at the irrational villagers in front of him, Chu Yun's gaze showed some reluctance. System. Is there any way to turn them back to normal? Ding. Sorry, powerless. They are already dead, merely injected with a certain drug to forcibly induce combat. Damn Beastmaster Legion, you will pay for this. Chu Yun's eyes revealed anger, and then he spoke to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, kill them all, try not to damage their bodies. Roar. Xiaobai obeyed the command and charged towards the countless villagers in front of him. Because of Chu Yun's orders, Xiaobai fought very carefully, even if he was injured. He did not harm the villagers' bodies. Seeing this, Chu Yun felt slightly relieved. These villagers were already dead, and they must be laid to rest. After saying this, Chu Yun directly summoned his beast. Moo. In an instant, a cow's roar echoed throughout the surroundings. Then, Chu Yun saw a pitch-black cow slowly appear before him. Its eyes were red, like blood, and its nose emitted a disgusting smell, with black light emanating from its body. Just one glance gave an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, Wu Qingming's expression changed drastically. This beast is very powerful. Wu Qingming swallowed and said reluctantly, "It's a level monster, far beyond what I can handle." At the same time, Chu Yun quietly opened the system panel. Beast, Black Bull Demon. Level. Attributes, Thunder Gold. Main skill, Thunderstorm. The Black Bull Demon unleashes an incredibly powerful force from its limbs. Each step can cause unexpected damage to the enemy in front of it. Secondary skill, Thunder Rolling. The Black Bull Demon's horns can condense purple lightning that shatters everything. Anyone hit will fall into a state of paralysis for a short time. Passive skill, Rapid Regeneration. The Black Bull Demon can quickly recover from any damage. Talent 1, Life Resurrection. The Black Bull Demon can quickly revive when in crisis, but can only be used once, and the revival time cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will die directly. Talent 2, Skeletal. Can reduce the damage taken by the Black Bull Demon. Xiaobai, go play with him. Chu Yun crossed his arms and said. In fact, he could have used the combat skill, Thunder Fury Fist, to achieve an instant kill. But Chu Yun did not do so, for a simple reason. He wanted to know what the energy that the Beast Legion had been talking about was. Since the person in front of him was the leader of the Beast Legion, he should know. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Chu Yun's mind. Ding. Achievement task released. Obtain mysterious energy, complete to gain the title, God of Fire. Reward. Route for Xiaobai's advancement. Immediately, Chu Yun perked up. He didn't expect the system to release a task at this moment, and it was related to energy. Xiaobai. Use Thunder Fury Claw. In the next moment, Chu Yun decisively spoke. Roar. Xiaobai roared, and at the same time, lightning entwined around his fingertips, ruthlessly charging towards the Black Bull Demon. Bang. With this strike, Xiaobai used all his strength to knock the Black Bull Demon back several meters. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was immediately astonished. This kid's beast is clearly a level lower than the Black Bull Demon. Why can it still deal such damage? Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but become cautious. Black Bull Demon, use all your strength, don't be careless. The Black Bull Demon slowly rose, exhaling dark air, its eyes glowing red even brighter. In the next moment, purple-black lightning began to emerge from its limbs. Its entire body also began to grow larger. Although Xiaobai was already quite large, he appeared somewhat small in front of the now gigantic Black Bull Demon. The Black Bull Demon glared at Xiaobai, and soon its two horns began to unleash a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning mercilessly surged towards Xiaobai at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai was struck. Boom. In an instant, smoke billowed. Looking around, the spot where Xiaobai was struck had already formed a deep pit, and everything around was completely destroyed. Kid, your beast has been destroyed by the demon bull. What else do you have to say? But just as Chu Yun finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. It seemed he saw something unbelievable. How is this possible? Chu Yun even shouted in surprise. How could your beast be unscathed? Sure enough, after the smoke cleared, Xiaobai appeared before everyone unharmed. Xiaobai, use Rock Fist plus Thunder Fury Claw. Not giving Chu Yun any time to think, Chu Yun spoke decisively. Grr. Xiaobai roared. And at that moment, the lightning around him surged to a peak. In almost the blink of an eye, Xiaobai was already in front of the Black Bull Demon. Bang. A punch, delivered mercilessly. Roar. The Black Bull Demon immediately let out a shrill scream, its limbs shaking as it spewed out large amounts of blood from its mouth. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was overjoyed. The talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, had taken effect. The current Black Bull Demon seemed to have suffered minor injuries, but internally it was already severely wounded. It was estimated that it would soon lose its combat capability. Chu Yun roared with immense anger. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The previously fine Black Bull Demon suddenly let out a piercing and painful scream. Then, it began to spew black blood uncontrollably and collapsed to the ground, powerless. But it did not die. Instead, it was using its talent, Revival, to recover its life. Knowing this, Chu Yun certainly wouldn't give it a chance to recover. The so-called take his life while he is sick, Chu Yun was already well aware of this principle. Xiaobai, use Rock Fist to finish off this stupid bull. Listening to Chu Yun's command, Xiaobai nodded immediately. Then, the immensely powerful Rock Fist struck towards the Black Bull Demon's still recovering body. Boom. With a loud bang, the Black Bull Demon exploded on the spot, completely succumbing to death. So strong. Behind Chu Yun, Wu Qingming covered her mouth. while Qin Wu in her arms also clenched her fists. Brother Yin, well done. Kill these bad guys. Unexpectedly, you are so powerful. Qilian smiled bleakly. I know what you want to ask me. You want to know about the energy, right? But unfortunately, I won't tell you. After saying this, Qilian pulled out a dagger and made a deep cut across his neck. Seeing this, Chu Yun wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Qilian had already met his end. Helpless, Chu Yun recalled the system task. It seems that no matter what, he had to find a way to go to Hengji Mountain. What kind of miraculous effect could this energy have that made them so eager to come here to study experiments at the risk of being discovered? Chapter 73, By the Stream. Xiaobai, sniff around here. Is there any sin of that group? At the foot of Hengji Mountain, Chu Yun closely followed Xiaobai. Grr. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Xiaobai let out a growl and then quickly ran forward. Wait for me. Chu Yun immediately chased after him. The man and bear ran for almost half an hour before Xiaobai finally stopped. Hiding behind a tree, Chu Yun saw two men sitting on a large stone not far ahead, one short and fat, the other tall and thin. Seeing this, Chu Yun slowly withdrew his smile and stepped forward slowly towards them. Who are you? Sensing someone approaching, the fat man glared at Chu Yun with an unfriendly expression. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hearing the fat man's threat, Chu Yun sneered. Is this the territory of the Beast Legion? You still dare to come in? The fat man was taken aback. Usually, when people heard the name of the Beast Legion, they would have already fled in fear, but why did this kid seem a bit unusual? Oh, that's good. I was worried I had found the wrong person. Chu Yun casually picked up a stone from the ground and said, Huh, what do you mean? Before the fat man could finish his sentence, the stone in Chu Yun's hand was already activated. Uffed. Instantly, a blood hole appeared in the center of the fat man's forehead. Thud. The unconscious fat man fell straight to the ground, already breathless. One step, one kill, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Chu Yun walked step by step towards the thin man, with no fluctuations in his eyes. Hiss. On the other side, seeing Chu Yun approaching, the thin man was already frightened and trembling, afraid that he might say something wrong and anger this killing god in front of him. The thin man directly knelt down on the ground the next second. Bang bang bang. Young hero, please don't kill me. After knocking his head several times, the thin man said, trembling, Don't be afraid. I'm not a demon. Chu Yun glanced at him, feeling a bit amused in his heart. Hearing this, the thin man just numbly nodded, but inwardly he dared not be careless. After all, this seemingly harmless guy had just taken his companion's life. Don't be afraid. Let me ask you, have you been looking for some kind of energy? Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. The killing intent he inadvertently released made the thin man dare not lie to him. The man swallowed hard, somewhat nervously saying, Oh, a force above the Beast Legion? If that's the case, then why don't they come personally? Why send you useless people to do it? With some doubts in his heart, Chu Yun directly asked. Hearing this question from Chu Yun, the thin man did not dare to hide anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. It's like this. I don't know what force our superiors belong to, but according to the leader, the superior force can easily wipe out the Beast Legion, and they are currently fighting against the Beast Guardian Corps. Beast Guardian Corps? Chu Yun's expression darkened. It seemed he hadn't heard of this force. Is there any connection between the Beast Guardian Corps and the Beast Legion? Yes, the Beast Tamer Guard is the superior of the Beast Tamer Legion. So the Beast Tamer Legion is in opposition to our Monster Beast Legion. I see. Chu Yun rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Do you have a map of the mysterious energy? Yes. The captain gave each of us a map. I'll show you mine. As he spoke, the tall, thin man took a map out of his pocket and handed it to Chu Yun. Here, take a look. Receiving the map, Chu Yun glanced over it and noticed many places marked with crosses. These crossed-out locations indicated where they had searched and found no mysterious energy, seemingly sensing Chu Yun's confusion. The tall, thin man explained, I see. Chu Yun nodded, glanced a few more times, and finally fixed his gaze on a specific coordinate. In an instant, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, the tall, thin man turned pale and said, Young hero, I didn't lie to you. This is really the map the captain gave me. I know. But this location. As he spoke, Chu Yun's brow furrowed again. This was a place called the Stream Water Area. It's strange. No one knows how it was formed, only that it is a huge lake located in the center of Hengji Mountain. Moreover, it's particularly odd that the water in the Stream Water Area is warm regardless of whether it's winter or summer. Sometimes, even in cold weather, people swim in the Stream Water Area. Because of this, every year, a number of people drown there, and over time, it has been designated as a forbidden zone. Everyone who comes to Hengji Mountain must stop at the Stream Water Area. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences. Gazing at the coordinates of the Stream Water Area, Chu Yun fell into deep thought. Although he had lived here for several years, he seemed to never truly understand this forest. Forget it, I'll go take a look. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yun decided. In that case, I'll take this map. After putting away the map, Chu Yun said casually, All right, then can I leave now? The tall, thin man looked somewhat excited, as it seemed he could escape death today. You're moving too slowly. Let me give you a ride. Chu Yun's gaze turned cold, and he directly struck out with a palm. In the next second, the tall, thin man fell to the ground with a thud, confusion still in his eyes as he died. He didn't understand why he was killed, even though he followed Chu Yun's instructions. Looking at the dead tall, thin man, Chu Yun showed no emotion. Don't join the Monster Beast Legion in your next life. About 10 minutes later, Chu Yun had arrived at the upper position of the stream water area. Looking down at the turbulent lake surface, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. In earlier years, although the water in the stream water area was somewhat warm, it had never reached such a high temperature. Even though Chu Yun was a kilometer away from the lake, he could still sense the high temperature of the water. Let us go down and take a look. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun walked down with Xiaobai along the path. As soon as he got down, a wave of heat rushed toward him, nearly causing him to faint. After steadying himself, Chu Yun realized that the area was surrounded by a thick white mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Hiss! Just as Chu Yun was about to venture deeper, he suddenly shuddered. He saw 2 red lanterns in the white mist. Strange, who would light lanterns here? Filled with curiosity, Chu Yun stepped forward to explore further. However, as soon as he approached, his expression changed drastically. Those weren't lanterns at all, they were the eyes of a snake. Chapter 74, The Fiery Serpent. To be precise, the creature before him couldn't even be considered a snake. It had a pair of enormous horns on its head, and calling it a dragon would not be an exaggeration. Unlike the serpents Chu Yun had fought before, this dragon had undergone countless life and death transformations. Its true power far surpassed that of the Beast Tamer. Monster name, Fiery Serpent. Attribute, Fire. Level, Race, Dragon. Current status, Furious. About to evolve into a fiery celestial dragon, will kill all enemies in sight. Main skill, Scorching Flame. The flames of the Fiery Serpent far exceed ordinary flames and can inflict wounds that are difficult to heal on all beings. Secondary skill, Fire Breath. The flames emitted by the Fiery Serpent can destroy any obstacles in front of it. Passive skill, Fiery Explosion. For every instance of damage the Fiery Serpent receives, it can inflict a burning attack on its enemies. Talent 1. Heart of the Dragon. The Heart of the Dragon grants the Fiery Serpent extraordinary spiritual power. Talent 2. Dragon Strength. Dragons possess innate extraordinary strength, capable of leveling half a mountain with a single strike. As Chu Yun stared at the Fiery Serpent, he noticed its blood-red pupils were also fixated on him. Hello there. He waved his hand and forced a smile. He wasn't afraid of the Fiery Serpent. He was worried that engaging it would attract the attention of others in the Monster Beast Legion, since this mysterious energy was so important. The Monster Beast Legion wouldn't send just one Chu Yun. There must be others. If he fought the Fiery Serpent here, it would definitely alert them. That would be problematic. However, the Fiery Serpent did not share this concern. Already extremely irritable during its evolution, it was now hungry. Seeing that this human dared to approach, the Fiery Serpent naturally wouldn't let him off easily. Hiss! Extending its blood-red forked tongue, the Fiery Serpent ominously moved closer to Chu Yun. Damn it! Chu Yun stepped back 2 paces, and as the Fiery Serpent approached, he immediately commanded Xiaobai beside him. Xiaobai, use Thunderclaw and Stone Fist. Grr! Upon hearing this, Xiaobai transformed instantly. At the same time, a massive polar bear, imbued with powerful storm energy, ruthlessly charged at the Fiery Serpent. Bang! In the collision, Xiaobai suffered a significant setback and was pushed back several steps. Noticing that Xiaobai was only a level Beast Tamer, the Fiery Serpent's gaze showed a hint of disdain. In front of it, which was about to advance to a level Beast Tamer, all level Beast Tamers were mere ants. Roar! Seemingly sensing the disdain from the Fiery Serpent, Xiaobai became extremely agitated. With thunder crackling around its body, Xiaobai lunged forward again to attack the Fiery Serpent. Bang! This time, the attack landed squarely on the Fiery Serpent. However, due to the significant difference in levels, even such a powerful Thunderclaw did not inflict much damage on the Fiery Serpent, merely leaving a mark on its serpentine body. Hiss! Seeing its body scratched by the little polar bear, the Fiery Serpent let out an enraged roar. With the roar of the Fiery Serpent, Chu Yun felt the entire Hungji mountain tremble. Meanwhile, far away at Chu Yun's home, they also felt a strong tremor. What is happening outside? Is Chu Yun in danger? Chu Mu said with concern. Aunt, don't worry, Chu Yun will be fine. Wu Qingning tried to reassure her, but the worry in her eyes was hard to hide. But in the next moment, they suddenly discovered that the tremors were actually intensifying. Originally, they only felt a vibration in the room, but at this moment, they found it hard to even stand. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the stream water area, Chu Yun, covering his ears in pain, stared at the Fiery Serpent. He never expected that during the battle, this dragon would awaken a sonic attack. Damn it, let me show you the power of the dragon's subduing fist. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he decisively gathered all his spiritual power. Puff! With his feet grounded in spiritual energy, Chu Yun quickly reached the fiery serpent. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun clenched his fists and decisively attacked the fire serpent. Bang! A huge sound accompanied by a dragon's roar erupted as his punch directly shook the body of the fire serpent. Although it did not cause any harm, it interrupted its sonic attack. Hiss! The interruption of its spell infuriated the fire serpent. It opened its massive mouth to completely swallow Chu Yun. At this critical moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Now, with Chu Yun's roar, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Thunder Fury Fist. In that instant, Xiaobai unleashed all its strength, and the Thunder Fury Fist struck heavily against the fire serpent. Boom. The next moment, the surrounding space trembled violently, and the trees of Hung Mountain were destroyed by the lightning of the Thunder Fury Fist. Hiss! The fire serpent hit by this move only let out a cry before turning to ashes, equivalent to a full-powered strike from a level beastmaster. Its current physical body could not withstand it. Huh. After killing the fire serpent, Chu Yun's legs went weak, and he sat directly on the ground. If it hadn't been for the temptation of its physical body, he would not have been able to kill the fire serpent. With its speed, if it had exerted all its effort, Xiao Bai's Thunder Fury Fist would definitely not have landed, which is why Chu Yun came up with such a strategy. Fortunately, everything succeeded. About half an hour later, Chu Yun felt his limbs gradually regain strength. Slowly getting up, he looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such powerful destructive force." Everything around, in every corner he could see, was almost completely destroyed. What is that? At that moment, Chu Yun suddenly noticed a dark, cave-like place not far from him. If he remembered correctly, this should have been blocked by trees before, looking as if someone had done it intentionally. However, the battle between Xiao Bai and the fire serpent was so intense that it destroyed this obstacle. Filled with curiosity, Chu Yun walked directly towards the location of the cave. As he stepped inside, he realized that it was not the cave he imagined, but more like a passageway. Looking around, Chu Yun saw countless murals carved on the walls of the passage. The murals depicted ancient divine beasts that either existed or never existed. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Chu Yun noticed a bright light suddenly emerging ahead. It seemed he had reached the end of the passage. Taking careful steps, Chu Yun cautiously walked towards the shining spot. But just as he entered, he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The sight before him exceeded his expectations. Chapter 75, Mysterious Energy Acquired. What came into Chu Yun's view was actually a dragon. Yes, a dragon. However, this dragon had its eyes tightly closed, looking like a corpse. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Chu Yun forced himself to appear calm as he approached, wanting to examine the dragon closely. Stepping lightly onto the stone stairs, Chu Yun reached out his hands to touch it, but he found the situation before him changing again. The corpse of the divine dragon suddenly began to become ethereal. Like smoke, the giant dragon's body transformed into a wisp of red smoke, slowly disappearing before Chu Yun's eyes. The next moment, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened as he noticed that in the place where the fire dragon had vanished, a red orb appeared. Inside this red orb, a flicker of flame was visible, looking incredibly scorching. What is going on? Seeing such a bizarre scene for the first time, Chu Yun was caught off guard. Meanwhile, the voice of the system began to echo in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward. Conditions for Xiao Bai to evolve to level X. Evolution conditions. Requires the essence of the ancient thunder god, 100 high-level thunder attribute crystal stones, and a piece of thunder essence. Hearing this, Chu Yun was taken aback. 100 high-level thunder attribute crystal stones were manageable for him at the moment, but he had never even heard of the essence of the ancient thunder god and thunder essence, let alone finding them. System, what is the essence of the thunder god? System? Inquiring again, the system remained silent. Seeing this, Chu Yun had no choice but to give up. It seemed he could only ask his mentor, Wu Qiui, about these matters. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a group of people suddenly appeared near the stream. All of them wore black robes, identical to the Beastmaster Legion. They were another squad of the Beastmaster Legion. Leading them was a woman, the 9th squad leader of the Beastmaster Legion. Previously, the Beastmaster Legion had been unable to obtain information about Chu Yun, so they sent her to investigate. A fierce battle had occurred here. Adjusting her glasses, Wang Li confirmed. Then, she reached down and picked up a piece of skin fragment, sniffing it. Immediately, Wang Li frowned. This is a level beast, the fire serpent, and judging by the aura, it was about to evolve into a level fire dragon, but I don't know who killed it in a second. At the same time, upon hearing Wang Li's words, the two people behind her changed their expressions. They exchanged glances, and one of the members stepped forward, speaking with some doubt. Captain, Could it be a mistake? How could such a remote place harbor an existence stronger than a level beast? It can't be wrong. It was definitely a one-hit kill. A flash of white light crossed Wang Li's glasses, and she looked around, instructing the two again. Qin, Song Yu, you two. Investigate the surroundings for anything we might have missed. Hearing Wang Li's orders, Qin and Song Yu did not dare to refuse and immediately began searching. About half a minute later, Qin suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, there's a passage here." Hearing this, a sly smile flashed across Wang Li's face. "Sure enough, there is something," I said. How could the fire serpent suddenly engage in battle with such a powerful opponent? Following that, Wang Li and the other two headed toward the passage where Chu Yun was. At this moment, in the center of the hall, Chu Yun was staring at the mysterious energy before him. Name, fire energy. Function, fuse with fire attribute beasts to grant them incredible strength. Source, the strongest fire essence refined by the ancient fire dragon before its death, capable of an explosion that could make an entire planet vanish without a trace. Note, although fire energy is powerful, it can only be used with fire attribute beasts. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. After seeing this on the system panel, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Xiaobai was a thunder attribute beast and naturally could not fuse with this fire energy. It would even be at a disadvantage. Just as Chu Yun was feeling helpless, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. The host can store the fire energy and later fuse it when a suitable fire attribute beast is found. Hearing the system say this, Chu Yun had no choice but to comply. After storing the fire energy in the system's space, he prepared to leave. But just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly felt a strong light shining in. The next moment, 3 people appeared before him without warning. "Who are you?" Before Chu Yun could speak, the woman leading them had already stepped forward. Using the flashlight's beam, Chu Yun got a clear look at the 3 of them, and upon seeing their clothes, his eyes narrowed. "You are from the Beastmaster Legion?" Hearing Chu Yun's question, the leader, Wang Li, immediately sneered. "Yes, since you know our identity, you must also be aware of our strength. I ask you, have you seen our companions here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded. "I have seen them, and I can take you to meet them." Wang Li was taken aback by Chu Yun's response. Just as she was about to ask further, she realized that the young man in front of her had already vanished. "Captain, be careful." The next moment, Qin's voice suddenly came through. Immediately after, Wang Li felt a glint of light reflecting off her glasses. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Chu Yun's fist had already struck towards her. Faced with Chu Yun's sudden attack, Wang Li did not panic. Instead, she stepped back 2 paces and met his punch head-on. When their fists collided, it was as if firecrackers had ignited in the air, with popping sounds echoing continuously. After one exchange, Chu Yun couldn't help but take 3 steps back, his face paling. Wang Li was in a similar state, her body trembling as she stepped back. This blow had put her at a disadvantage. At this moment, Wang Li stared at Chu Yun in shock. "You can actually trade blows with me?" Wang Li's tone was a mix of excitement and disbelief. Despite appearing young, she was actually 58 years old. She had started practicing ancient martial arts at the age of 8 and had only reached a physical level of 3. She never expected that this young man, barely in his 20s, would possess the same strength as her. Realizing this, Wang Li seemed to understand something and immediately asked coldly, "Did you kill Qilin?" "So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Regardless of whether you killed Qilin or not, I acknowledge your strength. Are you interested in joining the Beast Legion? I can guarantee you a position as a squad leader, just like me." Chapter 76. Eliminate the remaining Beast Legion. Squad leader? Sorry, but rather than that, I would prefer to send you all to hell to avenge the ordinary people. Thinking of Uncle Wang and Grandpa Qin, who were killed by the Beast Legion. Anger surged in Chu Yun's mind. Die. The next moment, Chu Yun began to move rapidly, directly appearing in front of Wang Li. Bang. Another punch, and both of them stumbled back 5 steps. At this point, Qin and Song Yu were both surprised. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Is there really someone who can fight against their captain Wang Li, and not be at a disadvantage? Young man, who exactly are you? Our Beast Legion has no intention of engaging with you. On the other side, facing the relentless assaults from Chu Yun, Wang Li was starting to feel fatigued. Her body was not as youthful as Chu Yun's, and combined with the ancient martial arts and dragon-subduing fist that Chu Yun practiced, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Even if they were both at level 3, it was still the case. Seeing Wang Li falter, Qin and Song Yu immediately decided to summon their beasts. The next moment, 2 powerful presences and footsteps suddenly filled the arena. Almost instantly, a giant elephant, 8 to 9 meters tall and engulfed in red flames, appeared out of thin air. The moment the elephant appeared, it charged directly towards Chu Yun's position. Following that, another enormous wolf, with 2 heads and eyes full of murderous intent, emerged from the spot where the elephant had appeared. These 2 were genetically modified beasts from the Beast Legion. Not only did they possess the strength of countless summoned beasts, but they also could be perfectly controlled. The two-headed wolf also rushed towards Chu Yun. Bang! In an instant, the fiery elephant's trunk smashed down towards Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun's expression changed. The strength of this flaming elephant was definitely not weak. If struck directly, he would surely be crushed. With this thought, Chu Yun decisively moved to evade. At the same time, the moment he left, the spot where he had been was hit by the elephant's trunk, creating a deep pit. This pit was at least 7 to 8 meters deep. Had Chu Yun still been there, he would have been crushed to pieces. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of luck. Thankfully, he had moved quickly. Without hesitation, Chu Yun summoned Xiaobai. As soon as Xiaobai appeared, it charged straight towards the 8 to 9 meter tall elephant. The flames on the elephant reached their peak at that moment, and it did not even attempt to dodge Xiaobai's attack, instead meeting it head-on. Meanwhile, while the flaming elephant was entangled with Xiaobai, the other two-headed wolf had stealthily approached Chu Yun from behind, preparing to launch a sneak attack. But this scene was still noticed by Chu Yun. He simply shifted his body slightly and easily avoided the two-headed wolf's ambush. Just then, however, Chu Yun discovered that Wang Li had summoned her beast. It was a three-headed lion, which definitely exuded the aura of a level beast. Various unfavorable factors made Chu Yun feel a sense of crisis. 2 level beasts and 1 level beast. It seemed this battle was destined to be a tough one. Subsequently, as Chu Yun observed, he saw Wang Li pull out a black pill from her pocket. The moment she swallowed it, her aura surged, increasing significantly. Like a tiger descending the mountain, Wang Li charged straight at Chu Yun. Bang! With a speed that others could not comprehend. Wang Li had already exchanged dozens of blows with Chu Yun in midair. While the two were fighting, the other 3 beasts were not idle. They formed a circle and surrounded Xiaobai. The flaming elephant roared to the sky, and its trunk unleashed a torrent of bright red flames mercilessly towards Xiaobai. But Xiaobai dodged all of it with incredible speed. Moreover, in that instant, Xiaobai unleashed the thunderclap claw to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the flaming elephant was scratched by Xiaobai. Simultaneously, facing the two-headed wolf that attempted to sneak attack, Xiaobai's eyes flashed with ferocity. It directly used a stone-shattering fist to send it flying dozens of meters away. Even so, Xiaobai was still injured by the three-headed lion lurking in the corner. It was on the verge of falling into a crisis. Meanwhile, Chu Yun was also cornered by Wang Li. He noticed that ever since Wang Li consumed that black pill, her speed and strength had greatly increased. She was a completely different person compared to before. In terms of both power and speed, Wang Li far surpassed him. Watching the young man before her about to be defeated, Wang Li's expression was not one of joy, but rather filled with hatred. She stared coldly at Chu Yun in the corner and said fiercely, "Kid, you really have some skill to actually force me to take the bone explosion pill." Bone explosion pill? Chu Yun looked puzzled. It was the first time he had heard this term. But before he could think further, he was struck by Wang Li's punch. This punch hit him directly in the chest, causing his entire aura to weaken. Bang! The next moment, Wang Li slammed her fist onto Chu Yun's heart, her high heels pressing down with force as if she intended to crush his heart. The bone explosion pill is the latest pill developed by the Beast Legion. After taking it, it forcibly doubles one's strength, but the consequence is that it consumes 20 years of lifespan. I never expected you could force me to this extent. Thinking of losing 20 years of her life, Wang Li felt a wave of anger. She was already 58 this year, and after just taking the bone explosion pill, she had lost 20 years of her life. It seemed her remaining lifespan was already very limited. All of this is your fault. With this thought, Wang Li pressed down even harder with her high heels. At this moment, Chu Yun, who was being pressed beneath her foot, remained silent. He had not lost the ability to resist. He was simply biding his time. Indeed, during the time he was suppressed by Wang Li, Chu Yun had gathered all his spiritual energy into one point, waiting for a sudden explosion. Although Wang Li's strength was currently above his, Chu Yun was confident. With the dragon's subduing fist, which concentrated all his spiritual energy, Wang Li would surely be obliterated in one strike. Currently, what we need to wait for is Wang Li's distraction. At this moment, just as Wang Li is about to raise her foot to kill Chu Yun, she suddenly feels a wave of dizziness. Damn, the bone explosion pill has lost its effect so quickly? At this moment, Wang Li's hair has turned gray, and she looks about 20 years older, with her strength rapidly retreating. Seeing this, Chu Yun knows the opportunity has come. He forces himself to get up, gathering spiritual power into his right fist, and instantly strikes towards Wang Li's heart. Bang! In that instant, Wang Li couldn't even scream before Chu Yun pierced her heart and killed her. In her last moments, her eyes were fixed on Chu Yun, seemingly unwilling to accept her fate. Meanwhile, the three-headed lion, which had originally pushed Xiaobai into a disadvantage, suddenly let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. In less than 10 seconds, the three-headed lion had died. Chapter 77, the conflict between Zhao Shi and Lu Jin. Watching this scene, a smile flickered in the corner of Chu Yun's eye. He knew this was the effect of Xiao Bai's talent, bloodthirsty berserker. The three-headed lion had been defeated by internal injuries. At the same time, just as the three-headed lion fell, the other two beasts also collapsed in response. Like the three-headed lion, they were also killed by Xiao Bai's talent. How could this be? Unable to accept the fact that their beasts had been killed, Chen Qing and Song Yu immediately took 2 or 3 steps back, finally kneeling on the ground with a thud. Both of them looked ashen, watching Chu Yun approach. Knowing they were finished, Chu Yun would not let them go. The next moment, they felt darkness before their eyes and then lost consciousness forever. After killing the remaining 3 members of the monster army, Chu Yun took a deep breath. Although it was a bit thrilling, in the end, he was the winner. This is better than anything else. If it were just Chu Yun himself, he would definitely need to be more cautious for a while, but with Wu Qingning here, it felt somewhat unnatural. Looking at Chu Yun, who was taller than him, Chu's father couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. I didn't expect my son to be taller than me now. Rubbing his old waist, Chu's father sighed. Bang. But at that moment, Chu's mother beside him gave him a light smack on the head and rolled her eyes at him, saying with a smile, needless to say, just look at who our son takes after. Son, you can go to school with peace of mind, and Qingning can stay at our house for now. Before leaving, Chu's father said. Meanwhile, Chu Yun noticed that his mother had actually taken Wu Qingning's hands and was whispering something in her ear. From a distance, Chu Yun couldn't hear clearly, but seeing Wu Qingning's flushed face, he knew it must be something embarrassing. On the way, looking at Wu Qingning's rosy cheeks, Chu Yun couldn't help but ask, Qingning, what did my mom just say? Don't overthink it. She just likes to chatter. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Wu Qingning seemed a bit displeased. She glanced at Chu Yun and huffed, I think your mother is much more reliable than you. After saying that, she ignored Chu Yun. Seeing Wu Qingning's reaction, Chu Yun found it better not to force the issue, and the two didn't say much along the way. When they arrived at the previous airport, Wu Qingning directly called the Royal Academy. Due to their connections, Wu Qiui quickly sent a plane to pick them up. Earlier at home, he had already handed over all his savings to his parents and planned to buy a house in the coming days to bring them over. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient if something happened while they were still in the village. If it weren't for Wu Qiui this time, he probably wouldn't even know about the matters concerning Hengzishan and Guyun village. Fortunately, everything had been resolved, but it was a pity that a few villagers had to sacrifice. Just as the two were about to part ways, they suddenly noticed the crowd around them starting to surge. Everyone was rushing in one direction, as if something noteworthy was there. Look over there. At this moment, Wu Qingning suddenly spoke. Following the direction Wu Qingning pointed, Chu Yun looked over. This glance almost dropped his jaw in shock. In front of him stood none other than Zhao Shi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Moreover, Zhao Shi was currently standing on the arena, her expression calm, seemingly uninterested in everything. But that wasn't the most surprising part for Chu Yun. It was because he saw that the man standing opposite Zhao Shi was actually Lu Jin, the very same Lu Jin who had once ranked first on the outer list. How did they end up fighting? Chu Yun felt curious, and Wu Qingning was equally puzzled. Just as Chu Yun was wondering, Ku Zhongla suddenly appeared out of nowhere. When Chu Yun saw Ku Zhongla, he immediately felt delighted and approached to ask his question. Brother Ku, why are Zhao Shi and Lu Jin fighting? Hearing Chu Yun's question, Ku Zhongla couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. She challenged me? Chu Yun pointed at himself, feeling a wave of helplessness. Why would she challenge me? Isn't it because you destroyed their Longmen Hall? Now they're holding a grudge, Wu Qingning said with a hint of schadenfreude. While the few of them were conversing, the momentum of Lu Jin and Zhao Shi on the arena had already reached its peak. It seemed like they could fight at any moment. Seeing this, Chu Yun was even more confused. Since Zhao Shi was looking for him, why was she fighting Lu Jin? This was what Chu Yun couldn't understand the most. If Zhao Shi wanted to challenge him for revenge, she had no reason to engage Lu Jin. Both she and Lu Jin had issues with him. If that were the case, why not join forces instead? Instead, they were going against each other. In response to Chu Yun's question, Ku Zhongla provided an explanation. It turned out that when Chu Yun was absent that day, Zhao Shi had been holding back her anger, and just then, Lu Jin appeared out of nowhere. As soon as Lu Jin spoke, he mocked Zhao Shi. How could Zhao Shi, who was used to being pampered, endure that? She immediately challenged Lu Jin to a duel, with the loser promising to never appear before the other again. Lu Jin had just been taught a lesson by Chu Yun and was filled with anger. Plus, he was already stronger than Zhao Shi, so he naturally accepted the challenge. Thus, the scene Chu Yun was witnessing unfolded. Chu Yun, who do you think will win? Wu Qingning asked curiously, watching the two about to clash. I don't know. Chu Yun shook his head. I just feel that Zhao Shi seems different from before. But I can't quite put my finger on what's different. Meanwhile, on the arena, Lu Jin was looking at Zhao Shi with a somewhat sinister gaze. Zhao Shi, you're too arrogant. Do you think just because you've been in seclusion at home for a few days, you'll be my opponent? If you're smart, you should become my subordinate. then I might consider letting you off. Otherwise, Lu Jin smiled wickedly. You'll just have to be inferior from now on. Facing Lu Jin's repeated taunts, Zhao Shi's expression remained unchanged. Either fight or get lost. After saying that, Zhao Shi summoned her beast, Star Phoenix Feather. It was still the beautiful peacock from last time. But for some reason, Lu Jin had a bad premonition in his heart. Forget it. Even if my strength can't match Chu Yun, it's not something this little girl can provoke. With that thought, Lu Jin summoned his beast, the one-eyed earth dragon. In an instant, the two engaged in battle. Chapter 78. Ghost Driving Task. Zhao Shi, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can be my opponent? Lu Jin crossed his arms, watching his one-eyed earth dragon ruthlessly charge towards Zhao Shi's Star Phoenix Feather. Bang. This is interesting. Lu Jin squinted, a look of disdain on his face. If it were before, his one-eyed earth dragon could easily annihilate Zhao Shi's Star Phoenix Feather. The one-eyed earth dragon couldn't take it down. Watching the two evenly matched opponents on the stage, the group of students below couldn't help but start whispering to each other. Do you think Zhao Shi can defeat Lu Jin? It's hard to say. Lu Jin is an experienced powerhouse, and in recent years, no one except Chu Yun has been able to beat him. At the same time, Chu Yun also looked a bit cautious. Unlike these students, he could tell at a glance that Zhao Shi was definitely hiding her strength. If she wanted to, she could probably end the fight in an instant. Sure enough, just as Chu Yun finished speaking, Zhao Shi on the stage showed a hint of impatience in her eyes. She glanced disdainfully at Lu Jin and then calmly said, "It's over." What? Looking at Zhao Shi's confident face, Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he found his one-eyed dragon was instantly killed by the Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. When did that happen? How did I miss that? Lu Jin comically rubbed his eyes. If it weren't for everything happening right in front of him, he would never have dreamed that Zhao Shi, whom he had always regarded as an ant, could kill his beast so easily. Meanwhile, the surrounding students also looked on in disbelief. Did you see that? Zhao Shi just took down Lu Jin? At that moment, everyone realized that the rankings on the external board were likely to change again. The first place was still Chu Yun, but the second place would likely go to Zhao Shi. Ants. Zhao Shi coldly glanced at the unconvinced Lu Jin and then expressionlessly walked off the stage. She headed straight for Chu Yun, causing the surrounding students to instinctively part ways, not daring to provoke her bad luck. Seeing Zhao Shi approach, Chu Yun couldn't help but frown slightly. Before he could speak, Zhao Shi's cold voice interrupted. You better live until the external competition. By then, I will let you experience what the gap in strength feels like, and you will regret what you did that day. After saying this, Zhao Shi quickly left. Some students who were unhappy with Chu Yun gloatingly remarked, "Is it over?" I don't think so. If Zhao Shi was confident, she would have acted earlier. Maybe she still doesn't consider herself a match for Chu Yun. Others countered, how did she suddenly become so strong after just a few days? Chu Yun stroked his chin, revealing a look of confusion. At that moment, beside him, Wu Qingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed, I just remembered. If I'm not mistaken, the Zhao family from the Beastmaster clan had a secret technique called Rebirth in Flames. Rebirth in Flames? Hearing Wu Qingming's words, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel curious and urged her to continue. The so-called Rebirth in Flames involves using ancient secret techniques for cultivation, employing powerful phoenix fire to engrave one's talent. If one cannot endure during this process, they will turn to ashes. At this point, Wu Qingming's face showed a hint of admiration. But if one perseveres, they will undergo a true rebirth in flames, and not only will they become stronger, but even their beasts will be enhanced, with talents and other attributes exceeding their original capabilities by several times. So powerful. Chu Yun was somewhat surprised, then sighed with a bitter smile, not expecting this little witch to go to such lengths to defeat him. Hearing this, Wu Qingming rolled her eyes at Chu Yun, saying, Don't underestimate her. As far as I know, Zhao Shi's talent is the strongest in the Zhao family's history, and now with the rebirth in flames. If you continue to underestimate her, you'll be in for a big loss. This time, Chu Yun unusually did not refute, because he knew Wu Qingming was right. If he dared to underestimate Zhao Shi like before, he would likely be the one to suffer. In the recent battle between Zhao Shi and Lu Jin, Chu Yun had not even seen through Zhao Shi's true strength, but it certainly wouldn't be too weak. If he were to fight Zhao Shi now without using his skill, Thunder Fury Fist, he probably wouldn't be sure of winning. Thinking of this, Chu Yun sighed deeply, and then said goodbye to Wu Qingming. Back home, Chu Yun took out the previously learned Dragon Subduing Fist and practiced for several more hours. This time, he was amazed to discover that under the influence of the Dragon Subduing Fist, his physical hardness had significantly improved. Moreover, each strike could emit a hint of dragon roar. With such prolonged practice, Chu Yun believed that within a year, he could raise his physical strength to level 4. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. One day, Wu Qingming suddenly came to his house and told him that the Royal Academy had issued a new task. Haunted. In the room, Chu Yun looked at Wu Qingning in surprise. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? The Royal Academy just issued the task, Wu Qingning replied, rolling her eyes, and then explained the task details. It turned out that not far from the Royal Academy, there was a household where the owner couldn't sleep at night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see his deceased relatives appearing before him. As a result, he had sought the Royal Academy multiple times to issue a task, and some students had tried to solve it. After some investigation, it was discovered that a necromantic beast was causing trouble in the house. Although this beast was at level 3, its true strength exceeded that, and it even had the capital to fight against a level 4 beast. Level 4 beast tamers only existed in the inner academy, and most students there looked down on such tasks, so it had been delayed repeatedly. This was the third task issued by the owner of that villa. Do you want to give it a try? Wu Qingning asked. Is there any reward for this task? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun asked curiously. There is no reward from the academy because it's a third-party task, so you can only earn some money. Hearing this, Chu Yun frowned but still agreed. He was indeed in need of money. Although he wanted to move his parents into the city, the housing prices were simply too high, and his few $100,000 wouldn't be enough to buy a house. Chapter 79. The Powerful Three-Headed Grievance Spirit. Following the direction provided by Wu Qingning, Chu Yun quickly arrived at the residence of the task issuer. Before him stood a villa that appeared to be around 700 to 800 square meters, exuding an extraordinary aura. With just one glance, Chu Yun could tell that the owner here was definitely someone of great wealth or status. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Immediately, the door opened, and a disheveled man appeared. He looked utterly exhausted as he stared at Chu Yun. Who are you? I am Chu Yun from the Royal Academy, here to help you with the issue in your house. Chu Yun got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly pulled Chu Yun inside. The moment he entered the house, Chu Yun felt a chilling aura pressing against his heart. There was definitely something wrong. Just as Chu Yun was about to speak, a cold and crisp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Resolve the haunting incident in the villa. Reward upon completion. Secondary skill advancement card, which can enhance the secondary skills of beasts. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's heart stirred. It seemed he had come to the right place. After entering the house, the man invited Chu Yun to sit down and began to explain everything that had happened around him. It turned out that the man's name was Jiang Guo, and this matter was related to his uncle. Not long ago, Jiang Guo's uncle passed away due to illness, having no children throughout his life, and coincidentally, Jiang Guo was orphaned from a young age. His uncle bequeathed all his inheritance to Jiang Guo before he died. Jiang Guo naturally moved into the villa where his uncle had lived, thinking that his good days had finally come. But soon after, nightmares began to haunt him. The incident occurred half a month ago when he dreamt of his deceased uncle one night while sleeping. In the dream, Uncle San said he was being bullied by a monster and asked Jiang Guo to find a master to save him. Upon learning all this, Jiang Guo invited all the renowned masters in Tianhai City the next day. After performing their rituals, these masters confidently assured him that everything was resolved, which put Jiang Guo's mind at ease. In the following days, Jiang Guo noticed that Uncle San did not come to him in dreams again. Just when he thought everything was over, he did not expect that the nightmare was just beginning. A week ago, while asleep, Jiang Guo dreamt of Uncle San again. Unlike before, Uncle San had completely changed. His face was green and his teeth were sharp, and his eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Guo. In the dream, Uncle San's hands were tightly gripping Jiang Guo's neck, mumbling something about an unfilial son. After that, every time Jiang Guo dreamt, Uncle San would do the same thing. And what was even more terrifying was that just yesterday, Jiang Guo saw a three-headed monster following Uncle San. Each head of the monster had a long, protruding tongue, making it look extremely terrifying. Recently, Jiang Guo even started seeing that monster in reality. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately furrowed his brows, as he had already guessed the general situation in his heart. It must be a ghost-type magical beast skill. The next moment, Chu Yun asked, when do you usually see it? Sigh, this monster's courage is getting bolder, appearing several times a day on average, and it won't let me leave the room, otherwise it'll kill me, Jiang Guo sighed. But just in the next second, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he stammered while pointing to the stairs above. Look there, it's it. After saying that, Jiang Guo rolled his eyes and fainted from fear. Following Jiang Guo's pointed direction, Chu Yun indeed saw a monster, but in just a second. The monster disappeared into a room on the second floor. Trying to escape, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened, and he immediately summoned Xiaobai. The man and beast rushed towards the room where the magical beast had disappeared. Roar! As soon as they pushed open the door and entered, Chu Yun immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. Steadying his mind, Chu Yun finally saw the magical beast in front of him. The three-headed monster looked extremely grotesque, with 3 heads of varying eye sizes, long narrow tongues, and blood bubbles flowing beneath their noses. Its hands each held a steel fork, with dark flames flickering on the forks, looking quite terrifying. Almost instantly, Chu Yun opened the system panel to check. Magical beast name, three-headed vengeful spirit. A magical beast composed of countless deceased souls, with extremely strong combat power. Attribute, Undead. Level, its true strength is enough to rival a level 1 beastmaster. Main skill, Lament of the Damned. The three-headed vengeful spirit sings a song from hell together, and those who hear the song will be bewitched and subsequently killed. Secondary skill, Dying Ones. Controls the liveliness of the dead to command, collecting negative energy by torturing the souls of relatives. The harsher the torture, the stronger the combat power of the three-headed vengeful spirit. Talent, Exploration. The three-headed vengeful spirit can automatically locate the souls of the deceased. Calamity. The location where the three-headed vengeful spirit appears can inadvertently trigger powerful and terrifying disasters. Devour. The more souls the three-headed vengeful spirit devours, the stronger its combat power becomes. Currently, it has devoured 300 souls. It doesn't look easy to deal with. Chu Yun frowned, but thinking of the task's reward, he decided to give it a shot. Xiaobai used Thunderclaw. The lightning attribute is a natural nemesis of undead magical beasts, not to mention Xiaobai's lightning attribute. Seeing Xiaobai, adorned with lightning, approach, the three-headed vengeful spirit's 6 eyes flashed with caution. It immediately tried to retreat, but Xiaobai would not give it that chance. Almost instantly, Xiaobai was in front of the three-headed vengeful spirit. An intense battle was inevitable. The three-headed vengeful spirit, realizing it had no chance to escape, gave up and turned around, stabbing its steel forks toward Xiaobai. Puff! In an instant, blood surged from Xiaobai, but this injury did not make Xiaobai retreat. Instead, it ignited its fighting spirit. Talent, Fighting more fiercely. Talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Passive, Storm's Choice. At that moment, all were activated. Enduring the intense pain, Xiaobai let out a roar and directly broke the steel forks in the three-headed vengeful spirit's hands, while its own wounds healed completely. Seeing Xiaobai's powerful combat ability, a hint of curiosity arose in the three-headed vengeful spirit's eyes. Whoosh! Almost instantly, it transformed its hands into 2 black knives and slashed at Xiaobai again. Having already experienced the strength of the three-headed vengeful spirit, Xiaobai would not be caught off guard again. In an instant, Xiaobai swiftly retreated, avoiding the three-headed vengeful spirit's attack. After missing, the three-headed vengeful spirit was not discouraged. Instead, its momentum surged even more, forcing its way through the lightning before it. The three-headed vengeful spirit approached Xiaobai once more. Chapter 80. The Outer Courtyard Grand Competition is about to begin. Boom. However, unlike the three-headed vengeful spirit, although Xiaobai was also injured, its combat power did not decrease. On the contrary, bolstered by its talents, it became even stronger. Ultimately, after battling the three-headed vengeful spirit for half an hour, Xiaobai finally secured victory at the cost of serious injuries. Just as the three-headed vengeful spirit was killed by Xiaobai, Chu Yun suddenly saw countless souls floating by from above, all thanking him. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun knew these were the souls that had been devoured by the three-headed vengeful spirit for many years. Today, they were finally liberated and reincarnated. At the same time, Chu Yun saw an elderly man with graying hair slowly appear. He bowed to Chu Yun and then quickly flew downstairs. Seeing this, Chu Yun hurriedly followed. Upon reaching downstairs, Chu Yun saw him directly enter Jianghua's mind. Although he couldn't stop it in time, Chu Yun was not overly worried because this was Jianghua's deceased Uncle San. Presumably, he had something to entrust to Jianghua. About half an hour later, Jianghua woke up. Chu Yun saw a tear trickle from the corner of his eye, but it was quickly wiped away. Looking at Chu Yun, Jianghua couldn't help but take a deep breath and then bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Master, for your help. This card has 10 million. The password is 8 zeros as a reward. I hope the Master won't refuse. After receiving the bank card, Chu Yun nodded. This battle was extremely dangerous. Even 10 million didn't seem excessive to him. He even wanted to ask for more. Meanwhile, the system's voice also echoed in Chu Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining a secondary skill upgrade card. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Yun exclaimed. Ding! Upgrade in progress. Please check, host. The next moment, Xiaobai's panel automatically appeared in front of Chu Yun. Name, Thunder Roar, Xiaobai. Attribute, Lightning. Level, Experience 0. Main skill, Thunderclaw. Guides powerful storm energy to damage countless nearby enemies. The storm's power can create chain lightning on the target Xiaobai attacks, with immense power. Secondary skill, Shatter Sky Strike. An ultra-enhanced version of the Shatterstone Fist, forcibly increases attack power for 3 minutes, during which each hit can cause damage exceeding that of the Shatterstone Fist. Passive skill, Storm's Choice, can quickly recover injuries when the summoned beast is hurt. Talent, fighting more fiercely. As combat time increases, the summoned beast's strength rapidly improves. Talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, continuously restores the injuries of the summoned beast through combat, while also inflicting ongoing damage to the opponent. Equipment, Armor, not upgraded yet. Battle Intent Value, 100/100. Battle Intent Skill, Thunder Fury Fist, can deliver a full strength attack equivalent to the level of the summoned beast. Unlock Talent, Vigor. The summoned beast can rapidly increase its stamina during battle. Requires 200 achievement points to unlock. Unlocked Skill, Rapid Advance, significantly boosts the speed and agility of the summoned beast. Requires 100 achievement points to unlock. Equipment, Armor Upgrade Requirements, 1 Heart of Molten Fire, 10 pieces of Falling Iron, 5 pieces of Red Crystal Gemstones. Gathering all requires 500 achievement points to upgrade to Sunfire Armor. Sunfire Armor enhances the resistance of the summoned beast while continuously raising the surrounding temperature, up to a maximum of 1000 degrees. Upgrade requirements, Essence of the Ancient Thunder God, 100 high-level Thunder Attribute Crystals, and 1 Essence of Thunder. The next task reward will be achievement points. Damn, I almost forgot about the talent and equipment upgrades for Xiaobai, thought Chu Yun while stroking his chin. With only a few days left until the outer courtyard competition, he must defeat the inner courtyard disciples to obtain the Heart of Molten Fire. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the day of the outer courtyard competition finally arrived. After handling everything, Chu Yun never appeared again. Instead, he secluded himself for a long time to train in the Dragon Suppression Fist. As a result, he rarely attended classes, and over time, people gradually forgot about him. Now, hardly anyone was discussing him. At this moment, at the registration office of the Royal Academy, a man was gritting his teeth while staring at the room where Chu Yun was. He was Lu Jin, whose reputation had plummeted after being consecutively defeated by Chu Yun and Zhao Shi. All of his former subordinates had left him. For the past few months, Lu Jin had been training hard every day, all for today's revenge battle. Today, he would trample Chu Yun and Zhao Shi underfoot. He wanted everyone to know that he was still the king of the outer courtyard of the Royal Academy. Lu Jin wasn't the only one harboring hatred towards Chu Yun. At this moment, Li Baoku was also gritting his teeth. Now Li Baoku was confident that he had reached Chu Yun's level and might even surpass him. In addition, Zhao Shi, who was at the registration office, had a gradually sharper gaze. Over the past few months, she had undergone inhumane hellish training in the Zhao family, and her strength had increased tenfold compared to a few months ago. She even had a faint feeling that her summoned beast was about to break through its level. These people seemed to have quite a grudge against Brother Chu. Not far away, Ku Zhongli looked at Zhao Shi and the others and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know what level Chu Yun was at now. Glancing at Zhao Shi, Wu Qingning couldn't help but frown slightly. In her view, neither Lu Jin nor Li Baoku could pose a threat to Chu Yun. Nowadays, Chu Yun's biggest enemy was definitely Zhao Shi. Unlike the tension at the registration office, the city was bustling. Countless residents woke up early today, not for anything else, but simply to watch the battles between beast masters. On this registration day, everyone dared not waste time, fearing they might miss the registration. Chu Yun was no exception. He woke up late today and was now sprinting towards the registration office. If anyone noticed, they would find that Chu Yun's footsteps were so fast that he left after images. If you look closely, you wouldn't even be able to tell it was Chu Yun. I want to register for the outer courtyard competition. After arriving at the registration office, Chu Yun breathlessly pulled out his student ID. You're a new student? The teacher at the registration office was new and had never heard of the outer rankings, and didn't know Chu Yun at all. Seeing that Chu Yun's enrollment year was this year, he immediately looked down on him. Newcomers should just leave. This year's registration is for the older generation of students. Aren't you just looking for death by coming here? Chapter 81, New Outer Ranking. There's no rule against newcomers registering, right? Chu Yun's tone was somewhat displeased at the registration office. What do you know? As far as I know, Lu Jin is participating, and he is a master of the outer rankings. With your skinny legs and arms, if you encounter him, won't you be beaten to death? The registration staff scoffed and said again, moreover, the number of registration spots is limited. Letting a newcomer like you on stage is just a waste. What do you mean? Chu Yun's tone gradually turned cold. He didn't expect that after a few months, the registration staff had become so arrogant. Just as Chu Yun was about to forcefully register, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Chu Yun? What is going on? Turning around, Chu Yun found that Wu Qiui had actually arrived and immediately explained the previous situation. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Wu Qiui's flawless face. Register him. That is an order. Regarding Wu Qiui's order, the registration staff did not agree. Instead, he coldly laughed. Order? Who do you think you are to give me orders? My name is Wu Qiui. Without much expression, Wu Qiui took out her teacher's certificate and said indifferently, "Hiss." Suddenly, the registration staff's face stiffened. He knew Wu Qiui's name. She was one of the strongest teachers at the Royal Academy, a level beast master at only 24 years old. Besides, she was the eldest princess of the Wu family. In all aspects, she was someone this little registration staff could not afford to offend. The next moment, he directly trembled and registered Chu Yun's name. "You don't need to come tomorrow. Let others take your spot." After finishing the registration, Wu Qiui said lightly. Then she slowly disappeared, leaving behind a cold figure. Thud. Immediately after, the previously arrogant registration staff fell to the ground, pale as a ghost. He knew he was finished. Seeing this scene, there was no wave in Chu Yun's eyes. Since this person intended to abuse his power, he should have thought of the consequences. After the small episode, Chu Yun directly walked towards the arena. There, he immediately saw Wu Qingning and Ku Zhongla, and both of them also saw him. "Long time no see." Approaching the two, Chu Yun greeted them. "Finally see you, busy man." Wu Qingning rolled her eyes at Chu Yun and teased. Afterwards, the three engaged in a conversation. During this time, Chu Yun learned about the battle rules from Wu Qingning. This competition would be determined by drawing lots. Whoever is drawn would go up, and students who had been drawn would automatically enter the rest area regardless of winning or losing, to maintain consistent fairness. Soon, the outer courtyard competition was about to begin amidst the discussions of countless people. The first to step onto the stage was a man holding a whistle, looking around and waving his hand to signal for silence. "Everyone quiet down. Let me say a few words." On the stage, the man quickly introduced himself. His name is Su Difu, the host of this outer courtyard competition. After some pleasantries, Su Difu directly explained the rules of this competition. The first to advance directly would be the top 10 of the outer rankings. Being among the top 10 of the outer rankings of the Royal Academy is itself a symbol of honor and strength. Of course, there would be no objections to this from the crowd. The strength of the top 10 in the outer rankings was highly respected by all these ordinary students. Meanwhile, when Wu Qingning and Ku Zhongla heard Su Difu's words, their expressions instantly brightened. Seeing this, Chu Yun became a bit curious. After inquiring, he learned that during his seclusion, both Wu Qingning and Ku Zhongla had entered the top 10 of the outer rankings. The current outer rankings were as follows. First place was still Chu Yun, second place was Zhao Shi, and third place was Lu Jin, who had been defeated by Zhao Shi. To Chu Yun's surprise, Wu Qingning had actually defeated Yi Fan earlier and officially became fourth on the external rankings. Yi Fan dropped from fourth to fifth, while Li Baoku claimed sixth. The unfortunate Qul ended up in seventh after losing to Li Baoku. Eighth was Wang Ba. Ninth was Su Zhu, and due to Wu Tao's mysterious disappearance, Sun Hui rightfully became 10th. Since it was an automatic promotion, this battle featured the top 20 or 30 from the external rankings. Naturally, Chu Yun was not very interested and casually found a spectator stand to sit down. However, not long after he sat down, he was called out by a voice. "Who the hell are you? Dare to sit in my spot?" Curious, Chu Yun raised his head and found a student he had never seen before. "Are you talking to me?" Chu Yun frowned and retorted. "Of course. You're sitting in my spot. Get the hell out. Don't blame me if I kill you later." The student shouted with a sense of righteousness. "Who are you?" "I'm Zhang Yu, ranked 47th on the external list." "What? Are you scared?" Zhang Yu looked at Chu Yun with great pride. Feeling an unprecedented sense of superiority from his external ranking, he would introduce himself like this to anyone, and most would be intimidated. Just when he thought Chu Yun would react like everyone else and be frightened, he found Chu Yun still sitting in place. As if he hadn't heard a word he said. "Hey, you're looking for death." A murderous glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes as he reached out to grab Chu Yun's shoulder, intending to throw him away. But the next moment, Zhang Yu's expression suddenly changed. He realized he couldn't lift this seemingly ordinary guy in front of him at all. "Who are you?" Zhang Yu stepped back a few paces, his face showing some tension. His instincts told him this person was not easy to deal with. "Chu Yun." Not wanting to argue with Zhang Yu, Chu Yun said casually, Chu Yun." While repeating Chu Yun's name, Zhang Yu's face changed drastically, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The number one on the external rankings, Chu Yun. He had single-handedly defeated the three major organizations of the Royal Academy's outer court and instantly killed the previous number one, Lu Jin. Thinking about how he had tried to show off in front of such a character, Zhang Yu wanted to find a hole to hide in. The next moment, Zhang Yu smiled brightly. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yun waved his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was instantly delighted and hurriedly ran away, fearing Chu Yun might change his mind. "Humph, this guy is still so annoying." Not far away, Zhao Shi stomped her foot, her little tiger teeth gleaming. "So you're here." Wu Qingning, who had arrived, sat beside Chu Yun, looking curiously at the arena. The first battle featured a student named Wang Ju, whose beast was a giant tortoise. His opponent, Niu Luan, had a giant rooster as his beast. The two were evenly matched. and as soon as they began fighting, it was hard to tell who was superior. Go, Niolun, I spent 5,000 on your victory. Nonsense. Wangju, use your big tortoise to crush this stupid rooster. I bet 10,000 on you. Don't let me down. Chapter 82. Hyul versus Li Baoku. Who do you think is stronger? Wu Qingming asked curiously. Looking at Chu Yun, Wangju will win for sure. Although Niolun had the advantage at first, his beast isn't good at prolonged battles. If he can't break through the opponent's defense in a short time, it will be his downfall. Just a glance was enough for Chu Yun to know the outcome. Really? Wu Qingming was somewhat skeptical and then fixed her gaze on the arena. Sure enough, just as Chu Yun had said. Although Niolun's iron-blooded rooster initially kept Wangju's ancient tortoise pinned down, a closer look revealed that the ancient tortoise had taken no damage at all. Instead, the iron-blooded rooster was gradually running out of stamina, its attack speed becoming painfully slow. As if sensing the iron-blooded rooster's decline, the ancient tortoise, which had been hiding in its shell, suddenly stuck its head out and lunged at the iron-blooded rooster. In an instant, the iron-blooded rooster let out a cry of agony, and then the ancient tortoise slammed it down hard onto the ground, ending the battle decisively. Damn, how is this old tortoise so strong? My $500 are gone. Damn it, the gambler's apocalypse. Meanwhile, Wu Qingming also gave Chu Yun a thumbs up. Impressive. Just as you said. As time passed, the battles among the other disciples of the outer court were nearing their end. After a while, it was finally time for the top 10 students on the external rankings. The first match is Hyul versus Li Baoku. Su Difu shouted in his elongated voice. Hearing that the first match was himself, Hyul couldn't help but tense up. He glanced at Li Baoku in the distance, who was also looking at him with a dismissive gaze, as if he thought he would win for sure. This scene made Hyul feel a bit angry. He immediately stood up and headed for the arena. On his way, he suddenly heard Chu Yun ask him, Hyul, do you have confidence? Facing Chu Yun's question, Hyul couldn't help but let out a long sigh. No. After all, he had just been defeated by Li Baoku not long ago. It's fine, just do your best. Chu Yun encouraged him. Hyul then slowly stepped onto the arena, and Li Baoku was already impatiently waiting. What are you still doing here? With your strength? You should just roll down. Be careful, I won't let you leave the arena today. Hearing Li Baoku's insults, even Hyul, who usually had a good temper, felt a bit furious. He flushed with anger and retorted, Humph, the outcome is uncertain. Don't be too cocky. Furious Thunder King. In an instant, Hyul summoned his beast. Upon seeing Hyul's beast, Chu Yun couldn't help but be surprised. The furious Thunder King in front of him was at least 3 to 4 times stronger than a few months ago. I didn't expect his strength to improve so quickly. At this moment, the furious Thunder King had a grim look, its fangs gleaming brightly, and its eyes were filled with thunder as it stared at Li Baoku. Trash. Li Baoku sneered disdainfully and summoned his own beast. Lonely Wind Wolf, let them see what a real strength gap looks like. Roar. The moment the Lonely Wind Wolf appeared, it let out a furious roar. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. An indescribable sense of oppression weighed on everyone's hearts. So strong. Wu Qingming's expression became serious. Li Baoku's beast had also grown significantly. Hyul is going to lose, Chu Yun said somewhat reluctantly. Through his perception, he realized that Li Baoku's Lonely Wind Wolf had become much stronger than before. This kind of enhancement could not have been achieved by a beast master alone. It required a lot of team help. No wonder it's a big family. They can help a useless person improve so much, Chu Yun said, somewhat tongue-tied. Are you really that confident Hyul can't beat Li Baoku? Wu Qingming was a bit surprised. Although she also felt that Li Baoku had a higher chance of winning, she still hoped Hyul would succeed. Just wait and see. Without much explanation, Chu Yun said lightly. Then, the battle on the arena was about to commence. Roar. The furious Thunder King started with all its might, throwing a punch enveloped in powerful thunder. If the Lonely Wind Wolf were to be hit, it would definitely be seriously injured. But unfortunately, the Lonely Wind Wolf was faster. Just as the furious Thunder King was about to strike, it swiftly dodged. Then, the Lonely Wind Wolf rushed forward and pinned the furious Thunder King down, continuously biting at it. Seeing the power-focused furious Thunder King being beaten like this by the Lonely Wind Wolf, everyone inhaled sharply, all looking at Li Baoku in disbelief. I can't believe that just a few months have passed, and Li Baoku has grown to this level. The Li family is truly powerful. One of the 4 great families. There's no hope left. Fortunately, I bet all my chips on Li Baoku winning. At this moment, a drop of sweat rolled down Ku Zhongla's forehead on the stage. Although the speed and strength of the Lone Wind Wolf far exceeded that of his Thunder King, Ku Zhongla's eyes still showed little panic. Is Ku Zhongla still not admitting defeat? If this goes on, his beast will definitely not hold up. Wu Qingming looked at the scene in confusion. If a beast fails, it can be strengthened again, but if it dies, then everything is truly lost. He was waiting for an opportunity to severely injure Li Baoku. Chu Yun, with his hands propping up his chin, had already understood Ku Zhongla's plan. From the very beginning, Chu Yun knew he was destined to lose, but he did not concede because he planned to fight Li Baoku to a mutual destruction. The power gap between the two sides was too great. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, but now it was different. Li Baoku was too confident in himself, so he was bound to suffer a big loss this time. Sure enough, just as Chu Yun was speaking, the situation suddenly changed. The lone wind wolf, which was originally in the upper hand, suddenly stopped biting for some reason and froze in place. Li Baoku was momentarily dumbfounded at this scene, but before he could react, Chu Yun suddenly shouted loudly, "Using my ultimate move, Thunder King Fist," accompanied by Chu Yun's roar. The Thunder King fiercely kicked the lone wind wolf several meters away and then stood up with great effort to gather spiritual power. Roar. The Thunder King let out an angry roar, gathering all its spiritual power in its fist. And it angrily stomped on the ground and charged towards the frozen lone wind wolf. Lone wind wolf dodge. Seeing this, Li Baoku felt a bit anxious. He didn't understand why the lone wind wolf suddenly froze in place. It's useless. Chu Yun's eyes turned cold. Then he explained. The reason the Thunder King chose to take hits just now was to gather lightning to gradually paralyze your lone wind wolf. Every time the lone wind wolf attacked, it absorbed a bit of lightning, and as the number of attacks accumulated, these lightning bolts reached a breaking point. Although it didn't inflict damage, it could still paralyze your lone wind wolf for 10 minutes. Accompanied by Chu Yun's explanation, everyone saw the Thunder King's furious punch land heavily on the lone wind wolf. Boom. At that moment, the stage was filled with flashes of lightning and smoke, and countless students smelled a burnt odor. Chapter 83, The Little Witch and the Dance Goddess. Who won? After a long time, a student swallowed hard and asked. I don't know, it should be Chu Yun. Someone guessed curiously. Meanwhile, Chu Yun sighed nearby. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. This time, Chu Yun was still lost. After saying this, Chu Yun waved his hand to disperse the smoke in the center of the stage. Once the smoke cleared, all the students stared in astonishment at the scene before them. In the center of the stage lay a fainted and charred lone wind wolf, while Li Baoku was trembling on the ground, looking at Chu Yun with fear in his eyes. What are you going to do? The next moment, a puddle of yellow liquid flowed from Li Baoku's pants. It was a pungent smell. This scene caused all the students' expressions to change slightly. Although they didn't say it outright, the amusement in their eyes was evident. I lost. My Thunder King has lost its combat ability. Chu Yun bowed apologetically to everyone, then got up and left. In that brief moment, although the Thunder King had exerted all its strength, the power gap was too large, and it still couldn't completely defeat the lone wind wolf, instead suffering a backlash from the lightning and losing its fighting capability first. Clap, clap, clap. Many students watching from above couldn't help but applaud. Although Chu Yun lost, the battle was already exciting enough. If the Thunder King had been a bit stronger, it could have won. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. In the end, victory still belonged to Li Baoku. Ha ha ha, I knew you weren't my opponent. Damn it. How could I be scared by you? As he watched Chu Yun disappear, Li Baoku slowly stood up and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He looked at everyone with a face full of superiority and proudly said, Did you see? I am the victor. Hurry up and congratulate me. After a long time, no one applauded. Even some fans who had supported Li Baoku earlier couldn't help but put down their signs. The reason was simple. Li Baoku's performance in this battle was too embarrassing. With overwhelming strength that should have led to an easy victory, he almost faced defeat under Li Baoku's foolish command and ended up so scared that he wet himself. How could he still have the face to seek applause? Humph. A bunch of blind fools. Li Baoku felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he swaggered off the stage. At that moment, Chu Yun suddenly felt something was off. He glanced at Chu Yun and, for some reason, felt he had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what that feeling was. Perhaps I was overthinking? Chu Yun scratched his head and chose to ignore it, instead getting up with Wu Qingming to leave. Chu Yun, I will kill you sooner or later. Seeing Wu Qingming and Chu Yun being so close, Li Baoku couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, considering his current state, he held back. The lone wind wolf was seriously injured. If it wasn't treated soon, it might be in danger of death. I hope tomorrow I can fight you, Chu Yun. Not far away, Zhao muttered coldly to herself. To defeat Chu Yun, she had even wagered her own life, so she absolutely could not allow herself to fail. The next day, the outer courtyard's big match arrived as expected. Even after a day, everyone was still talking about the battle between Chu Yun and Li Baoku. I'm telling you, yesterday's battle was so exciting. It's a pity you weren't here. Is that true? It seems everyone is talking about that battle. Of course it's true. Chu Yun almost won. Alas, what a pity. Who do you think will be drawn to fight today? I want to see Lu Jin battle Chu Yun. Chu Yun and Wu Qingming also found a corner to sit down, but for some reason, they hadn't found Chu Yun all day yesterday. It was as if he had disappeared. I wonder who I will be drawn against. Wu Qingning nervously patted her chest. Unlike her, Chu Yun looked completely calm. Don't be nervous. Just do your best, no matter who you draw. Chu Yun's reassurance helped Wu Qingning feel a bit better as she focused intently on Su Difu on the stage, watching the two lots of slips in his hands. Wu Qingning versus Zhao Shi. Su Difu shouted excitedly. Wow. One student below couldn't help but curse. Moments later, the center of the stage was in an uproar, with everyone engaged in heated discussions. Even though the two girls hadn't fought yet, it had already caused a huge stir. The reason was simple. Both girls were prominent figures in the Royal Academy. Zhao Shi and Wu Qingning were both praised as the two most beautiful students of the Royal Academy. Wu Qingning was graceful and poised, while Zhao Shi was quirky and mischievous. Although Zhao Shi enjoyed playing pranks, it didn't affect her high standing among the students. Moreover, both girls came from prestigious beast taming families in Tianhai City, which added to their appeal. If it weren't for Wu Qingning often being with Chu Yun and Zhao Shi having a fierce reputation, their admirers could probably circle around Tianhai City. At this moment, the two girls being drawn to fight each other excited everyone even more. Who do you think is stronger, the dance goddess or the little witch? A student below asked excitedly. Is there even a question? It has to be the little witch. She took out Lu Jin in one move. The dance goddess is strong, but there's still a big gap between them. What a pity. I wanted to see them fight evenly matched. Unlike this group of carefree students, at this moment, Wu Qingning was nervously watching Chu Yun. I have no confidence in defeating Zhao Shi, she sighed, speaking the truth. Previously, Zhao Shi's strength could kill Lu Jin with a single blow. Who knows how much stronger she has become now? Don't overthink it, just do your best. Chu Yun understood the pressure Wu Qingning was feeling, but there was nothing more he could do. Wu Qingning nodded and stood up to head to the arena. At this moment, Zhao Shi had already stepped onto the stage first, looking at Wu Qingning with indifference. Just give up, you're not my opponent. Faced with Zhao Shi's advice to withdraw, Wu Qingning did not comply. Instead, she stubbornly summoned her beast. We'll see who is stronger or weaker once we fight. Seeing Wu Qingning's determination, Zhao Shi stopped persuading her and sighed, summoning her own beast. The nine-tailed celestial cat faced the phoenix of the starry sky. Wu Qingning was up against Zhao Shi. In an instant, everyone was tense, staring at the two below, afraid of missing anything. At the same time, Chu Yun looked at Wu Qingning's nine-tailed celestial cat and opened the system panel. He wondered how much her beast had grown during this time. Beast name, nine-tailed celestial cat. Attribute, gold. Level. Main skill, nine-tailed celestial cannon. A deadly blast of energy shot from the nine-tailed celestial cat's mouth, equivalent to a full power strike from a level beast. Usable 24 times within 12 hours. Subskill, nine-tailed shining golden claw, concentrating the nine-tailed fire on its claws to deal significant damage. Talent 1, circular afterimage. The nine-tailed celestial cat's extreme speed creates a tangible illusion. Talent 2, nine-tailed celestial fire. A unique flame of the nine-tailed family, much stronger than other fires. Passive skill, radiance. The nine-tailed celestial cat's stamina receives limitless enhancement. Chapter 84, Chu Yun vs. Wang Ba. He didn't expect that in such a short time. Qingning had already strengthened the nine-tailed celestial cat to this extent. After seeing the various skill panels of the nine-tailed celestial cat, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. However, he still did not believe that Wu Qingning could win. The reason was simple. Zhao Shi's strength was even greater. Nevertheless, given Wu Qingning's current level, securing fourth place in the outer courtyard competition should not be a problem. Aside from him and Zhao Shi, Lu Jin's level was unknown, and the others were not Wu Qingning's opponents. While Chu Yun was pondering, Wu Qingning and Zhao Shi had already begun their battle on the stage. The nine-tailed celestial cat was engulfed in white flames, attacking the phoenix of the starry sky at an astonishing speed, trying to find a flaw. Bang! The next moment, the phoenix of the starry sky, somewhat impatient, suddenly launched a counterattack. This strike directly pierced through the body of the nine-tailed celestial cat. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, Chu Yun had a different thought. He knew this was the nine-tailed celestial cat's talent, circular afterimage. The earlier hit by the phoenix of the starry sky was just an illusion. Sure enough, when the phoenix of the starry sky relaxed its guard, it suddenly discovered that the nine-tailed celestial cat it had hit was starting to become ethereal. Meow. In the next moment, the nine-tailed celestial cat launched a fierce attack again. Nine-tailed, shining golden claw. Seeing an opening, Wu Qingning decisively called out. Her graceful figure exuded youthful energy, and at that moment, she seemed to see a chance of victory. But unfortunately, this strike did not have the desired effect. Although the nine-tailed celestial cat was excellent at finding opportunities, the phoenix of the starry sky was still stronger. Just as the nine-tailed celestial cat attempted to attack, it sensed something was off and flew into the air. Next, the nine-tailed celestial cat and the phoenix of the starry sky engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched, drawing cheers from countless students above, with many spectators shouting in excitement. Wu Qingming clenched her fists tightly, hoping she could win. Zhao Shi, on the other hand, stood with her hands in her pockets, her hat pressed firmly on her head, exuding immense confidence. Meanwhile, Chu Yun watched the scene indifferently, not believing for a moment that Wu Qingming had any chance of winning. He understood that the only reason Wu Qingming had managed to hold on until now was that Zhao Shi did not want her to lose too badly and was intentionally holding back. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Shi's lips moved slightly. Phoenix of the Starry Sky, in this battle. Tweet. The Phoenix of the Starry Sky let out a cry, flames swirling around it, and suddenly released countless feathers. Bang! The nine-tailed celestial cat could not dodge in time and was struck, instantly losing its combat ability. Seeing this, Wu Qingming knew she had lost. Clap, clap, clap. The moment the battle concluded, applause erupted from everyone present, setting aside the intensity of the battle. Just the looks of the two women had already captivated them. Sigh, it seems only you can defeat her. Back at her seat, Wu Qingming sighed. You did well. You fought great. Chu Yun comforted her. In response to Chu Yun's consolation, Wu Qingming smiled wryly. All right, no need to comfort me. I know Zhao Shi has been holding back. Otherwise, I might have lost long ago. Next up, Chu Yun versus Wang Ba. Just as Wu Qingming was about to say something, the host, Su Defu's voice came from below the stage. Go for it. Wu Qingming encouraged. Definitely. Standing up, Chu Yun leaped onto the stage. At the same time, Wang Ba rushed forward eagerly. Ever since he was humiliated by Chu Yun last time, he had started intense training. Now, Wang Ba's strength had increased several times compared to before, and he believed he could finally avenge himself today. Chu Yun. Today I will pay you back for the humiliation. On the stage, Wang Ba crossed his arms and spoke in a deep voice. You? Chu Yun scoffed, then glanced at Lu Jin in the distance. The next moment, he calmly said, why don't you and your master come at me together? Let me see how strong you two can be combined. Bastard. Lu Jin, sitting far away, was furious upon hearing Chu Yun's arrogance. If it weren't for the outer courtyard competition, he would have summoned his beast to tear Chu Yun apart. Arrogant. Wang Ba took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and summoning his beast. Thunderclap Tiger. With a roar, an enormous tiger appeared before everyone. Roar. The tiger's roar sent all beasts and people trembling in fear, silencing the crowd. Many timid students felt they could hardly breathe, fearing that a single breath might attract the Thunderclap Tiger's attention. Wang Ba was very satisfied with this scene. How about it? Chu Yun, do you still have the guts to fight me? Facing the overly confident Wang Ba, Chu Yun felt somewhat speechless. The next moment, Chu Yun slowly mouthed the words, idiot. You. Wang Ba's anger surged. He did not expect Chu Yun to be so ungrateful. You're about to die, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Yawning, Chu Yun said lazily. Gulyalu. Xiao Bai's eyes were calm, knowing this was Chu Yun's command, and did not dare to be careless. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. The battle was about to ignite. The Thunderclap Tiger roared and charged toward Xiao Bai, the Wang character on its forehead flashing with lightning-like brilliance. Kill. Accompanied by Wang Ba's roar, the massive claw of the Thunderclap Tiger struck toward Xiao Bai. Such a fierce blow, if hit, would severely injure anyone, as Xiao Bai could not dodge in time. Everyone closed their eyes, fearing to witness a scene of blood splattering. After a long time, everyone realized that the situation they had anticipated did not occur. Upon opening their eyes, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, what is going on? They saw that Xiao Bai not only had not been defeated, but had instead trampled the Thunder Tiger underfoot. That's right. Chu Yun stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. Throw them out. Gulu. Xiao Bai received the order, directly grabbing the Thunder Tiger by the tail and spinning it around fiercely 3 times before suddenly throwing it out. In the next second, Chu Yun also moved, striding forcefully in front of Wang Ba. Bang! A punch was thrown, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and Wang Ba let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying. One move. Xiao Bai took down the Thunder Tiger in one move. Chu Yun took down Wang Ba in one move. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looking at each other, unsure of what to say. Chapter 85, Chu Yun versus Zhao Shi. Is it over? After a long while, someone curiously asked. The winner is Chu Yun. At the same time, the host Su Defu also reacted quickly and announced. Upon hearing of his victory, Chu Yun did not show much joy. All his attention was focused on Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi was the opponent who posed the most threat to him. Although the battle had ended, all the spectators still couldn't believe it. Such a quick fight. 10 seconds. This was already the fastest battle record at the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Sun Hui and Su Zhu both had somewhat grim expressions, thinking they could catch up to Chu Yun in a month. But they never expected that the gap in strength between the two sides would only widen. They were no longer on the same level. However, the most confused was still Wang Ba, who lay on the ground. It was only after hearing Su Defu's announcement that he realized, I lost. Struggling to endure the pain, Wang Ba slowly got up, realizing he had been eliminated without even knowing it. I lost. Wang Ba looked around in bewilderment, completely unaware of what had happened. Just a second ago, he was still showing off, and the next second, he was eliminated? However, he had no time to react as the battle had already moved on to the next match. In the subsequent battles, Su Zhu eliminated Sun Hui, and Lu Jin eliminated Yi Fan. After a series of duels, Chu Yun finally drew Zhao Shi. This was also the highlight of the night. The focus everyone was eagerly anticipating. One side was the sudden dark horse, and the other was the renowned little Demoness. The first-ranked outer list versus the second-ranked outer list. Who is stronger? We could only leave it to the upcoming battle. The battle began. On the arena, after Su Defu shouted, he hurriedly ran away, fearing that the fight between the two would involve him. Today, I will avenge the grudge of the Longmen Hall. Zhao Shi's tone grew cold, and her eyes were devoid of any emotion. To wait for today, she didn't know how much effort she had put in. Every time she felt she couldn't hold on any longer, she would remember the humiliation Chu Yun had brought her that day. Everything would be settled in this battle. You can do whatever you want. Chu Yun shrugged and called out Xiaobai. Seeing this, Zhao Shi's expression changed slightly, and she instinctively took a few steps back. She knew Chu Yun's hand-to-hand combat ability far exceeded hers, which was also why Zhao Shi had almost never chosen to practice close combat in the Zhao family. No matter how she trained, she could not reach Chu Yun's strength. So Zhao Shi focused everything on beast taming. After all, in battles between beast tamers, it was still the beasts that mattered, not the tamers. Star Phoenix Feather. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shi summoned her beast. Xiaobai. Chu Yun also summoned Xiaobai, without hesitation. The moment the two beasts met, they glared at each other. Like Zhao Shi, Star Phoenix Feather could not forget the humiliation Xiaobai had caused her, and at this moment, it released a strong killing intent. In an instant, the two beasts were even more eager for battle. A powerful aura surged into the sky. The invisible pressure around the two was vividly felt, causing all the students to swallow hard. Chu Yun, sitting in the audience. Wu Qingming couldn't help but clench her fists against her chest. Just as she imagined, Zhao Shi indeed did not use her full strength back then. She wondered if Chu Yun could defeat her. She wondered if the little Demoness could win against him. For a moment, the supporters of both sides thought to themselves. On the arena, the two stared at each other for a long time, neither daring to make the first move. They both knew each other's strength, and neither wanted to act rashly. After a long time, Zhao Shi could no longer hold back. Star Phoenix Feather, go. Finally, Zhao Shi chose to strike first. This scene also relieved many disciples, as the previous atmosphere was too oppressive. Xiaobai, Thunder Claw, and Shattering Sky Strike. Knowing Zhao Shi's strength, Chu Yun directly commanded Xiaobai to use Thunder Claw and Shattering Sky Strike. His reason for doing so was simple: to use the duration of Shattering Sky Strike and Thunder Claw to drag it out with Star Phoenix Feather until the moment the talents, growing stronger in battle, and Bloodthirsty Berserker, could take effect. This was the most reliable way to victory. Roar. Xiaobai was cloaked in thunder, and its aura rapidly increased. Almost in an instant, the two beasts engaged in battle. At first, Star Phoenix Feather used its aerial advantage to heavily suppress Xiaobai, countless feathers piercing Xiaobai's body, causing extremely terrifying burns. However, what was even more astonishing was that after taking damage, Xiaobai healed completely in less than 10 seconds. Star Phoenix Feather unleashed Sacred Feather Rain. Seeing that they were at a stalemate, Zhao Shi decisively changed tactics. Since techniques couldn't take you down, then use skills. Chirp. Star Phoenix Feather let out a cry, quickly spreading its wings and spinning in the air, and in the next second, countless feathers transformed into a rain of arrows, shooting directly toward Chu Yun's position. Boom, boom, boom. The moment these feathers landed on Xiaobai, Zhao Shi decisively activated her subskill, Explosive Feather. All the feathers that landed on Xiaobai or nearby exploded in an instant. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire arena, causing Chu Yun to pinch his nose, fearing he would inhale the toxic smoke. Gulu. At this moment, Xiaobai was exhausted. It had been left with a lot of fire poison from Star Phoenix Feather, combined with the continuous burning effect. Even with Xiaobai's miraculous recovery ability, it felt somewhat powerless at this moment. You lost. Zhao Shi said. Are you sure? Chu Yun glanced at Zhao Shi with a half-smile, clearly not believing that Xiaobai would be defeated this way. I'll give you a chance. Surrender, or you'll lose your beast. Zhao Shi's tone carried a hint of disappointment, not expecting that after practicing so hard for so long, Chu Yun would only have this level of strength. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhao Shi's words, everyone present held their breath. Their eyes were fixed on Chu Yun, eager to see what he would choose. In the next moment, Chu Yun slowly extended his right hand. Was he going to surrender? Sigh. I thought the battle would be exciting, but it turned out to be one-sided. Just as countless people thought Chu Yun was about to concede, They suddenly realized that Chu Yun's outstretched hand was merely scratching the back of his head. You say you want me to surrender? Lowering his arm, Chu Yun smiled faintly. Do you really think your beast can cause any serious harm to Xiaobai? What? Looking at Chu Yun's confident face, Xiaoxi couldn't help but be taken aback, and she quickly turned her gaze to Xiaobai. In the next moment, she exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? Xiaobai had completely healed from its injuries. Not only eliminating all the fire poison in its body, but even its aura had become incredibly powerful, showing no sign of having been injured at all. Xiaoxi's heart sank, and she secretly thought it was not good. It seemed that she had indeed underestimated him. Roar. The next moment, Xiaobai let out an angry roar, and the fire poison from the Quester Phoenix feathers made it extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Xiaobai's rage had been fully ignited. In almost an instant, Xiaobai rushed forward and grabbed the Quester Phoenix feathers tightly. With all its strength, Xiaobai directly tossed the Quester Phoenix feathers away. Bang! After a loud noise, everyone saw the Quester Phoenix feathers crash onto the stage. Now do you think you can definitely win? Chu Yun asked with a faint smile, his tone calm and unhurried. Chapter 86. The dust settles. Arrogant. Xiaoxi coldly snorted, her eyes showing no signs of panic. She lightly snapped her fingers. And in the next moment, the previously injured Quester Phoenix feathers actually stood up again. Chirp! The Quester Phoenix feathers cried out. And then its body ignited in flames as it continuously flapped its wings. Whoosh! Accompanied by the cry, countless feathers transformed into visible fire arrows, shooting straight toward Xiaobai. These fiery red feathers exuded even more pressure than before. Even from a distance, everyone could sense the killing intent within. Xiaobai dodged. Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the fiery feathers struck Xiaobai all at once. Boom. The explosion sounded like thunder, and thick black smoke billowed up from the stage again. Boom. A second explosion followed closely behind, and no one knew what was happening in the smoke. The battle had reached a point that exceeded everyone's expectations. Chu Yun. Wu Qingming clasped her hands, looking worriedly at the stage, but just then, a pair of jade hands suddenly rested on her shoulder. Don't worry, this kid isn't that weak. The one speaking was Wu Qiui, who was also quite surprised by today's battle. However, Wu Qingming still believed that Chu Yun would not fail so easily. After all, Chu Yun's beast could once compete with her nine-tailed celestial fox. At this moment, on the stage, the smoke had cleared. Xiaobai lay heavily injured on the ground. Panting heavily, Chu Yun also cautiously stared at Xiaoxi. He never expected Xiaoxi to have become so strong that he could not suppress her without Xiao by using Thunder Fury Fist. Quester Phoenix Feathers, continue. Seeing that Xiaobai had not yet lost its fighting ability, Xiaoxi immediately shouted, Gurgle! Just as the Quester Phoenix Feathers charged forward. Xiaobai suddenly sprang up and met it head-on. Boom! With a loud collision, Xiaobai took 2 steps back. At the same time, the injury Xiaobai had sustained slowly began to heal. This was the effect of its passive skill, Choice of the Storm. Again like this. Xiaoxi gritted her silver teeth, looking at the recovering Xiaobai with both anger and hatred. Quester Phoenix Feathers, continue. I refuse to believe I can't defeat it. Xiaoxi's eyes revealed madness. Damn Chu Yun, I must defeat you. Under Xiaoxi's command, the Quester Phoenix Feathers launched another dense attack towards Xiaobai. In an instant, Xiaobai was once again suppressed. It seemed it was about to end. Chu Yun's beast could only take hits now. Yes, Xiaoxi's strength was too strong. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the rankings would change again? Just when everyone thought Chu Yun was about to fail, they failed to notice the hint of a smile at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. Now's the time. Chu Yun suddenly shouted. What? Xiaoxi hadn't reacted yet. But when her gaze met Xiaobai, she was suddenly shocked. The Xiaobai that had been suppressed by the Quester Phoenix Feathers began to counterattack at that moment. Xiaobai crouched down to gather strength. Then in a flash, it grabbed the Quester Phoenix Feathers in midair and punched it away with great force. Its speed was so fast that everyone was caught off guard. If that were all, it would be fine. But the strange part was that after the Quester Phoenix Feathers hit the ground, it suddenly spewed out blood. It seemed as if it had suffered a serious injury. Xiaoxi gasped in surprise and hurried to check on the Quester Phoenix Feathers. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, everyone was staring blankly at this scene. This was the question in everyone's hearts. Wasn't Xiaoxi in the lead? How did it suddenly turn to Chu Yun? Strange. Why couldn't I see how Chu Yun won? Forget it. Anyway, it's good that Chu Yun won. Chu Yun, we love you. Countless girls cheered with stars in their eyes. At the same time, Chu Yun slowly stepped down from the stage, leaving Xiaoxi standing dazedly in place, unsure of what to think. I actually lost again, Xiaoxi muttered, her eyes filled with disappointment. Unlike Xiaoxi, the scene on Chu Yun's side was completely different. Congratulations, congratulations. As soon as Chu Yun stepped down from the stage, countless students came forward to congratulate him. As expected of Chu Yun, he is amazing. Yungu, I've always been your fan. Can Yun Gu give me an autograph? Yun Gu I. Looking at these people in front of him, Chu Yun felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Wu Qiuyi and Wu Qingming slowly walked towards Chu Yun. Seeing the arrival of the two girls, many students tactfully made way. Truly worthy of being students I raised, they are impressive. Wu Qiuyi patted Chu Yun on the shoulder and smiled. Not at all. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Chu Yun, too lazy to argue, simply replied a few words. Teacher Wu, when will I fight with the inner disciples of the group? The next moment, Chu Yun asked surprisingly. Huh. Hearing this, Wu Qiuyi was momentarily stunned. Seeming not to have heard clearly, she asked again, what did you say? I said when will I fight with the inner disciples of the group? Chu Yun repeated. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. Everyone knew that the beast masters of the group were of a high level and absolutely not something the group could easily challenge. Moreover, the annual battles were reminders for the group not to become arrogant, always remembering that there are others beyond them. But why did Chu Yun seem so eager to compete with the group? Probably in about 2 weeks. Although curious, Wu Qiuyi still told Chu Yun. After learning this, Chu Yun stood up and left. When Chu Yun left, everyone dispersed as well. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xiaoxi stared intently at Chu Yun's departing figure. After a long time, Xiaoxi let out a long sigh. Next time, I must win, and then I'll let you be my subordinate in the Longmen Hall. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi's eyes showed determination. She had many questions to ask. The first was about the ancient thunder god's essence and the essence of thunder that the system had mentioned. Teacher Wu, do you know what the essence of the ancient thunder god and the essence of thunder are? On the phone, Chu Yun asked. The essence of the ancient thunder god? Sorry, I haven't heard of that. Then, she added a few lines in the message. However, I do know what the essence of thunder is. The so-called essence of thunder is a crystal that drops only after a beast of a certain level dies, and unlike attribute crystals. The essence of thunder roughly corresponds to the cultivation essence of a beast of that level throughout its life. Chapter 87, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Spirit Cannon. I see. In the room, Chu Yun lay on the bed with a look of understanding. It seems that in order to promote Xiao Bai to a level beast, I must at least slay a level thunder attribute monster. But with his current strength, he could only deal with level monsters at most. How could he withstand level monsters? Furthermore, they were of the most terrifying offensive attribute, the thunder type. After thinking it over, Chu Yun decided to temporarily abandon this idea. For him, the most important plan right now was to find a way to upgrade Xiao Bai's armor. This will greatly help him in his future battles. Thinking of this, Chu Yun opened his phone again and slowly typed a few sentences. Then may I ask, Teacher Wu, do you know about meteorite iron and red crystal gemstones? What are these two? After clicking send, Chu Yun nervously looked at the other end of the phone. The biggest requirement to upgrade Xiao Bai's armor was the heart of molten fire, red crystal gemstones, and meteorite iron. However, Chu Yun did not have detailed information about these and couldn't even find anything online. It seemed as if it had been deliberately blocked. About 10 minutes later, a message finally came from the other end. Meteorite iron is a special meteorite that falls from the sky. It is said that there are less than 20 pieces in Tianhai City over 100 years. As for the red crystal, it is a mysterious gemstone located in the Fiery Land, extremely difficult to find. The Fiery Land? Upon seeing these 4 words, Chu Yun was taken aback. He then typed to ask where the Fiery Land was. Since meteorite iron was hard to obtain for the time being, he planned to head to the Fiery Land first and gather what he could. Don't even think about the Fiery Land. The temperature there is as high as 1,000 degrees, and it is rich in resources that have long been jointly protected by the 4 major academies. No, I just heard about it by chance and was curious. Thank you, teacher. After making a light-hearted remark, Chu Yun ended the call. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he found that Wu Qiuyi had sent another message. By the way, I forgot to tell you that in a few days, you and Xiaoxi will carry out a mission together. This is to prepare for your future promotion to the inner door. After all, the top 2 on the outer list would receive substantial support from the Royal Academy. So the Royal Academy would assign both of them some more challenging tasks to hone their will. Together with Xiaoxi, Chu Yun couldn't help but frown. Xiaoxi would probably like to kill him herself right now, so how could she possibly carry out a mission with him? Whatever, it's the Academy's headache, not mine. The reason he went to sleep so early today was that he didn't want to miss Wu Qingming's match tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chu Yun arrived at the duel arena before the battle began. At this time, Wu Qingming had already drawn her lots. Due to time constraints, the two did not communicate much and only exchanged a few glances. Li Baoku, seeing that Wu Qingming and Li Baoku had drawn battle lots against each other, Chu Yun couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Wu Qingming was sure to win. Although Li Baoku's strength was already outstanding among the outer academy students, he was still inferior compared to Wu Qingming. Wu Qingming's current strength could be said to be firmly in 3rd place, behind only him and Zhao Shi. Even Lu Jin was not her opponent. Meanwhile, Chu Yun found it strange that he had not seen Ku Zhongla in today's battle. As a member of the losing side from yesterday, Chu Yun was inevitably supposed to participate in today's battle. The reason Chu Yun was exempt from the competition was that the organizers had removed his and Zhao Shi's names from the list. After all, as the top two from the Royal Academy's outer academy, no one else would dare to contest against them. Strange, where did Chu Yun go? He hadn't seen him since the previous day. Just as Chu Yun was puzzled, the first battle of the day had already begun on the stage. Qingning, you should just forfeit, I don't want to hurt you. On the stage, Li Baoku held his forehead and made a heartfelt expression. He thought he was being noble, but didn't realize how disgusting he looked. Really? Wu Qingming's gaze was indifferent, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You seem particularly confident in your strength. Hearing Wu Qingming say this, Li Baoku, who was feeling good about himself, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, my strength is at most a little stronger than yours, but even so, I don't want to fight you. You should know my feelings for you, right? That is heaven and earth. Just as Li Baoku was about to go on a long-winded self-indulgent speech, he suddenly noticed that Wu Qingming had already summoned her beast. Nine-tailed celestial cat. Teach him a lesson, Wu Qingming said mercilessly. Seeing this, Li Baoku's expression stiffened. He looked at Wu Qingming in disbelief. Qingming, are you really going to be my enemy? Shut up. Wu Qingming felt nauseated by this self-satisfied guy in front of her. How did she not notice how disgusting he was back at Beast Tamer High? Feeling somewhat frustrated, Wu Qingming ordered the nine-tailed celestial cat to go all out and defeat him directly. At this moment, Li Baoku was completely unaware of the danger approaching him. He chose to sit idle in the face of Wu Qingming's surprise attack. Li Baoku yawned, looking as if he was assured of victory. Lonely Wind Wolf, come out and show this little cat what real strength is. Upon hearing this, the Lonely Wind Wolf, just landed, immediately showed a fierce fighting spirit in its eyes, glaring at the approaching nine-tailed celestial cat and roaring several times. Then, it began to gather spiritual power all over its body, as if preparing to unleash some skill. Gale Cannon. The next second, Li Baoku shouted loudly. In that instant, all the spiritual power gathered by the Lonely Wind Wolf transformed into a powerful fiery vortex, shooting straight towards the nine-tailed celestial cat. Seeing this scene, all the observing students couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. As fans of Wu Qingming, they naturally did not want her to fail. Moreover, considering Li Baoku's performance yesterday, he had really lost public favor. So at this moment, everyone wished for Li Baoku to be eliminated as soon as possible. Goddess, be careful. My goddess, run. Don't get hit by this move. This move is so fast, it seems like the dancing goddess hasn't reacted. Damn, is it too late? Just as the fiery vortex was about to hit the nine-tailed celestial cat, everyone sighed when they suddenly saw Wu Qingming smile confidently. Nine-tailed celestial cat. Use the nine-tailed spirit cannon. Chapter 88, Teaching the Thunder Academy's Disciples a Lesson. Boom. Under Wu Qingming's command, the nine-tailed celestial cat gathered all its spiritual power to unleash its ultimate move. The nine-tailed spirit cannon directly collided head-on with the Gale Cannon. Qingming, you're still too stubborn. Li Baoku sneered, thinking that Wu Qingming dared to clash with him head-on, so she was bound to lose. Just as Li Baoku was convinced of his victory, his expression suddenly changed drastically the next second. He saw the nine-tailed spirit cannon actually pierce through the Gale Cannon and shoot straight towards the Lonely Wind Wolf. In the blink of an eye, the Lonely Wind Wolf didn't even have time to react before being hit head-on. Bang! Another loud noise sounded, and the Lonely Wind Wolf let out a mournful cry, directly blasted off the stage by the powerful shockwave, not even having the strength to get back up. Seeing this scene, the students erupted into cheers, and even Chu Yun couldn't help but clap. Well done, Qingming. Below, Wu Qiui also applauded and praised her. Only Li Baoku was unable to accept this scene. How is this possible? I actually lost. But this time, he was instantly defeated. With no chance to fight back at all. Li Baoku, you can only blame your arrogance. After saying this, Wu Qingming turned and left the stage. Meanwhile, looking at Wu Qingming's back, Li Baoku, sitting on the ground, revealed a trace of malice in his eyes. Qingming, you brought this on yourself. Li Baoku muttered in a place where no one could hear. After saying this, he hurriedly left, not even participating in the subsequent ranking battles. Li Baoku's withdrawal did not cause much of a stir. To everyone, it seemed he just couldn't accept his defeat. The ranking battles continued as usual. Under Wu Qingming's powerful offensive, almost everyone was defeated by her. Li Baoku and Chu Yun have also withdrawn from the competition, causing the rankings to change once again. The current external rankings are: 1st Chu Yun, 2nd Zhao Shi, 3rd Wu Qingming, 4th Lu Jin, 5th Yi Fan, 6th Su Zhu, 7th Sun Hui, 8th Wang Ba, 9th Li Baoku, and 10th is Chu Yun, who previously gave up points to Li Baoku. At the same time, the Royal Academy announced that in a week, there will be a battle between the first of the external rankings and the first of the internal rankings. The winner can obtain a treasured item from the Royal Academy. the heart of molten fire. However, although it is called a battle, everyone understands that this is actually a one-sided fight set up by the Royal Academy out of fear that Chu Yun will become arrogant after claiming the top spot in the external rankings. Just earlier, Wu Qiui informed him that there would be a task tomorrow, hosted by the 4 major academies. The participants are him and Zhao Shi. The name of the task is to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of Qinli village. Initially, Zhao Shi was reluctant to participate in this task. But since it was an order from the Royal Academy, she had no choice but to comply, regardless of her stubbornness. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Chu Yun and Zhao Shi followed the map given by Wu Qiui to the so-called Qinli village. According to Wu Qiui, Qinli village is governed by a place called City of Light, so to reach Qinli village, they must first go to City of Light. Through conversations with Wu Qiui, Chu Yun learned that he and Zhao Shi are not the only participants in this task. The other 3 major academies will also send their 2 strongest students. It is said to be for the purpose of fostering the mindset and unity of the disciples, which is why students from the 4 major academies are participating together. But everyone knows that the real purpose of this task is to test the level of disciples cultivated by each academy. Therefore, this is also a battle for the honor of the academies. A good performance will bring glory to the academy, while a poor performance will bring shame. Just as the 2 arrived at their destination, they noticed 2 disciples dressed in white sitting impatiently on a bench. Upon seeing Chu Yun's arrival, the 2 white-clad disciples couldn't help but smirk coldly. "You are the strongest from the 4 major academies?" Hearing this, both Chu Yun and Zhao Shi frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. They didn't expect the people from the other 3 academies to be so rude. "We are students of the Royal Academy, and you?" In response to Chu Yun's statement, the 2 white-clad disciples sneered again. "Royal Academy? Perfect. Come and exchange a few moves with us from Baihao Academy. Let us see how strong your students from the 4 major academies are." With that, they both rushed forward simultaneously. Their task at Baihao Academy was to assist the students from the 4 major academies in uncovering the truth about Qinli village, but these 2 were overly ambitious, believing that their strength was not inferior to that of the students from the 4 major academies. Thus, they wanted to improve themselves by teaching Chu Yun a lesson. However, Chu Yun was not interested in these 2. In the next moment, he directly kicked out twice. Accompanied by 2 screams. The 2 disciples from Baihao Academy were kicked back 8 or 9 meters, and after hitting the ground, they spewed blood. "Get lost. I don't have time to play with you." Chu Yun crossed his arms and sneered. Is this the strength of the 4 major academies? Truly impressive. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun couldn't be bothered to say anything more. After all, talking to such ants was a waste of his time. Just as this commotion was settling down, Chu Yun and Zhao Shi suddenly heard applause coming from not far away. Clap, clap, clap. Soon after, 2 men dressed in Thunderbolt attire appeared. Just a glance at Chu Yun revealed that these 2 were students from the Thunder Academy, as this was the unique uniform of the Thunder Academy. Indeed, as expected of the disciples of the Royal Academy, bullying ordinary disciples without mercy. As soon as these 2 disciples from the Thunder Academy appeared, they began to mock. However, Chu Yun was not someone to be trifled with and immediately counterattacked. "At least it's better than you 2 hiding in the bushes watching. You 2 don't think you're too weak to take on those 2, do you?" Hearing Chu Yun's sarcastic remarks, Luo Yoji and Luo Tianzhou both felt a surge of anger. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" Luo Yoji rolled up his sleeves and coldly smiled. "In this world, very few dare to go against my Thunder Academy. Stop talking nonsense. Just attack and see how much weight the Royal Academy really has." Luo Tianzhou shouted angrily and charged at Chu Yun. Seeing this, Luo Yoji also hesitated no longer, rolling up his sleeves and rushing towards Chu Yun. "Kid, you brought this on yourself." Luo Yoji grinned maliciously, but just as he was about to grab Chu Yun's neck, he suddenly found that the Chu Yun in front of him had vanished. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain struck the back of Luo Yoji's neck. The next moment, 2 screams rang out in succession. Both Luo Yoji and Luo Tianzhou were knocked down by Chu Yun at an untraceable speed. Such speed was so fast that even Zhao Shi, who was watching from the side, couldn't see it clearly. Chapter 89. The Mysterious Qinli Village. Bastard. After getting up, both Luo Yoji and Luo Tianzhou angrily cursed simultaneously, but now they lacked the earlier bravado. Though their physical bodies weren't exceptional, they were still much stronger than the average person, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against Chu Yun. "Use your beast taming." Luo Yoji rubbed his sore neck and gritted his teeth. "Since we can't beat him, we'll use beast taming to fight him." "All right." Luo Tianzhou nodded and prepared to summon his beast, but at that moment, a disdainful voice came from nearby. "Good job. I love watching dogs fight each other." 2 people stepped forward slowly. They were dressed nobly, one with an eagle-hook nose and the other with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking seemingly harmless. However, the glint in their eyes suggested they were not as simple as they appeared. You guys from Beiqing Academy arrived quite fast. Just shortly after these two appeared, two more voices came from not far away. It seems our Dihor Academy is the slowest? Two men dressed in bright red approached and cupped their fists toward Chu Yun and the others. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Xian, and this is my brother Yiming. After Zhou Xian introduced himself, Yiming also stepped forward to clasp his hands. I am Luo Yoji, and this is my brother Luo Tianzhou. Liu, Li Cheng. The two students from Beiqing Academy glanced at the group and said indifferently, Chu Yun, Zhao Shi. Chu Yun and Zhao Shi also introduced themselves. With that, the few of them became acquainted. Sorry for keeping you waiting for so long, Zhou Xian said with an apologetic smile. Not at all. Even if you didn't come, we wouldn't leave. Li Cheng sneered, then looked at Luo Tianzhou from the Thunder Academy with a bit of schadenfreude. Just now, Brother Luo was about to fight Brother Chu, and you interrupted his elegance. Liu added sarcastically. Faced with their provocation, Chu Yun merely frowned and chose to remain silent. As for Luo Tianzhou and Luo Yoji from the Thunder Academy, they looked somewhat wary and did not speak. Their teacher had already instructed them before leaving to avoid conflict with Beiqing Academy at all costs. This was because a beast tamer of a high level had emerged among the new students of Beiqing Academy this year, namely Li Cheng, who had just been making sarcastic comments. Although he was still in the external academy, everyone knew that once the major competition was over, he would immediately be promoted to the internal academy. Thus, neither the two from the Thunder Academy nor Chu Yun wanted to cause trouble in this situation. It was not that Chu Yun was afraid. In fact, if he wanted, he could instantly eliminate Li Cheng before he had a chance to summon his beast. However, doing so would complicate matters. Moreover, Chu Yun was eager to complete the task, so he could continue training in the dragon-subduing fist. Now, with the help of the dragon-slaying fist, his hand-to-hand combat ability has improved once again. Although he is still not at level 4, he is infinitely close. Moreover, ancient martial arts can augment his spiritual power. Seeing that the others had softened and stopped talking, Li Cheng and Li Yu exchanged a disdainful smile. Since they were not planning to fight, they might as well listen to my command. Li Cheng crossed his arms and took out a map, then pointed and said, I believe the first thing we should do is head to the city of Twilight. What do you all think? There were no objections to this decision. It was simple. The location of Qianli village they were heading to was under the jurisdiction of the city of Twilight. Furthermore, the city of Twilight was not far from where they were, and by the time they arrived, it would be late. After some discussion, they decided to stay overnight in the city of Twilight and assess the situation after finding the city lord, even taking the fastest high-speed train. It took them a whole day to reach the city of Twilight. What a grand sight. Looking at the towering buildings that were about 80 to 90 meters high and shimmering with light, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. It should be noted that this was merely the outskirts of Tianhai City, and even the Royal Academy where he lived was not in the most central part of Tianhai City. One can only imagine how luxurious Tianhai City really was. They were greeted by the city lord of the city of Twilight, named Wang Lu. When Wang Lu saw Chu Yun and the others arrive, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Ever since the incident in Qianli village occurred, he had been deeply troubled. Finally, today he awaited the disciples of the 4 major academies. You young heroes must be tired from the long journey. Someone, help them carry their luggage. Wang Lu waved his hand, instructing some subordinates behind him. No need. Li Cheng's expression darkened, scaring the advancing subordinates back. The luggage of beast tamers consists entirely of valuable items. Can you worthless fools afford to compensate if they get damaged? Hearing this, Wang Lu's expression became somewhat awkward, but thinking of his own predicament, he could only force a smile. Right, I was reckless. How could the luggage of the young heroes be touched by us mere mortals? I have already booked a table for dinner. Please follow me. After that, Chu Yun and the others followed Wang Lu to the hotel he had reserved. Sitting in their chairs, Li Cheng took a sip of wine and got straight to the point. Don't waste time. Tell me what happened in Qianli village. As soon as Li Cheng said this, Wang Lu let out a long sigh and explained all the strange occurrences in Qianli village to everyone. It turned out that Qianli village had long been under the jurisdiction of the city of Twilight, but for some unknown reason, the village had remained poor no matter how many times they tried to help. It was as if it had been cursed. No matter how many village heads were changed, they could never improve the situation. Feeling something was strange, Wang Lu dispatched subordinates to investigate, but they disappeared for over a month. For several months, the subordinates he sent seemed to vanish without a trace, and he couldn't get in touch with them. Even those sent to look for the missing subordinates were also gone. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, strangely eerie. The phone lines were down, and their locations could not be tracked. Finally, one day, Wang Lu, feeling anxious, decided to go to Qianli village himself to investigate. But when he finally arrived after much effort, he was stunned by the sight before him. Wang Lu found that the location of Qianli village had inexplicably disappeared, as if it had never existed. This frightened him enough to contact higher-ups, and coincidentally, the 4 major academies were also holding trials for their disciples, so they undertook this task at the same time. Additionally, to prevent the disciples of the 4 major academies from being unfamiliar with the terrain, the higher-ups specially instructed Baihao Academy to cooperate. However, 2 disciples from Baihao Academy had already been scared off by Chu Yun earlier. Thus, this mission would only involve 8 disciples from the 4 major academies. Such strange happenings? After Wang Lu finished speaking, Chu Yun stroked his chin, feeling a bit curious. But just then, he suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Mission released. Find Qianli Village. Completing the mission will grant Title of Exploration Warrior, reward 300 achievement points. Achievement points? Upon hearing those familiar 3 words, Chu Yun's heart stirred. With achievement points, he could awaken the 2 unactivated talents of Xiaobai. Why not? Thinking of this, Chu Yun suggested checking out Qianli Village. However, this decision was quickly rejected by Li Cheng from Beiqing Academy, citing that it was getting late and not suitable for investigation. Thus, they decided to rest at the hotel for the night and discuss plans in detail the next day. Chapter 90. Encountering Robbers. The next day, with something on their minds, Chu Yun and the others got up early. Under Wang Lu's guidance, they spent the entire morning arriving at the mysterious Qianli village. It looked like a long-abandoned village, and even standing at the village entrance, they couldn't see a single person. The desolate environment made everyone feel somewhat uneasy. How many families are left in Qianli village now? Standing at the village entrance, Chu Yun couldn't help but ask. If it weren't for Wang Lu personally bringing them, he would have thought they had come to the wrong place. After he spoke, Wang Lu hesitated for a moment and then continued. Moreover, I have commanded them multiple times to leave Qianli village, but the people in this village seem to be possessed. They refuse to leave no matter what. Such strange occurrences? It seemed the village was indeed incredibly eerie, but since they were here, they would leave it to them. Li Cheng stepped forward, looking at the spiritual energy village with a hint of interest. Then, the group parted ways with Wang Lu and planned to enter Qianli village directly. As soon as they entered the village and hadn't gone far, Chu Yun and the others suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind them. At that moment, the previous gust of wind returned, but this time it was even colder and more bone-chilling. Meanwhile, Zhao couldn't help but shiver and involuntarily leaned closer to Chu Yun. After all, she was the only girl among them. Feeling frightened in such an eerie atmosphere was normal. Look over there. Before the group could investigate where the cold wind was coming from, Luo Yoji suddenly pointed in the distance and exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone quickly looked up. In the next moment, they all felt their hearts skip a beat, and their expressions turned somewhat grim. They saw a red glow emanating from the front, as deep red as blood. After exchanging glances, they decided to move closer to take a look. When they approached, Chu Yun and the others discovered a gigantic wooden board with a blood-red skull pattern on it. The red glow they had seen earlier was emanating from this skull. However, what shocked Chu Yun the most was not the giant red skull, but an image beneath it. The person in the painting was unrecognizable, but there were wings behind him. Just one glance brought an immense sense of pressure. Blood Angel? Chu Yun recognized the figure painted on the board. It was the Blood Angel he had seen earlier. How could there be an image of the Blood Angel here? What is the connection between Qianli village and the Blood Angel? Chu Yun had many questions in his heart, but at that moment, he couldn't speak up. After all, only he, Wu Qingning, and a few members of the Beast Tamer Legion knew about the Blood Angel. It was naturally inappropriate to disclose it to outsiders. This thing looks so strange. Luo Tianzhou pointed at the Blood Angel, somewhat fearful, and asked, What should we do next? What are you afraid of? Of course, we should go in and take a look. Li Cheng sneered, I want to see what kind of thing could be my opponent. After speaking, he took a step forward into the depths of Qianli village. Seeing this, Chu Yun and the others had no choice but to follow him in. Thus, everyone walked together towards the depths of Qianli village. However, for some reason, Chu Yun always felt an ominous sensation deep inside, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Moreover, what was even more bizarre about Qianli village was that, despite it being close to afternoon, there wasn't a single person on the road. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, Zhao suddenly stopped in her tracks. Look over there. Following the direction Zhao pointed, Chu Yun and the others were immediately taken aback. Not far ahead, 2 men in black were continuously rummaging through a corpse. At the same time that Chu Yun and the others saw them, the 2 men clearly noticed Chu Yun as well. The 2 men in black exchanged glances, then stood up, gripping their machetes, and slowly walked towards Chu Yun and the others. Seeing this, everyone's expression turned cautious, not daring to be careless. Who are you? One of the men in black stepped forward to question. Why waste so much breath with them? Just make this group hand over their valuables. The other man in black said impatiently, casting a cold glance at Chu Yun. Running into us means you're out of luck. If you're smart, just leave the money behind, and we might let you keep your lives. Hearing the arrogance of the man in front of him, Li Cheng's eyes flashed. The next moment, he charged at the two men in black. "You're looking for death." One of the men in black shouted angrily as he swung his machete at Li Cheng. "Child's play." Li Cheng scoffed, delivering a powerful kick. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Li Cheng's kick had actually broken the arm of the man in black. Ah! The man in black screamed in agony, his machete slipping from his grasp. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Cheng's eyes glinted with ruthlessness as he decisively kicked towards the man's chest. Ah! Another scream rang out as the man in black's eyes widened, crashing heavily to the ground. "Kid, who exactly are you?" Seeing his companion killed with a single kick, the remaining man in black took a few steps back, fear evident in his eyes. "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." Li Cheng sneered, stepping forward again, almost instantly pinning him to the ground. His eyes were filled with disdain. "I thought you were strong. It seems you're nothing special." After saying that, he stomped down again. But this time he didn't use all his strength, only breaking a few of the man's ribs. "I ask you, how much do you know about the matters in Qinli village?" Upon hearing Li Cheng's question, the man in black shook his head vigorously. "I don't know. We just arrived here this morning." "Looks like you're still being dishonest," Li Cheng replied coldly. "I didn't expect anyone to dare lie to me. It seems you really don't want to live." As Li Cheng was about to kill him, the man in black quickly spilled the beans. It turned out they were just a group of robbers, and after their hideout was discovered, they were chased by the police to this place. Lacking enough money, they planned to rob someone, but when that person screamed, they ended up killing him. Chapter 91, The Mysterious Old Man. Damn it, what bad luck. Hearing the man underfoot say this, Li Cheng felt a bit impatient. He thought he could get some useful information, but since that wasn't the case, "You have no value to me anymore." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Cheng's eyes as he raised his leg. The next second, he crushed the man's chest with a kick. After the man in black died, Li Cheng kicked his body away in disgust. The others felt no ripple of emotion at this scene. They were no longer the naive individuals they once were. They had long understood the cruelty of the beast master world. "Who are you?" Just as Chu Yun and the others were at a loss, they suddenly heard a shout not far away. Turning around, they saw an old man carrying a backpack striding towards them. Upon reaching Chu Yun, the old man seemed a bit apprehensive, but when he spotted another corpse of an old man not far away, his expression suddenly became agitated. "Did you kill him?" The old man pointed at the corpse behind him, trembling with anger. "It wasn't us. The ones who killed him were those two men in black. They are robbers, and we have already dealt with them." Upon hearing Chu Yun's explanation, the old man was somewhat skeptical but believed him to some extent. Earlier that morning, a family in the village had told him that two men in black had come to their home and robbed them. However, even so, it didn't mean the old man completely let down his guard against Chu Yun and the others. He cautiously glanced at Chu Yun. "Then what are you here for? If I remember correctly, newcomers haven't been to Qinli village for some years. We want to stay here for a while and also resolve some matters." Hearing the old man's words, Chu Yun and the others exchanged glances. Their instincts told them that the old man definitely knew something about Qinli village. "May I ask, old man, has something happened in Qinli village?" Chu Yun asked cautiously. "We are beast masters and can help you resolve the village's issues." Upon seeing this, Luo Tianzhou stepped forward and summoned his beast, the icy lion. Roar. In an instant, a massive sea lion appeared before everyone, roaring fiercely and exuding an imposing presence. This, for the old man, seeing a beast master for the first time was beyond his comprehension. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yun negotiated. Meanwhile, the old man seemed to waver. He looked at Chu Yun and finally sighed. "Follow me." After the old man picked up the corpse, he whispered something. Then, everyone followed the old man to his home. It was then they learned that the deceased was actually the old man's younger brother, which explained his earlier emotional outburst. After burying his deceased brother, the old man prepared some food. While eating, he began recounting the strange occurrences in Qinli village. "Since you are all legendary beast masters, I want to hide it from you. Please save Qinli village." The old man sighed. "The story is like this. About a year ago, a young man suddenly arrived in Qinli village. On his first day, he built a house, claiming he intended to live in Qinli village long term. For a village that hadn't seen fresh blood in years, the arrival of a young man was undoubtedly a good thing. But who would have known that the nightmare of Qinli village would begin?" The old man's voice trembled, and his expression was somewhat frantic, as if the next part of the story was a nightmare for him. In the second month after that young man arrived, the village chief mysteriously disappeared. "We searched all over Qinli village but found no trace of him, as if he had evaporated. If that were the end of it, it would be one thing. But even more bizarre was that the chief who took over also vanished on the third day of his term. Unlike last time, this time we directly called the police, but still found no trace of him. The subsequent village chiefs all experienced the same fate. As long as they took office, they could last no more than a week." Meanwhile, upon hearing the old man's account, Chu Yun and the others furrowed their brows. Although the old man didn't continue, they had already guessed that it was definitely related to the new young man. Sure enough, the old man sighed again. This situation continued for about half a year. During this time, people went missing every day, and no matter how hard we searched, we could not find them. One day, a few bold young people from Qinli village decided to visit the new young man's home, as all the strange events had begun after his arrival. Initially, they didn't expect to discover anything, but the moment they entered the young man's room, they were stunned. At this point, the old man's gaze turned fearful as he swallowed hard, looking very tense. The group of young men saw the missing village chief and their families in the young man's house, all of whom were emaciated and had terrifying expressions, as if all their blood had been drained. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun and the others exchanged glances, seemingly not expecting such a turn of events. Just as they were about to urge the old man to continue, they suddenly saw him convulsing. The next moment, the old man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards the window and begging for mercy. "Sir, I was wrong. I won't dare again." The old man kept muttering this phrase, only stopping after about 10 minutes. Chu Yun quickly laughed it off. This old man was undoubtedly key to solving Qinli village's issues. They couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "All right, come with me tonight, and I'll assign you rooms." Seeing how things were, the old man sighed deeply. By evening, he had arranged for Chu Yun and his companions to stay in a relatively large house of over 200 square meters. Although the 7 boys were a bit cramped inside, they managed. The old man also prepared a separate room for Zhao Shi, and under his arrangement, everyone got ready to sleep. Just then, a sound of a lock echoed from outside their room. Instantly, everyone perked up, quietly observing the situation in the room. After about a minute of silence outside, Li Cheng from Beiqing Academy got up and pushed the door. Sure enough, it was locked. This old man definitely had issues. Just as Li Cheng was about to force the door open, Chu Yun stopped him. "Wait a bit longer. He hasn't gone far." After another 10 minutes, when Chu Yun felt it was safe, he suddenly punched the wooden door, smashing it open. The group burst out of the room. At the same time, Zhao Shi also happened to step out of another room. Following the footprints left by the old man, they quickly pursued him. Finally, near a large locust tree, the old man stopped. Chapter 92, Blood Angel's Servant. In the dead of night, the old man who had previously received Chu Yun and the others was kneeling on the ground, trembling as he lowered his head. Whoosh! In the next second, a flash of white light appeared, and a figure in a white robe, with an indistinguishable face, suddenly appeared before him. Meanwhile, hidden behind the tree, Chu Yun frowned. He sensed a thick aura of blood emanating from the figure in white, indicating that it was definitely not a good character. Moreover, judging by the aura, its power was not weak. It seemed that a fierce battle awaited them that night. Preparing for a fight, Chu Yun concealed himself beneath the tree's shade. "Report, my lord. Those newcomers have been trapped in the house. Please give your orders," the old man said to the figure in white, trembling with respect. "Is that so?" Upon hearing the old man's words, the figure in white seemed to find it amusing, shaking with laughter. In the next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the old man's neck, tightening his grip. "My lord, why?" The old man's wrinkled face became swollen and purple, yet confusion flickered in his eyes. He didn't understand why, despite having done well, the lord still wanted to kill him. "Fool, do you think your actions were flawless?" The murderous intent in the voice of the figure in white sent chills down the spines of Chu Yun and the others hiding behind the tree. Had they been discovered? Chu Yun's eyes darted, but he decided to remain still. He wanted to see what the figure in white was up to. Blood Sea Barrier. The figure in white waved his hand, and a blood-red barrier slowly appeared centered around him. The moment the barrier emerged, Chu Yun and the others felt the air become incredibly thick and sticky, accompanied by an unbearable stench of blood. Even more terrifying was that, at that moment, Chu Yun suddenly realized that he was completely cut off from the outside world, as if they were in a different space altogether. Could this be the truth behind the frequent disappearances of Qinli village? Chu Yun stroked his chin and pondered. It seemed that Qinli village didn't disappear for no reason, but was isolated by some strange technique. Suddenly, a chilling murderous intent surged forth, and in that instant, both Chu Yun and Zhao Shi felt a shiver run down their spines. At the same time, Chu Yun noticed that in front of the figure in white, countless bound individuals had suddenly appeared, floating in the air as if unaffected by gravity. "Hee, I've drained almost all the blood from everyone in this village. Now my clan's power has reached its peak. Within half a year, we will rescue Lord Blood Angel, and at that time, this world will turn into a hell." The figure in white sneered while still gripping the old man's neck. Blood Angel? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Shi and the others hiding behind the tree were instantly baffled. They had never heard of who or what a Blood Angel was. Unlike Zhao Shi, Chu Yun's expression grew serious. A Blood Angel, a superclass magical beast. No, to be precise, it should be an existence that transcends the concept of magical beasts. If this figure in white really managed to rescue it, not just Tianhai City, but possibly the entire planet would be under its dominion. However, shouldn't the Blood Angel be imprisoned in a facility even higher than the Beastmaster Core? Could he really break in and release the Blood Angel? Just as Chu Yun was mulling this over, the figure in white suddenly removed his robe, revealing his true form. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, and Zhao Shi almost screamed. If not for Chu Yun's quick reflexes in covering her mouth, they would have been exposed. The figure in white was not human at all, but a living monster. Its body was blood red, with a pair of black wings sprouting from its back, covered in sharp spikes. On either side of its mouth were 4 pairs of tentacles, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Even stranger was that the figure in white had the number 104 carved into its chest. At this moment, the old man still hadn't lost consciousness. But upon seeing the true appearance of the figure in white, he fainted from fright. Useless thing. The figure in white sneered coldly, and the next second, the tentacles near its mouth suddenly grew longer and swallowed the old man whole. Hiss. The few people hiding behind the tree were shocked at this scene. Even Chu Yun had never seen such a horrifying monster. After swallowing the old man, the figure in white used its tentacles to tie up the floating villagers, planning to use their life force to forcibly enhance its own power. Damn it. Seeing this, Li Cheng from Beiqing Academy's expression turned furious. To commit such heinous acts in front of me, you must truly be seeking death. The next moment, Li Cheng charged at the monster with great speed. His eyes filled with murderous intent, aiming to strike it down in one blow. He intended to finish it off with a single strike. This is bad. Seeing this, Chu Yun's heart sank. He knew that Li Cheng was doomed. The monster's strength far exceeded his own, and even he stood no chance against it, let alone someone like Li Cheng. It's over. Li Cheng's gaze was fierce as he punched through the monster's back, his blood-soaked fist emerging from its chest. I didn't expect you to have such little strength. What a useless creature, he sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. I didn't think I could kill you with just 70% of my power. Can't move anymore. Li Cheng's expression turned to shock as he noticed that the monster, which should have been killed by him, actually moved at that moment. In the next second, Li Cheng's eyes widened in terror as he let out a cry. His entire being sucked into the monster's body. Good, my strength has recovered a lot. The monster grinned wickedly as it glanced towards the position where Chu Yun was. How long do you plan to hide? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun and the others immediately turned solemn. They were indeed exposed. It seemed that the monster had discovered them earlier, and it had been toying with them. Realizing they had been found, Zhao Shi and the others exchanged glances and immediately emerged from the bushes, summoning their beasts to charge at the monster. Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather, Ice Sea Lion, Flame Sky Serpent, 7-Star Ant, Flame Demon Peacock, Thunder Bear King, Rift Giant Elephant. In an instant, all the summoned beasts appeared, creating a chaotic scene. However, only Chu Yun remained inactive, as he could sense that even all their beasts combined were not a match for this monster. Acting recklessly would definitely lead to defeat. More importantly, the system had just suddenly distributed 300 achievement points obtained from completing a task. System, unlock the remaining 2 talents. Chu Yun understood the urgency of the situation and directly instructed the system to unlock the talents without any further ado. Ding. Unlock completed. Please check. Host. Name, Thunder Roar, Little White. Attribute, Thunder. Level. Experience, 100. Skill, Thunder Claw, an upgraded version of Thunder Flash. Harnessing the energy of the storm to damage several nearby enemies. The power of the storm will cause his attacks to create chain lightning on the target, dealing ricochet damage to other surrounding enemies. Passive, Choice of the Storm, can quickly recover from damage. Talent 1. The more the merrier, the longer the battle lasts. The stronger the summoned beast becomes. Talent 2. Bloodthirsty Berserk, during the time spent fighting with the enemy, can gradually enhance one's own strength, and will also leave powerful hidden injuries inside the enemy. Talent 3. Full of Life, rapidly increases stamina during summoned beast battles. Talent 4. Swift Progress, significantly increases the agility and speed of the summoned beast. Equipment, Armor, not upgraded yet. Combat will value, 100. Chapter 93, Blood Angel Awakening? At this moment, Zhao Shi and the other summoned beasts had already engaged in battle with the monster. Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather, use Sacred Feather Descend. In just a moment, Zhao Shi determined that they were definitely no match for this monster. If her perception was correct, the monster's strength was at least level, and it was even close to reaching level. They absolutely could not withstand it with just a few of them. Among peers, you are strong, but compared to me, you are still too weak. The monster coldly smiled, its mouth full of sharp teeth, greedily eyeing Zhao Shi and the others. Are you ready to be my meal? In an instant, the monster moved quickly. At that moment, Zhao Shi and the others realized they could not see its figure, and the situation became passive. Damn, this guy is too fast. Luo Tianzhou gritted his teeth. At this rate, we will undoubtedly be defeated. Zhou Xin's expression was serious, while he was also looking for opportunities to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts were already exhausted and facing the monster's overwhelming power, even if they worked together. They were far from being a match. Soon, the summoned beasts showed signs of defeat. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If their beasts were defeated by this monster, they themselves would definitely not escape its clutches. As time passed, only Zhao Shi's Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather was still struggling. The other beasts had already fallen in pools of blood, lying on the ground covered in wounds, lacking any fighting capability. Boom. In the next moment, the monster swung its large hand and directly knocked Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather to the ground. After seeing Sparrow Star Phoenix Feather defeated, Zhao Shi closed her eyes in despair. Not only Zhao Shi, but the others were also filled with despair. Are we going to die? Feeling the monster closing in, Zhao Shi sighed internally. She never imagined she would die here today. Just when Zhao Shi thought there was no way out, she suddenly felt someone lift her up. Opening her eyes, she realized the one holding her was none other than Chu Yun, whom she hated the most. You didn't leave? Zhao Shi stared at Chu Yun in surprise, as she had instinctively thought he had run away when he didn't come to fight. Don't talk. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Chu Yun quickly carried Zhao Shi to a safe spot. After landing, Chu Yun noticed that the monster did not rush to attack. Instead, it looked at him with a mocking glance. Hee, not going to hide anymore. The monster stepped forward, slowly approaching him. You already knew I didn't come out? Chu Yun's eyes were cautious, not daring to be careless. This monster was definitely a strong opponent, and acting recklessly would surely lead to a fate like Li Cheng's, dying without closing his eyes. From the moment you stepped into Qianli village, you have been in my sight. I just wanted to play a game of cat and mouse with you. The monster said, licking its lips, then grinned sinisterly. But now, I've changed my mind. Are you ready to accept death? Or should you die first? Chu Yun's eyes hardened as he decisively spoke. Little White, go. With a leap, Little White, who had been hiding in the bushes, suddenly charged towards the monster. Useless. I told you I know your every position. The monster sneered coldly, and in the next second, it used its tentacles to tightly bind Little White. This little thing isn't even enough to fill my teeth. Holding Little White in front of its chest, the monster scoffed. However, just as it was about to open its mouth and swallow Little White whole, its expression suddenly changed dramatically. Suddenly, the monster let out a scream, forcefully throwing Little White aside and taking a large step back. Little White had transformed from a tiny creature into a 4 to 5 meter tall white polar bear, adorned with armor and crackling with electricity, standing majestically in front of the monster. Little White, use Thunder Claw and Shatter Sky Strike. Chu Yun commanded decisively, and Little White nodded in response. In the next moment, lightning gathered on its claws. In the blink of an eye, Little White rushed in front of the monster and threw a punch directly at its face. Bang! The punch was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, and the monster had no time to dodge, taking the hit squarely. Its entire body became somewhat uncontrollable, and just as it tried to adjust its position, Little White decisively followed up with an attack. In an instant, 4 talents activated simultaneously. Boom! Another punch sent the powerful lightning crashing into the monster, propelling it dozens of meters away and pinning it against a rock. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, looking at Chu Yun with astonished eyes. How could his summoned beast be so strong? Did Chu Yun's beast just knock the monster away by itself? What does this mean? It means Chu Yun's true strength is greater than all of theirs. His power far exceeds Li Cheng's. Though reluctant, Li Yu still voiced it out. At that moment, the monster that had been knocked away by Xiao Bai surprisingly got back up. It fixed its bloodthirsty gaze on Chu Yun. Damn humans! How dare you inflict such harm on a servant of the Blood Angel Lord? Today, you will all die. After saying this, the Blood Angel's servant gathered all its power, intending to kill Chu Yun fiercely. Enough with the nonsense, Xiao Bai, teach it a lesson, Chu Yun ordered, crossing his arms. With a nod, Xiao Bai instantly appeared in front of the Blood Angel's servant at lightning speed. With a wave of its hand, it knocked the servant down. The Blood Angel's servant let out a miserable scream, facing Xiao Bai's strength with no chance to fight back. Seeing that the servant was already defeated, Chu Yun decisively ordered Xiao Bai to take it to a deserted place. He needed to clarify what the Blood Angel's servant had said earlier. Could it be that the Blood Angel is really about to resurrect? At this moment, Xiao Bai had brought the powerless Blood Angel's servant to a secluded area. Chu Yun followed closely and stood before the servant. Tell me, what you said about the Blood Angel, is it true that it is going to resurrect? Upon hearing this, the Blood Angel's servant, lying on the ground, couldn't help but let out a cold smile, looking at Chu Yun with great confidence. Hearing the servant's response, Chu Yun's expression slightly wrinkled. What do you mean? Just as he was about to ask further, he noticed the Blood Angel's servant's pupils suddenly dilate. The next moment, It lost its breath. Suicide. Chapter 94. Breakthrough. Level 4 Body. Chu Yun, what happened? Just after the Blood Angel's servant committed suicide, everyone rushed over. It's dead. Everything is over. Without much explanation, Chu Yun said calmly. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Although they were mentally prepared, hearing it in person still left them greatly shaken. So you were the one hiding the deepest among us. Liu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Before coming here, they thought Beiqing Academy would shine this time. Li Cheng, who was with him, had tragically died in the monster's belly. This time, Beiqing Academy suffered heavy losses. They would likely be at the bottom in the upcoming academy competition. At the same time, Zhaoxi's gaze became somewhat dim. She realized that the gap between her and Chu Yun was widening. At this rate, Chu Yun had already left her far behind. Boom. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Centered around Chu Yun and the others, it began to tremble violently. The surrounding forest echoed with the roars of wild beasts. And countless spirit birds flew out of the forest, heading straight for the edge of the sky, seemingly afraid of something about to come. Liu's face turned pale as he shouted in terror. Boom. The next moment, there was another loud bang, and suddenly a flash of light appeared on the ground. Following that, everyone saw the light leap from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. At that moment, the night sky was suddenly illuminated, and everything around them became visible. Evil spirits retreated, and countless demons dissipated. Suddenly, a colorful light flickered from the sky, and in an instant, the world changed color. After the light faded, Chu Yun and the others were taken aback to see a stone door slowly rising from the sunken ground. What is this? Zhaoxi looked incredulously at this scene. It was her first time encountering such a sight. Unlike Zhaoxi, Chu Yun wore a cautious expression. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the stone door. This aura was terrifying. If it were to strike them, it would likely crush them all in less than a second. Just as Chu Yun was about to distance himself from this place, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from not far behind. Roar. At the same time, countless beast-like roars followed, and they were suddenly surrounded by a large number of magical beasts. Then, a wolf howl pierced through their souls. What is this? Looking at the long-horned white wolf that appeared before them, Chu Yun and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Bloodthirsty white wolf, level 5 magical beast. Zhaoxi couldn't help but take a deep breath, but before she could calm down, her body trembled again. What is that? Following the direction Zhaoxi pointed, Chu Yun and the others froze in place. They saw a goat that was at least 10 meters tall, staring coldly at them. And judging by its aura, this was also a level 5 magical beast. At this moment, Chu Yun's expression gradually changed as he sensed that there were definitely more than just these 2 level 5 magical beasts around. At least dozens more were lurking. If they stayed here, they would undoubtedly die. Just as Chu Yun felt helpless, he suddenly heard more roars coming from the distance. Another wave of magical beasts is coming? The expression of the crowd turned pale, and their legs trembled. With our current strength, encountering a beast tide is certain death. As the magical beasts drew closer, in this critical moment, Chu Yun suddenly glanced back at the stone door that had just appeared. In that instant, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he recalled something he had read in a book. The next moment, Chu Yun decisively spoke up. There's a high chance that there's a special space inside. We should go in to hide. When Chu Yun said this, Zhaoxi and the others immediately stiffened. But, before Zhaoxi could finish, Chu Yun interrupted her directly. No buts, under the beast tide, this is the only way. Otherwise, we will all die here today. Meanwhile, the surrounding beast tide had completely surged in, countless magical beasts roaring and rushing towards Chu Yun and the others. In that instant, the group no longer hesitated and jumped towards the stone door. Push! Chu Yun shouted loudly, and Zhaoxi and the others exerted all their strength, finally managing to open the stone door at the last moment. As the stone door opened, a dazzling and intense red light suddenly shone through. In that instant, all the magical beasts were frightened and trembled, cowering on the ground. Chu Yun and the others felt darkness enveloping them and instantly disappeared from the spot. Where's this? About half an hour later, everyone woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, they finally remembered that they had been forced here by the magical beasts. After regaining consciousness, they opened their eyes wide and carefully observed their surroundings. They found themselves in a palace that was at least 10,000 meters wide, with numerous secret passages that appeared intricate and complex. This isn't some magical beast territory, is it? Zhaoxi shivered and cautiously looked around. It's possible. I don't know if you all noticed, but when we entered just now, no magical beast dared to follow us in. Chu Yun stroked his chin, his tone heavy. Perhaps this is indeed the territory of some ancient great demon. But the next moment, Chu Yun's expression changed. He sensed a chaotic surge of spiritual power approaching. The spiritual power from all directions in the palace rushed towards their spiritual veins almost instantly. Not good. Quickly circulate your spiritual power to resist, Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Li Yu's face turned pale, and he immediately began to use his spiritual power for defense. If they were washed away by this chaotic spiritual power, their spiritual veins would definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhao Shi and the others also did not dare to be careless, wholeheartedly using their spiritual power to defend. Unlike the others, Chu Yun did not use any spiritual power at all. He discovered that when this chaotic spiritual power entered his body, it not only did not cause any harm, but was continuously cleansing his marrow. Feeling the changes happening within him, Chu Yun gritted his teeth and allowed this spiritual power to wash over him. Creak. Accompanied by the wash of spiritual power, Chu Yun was astonished to find that his bones and flesh had become more than 10 times stronger than before. In the next moment, Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he directly absorbed all the spiritual power around him. Crack. After the sound, Chu Yun's expression immediately brightened. Did he succeed? Clenching his fists and feeling the power surging within, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit smug. He had really broken through to level 4? Previously, after realizing the help that spiritual power provided him, Chu Yun made a decision. That was to use this violent spiritual power to make a breakthrough. But there was also a risk involved. Success would mean further advancement, while failure could mean death. However, judging by the current situation, it was clear that he had succeeded. Chapter 95, Shocked Zhao Shi. Hiss hiss. Just as Chu Yun was reveling in his breakthrough, several roars suddenly came from not far behind him. What is that? Zhou Xian's face changed dramatically as he pointed tremblingly at what was behind Chu Yun. Hearing this, several others turned around, and their expressions froze. They saw a massive red fire snake crawling towards them. Hiss hiss. The giant snake's voice was deep and piercing. Its blood-red pupils fixed on the group like it was staring at prey. This was the red flame fire snake, a level magical beast. Zhao Shi bit her lip, her tone somewhat incredulous. Encountering a level magical beast in this place was simply the worst luck. What should we do? Li Yu's legs went weak as he took a few steps back, fearing he would become the target of the snake's attack. Upon seeing this, Chu Yun's eyes sharpened, and he decisively took a step forward. The spiritual power within him surged wildly, and in that instant, he charged straight at the fire snake. Be careful. As Chu Yun rushed forward without any defense, Zhao Shi instinctively warned him. At the same time, Li Yu and the others closed their eyes tightly, afraid to see Chu Yun being swallowed by the fire snake. But to everyone's surprise, in the next second, the fire snake let out a scream. Its massive body then crashed heavily to the ground, a bloody hole visible in its chest. This was caused by Chu Yun. The moment he struck the fire snake, he unleashed the dragon's subduing fist. With his physical strength reaching level 4, a single punch from him had immense power. Is this real? Zhao Shi rubbed her eyes, seemingly unable to believe what she was seeing. This was a level magical beast. Li Yu and the others were momentarily speechless, even as students of the 4 major academies. They had never encountered such an extraordinary scene. Meanwhile, the fire snake, pierced through the body, did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, it was filled with rage. It dragged its severely injured body and slowly rose, glaring at Chu Yun with eyes full of fury. You're seeking death. Chu Yun frowned, but did not attack himself. Instead, he summoned Xiaobai. Although Chu Yun had injured the fire snake with a punch, he had also suffered considerable backlash to his own body. Fighting as fiercely as before would not benefit him. Gulyulu. The moment Xiaobai was summoned, it instantly grew larger and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the fire snake. Boom. The intense electric light left the fire snake no time to react. In an instant, it was knocked to the ground by Xiaobai. Thunderclaw. Seeing Xiaobai gaining the upper hand, Chu Yun decisively pursued the advantage. Roar. Xiaobai let out a furious roar, its body crackling with lightning, and like the god of thunder, it struck the fire snake, leaving a deep wound. Hiss. The fire snake cried out in pain, then used its powerful strength to fling Xiaobai away. In midair, Xiaobai intended to adjust its position for a counterattack. But the fire snake noticed everything. Whoosh. Almost instantly, the fire snake transformed into a red light and came crashing down, using its tail to smash Xiaobai. It was at this moment that everyone noticed a change in the fire snake. Unlike before, it was now engulfed in red flames, and its scales began to exhibit an eerie black color. This was its unique defensive technique. The black scales were poisonous. Anyone who touched them would surely die. Upon sensing this from the system panel, Chu Yun remained calm. Xiaobai used the battle skill, Thunder Fury Fist, realizing that ordinary attacks could not break through its defenses. Chu Yun decisively decided to use a battle skill. Facing a powerful level magical beast, dragging it out for too long would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Gulyulu. After hearing Chu Yun's command, Xiaobai nodded. Then, everyone felt a strong pressure sweeping over their minds. They saw Xiaobai's body surrounded by gathering lightning, the immense pressure making the entire palace feel oppressive. The few people at the center felt as though they were in hell, a strong sense of helplessness spreading through them. Under this pressure, Zhaoxi clearly saw that Chu Yun's beast, Xiaobai, was now completely enveloped in lightning. Then the powerful lightning began to converge in one place. Finally, all the lightning gathered on Xiaobai's right fist, and at this moment, everyone held their breath. They had a premonition that this next strike would be of apocalyptic level. In the next second, Xiaobai moved, its entire body vanishing from its previous spot. Hiss! The fire snake, sensing a threat of death, panicked and turned to escape. But it was too late. Xiaobai, having vanished earlier, appeared right in front of it. Xiaobai clenched its right fist, gathering powerful lightning before striking out with a fierce punch. Boom! This punch crashed into the fire snake, and in an instant, the powerful lightning tightly enveloped it. The next second, under everyone's gaze, the fire snake was reduced to ashes, disappearing from sight. So strong. Zhaoxi's pupils constricted, her expression somewhat unnatural. She recalled her previous battle with Chu Yun. If he had used this move then, she would have probably been dead by now. At the same time, the other academy students held their breath at this sight. A level beast could actually be one-punched by a level magical beast at that moment. They all felt a sense of existential doubt. Over here, Chu Yun's expression was somewhat excited, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. He realized that his current strength was more than a level above when he was at level 3. Just as Chu Yun was about to further inspect his body, his mind suddenly shook. Immediately after, an ancient voice slowly resonated in his mind. Unexpectedly, there are still ordinary people in this world who can withstand my spiritual power wash. At that moment, Chu Yun's expression changed drastically. He found that he could not move at all. He couldn't even speak, and in the next second, he felt as though he was being watched by someone. A powerful spiritual pressure was slowly sweeping over his dantian. An incredibly domineering force that left him utterly powerless to resist. After several seconds, the ancient voice echoed in Chu Yun's mind once more. So it's like this. The two forces of ice and fire within you are maintaining balance. While my spiritual power is completely absorbed by this force and eventually transformed into energy to enhance your own.